The apocalypse has now persisted for 2 years, with hordes of zombies, mutated flora, and sudden natural disasters rendering existence increasingly arduous for humanity. In a base dedicated to cultivating vegetables, Chi-Wan found herself dismissed and resolutely departed, seeking refuge in a small town that promised absolute safety amid the chaos. In this haven, Chi-Wan set about constructing her abode, procuring materials, acquiring blueprints, and synthesizing components. Life here flourished with delightful simplicity. She reclined in her modest dwelling, legs crossed, savoring barbecued delicacies. Chapter 1. Encountering the small town after being dismissed. Within the confines of a rudimentary office at the base, a cold proclamation resonated. There are already numerous water elementalists at the base. You are dismissed. The words, accompanied by the spittle of the speaker, struck Chi-Wan's face like a slap. Wiping the saliva from her cheek, she regarded the corpulent supervisor, his demeanor exuding arrogance, and felt a surge of resentment. It was utterly infuriating. She had diligently fulfilled her responsibilities in the vegetable cultivation position. Though the work was relatively undemanding, she consistently completed her daily tasks ahead of schedule. Yet, due to the influence of a favored individual, she was unceremoniously cast aside. Truly commendable, Chi-Wan thought bitterly, and without waiting for the rotund supervisor to utter another word, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. She would no longer tolerate this base. While her role in vegetable cultivation may have been leisurely, the leering gazes of the men were simply repugnant. Despite the ease of the job, the meager wages provided no sustenance or accommodation, rendering her earnings entirely consumed by the cost of living. Gone utterly futile endeavor. Chi-Wan returned to her modest tent, observing the pitiful crowd surrounding her, emaciated and frail, resembling mere shadows of life, devoid of their own souls. The primary distinction between them and the zombies outside lay in their capacity for thought, yet this very thought bore little significance. They trudged through existence in a daze, utterly unworthy of their once vibrant selves. Who could have imagined that the exorbitantly priced vegetables had been birthed from her labor? A cultivator of vegetables residing in such a meager abode was a paradox indeed. With a self-deprecating smile, Chi-Wan grasped her scant belongings and stepped out of the Sunlight Base in B-City. The Sunlight Base was a private establishment where the employees were subjugated. Meager wages were one thing, but the quality of food was equally dismal. Were it not for the lurking zombies outside, no one would willingly endure the exploitation within the base. Life itself was more precious than the absence of it. How wonderful it is to witness the dawn of a new sun, Chi-Wan exclaimed, clutching her humble backpack and extending her arms towards the sun. The two individuals standing at the entrance of the base regarded her as if she were a fool, whispering, having left the base, she remains unaware if she can survive. I recall her as a vegetable cultivator. It's astonishing that she would choose to leave the base, they murmured, yet Chi-Wan, with keen perception, heard their words distinctly. Unsure of her survival beyond the base, she felt that remaining within would only stifle her spirit to the point of despair. It is not that she is despondent, rather, her position has been encroached upon. She yearns to remain in one place until the end of her days, much like them, meandering through the latter half of her life in this world. Yet, such stable employment is a rarity. After traversing approximately 500 meters from a base, Chi-Wan encountered her first zombie. The creature before her had a leg joint grotesquely shattered, crawling swiftly upon the ground. Its face was smeared with blood, and as it opened its gory mouth, Chi-Wan could not help but grimace. Having been confined to the base for an extended period, her combat skills had not advanced. However, she could conjure a water sphere as large as a basketball. Aiming carefully, she hurled the water sphere at the zombie's head, enveloping it entirely. Without delay, Chi-Wan swiftly retrieved her stick and struck forcefully at the zombie's neck. With a crack, the neck snapped, and the water sphere, now shattered, spilled onto the ground, revealing a primary crystal core. Eagerly, Chi-Wan picked up the crystal core, exclaiming, "So this is how one acquires crystal cores, clean and splendid." In the early days of the apocalypse, zombies did not possess crystal cores within their skulls. By the time they began to harbor such cores, she had already settled into a fixed role within the base. With the crystal core in hand, her future life would be rendered considerably easier. The crystal core has become the universal currency in this world. The one who possesses the most cores wields the greatest power. Taking care to traverse the broad paths, Chi-Wan was apprehensive of encountering zombies emerging from unknown corners. Fortunately, the journey was populated only by solitary zombies. Otherwise, Her lack of combat experience would have made dealing with them exceedingly challenging. Not far away, Chi-Wan beheld a splendid house, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding dilapidated structures. Some buildings, despite being erected only a few years prior, now resembled abandoned shells, worn and crumbling. She adjusted her backpack and resolutely approached the enchanting residence. As she stepped onto the polished tiled floor of the beautiful house, an unfamiliar mechanical voice echoed through the air. "Welcome home, esteemed master. This is your quaint town. The house before you is your residence. You may enter to explore, allowing me to better assist you in your explanations." Chi-Wan felt somewhat bewildered. The sudden emergence of the mechanical voice instilled a sense of caution within her. Yet, the allure of the house proved irresistible, prompting her to turn the doorknob. The sound of the lock turning was a long-forgotten yet melodious note. Upon entering, she was greeted by a large display screen affixed to the living room wall. "Master, this is the task display screen. It will present the tasks you need to complete, and for each completed task, you shall receive bountiful rewards." Chi-Wan nodded in understanding, leaning closer to scrutinize the tasks displayed on the screen. 1. Submit a level 1 crystal core, reward, wood X2. 2. Submit a level 1 crystal core, reward, bottled water X3. 3. Eliminate a level 1 zombie, reward, meal box X1. Why can't I see the subsequent tasks? Moreover, what use do I have for wood? Am I to burn it as firewood? Chi-Wan pondered, perplexed by the necessity of such materials. "Master, you find yourself in the enchanting Happiness Town, where all the other houses require synthesis. Only by acquiring sufficient materials can one create new abodes for fresh tenants to inhabit." Upon hearing this, Chi-Wan grasped the concept, reminiscent of narratives she had previously encountered in novels. The objective was to gather adequate resources for direct synthesis, which was quite convenient, sparing her the effort of constructing houses from scratch. Since the requirements for Task 1 and Task 2 are identical, how am I to distinguish between their submissions? Chi-Wan mused, her desire for the 3 bottles of mineral water growing, while she felt no urgency for the timber. After all, this particular house belonged to her, alleviating any anxiety regarding new constructions. Nevertheless, Chi-Wan deemed it prudent to inquire further. Will the tasks displayed on this screen refresh daily, or will they remain indefinitely? "Master, these tasks will persist here until you complete them. Upon the fulfillment of prior tasks, subsequent ones shall become available," came the response. Chi-Wan nodded, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over her. She retrieved the 11 level 1 crystals she had collected during her journey, selecting one to examine closely. Surveying her surroundings, she noted that all she faced was a solid wall. How am I to submit this? There appears to be no designated spot for placing the crystal. Chapter 2. Level 0. Simply hold the crystal core and state the task you wish to submit. Chi-Wan understood immediately. This would be straightforward. Grasping one of the crystal cores, she approached the task display screen and declared, "Submit Task 2." In the blink of an eye, the crystal core in her hand vanished, and 3 1-liter bottles of mineral water materialized on the ground. Quite impressive indeed. However, regarding the timber, it seemed prudent to submit that as well. Should a guest arrive without any accommodations, possessing crystal cores would yield no profit. "Submit Task 1, Chi-Wan stated, holding another crystal core in her other hand. In an instant, beside the mineral water appeared 3 long and wide planks of wood. After completing the 2 tasks, the subsequent tasks were updated. 1. Eliminate a level 1 zombie. Reward, 2 boxed meals. 2. Sell 1 bottle of mineral water. Reward, 3 bottles of mineral water. 3. Host a guest inquiring about the town. Reward, 1 building blueprint. Master, a gentle reminder, a single building blueprint can only be used to construct 1 house. Chi-Wan nodded in understanding. This made sense. If a blueprint could be utilized repeatedly, the difficulty of building the town would be significantly diminished. Yet, she sensed that the construction of this town would not be an easy endeavor. Remembering that she had yet to explore her room, she decided to examine it first before venturing out to complete Task 1. Turning around, she noticed a room beside her with the door closed. Chi-Wan approached, turned the doorknob, and upon opening, found it to be empty. "Master, this is your warehouse, where you can store the rewards from completed tasks." Chi-Wan nodded slightly. Once the mechanical voice concluded, several shelves appeared within, upon which were placed the timber and bottled water she had just submitted. Turning around, she observed that the task display screen was utterly devoid of content. It seemed that changes would only manifest upon her own discoveries. The presence of an automated storage system was indeed advantageous. It spared Chi-Wan the need to physically transport items when receiving task rewards. Adjacent to this storage room was a staircase. The first floor consisted solely of a living room and the storage area, with no other compartments, prompting Chi-Wan to ascend the stairs directly. Upon reaching the second floor, she encountered yet another expansive living area, starkly empty, devoid even of the simplest chair. However, beside the living room stood a floor-to-ceiling window that opened onto a spacious balcony. Stepping onto the balcony, she was greeted by the view beyond. The desolate land stirred in the wind, raising distinct clouds of dust. A glance revealed dilapidated houses, their outer walls cracked extensively, with sporadic echoes of zombies' growls emanating from within. Chi-Wan surmised that these must be the zombies trapped inside their homes, especially since she had encountered no attacks during her earlier passage. Unbeknownst to her, while she gazed outward from the balcony, someone else was fixated on the town's sole remaining house. As Chi-Wan entered the house, that individual's gaze reflected a mix of curiosity and confusion. She proceeded to explore the only room on the second floor, which matched the storage area in size. Upon entering, she noticed a private bathroom. Beyond the bathroom lay the entirety of the room, which contained only a bed, with nothing else cluttering the space. The room featured a grand floor-to-ceiling bed, yet it lacked a balcony. From this vantage point, the scenery was markedly different from what she had observed on the balcony just moments ago. The room overlooked a different street, where a couple of zombies wandered aimlessly. Chi-Wan recalled the tasks displayed on the mission screen, contemplating her impending venture to that street to eliminate the undead. She pondered the prerequisites for accessing multiple tasks on the mission screen. The mechanical voice had failed to address her inquiry earlier, without the ability to view additional tasks. She would be unable to undertake them concurrently. Descending the stairs, she returned to the front of the mission screen, surveying the living room devoid of even a single chair, and settled onto the floor. This time, the mechanical voice remained silent, and the mission screen transformed into two distinct sections. The left section displayed Chi-Wan's personal profile, while the right section contained the task details. Glancing at her profile on the left, she quickly comprehended how to unlock more task content. Name: Chi-Wan. Task level 102. Ability: Water, level 2. Age: 25. Intelligence: 6. Strength: 2. Agility: 2. Storage: bottled water 3. With 3, she realized that upon completing 100 tasks, she would gain access to additional content. However, she was uncertain as to how many more tasks would be available. Stroking her chin thoughtfully, she acknowledged that discovering more would require her own exploration. At that moment, a wave of thirst washed over her. She walked into the storage area and retrieved a bottle of mineral water. With only 1 liter at her disposal, she swiftly consumed a third of it. After drinking water, she felt a distinct sense of satiety, though it was merely the effect of excessive hydration, and she knew hunger would soon return. She placed the empty bottle of mineral water in the spacious living room, intending to drink from it again upon her return. Chi-Wan rotated her wrists and joints, engaging in a brief warm-up exercise, preparing to venture out to confront the zombies. After surveying her home, she set down her backpack, retrieving only the stick that had aided her in vanquishing numerous undead. This time, she intended to wield it once more to fulfill her mission. Stepping through the front door, she stood on the tiled ground, observing the zombies that had staggered into the open space before her, and exhaled deeply. The view in front of the house was unobstructed, alleviating her concerns of a zombie suddenly appearing around a corner. As a level 2 supernatural being, she was not overly concerned about being bitten by a level 1 zombie. But the emergence of a level 2 zombie posed a significant threat. A bite would elevate her risk of infection to 50%. Cautiously, Chi-Wan stepped off the tiles, vigilant of her surroundings. The moment her foot left the protective surface, the zombies caught the scent of her flesh and turned their attention toward her. Feeling a twinge of unease, she retreated a few steps, causing the frenzied zombies to suddenly falter. It was as if they had lost their target. They glanced at one another, bewildered, uncertain of the whereabouts of their delectable prey. Chi-Wan realized that the tiles of the town served as a clear form of protection. As long as she remained within their confines, the zombies would not initiate an attack. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as she marveled at the fact that even after leaving the Yongsun base, she could still rely on her own survival instincts. She took a deep breath, stepping forward with her stick, gazing at the 2 zombies charging at her from 10 meters away, observing the unmistakable glint in their eyes, a manifestation of their insatiable hunger for flesh. She noted the blood and saliva oozing from their mouths, accompanied by the grotesque decay at the corners, a truly repulsive sight. Yet, Chi-Wan felt little fear. As the zombies drew within 3 meters, she retreated once more. Such was her capriciousness, and she found it rather amusing. Chapter 3. The tattered old clothes. Upon witnessing the clawing zombies, she marveled at the sharpness of their nails, particularly the one on the little finger of one of them, which was longer than the others. This sight inadvertently reminded her of a peculiar gesture involving just the little finger, eliciting a wave of nausea through her imagination. Chi-Wan exposed her feet, and the two zombies lumbered toward her with grunts. She had no desire to continue this game, for her stomach was already grumbling audibly. With her left hand, she hurled a water sphere, encasing the heads of both zombies along with that protruding little fingernail, and angrily smashed it against their skulls. After delivering dozens of blows, Chi-Wan leaned against her stick, panting on the tiles, her gaze landing on the crystalline cores that had long since fallen. She felt a significant release of tension within herself. Collecting 2 first-level crystalline cores, Chi-Wan stretched her waist, then glanced down at the gruesome sight of the zombies. Their brains splattered across the ground. She couldn't help but press her lips together. It was her fault. For the sight of that little finger had conjured thoughts of her supervisor. The rotund, big-eared supervisor had a peculiar habit of keeping his little fingernail long, using it to scratch his scalp, poke his ears, and even delve into his nose. It was truly just moments ago. Chi-Wan had vented her frustrations by envisioning the 2 zombies as that greasy supervisor. She exhaled deeply, refusing to look at the 2 undead creatures. Her sole desire was to ascertain whether she had completed her task. It was inconceivable for her to present a zombie as a means of fulfilling her assignment. That would be rather embarrassing. Upon entering her dwelling and closing the door, she noticed that nothing appeared on the task display, yet within the left section of personal belongings, she discovered 2 additional lunchboxes. A joyous laugh escaped her lips, lifting her spirits immensely, as she retrieved a lunchbox from her inventory and opened the lid. The sight of fish-flavored shredded pork rice made her swallow hard, her eyes glistening with emotion. It had been 2 long years since she had last tasted a lunchbox meal. At last, through her own efforts, she had earned this reward. More lunchboxes awaited her in the future. Her life was destined to improve. Chi-Wan resolved to abandon her previous mindset of merely getting through each day. Now, she lived for herself, and her future days would be filled with joy. The journey from the Xiangyang base had been excessively long, and with her usual insufficient meals, she felt her stomach protest in hunger upon arrival. She yearned to devour the fish-flavored shredded pork rice swiftly, yet reason reminded her to savor each bite, as hasty eating could harm her digestive system. After all, should her stomach rebel and she vomited, it would be a complete waste. 10 minutes later, she managed to control her pace, having consumed only half of the meal. The remaining portion, she intended to save for the evening. The additional task displayed on the screen, however, was not related to the lunchboxes. Submit a level 1 crystal core. Reward: 3 iron nails. Chi-Wan exhaled deeply, placing all the crystal cores she had acquired onto the ground and selecting the blue ones. The blue crystal cores could enhance her abilities, while the others held no value for her. Currently, she was a level 2 ability user, and utilizing a level 1 crystal core still provided a noticeable improvement. However, upon reaching level 3, the utility of a level 1 core diminished significantly. Chi-Wan retrieved a pale orange level 1 crystal core and submitted task 1. In return, she received 3 iron nails, undoubtedly materials for construction. The next task was, submit a level 1 crystal core. Reward: 1 bottle of shampoo. Upon seeing this, Chi-Wan joyfully bounced on the spot. Before venturing out to slay zombies, she had inspected the bathroom on the 2nd floor. There was both cold and hot water, yet no bathing supplies to be found. She then took out a brownish-gray crystal core and submitted it for this task, earning herself a 500-milliliter bottle of shampoo. Chi-Wan initially intended to rush into the warehouse to retrieve the shampoo, but her eyes fell upon a new task: submit a level 1 crystal core. Reward: 1 bottle of body wash. Her excitement surged. Even if she had to use her hands to lather the body wash, it was worth it. Another new task appeared: submit a level 1 crystal core. Reward: 1 bath towel, 1 hand towel. Ha ha ha, how splendid. Perhaps due to the early stages, the tasks were not overly challenging, and the rewards were precisely what she desired. The next task was, eliminate a level 1 zombie. Reward: 1 set of clothes. Upon encountering this task, Chi-Wan promptly turned to head out in search of zombies. This is a piece of clothing. She has not acquired any new garments for quite some time. Before she could fully turn around, the task transformed into submit an orange-yellow level 1 crystal core. Reward: with 6. The inventory in the left area contained mineral water 3, with 3, boxed meal 1, 5, iron nails 3, shampoo 1, shower gel 1, bath towel 1. Towel 1, a complete outfit 1. Chi-Wan couldn't help but ponder whether the other zombie she had just slain was the reason for this task completion. Yet, she decided not to dwell on it. Obtaining a new outfit was truly delightful. Above the inventory's location, Chi-Wan noticed she had achieved 107 and believed that As long as the tasks remained manageable, she could swiftly complete 100 tasks. She placed the crystal core directly on the ground, carrying the light blue crystal core with her, and after sipping from the mineral water in the living room, she felt her throat refreshed and proceeded to the inventory with the remaining mineral water. Upon seeing the brand new leisure attire, gray, stain-resistant, and in her usual size, she assessed it and found it neither too loose nor too tight. It fit perfectly. Clutching the leisure outfit in her left hand and holding the shampoo, shower gel, bath towel, and towel in her right, she cautiously ascended the stairs, fearful that her old clothing might soil the new garments. Entering the bathroom, Chi-Wan placed the shower gel and shampoo on the floor beside the shower head and hung the new leisure clothing on the hook behind the door. After scrubbing for about half an hour, Chi-Wan felt utterly fragrant. The fragrant essence of the shower gel and shampoo enveloped her, imparting an almost surreal sensation. A gentle lightness. Although she was an adept of water-based abilities, her bathing routine consisted solely of water, devoid of any shampoo, leaving her with an enduring sense of uncleanliness in her hair. Casting a glance at the murky water flowing away beneath her, she felt an unexpected lightness and donned a new set of casual attire. The soft texture of the fabric brought her immense comfort, a stark contrast to her old garments, which had become matted and worn. She caressed the fabric of her new clothes and, after a moment's contemplation, resolved to wash her old ones. With the means at her disposal, it was only natural to maintain a habit of frequent laundering. Lacking laundry detergent, she opted for the shower gel, which possessed some cleaning properties. Ji-Won placed her old clothes in the bathroom sink, filled it with water, and squeezed in several dollops of shower gel, agitating it to create bubbles. Just as she prepared to begin scrubbing, a knock echoed from downstairs. She rinsed the suds from her hands and, while heading towards the balcony, wiped her damp hair. Chapter 4. The first visitor peering downwards, she indeed spotted a man. He was clad in similarly tattered and matted clothing, adorned with a patch sewn haphazardly, the crooked stitches suggesting a personal touch. From her vantage point, she could discern his greasy scalp, with strands of hair matted together in disarray. "Hello, may I inquire what brings you here?" Ji-Won called down. The man lifted his gaze, his unkempt beard accentuating his features. Upon noticing Ji-Won's immaculate casual wear, her damp and clean hair, and the pristine white towel draped nearby, a flicker of envy ignited within him. Ji-Won, perceiving no hint of greed in his gaze, patiently awaited his response with a light heart. "Greetings. I have observed that your residence stands out prominently in this vicinity, and I am curious if it would be possible for one more individual to reside here. I am willing to sleep on the floor." This man is the same one who had previously been fixated on Chi-Wan. The number of zombies in this area is relatively sparse, so he has temporarily settled nearby. A few hours ago, he noticed this house and desired to claim it for himself, yet the door remained obstinately shut. Despite his various attempts, he was unable to gain entry. Reluctantly, he departed and returned to his modest dwelling. However, just an hour ago, he observed that someone else had taken residence in this house, prompting him to inquire about the situation. "I apologize, but this house seems destined for me alone. I can accommodate no one else." The man sighed with a hint of regret, lamenting the fact that such a splendid abode is occupied by a solitary tenant. Noticing the clarity in his gaze, Chi-Wan pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you have any crystal cores?" The man was taken aback by her question, but answered truthfully, "Yes. I have water. Would you like to purchase some? It is quite reasonable. 2 first-level crystal cores for a bottle of mineral water. This price is indeed a bargain. In the Shenyang base, a mere 500 milliliter bottle of water costs 1 second-level crystal core. Her offer is practically a steal." Upon hearing about the mineral water, the man's eyes lit up. "Really? I would like to buy a bottle. I possess crystal cores." As he spoke, he retrieved several crystal cores from his pocket to show Chi-Wan. "Very well. Please wait for me downstairs for a moment." Chi-Wan noticed that her hair had ceased dripping water, and after drying it sufficiently, she hung the towel on the railing of the balcony. Descending the stairs, she retrieved a 1-liter bottle of mineral water from the warehouse and opened the door. The man, curious to enter and explore, found himself thwarted by an unknown obstruction at the threshold. In that moment, he realized the house held an enigmatic charm, and that perhaps he was not destined to enter. As he regained his composure and focused on the mineral water in Chi-Wan's hands, he was taken aback. Could 2 primary crystal nuclei truly be exchanged for such a sizable bottle of water? Chi-Wan glanced at the crystal nuclei he held, noting the orange-yellow one that piqued her interest, as well as the charming light purple crystal. "I desire these 2 nuclei," she declared, indicating the orange-yellow and light purple crystals. The man readily handed them over to Chi-Wan in exchange for the bottle of water. Although he could not reside in the house, the water would sustain him for a longer duration. Yet, he felt compelled to inquire, "Hello, Do you know the origin of this house? I lived nearby and attempted to enter, but was unable to. At this revelation, Chi-Wan understood that she alone could access the house. Suddenly, she recalled her second task, to receive a guest inquiring about the town, with a reward of a house blueprint. The instructions were vague, merely stating that she needed to receive the guest. Chi-Wan stepped outside, wielding a stick for precaution, ensuring it was pointed towards the man. This is a small town, she stated. The man, perplexed, wondered how such a unique house could signify a mere town. I intend to construct a house here, and once it is built, I can rent it out. Moreover, having spent a considerable amount of time here, one can discern that the zombies on the tiled surface in front of the house are oblivious to the scent that clings to your being. The man glanced back at a solitary zombie aimlessly wandering 100 meters away, confirming its purposeless gait. Under normal circumstances, that zombie would have rushed over by now. Yet it remained indifferent despite the man's prolonged presence. As long as the house is constructed, only tenants may enter. No one else can gain access unless invited. Chi-Wan guided the man around the perimeter of the house, and he increasingly felt a profound sense of security residing here. However, he was not the sort to resort to violence. The house already had an owner, and he would not attempt to usurp it. If there is anything you require of me, I shall do my utmost to assist, provided I can become a tenant of your abode. The more he surveyed his surroundings, the more his satisfaction grew. If only he could move in sooner, his nights would be more restful. Very well, but it depends on the circumstances. As I also need to gather materials to construct a new dwelling, Chi-Wan replied softly. The man nodded frequently. Such is the simplicity of mankind. Once a goal worth striving for is established, the motivation to survive becomes abundantly invigorated. After the man departed with a bottle of mineral water, Chi-Wan approached the task display screen, where she noticed two newly refreshed tasks, smiling as she nodded in acknowledgement. Amidst her endeavors, she noted the tasks at hand. 1. Submit a primary orange-yellow crystal nucleus, rewarding her with 6 units of timber. 2. Rent a house, earning her 3 boxed lunches. 3. Sell a boxed lunch, which would grant her 10 strawberries. While she could promptly address the first task, the other 2 would require more time. Entering the warehouse, she retrieved the blueprint for the cottage, adorned at the top with the word wooden house, and in the center, the outline of the dwelling. The facade of the cottage featured a door on the left and a wooden window on the right, which could be opened from within. At the rear, another window was present, intriguingly misaligned with the front window. Beneath the blueprint, a note read, "Cottage for rent, requiring a daily payment of 1 primary crystal nucleus." Lacking both water and electricity, the cottage is devoid of any furniture. All furnishings provided by the mayor will incur additional charges, yet the rental fee remains unchanged. Upon reading this, Chi-Wan felt a sense of fairness. The rental fee would not inflate due to the inclusion of extra furniture. However, she noted that constructing the cottage demanded 30 units of timber and 10 iron nails. Unfortunately, her current stock was insufficient, consisting merely of 3 bottles of mineral water and the blueprint itself. Even if she completed the first task, she would only possess 9 units of timber and 3 iron nails. It appeared that building a house was no simple feat nevertheless. She reassured herself that she had only just assumed responsibility for this quaint little town, with ample time ahead. Chapter 5. The disassemblable furniture. Upon submitting her initial task, Chi-Wan was presented with a new challenge, to locate a bed, with a reward of 1 pillow. Reflecting on the vacant bed on the 2nd floor, she resolved to complete this task today. When opportunities arise, one must endeavor to create favorable conditions for oneself. In the past, at the Shenyang base, she had no alternatives. Now, with opportunities laid before her, she was determined to seize them firmly. Chi-Wan ascended to the balcony on the 2nd floor and gazed out at the street below. Not far to her right stood several buildings, and she noticed a few open doors on the ground floor. Uncertain whether they harbored zombies, she felt compelled to investigate. Completing this task would reward her with a pillow. Before venturing out, she stowed away some seldom used items in her home. Indeed, this house would henceforth be her sanctuary. She prepared a box of untouched, crispy rib lunch, intending to barter it should she encounter other survivors. Master, when locating distant objects, you may submit locally to fulfill the task, echoed the long-absent mechanical voice, prompting her to believe she might actually need to carry the bed back. Very well, she thought. It was manageable. With her backpack secured and a stick in her right hand, Chi-Wan stepped out into the world beyond her door. Spotting a few scattered zombies, she summoned her resolve and ventured forth from the safety of the tiled area. Meanwhile, a man, Zhao Lejean, was perched on the balcony of a dilapidated house, clutching a bottle of mineral water. Upon seeing Chi-Wan emerge, he quickly gulped down a mouthful and stowed the bottle in his backpack before arming himself and hastily departing. As Chi-Wan prepared to venture outside, he felt compelled to accompany her, driven by the prospect of the house he would soon inhabit. He was determined to contribute to its swift construction. Although he lacked knowledge of the building process, he was confident that Chi-Wan had the means to make it happen. With vigilant eyes, Chi-Wan observed a few distant zombies. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying her scent towards the lurking creatures. The scattered zombies, drawn by the allure, began to howl and lurch forward. A couple of them exhibited grotesque movements, their joints twisted in unnatural angles, while their shoulders were tattered, with decaying flesh hanging limply. Chi-Wan swiftly hurled several water spheres, encasing the heads of 5 zombies, ensuring their hands were restrained for added safety. By skillfully maneuvering, she struck the nearest zombie with her stick, targeting its spine. With a crack, the spine fractured, but the impact resonated painfully through her hands. Despite her moderate strength, she pressed on, aware that some of the more astute zombies were already attempting to dislodge their watery encasements. Time was of the essence. She meticulously watched the movements of each zombie, hoping to land multiple blows that would lead to a headshot. Suddenly, one zombie managed to burst its water sphere, revealing a bloodied maw that gnashed threateningly as it swung its arms. Fortunately, Chi-Wan evaded just in time, or else her new attire would have been ruined within mere hours. Infuriated, she retaliated with another water sphere, followed by a decisive strike with her stick, vanquishing the insidious creature. The remaining zombies, less cunning than their peer, fell one by one under her determined onslaught. She picked up the crystal core from the ground and noticed the one that had nearly torn her clothes, its hue slightly darker. If it were not eliminated soon, it would likely evolve into a second-tier zombie. No wonder it exhibited a higher degree of intelligence than the others. Chi-Wan let out a long breath, glancing around to find no other zombies, but instead, she spotted Zhao Lejean. "You are quite impressive, handling 5 zombies all by yourself." Zhao Lejean silently regretted his slower pace. Had he moved more swiftly, he could have claimed one of the zombies for himself, as those crystal cores were invaluable. Fortunately, there might be a second-tier zombie nearby. Chi-Wan pointed to the zombie on the ground that was on the verge of upgrading to its second tier. Noting that it was at the pinnacle of the first tier, Zhao Lejean furrowed his brow. The vicinity was rather perilous, as only a second-tier ability user. Confronting a second-tier zombie posed a significant challenge. "By the way, are you currently searching for supplies?" Chi-Wan nodded, confirming that her outing was indeed to seek resources. She noticed the backpack slung over Zhao Lejean's shoulders and inquired further, "Do you have any crystal cores?" Earlier, at her doorstep, Chi-Wan had observed that Zhao Lejean possessed crystal cores, but she could not guarantee that he would refrain from absorbing the useful ones. "Yes, but not many," he replied. As Chi-Wan had anticipated, after returning home with a bottle of mineral water, Zhao Lejean, caught up in the moment, absorbed all the crystal cores he could. Now, he only had 2 or 3 first-tier cores remaining. "I have a box of crispy ribs lunch and a box containing 4 first-tier crystal cores, regardless of color." Zhao Lejean's eyes lit up at the mention, filled with excitement, but upon checking his own stash, he realized he fell short with only 3 cores. "In a short while, I shall venture forth to vanquish the zombies. I am merely 1 crystal core short. Once I acquire it, I shall indulge in the purchase of a delectable crispy rib bento." Having surveyed the vicinity, I found no other survivors. If he can promptly locate another crystal core, the enticing meal shall be his. The mere thought of it makes his mouth water. "Are you intending to go to that building?" Zhao Lejean inquired, gesturing towards the structure Chi-Wan aimed for. The building stood 5 stories tall, with 8 rooms on each floor. Some doors were firmly shut while others stood ajar, and a few had lost their doors entirely. Chi-Wan nodded, believing that within those walls lay the bed she sought. "I have already examined that place. The first floor is devoid of zombies, yet the second floor harbors some," she continued. "I shall ascend to the second floor to eliminate the zombies. Would you care to join me?" Chi-Wan shook her head, asserting, "My objective is not to slay zombies." Zhao Lejean immediately comprehended her intent. Gripping his weapon tightly, he declared, "For the bento, I shall charge forth." Chi-Wan cast a glance around her surroundings, reassured by the absence of zombies, and followed in Zhao Lejean's footsteps towards the building. After a brief observation, it was indeed confirmed that the first floor was free of zombies. Upon entering the first room, she discovered no bed, only fragmented wooden planks. Approaching the debris, Chi-Wan noticed a decomposition symbol above the planks and activated it. "Congratulations, you have obtained Wood X2, a mechanical voice announced. Aware that the materials would undoubtedly be stored in her home's warehouse, her motivation surged. Moving beside a table, she decomposed it into Wood X5 and Iron Nails X2. In turn, the table vanished before her eyes. Chi-Wan stifled her laughter as she dismantled everything within the room that bore decomposition symbols, yielding materials: 25 units of wood, 13 nails, 3 pieces of cloth, 10 units of plastic, and 2 sheets of metal. A room furnished with furniture was thus reduced to a bare shell, nearly devoid of any remnants. In the second room, she discovered a bed in less than perfect condition and submitted her task. Chapter 6. Synthesis of the first wooden cabin. To preempt the possibility of additional tasks, Chi-Wan decided against exploring other rooms for the moment. Instead, she would return to review her new task and determine whether to dismantle the contents of other rooms. As she exited the room and turned back, she caught sight of Zhao Lejean in the corridor on the second floor. She whispered, "I'm heading back now." Zhao Lejean nodded in agreement, seizing the opportunity to eliminate more zombies while his spirit was high, thus acquiring more crystal nuclei to procure additional supplies. In the desolate expanse, not a single zombie could be found, let alone any survivors. Most survivors tended to gravitate towards areas densely populated with zombies, for that was where they could amass a greater number of crystal nuclei. It remained uncertain when, aside from Zhao Lejean, others might arrive. Navigating back home without incident, her first action was to check the task display screen. She noted a new task: dismantle furniture 3 times. Reward: 1 set of bedding. Just as Chi-Wan finished reading the task details, it vanished, and the left-hand section of the warehouse revealed an additional bedding set. Based on her recent experience of eliminating a zombie and the current circumstances, she began to comprehend that tasks persist, albeit hidden from her view. Only when the task appears and she has reviewed its contents will it be marked as completed, with the corresponding rewards automatically deposited into her warehouse. This is truly remarkable. I shall no longer fear missing tasks while I am out. As long as I participate, there will be progress recorded for the task. Chi-Wan gently caressed her chin, contemplating as she glanced towards another new task: sell a box of lunch. Reward: unlimited water dispenser 1. Upon seeing this new task, Chi-Wan felt her eyes sparkle with excitement. This task is undeniably more enticing than the second one, which is sell a box of lunch. Reward: strawberries 3. A water dispenser could ensure her hydration needs for the foreseeable future. A knock echoed from outside, and Chi-Wan surmised that it must be Zhao Lejean arriving. She approached and opened the door. There stood Zhao Lejean, looking utterly exhausted, his clothing torn and marred by faint scratches, the source of which was unclear. With a cheerful grin, he produced 4 first-level crystal nuclei, announcing, "I have come to purchase a box of lunch." Chi-Wan smiled softly as she handed him the fragrant crispy pork, silently noting, "Task 3 submitted." Strawberries are delightful, yet they only quench thirst momentarily. The water dispenser, however, offers a long-term solution to her hydration needs. Zhao Lejean accepted the box of lunch and glanced at the safe spot on the tiles, inquiring, "May I rest here for a while?" He was utterly fatigued, just moments ago, while clearing out a building infested with zombies. He had been caught off guard by a second-level zombie. Thankfully, his quick reflexes had saved his life, though his clothes had suffered a minor tear. He would need to venture out soon to find a change of attire. "Certainly, you may take a moment to rest there. The master may only rest in front of your door for 2 hours. Exceeding this limit will result in automatic expulsion." Chi-Wan understood and addressed Zhao Lejean. "However, you can only rest for 2 hours." Zhao Lejean nodded. It was fortunate to have any opportunity to rest at all. After rejuvenating, he would return to his humble abode. Chi-Wan closed the door and returned to the task display screen, standing in the left area. Upon viewing her current resources, she felt quite satisfied. Name: Chi-Wan. Task level: 111. Ability: Water, level 2. Age: 25. Intelligence: 6. Strength: 2. Agility: 2. Warehouse: Bottled water x5. Wood x41. Boxed meal x0. 5. Nails x18. House construction blueprint x1. Cloth x3. Plastic x10. Metal sheet x2. Bedding set x1. Water dispenser x1. How does one synthesize this construction? I believe I possess sufficient materials. The master merely needs to click on the house construction blueprint on the screen, followed by the synthesis option. Following this guidance, Chi-Wan tapped the screen on the house construction blueprint x1. The display transformed to mirror the appearance of the paper blueprint, revealing an empty wooden house within. The materials required were indicated in green. Wood, 3041. Nails, 1018. Synthesize. Yes, no. Chi-Wan selected yes, and the display shifted to another page. After a moment of observation, she realized it was a map centered around her house, with red dots presumably indicating the locations of zombies. Due to its scarcity and the sluggishness of movement, one meanders aimlessly along the road. It is suggested that the new cabin be constructed a mere 2 meters from the owner's house, providing a guarantee of absolute safety. The new cabins may be interconnected, yet should not exceed a distance of 3 meters. Otherwise, the assurance of safety will be rendered void. Chi-Wan comprehended the situation. Therefore, she decided to place the new cabin next door. At the bottom of the map, there is a section where the icon of the new cabin appears first. She dragged the new cabin to the right of her house, securing its position as a single-story structure. Above, a countdown timer displayed 5 minutes, a duration that did not seem excessively long. Outside, she heard the sound of knocking nearby and rose, still holding her half-finished meal. The clinking of nails and timber echoed, shrouded in a veil of white mist, leaving the circumstances within obscured. Remarkably, such a pronounced noise failed to attract any zombies, an astonishing phenomenon indeed. Unfazed by the commotion outside, Ji-won cheerfully retrieved the water dispenser from the storage room, placing it in the corner of the living room. The dispenser, adorned in blue and white, featured an inverted water jug atop it, with options for both cold and hot water below. The red lights for both settings illuminated, indicating that the water was heating, rendering it unusable at this moment. Once the green light activated, it would be ready for use. Regrettably, she lacked a cup, otherwise, she would have relished a warm drink. Her stomach grumbled, betraying her hunger despite having eaten not long ago. After a moment's contemplation, Ji-won resolved to consume the remaining half of her meal from the storage. She did not check what the new task was and directly ascended to the second floor. Her old clothes were still soaking in the sink, awaiting cleaning. With time on her hands, it was the perfect opportunity to wash them thoroughly. After she finished cleaning her garments and hung them on the balcony rail, Zhao Lejean from the first floor called out to Ji-won. "Hello. The wooden house next door has been completed." It was only then that Ji-won realized 5 minutes had elapsed. Leaning over the balcony railing, she could indeed see the newly constructed wooden house. Its roof was flat, giving it an overall appearance of a rectangular cuboid. At first glance, it resembled a cubic wooden cabin, but upon closer inspection, its width was slightly greater than its length. "Congratulations, you have received 10 cement, 10 stones, 10 wood, and 10 cloth." Ji-won mused. This is the material obtained from the demolition of the adjacent old house. With this understanding, Ji-won replied, "All right. I will come down now." She flicked the water from her hands and descended to the first floor, approaching the wooden house. "My surname is Chi. You may call me Mayor Chi from now on." "Oh, I am Zhao Lejean. I apologize for not introducing myself earlier." Chapter 7. The first tenant. Zhao Lejean smiled awkwardly. His embarrassment alleviated significantly as he gazed at the wooden house before him. The exterior of the cabin was smooth, reflecting sunlight as if coated with a layer of wax. Its overall hue was a warm brown, reminiscent of a treehouse. The wooden house was available for rent, requiring a daily payment of 1 primary crystal core. It was devoid of water, electricity, and any furnishings. "If you wish to rent it, please hand me 1 primary crystal core." As Ji-won spoke, she opened the door to the wooden cabin. The cabin, which was not available for rent, could only be accessed by her. Upon entering, the interior was well lit and the floor was immaculate. Even lying directly on the ground to rest would pose no issue. Zhao Lejean surveyed his surroundings, growing increasingly satisfied. The absence of furniture was inconsequential, as he could transport items from elsewhere. Having recently acquired a second-level crystal core through great effort, he contemplated keeping it. The other first-level crystal cores, however, could be relinquished. "Very well, Mayor Chi, I have decided to rent the space. I shall use the first-level crystal cores I just obtained for the rental." Although he was reluctant to part with the newly acquired cores, he felt compelled to do so. The presence of that second-level zombie made residing in a dilapidated dwelling utterly unappealing. He preferred to exert himself and secure a place here. Zhao Lejean retrieved the 4 first-level crystal cores he had just acquired, laying them open in his palm. Gritting his teeth, he handed them over to Ji-won. In her heart, Ji-won silently pondered. "Do I need to record any information about this little steward?" "No need, master. His information has already been logged. He may take residence starting today, but he must vacate 4 days hence unless he opts for an extension. Mr. Zhao, with these 4 first-level crystal cores, you may stay here for 4 days, until this time in 4 days." Ji-won refrained from saying more. The decision to extend the lease would largely depend on whether he possessed any crystal cores. Zhao Lejean was elated, having secured a place to stay. He now had a renewed sense of purpose in his endeavors. He joyfully caressed the walls of the wooden cabin, then gently touched the floor. It felt splendid. For he could finally enjoy a restful sleep after 2 years of turmoil. Before Ji-won left the room, she remarked, "Mr. Zhao, during your stay, there's no need for a key. You can directly open this wooden cabin, as no one else can access it." Upon returning to her own home, Ji-won was immediately greeted by the task display screen. At that moment, the screen had transformed into 3 sections. The left side remained unchanged, while the right side was divided into 2 parts, one for tasks and the other for tenant information. Within the occupancy details of cabin 001, Zhao Lejean's basic information was displayed, accompanied by a countdown timer for his stay. It turned out to be calculated on a 24-hour basis, which was quite economical. The rental task had already been submitted, and the warehouse now contained 3 boxed meals, ensuring that Chi-Wan would not go hungry the next day. She glanced at the latest tasks. Submit a purple level 1 crystal core, reward instant noodles 10. Submit a level 1 crystal core, reward sausage 10. Gazing at these tasks, Chi-Wan couldn't shake the feeling that now, with a tenant, the system had become rather generous in its rewards. Instant noodles and sausages truly made for an exquisite pairing. Recalling the purple crystal core she had selected at noon and another level 1 crystal core, she attempted to submit them. In the next moment, the task was completed, and the warehouse was filled with instant noodles 10 and sausages 10. While Chi-Wan reveled in her delight of instant noodles and sausages, a kilometer away, an off-road vehicle sped toward her, hotly pursued by several fierce level 2 zombies. As night gradually descends, the eerie figures of several zombies become discernible, moving with a speed markedly quicker than that of their lesser counterparts. Their skin is far from intact, bearing a pallid, bluish hue, and their pupils have turned a ghostly gray. One can perceive their insatiable carnivorous hunger directed towards the occupants of the off-road vehicle. Occasionally, tendrils emerge from the vehicle's windows, obstructing the advance of the zombies. The driver, Xiao Jinsong, casts a wary glance at the fuel gauge, his brow furrowed. The tank is nearly empty. The relentless pursuit of the secondary zombies behind them leaves him anxious. Without fuel, they cannot hope to fend off their attackers. What are they to do? In the backseat, Chen Maorong turns to catch a glimpse of the zombies that are hot on their trail. Master, we have guests arriving. Chi-Wan, reclining on her bed, feels somewhat bewildered. What guests? She has no houses left to rent. Master, you can sell bottled water, instant noodles, and ham sausages. Oh. Chi-Wan realizes that as the mayor of this small town, she is also responsible for the operations of her little shop. The lights in her room flicker on, and she rises to step onto the balcony, catching sight of the outside world. Faintly, she can hear the sound of a vehicle, soon followed by the glow of headlights and several swiftly moving secondary zombies. She calls out to the neighboring house, Mr. Zhao, a few secondary zombies have arrived. Do you want to give it a try? Chi-Wan's intention is merely to alert him, fully aware that her first tenant lacks any crystal cores. Inside the wooden cabin, Zhao Lejean hears Chi-Wan's voice and rushes out. Where are the crystal cores? After spending several hours in the cabin, he has truly let his guard down. He no longer wished to return to the dilapidated house, a place devoid of security, filled only with tension in both body and mind. With the crystal nucleus, he could continue to reside here. Upon uttering this thought, he noticed the all-terrain vehicle drawing near, which abruptly came to a halt. The driver, Xiao Jinsong, slammed the steering wheel in frustration, emitting a piercing honk. The vehicle had run out of fuel. They needed to disembark and hasten towards the illuminated area ahead. The house emitting light surely harbored occupants. Otherwise, electricity would not exist. In this apocalyptic world, where power had long since vanished, the mere sight of electricity conjured thoughts of the wealth and authority behind its source. Chen Maorong observed that the zombies were still a distance away and promptly exited the vehicle. Zhang Xiaodong, seated in the passenger seat, followed suit, quickly erecting a makeshift earthen wall to obstruct the zombies' path. Meanwhile, Chen Maorong continued to unleash vines, striving to secure them a bit more time. Every second counted. Xiao Jinsong hurried ahead, aware that as a power-type ability user, he lacked an advantage in long-range combat. Before long, the trio reached the tiled ground in front of Chi-Wan's residence. Several second-tier zombies suddenly lost their focus, gazing around in confusion, yet still advancing in the general direction. The three, witnessing the slowed movements of the second-tier zombies, took a moment to catch their breath. Zhao Lejean approached, greeting them. Hello. I am the first and currently the only tenant in this small town. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to ask. However, do note that your respite here is limited to 2 hours. While absolute safety is guaranteed during this period, it will cease beyond that time frame. This is the understanding that Zhao Lejean naturally formed after settling in. It was then that he comprehended why Chi-Wan only permitted him to rest on the tiles before the door for a mere 2 hours. Chapter 8. Is this small town truly so wondrous? As Chen Maorong uttered these words, he observed several level 2 zombies aimlessly wandering ahead, having lost their purpose. He had begun to genuinely believe Zhao Lejean's assertions. Indeed, this was a remarkable place. Yet a small town? Was it truly this diminutive? Here stood only a single house, alongside an incongruous wooden cabin. Inside, Chi-Wan remained preoccupied, examining the tasks listed on her taskbar. Just before ascending the stairs, she had not possessed these 2 tasks. However, upon the arrival of guests outside, her tasks had transformed. Initially, she was to gather supplies, akin to her earlier search for a bed. Now it had shifted to locating appliances and tables, with the reward being boxed meals. Now it had evolved into sell boxed meals instant noodles 5, Reward beef jerky 10, and sell bottled water 3, reward bottled water 10. Nonetheless, this change bore little impact on Chi-Wan. She had 3 boxed meals, 10 instant noodles, and 5 bottles of water, more than sufficient to accomplish the task. Retrieving 5 packets of instant noodles, a box of sweet and sour fish, and a bottle of water from the warehouse, she approached the door. Upon opening it, she was greeted by the weary faces of Xiao Jinsong and his companions. "This is our Mayor Qi. My residence is rented from her," Zhao Lejean remarked to the trio, his excitement palpable upon seeing the instant noodles. Regrettably, he did not possess a single crystal core. However, the zombies roaming outside, once they are dealt with, he could secure the crystal core lease and indulge in instant noodles. "Mayor Qi, please reserve a pack of instant noodles for me. I shall venture forth to slay the zombies." With that, Zhao Lejean strode towards the several level 2 zombies. Chi-Wan then retrieved 4 bottles of mineral water and placed them at the door. She glanced in Zhao Lejean's direction, counting a total of 7 level 2 zombies, which explained the trio's current predicament. 2 years into the apocalypse, many individuals remain stuck at level 2 abilities. Zombies, however, are different. By devouring the crystal cores of other zombies, they can advance. Yet, few zombies are aware of this method, as they are far more drawn to the delectable sin of human flesh. The town is currently operational, with all rental spaces occupied, yet goods can still be sold. A bottle of mineral water requires 2 level 1 crystal cores, while a boxed meal or instant noodles costs 4 level 1 crystal cores each. 10 level 1 crystal cores can be exchanged for 1 level 2 crystal core, and a level 3 crystal core necessitates 100 level 2 crystal cores. The disparity between level 2 and level 3 crystal cores is vast, naturally affecting the exchange rate. Xiao Zhangsong, Chen Maorong, and Zhang Xiaodong were astounded. It was their first time hearing of such affordable prices. "Mayor Qi, can these items truly be purchased at this rate?" Chi-Wan nodded gently, affirming, "Yes. This is my pricing structure. Do you possess any crystal cores? If not, you may follow Mr. Zhao's example and eliminate zombies." The trio followed Chi-Wan's gaze, observing a level 2 zombie that had returned, standing a meter in front of the wooden cabin, intermittently extending its foot as a level 2 zombie sprinted towards them with remarkable speed. As the creatures drew near, Zhao Lejean retracted his foot, engaging in a playful dance that bewildered the second-tier zombies. In no time, he had dispatched one, then another of these foes. However, with 5 more zombies roaming outside, retrieving the crystal cores from the fallen was inconvenient. "We have crystal cores available, but please allow Mayor Qi a moment," said Xiao Zensong amiably. These second-tier zombies had been lured by them, and they begrudged Zhao Lejean such easy spoils. Chi-Wan nodded, unperturbed by the brief delay, and decided to wait. Xiao Zensong, a second-tier power-type ability user, stepped out from the safety of the tiled area. The zombies, enticed by the aroma of flesh emanating from him, emitted guttural sounds, their gray eyes brimming with evident hunger. Chen Maorong stood within the tiled confines, and as several zombies charged forth, he unleashed his vines, ensnaring the limbs of the 2 foremost creatures to immobilize them. The zombies struggled fiercely, their frenzy escalating as they neared Xiao Zensong, causing the vines to gradually loosen under their force. Another second-tier gold body ability user, Zhang Xiaodong, emerged from the direction of Zhao Lejean's wooden cabin, targeting the zombies' vulnerable necks. With Xiao Zensong and Zhang Xiaodong coordinating their assault, Chen Maorong employed his vines to similarly restrain the remaining zombies. It was evident that after exerting such effort, he was left considerably weakened, sinking to one knee, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing that the zombies had been successfully drawn away, Zhao Lejean seized the opportunity, illuminated by the light from Chi-Wan's residence, to extract the crystal cores from the brains of the 2 slain zombies. These are second-level crystal cores. With these 2 second-level crystal cores, he can extend his lease here for another 20 days. However, he cannot use them all for accommodation. He still needs to address his basic needs. Before long, the 5 zombies in the vicinity were dispatched, and their crystal cores were extracted. Xiao Jinsong and his companions returned to the tiled area in front of Chi-Wan's house, panting heavily. Their strength was still insufficient. Even a 3-on-5 confrontation proved to be somewhat taxing. In the future, they must engage in more practice. Otherwise, how could they eliminate zombies? Night had fully descended. The sky shrouded in dark clouds, devoid of moonlight, rendering the front a realm of darkness, where one could hardly see a hand in front of their face. Standing before the illuminated house and gazing ahead, one could not help but feel a profound sense of security emanating from the house behind them. "Mayor Qi, I would like to purchase a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water." Zhao Lejean cheerfully approached, brandishing 2 second-level crystal cores, which represented his entire fortune. "All right." Chi-Wan accepted one of the second-level crystal cores from him, handing him a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water, while also providing him with 4 first-level crystal cores. This second-level crystal core will be used for the lease extension. Zhao Lejean handed over the remaining second-level crystal core to Qi Wan, feeling a sense of reassurance in his heart. Qi Wan efficiently accepted it. Both cores were blue, which she could absorb, though it remained uncertain when she would ascend to a third-level ability user. Xiao Jinsong and the others approached with their crystal cores, casually wiping the sweat from their brows. Mayor Qi, we purchased everything that was left. Chen Maorong cast a glance at the adjacent dark wooden cabin. Although it lacked illumination, he felt a pang of envy and longed to reside within its walls. Regrettably, this was the only cabin available in the town. The surroundings were enveloped in profound darkness, and in a little over an hour, they would need to find a place to rest temporarily. Qi Wan handed them the remaining 4 packets of instant noodles, a box of sweet and sour fish, and 4 bottles of mineral water, in exchange for 2 level 2 crystal cores and 8 level 1 crystal cores. Our town's wooden cabin is solely that one next door. No other tenants can be accommodated. You should seek lodging nearby. There aren't many zombies in the vicinity, but do exercise caution. If you wish to procure supplies, come back around noon tomorrow. With that, Qi Wan retreated inside and closed the door. Chapter 9. The House with Lights. After a long day of toil, from being dismissed by the corpulent, boisterous supervisor to now possessing the town, she felt utterly exhausted. With the ownership of the town, she could finally rest soundly here. Naturally, she intended to sleep in until she awakened naturally the next day, for such comfort was well-deserved. Outside, Xiao Jinsong and his companions, illuminated by the light from the second floor, exchanged knowing smiles upon seeing the supplies before them. Meanwhile, Qi Wan entered the living room and noticed that the task display screen had undergone changes once more. She now believed that the term task display screen was a misnomer. It showcased far too much information to warrant such a title and should rather be referred to as a bulletin board. The right section had transformed, now divided into 3 areas, the uppermost for tasks, the middle for tenant information, and the bottom for information regarding purchasing supplies with crystal cores. 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 5 lunchboxes. 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 5 bottles of mineral water. 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 10 packets of instant noodles. 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 5 units of timber. 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 1 iron nail. 1 level 2 crystal core can be exchanged for 1 architectural blueprint. This succinctly summarizes the information regarding the exchange of resources for the 4 types of crystal cores. However, upon observing the final entry, Qi Wan felt a sense of satisfaction. Submitting each task individually proved to be rather cumbersome, especially those that required the repetitive submission of crystal cores in exchange for diverse resources. She glanced at the level 2 crystal cores in her possession, totaling 4, which could be perfectly exchanged for 4 architectural blueprints. Yet, she was uncertain if the timber and iron nails she held were sufficient for construction. A quick look at her personal information on the left revealed she had 21 units of timber and 8 iron nails, which were wholly inadequate to build a wooden house. It appeared that exchanging crystal cores was the only viable means to acquire the necessary timber and iron nails. Today's acquisition of crystal cores was not particularly abundant. From Zhao Lejean, she had received 2 bottles of mineral water, 1 packet of instant noodles, and 1 lunchbox, amounting to 12 level 1 crystal cores. The level 2 crystal core designated for accommodation would be utilized to exchange for blueprints, leaving her with 4 level 1 crystal cores for further use. As for the 8 level 1 crystal cores provided by Xiao Jinsong and his companions, they too were limited in availability. Her own stock of crystal cores was rather meager, as many had been expended on task submissions. Ultimately, Qi Wan opted to exchange for 10 units of timber and 2 iron nails, depleting 4 level 1 crystal cores in the process. She retained the remaining 20 level 1 crystal cores for future endeavors. She tapped on the architectural blueprints in the warehouse, selecting to construct a wooden cabin situated to the left of her house, perfectly aligning with Zhao Lejean's residence to create a harmonious balance within the town's layout. After 5 minutes, the cabin was complete. Little steward, can the 3 of them reside in one cabin? Qi Wan inquired. If she were one among Xiao Jinsong and the others, it would undoubtedly cause discomfort for the others, regardless of who occupied the cabin. This is a single occupancy room for now. Future arrangements will include double and triple occupancy, which must be allocated according to the number of residents. Upon hearing the steward's words, Qi Wan exhaled deeply. It was not out of kindness, but rather a concern that Xiao Jinsong and his companions might choose not to stay in the cabin due to its singular nature, resulting in a loss of accommodation fees for her from tonight until tomorrow night. How should we charge them? For the sake of fairness towards Zhao Lejean, each person will be charged 1 primary crystal nucleus, the steward replied. Qi Wan understood. She had already seized the opportunity. Now it depended on whether Xiao Jinsong and his companions were willing to pay the 3 primary crystal nuclei. Hearing the cheerful sounds from the adjacent cabin, Zhao Lejean emerged, spotting Xiao Jinsong and his friends still present. "Brothers, what is happening over here?" Chen Maorong, illuminated by a faint glow, quickly asked upon noticing Zhao Lejean's approach. "Fortunately, you haven't left. You can witness the construction of the new cabin. Consider whether you would like to stay here. My cabin is quite affordable, just 1 primary crystal nucleus for a day's stay." However, Mayor Qi stated that only 1 person could reside in a wooden cabin. Before he emerged, "You should thoughtfully consider who among you will occupy this cabin tonight." Zhao Lejean peered out, observing the wooden structure still enveloped in a shroud of mist, then retreated. The outside was cloaked in darkness, and he dared not venture beyond the protective confines of the town, should he be ambushed by lurking zombies. It would be a regrettable loss. Xiao Jinsong exchanged glances with the other 2, each feeling a twinge of conflict within. They all yearned to stay inside. Neither spoke, as they had only been a team for a brief 2 months. Selfishly, they all wished to occupy the cabin. Yet it felt inappropriate to be the first to voice such a desire after only 2 months as comrades. Before long, Qi Wan emerged from within, revealing that the cabin on the left had also been completed. Zhao Lejean noticed the distinctive protective tiles of the town and approached the door, attempting to open it. Indeed, it was locked. Only Qi Wan had the key. "Are you 3 looking for accommodation? Today marks the inaugural day of the town's construction, and thus, an exception has been made. A room originally designated for a single occupant will now permit all 3 of you to stay. However, each person must contribute 1 level 1 crystal core per day. Once the subsequent cabins are completed, you will have priority for occupancy." Qi Wan's words alleviated the dilemma that had lingered in the hearts of Xiao Jinsong and his companions. They no longer needed to grapple with what to say. The opportunity for all 3 to reside together was the best outcome imaginable. "Rest assured, Mayor Qi, we possess 3 level 1 crystal cores. The price you offer is remarkably reasonable. In those bases, a mere day's stay costs 2 first-level crystal cores, and the living conditions are far from satisfactory. However, your establishment is different, featuring wooden cabins that ensure our absolute safety within the town." Qi Wan, who had just emerged from the longed-for base that morning, was well aware of the exorbitant prices that have persisted for years. They are certainly not trivial. Given that the 3 individuals have no objections regarding the accommodation fees, let us proceed with the check-in. Qi Wan guided Xiao Zhan and the others to the wooden cabin on the left and opened the door. Inside lay an impenetrable darkness. Yet the 3 did not feel fear. Rather, an overwhelming sense of security enveloped them. Xiao Zhan and his companions retrieved all the crystal cores they possessed, producing 6 first-level cores devoid of color, which they handed to Qi Wan. They were indeed curious about this quaint town, yet pressing matters awaited them, preventing any prolonged stay. "Mayor Qi, we shall reside for 2 days. Here is the payment for our lodgings. Please accept it." Without hesitation, Qi Wan accepted the crystal cores and instructed them to remain within the tiled area, cautioning that the town's safety could not extend beyond it, before retreating to her own residence. In the pitch-black darkness, Qi Wan's abode stood out distinctly, its radiant light allowing nearby survivors to catch sight of it. The sudden appearance of this dwelling sparked a palpable curiosity among them. Chapter 10. Greed and scheming in the eyes of some. Avarice and calculation began to manifest as they awaited the dawn of a new day. Unbeknownst to Qi Wan, she believed there were no survivors in the vicinity. Considering the scarcity of zombies and resources in the area, individuals like Xiao Jinsong, who arrived here by sheer happenstance, are undoubtedly entwined by fate. A connection to this quaint town. The following morning, radiant sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Qi Wan's room, illuminating one side of her bed. The window in her chamber was remarkably functional. When covered, it plunged the room into complete darkness. To distinguish between day and night, she had drawn the curtains halfway, allowing the sunlight to filter in. With a languid stretch, Qi Wan opened her eyes, relishing the best slumber she had experienced in 2 years of apocalypse. There were no mingled foul odors nor cacophonous noises, only the comfort of her bed and the pristine order of her surroundings. Upon entering the bathroom, she found herself devoid of toothpaste and a toothbrush, forcing her to rinse her mouth in a rudimentary manner. Stepping onto the balcony, she felt her old garments, which had completely dried. Today, she intended to venture out for a stroll, preferring to don her worn clothes to avoid tearing her new attire during a skirmish with the undead. Out of the corner of her eye, she observed the outdoor area, noting that the number of zombies seemed greater than the previous day. Just yesterday, the streets had been desolate for several hours, devoid of any undead presence. She pondered the origins of these wandering creatures, but their existence was not without merit. It ensured that her tenants would have ample crystal cores to cover their rent. As she contemplated, her gaze fell upon Zhao Lejean and Xiao Jinsong, along with their companions, making their way toward the horde of zombies. Upon hearing the announcement from the little steward, Chi-Wan realized the source of the materials: cement, stones, wood, cloth, and iron nails. Yesterday, she deliberately constructed the second wooden cabin to the left, not only to maintain symmetry with the cabin on the right, but also because there stood a 5-story building on the left. Chi-Wan approached the ground floor to assess the tasks she needed to complete today. The 3 tasks from yesterday, all involving the sale of supplies, had been swiftly accomplished. In her hand, she held 3 strawberries and a strip of jerky, rewards from yesterday's endeavors, which would serve as her breakfast. After a restful sleep, she no longer felt particularly famished and could easily satisfy her hunger with a light snack. Ah, this strawberry is quite sweet. I wonder if there will be more in the future. Eliminate 2 level 1 zombies, reward, 1 insulated water bottle. Eliminate 1 level 2 zombie, reward, 1 5L multi-purpose pot. Host 10 guests, 10-0, reward, 1 cultivable black soil. Upon reading these 3 tasks, Chi-Wan felt her eyes sparkle with excitement. Ever since acquiring the water dispenser, she had longed for hot water, yet lacked a suitable container. Especially with the 5 remaining packets of instant noodles, she found herself in greater need of hot water. The water from the dispenser was not sufficiently hot to soften the noodles. After a modest meal, she purchased 10 units of timber. Of the 20 level 1 crystals she had from the previous night, only 18 remained. Purchasing timber proved to be quite economical, but nails were decidedly not worth the cost. She would rather toil outside in search of them than spend her precious crystals. With these timbers, she could construct another wooden cabin. Through the map, Chi-Wan noticed that behind Zhao Lejean's residence, there was a 3-story building. Though it was not particularly tall, it occupied a substantial area, leading Chi-Wan to believe that the supplies within it must be plentiful. This time, she does not intend to construct the wooden house directly. Rather, she plans to visit in person. Through her previous experiences of building the wooden house, she has gained profound insights. Only by selecting to synthesize the wooden house can she access the panoramic map. When she personally dismantled the furniture yesterday afternoon, she discovered that the resources obtainable from a single room were remarkably abundant. In contrast, the materials acquired through constructing the wooden house were exceedingly limited, as if only a portion of the materials were allocated to her while the majority were directed to the little steward. Chi-Wan retrieved the empty water bottle she had finished yesterday and filled it with approximately half a bottle of cold water from the water dispenser. Upon doing so, the cooling light of the dispenser turned red. She had come to understand the dispenser's functionality. It could hold roughly 500 milliliters of water at a time, and she could only refill it once the light turned green. However, she had yet to pay attention to the exact duration required for the light to change. After taking a sip of water, she tightened the cap and placed the bottle on the ground before stepping outside. Chi-Wan possessed only water-based abilities and lacked spatial powers. Carrying a bottle of water while going out was rather cumbersome. As she emerged, she spotted her 4 tenants returning, their faces beaming with smiles. They greeted her before heading back to their respective wooden houses. She glanced towards the distant street, which was strewn with the lifeless bodies of zombies, none standing. She circled around Zhao Lejean's wooden house and approached the rear building. There, a mere 1-meter pathway remained, as the wooden houses had claimed the area in front. Without the protection of this 1-meter tiled passage, it seemed that the wooden house and the rear building would be tightly pressed against one another. Chi-Wan cautiously pushed open the ajar door, her eyes scanning the interior for any signs of zombies. She gripped the stick in her hand tightly, apprehensive of a sudden appearance of the undead. Her combat prowess was not particularly strong. She needed to hone her reflexes. After surveying the space from all angles, she concluded that the room was devoid of any zombies and proceeded to collect the furniture and appliances within. Congratulations, you have obtained 17 units of wood, 6 iron nails, 9 pieces of cloth, and 7 plastics. Noticing a pair of brand new slippers, untouched despite the passage of 2 years, she ultimately decided to dismantle them. After all, it was better to walk barefoot at home. Subsequently, she continued to dismantle items in the other rooms and eliminated 2 feeble zombies trapped within the house. Congratulations. You have obtained 68 units of wood, 59 iron nails, 39 pieces of cloth, and 30 plastics. Chi-Wan was convinced she had made the right assessment. Personally dismantling these materials yielded greater rewards. Constructing a wooden cabin directly at this site would garner minimal resources. Once she had meticulously attended to all the rooms, she did not spare even the wooden doors. The entire building appeared desolate, akin to a structure half-built, lacking completion. Upon returning to the front of her house, she spotted several men attempting to twist open her door. Chi-Wan furrowed her brow and approached them, inquiring, "What do you gentlemen intend to do with this house?" The man at the forefront snickered and audaciously burst into laughter, responding, "What can we do? We merely wish to enter." Chi-Wan lowered her head and let out a cold snort, her fingers of her right hand flexing to relieve tension. Could they not discern that this house was inhabited? Yet what of it? In this apocalyptic world, the powerful reign supreme. Even if someone resided within, my brothers and I would compel them to vacate. Chapter 11. Only through brutality comes reward. His fierce words, coupled with the scar etched across his face, rendered him quite fearsome. Indeed, our elder brother was merely doing him a favor by demanding this house be surrendered. Should he refuse to relinquish it, he would inevitably face some hardship. As he spoke, a man with a sharp, monkey-like visage regarded Chi-Wan with a particularly lewd and repugnant gaze. "Little sister, are you attempting to show off? Could it be that the person within this house is someone dear to you? Your man, perhaps? What worth is the man inside? He has yet to emerge. Isn't he merely a pathetic coward? Little sister, why not join my brothers? Live with us, and you'll enjoy a life of luxury and flavor." At this, the others nearby revealed their lascivious smiles, their hands instinctively grasping at the air, emitting chuckles of amusement. Observing this, Chi-Wan smiled in return, swiftly advancing. One hand conjured a water orb while the other struck the monkey-faced man. Yet, her strength proved somewhat lacking. She merely fractured his bones without toppling him. The other men rushed forward, intending to use their abilities against Chi-Wan, only to discover that their powers had inexplicably vanished. For a fleeting moment, terror gripped them, and they furiously swung their fists at Chi-Wan. A fist as large as a sandbag hurtled toward her, prompting Chi-Wan to deftly sidestep to the right. With a swift and unrelenting strike, she brought her weapon down, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air as the man's right hand shattered. Seizing the moment of his anguished cry, she delivered a powerful kick, sending him sprawling to the ground in a most undignified manner. Before long, the leader of this group, witnessing his subordinate writhing on the floor, stepped forward with determination and unleashed a heavy blow. Aware that her previous strategy had faltered, Chi-Wan adeptly repositioned herself. This time, her strike aimed not at the arm, but rather at the man's most vulnerable point. Meanwhile, Zhao Lejean, who had been dozing in the wooden cabin, was jolted awake and emerged, intent on offering assistance, only to hear the sound of cracking eggshells, causing him to instinctively tighten his legs together. On the other side, Xiao Jinsong and his companions had ventured out in search of supplies and fuel, blissfully unaware of the unfolding chaos. As the anguished cries of the men filled the air, they glanced at their leader's injured form, and suddenly, their own wounds seemed less severe. With eyes ablaze with hatred, they fixed their gaze upon Chi-Wan, vowing, "You are finished, you wretched woman." Struggling to regain his footing, the man stood with his thighs pressed together and his calves splayed apart. "Little steward, my life hangs in the balance. Will you not lend a hand?" Chi-Wan, silently contemplating these words, regarded him with a cold, unwavering stare, devoid of fear. Though she cherished peace and refrained from instigating conflict, she had no qualms about delivering ruthless retribution when provoked. She was not one to grant mercy, her kindness was present, but in limited measure. "Master, this is one of your tasks. You must inflict severe punishment upon this man before any reward can be granted." Chi-Wan quickly comprehended the situation. This was a new task that emerged after eliminating 2 first-level zombies, though she remained uncertain about the rewards. A man charged towards her, but his movements were awkward due to his injuries. Without hesitation, Chi-Wan struck his temple, causing him to stagger. The few subordinates on the ground hurriedly assisted their leader in fleeing. Upon hearing the butler's reminder that the task was completed, Chi-Wan ceased her pursuit. Unfortunately, Xiaozhensing and his companions were soon confronted by 5 second-level zombies, which relentlessly pursued them. Shin Masong utilized vines to provide an opportunity for their escape. The pungent scent of blood emanated from the subordinates, drawing the zombies directly towards them. The subordinates abandoned their leader and scattered in all directions, but their injuries rendered them unable to run quickly. In no time, they were captured by the zombies, their anguished cries echoing in the air. As for the leader they had forsaken, he had already become a meal for the undead. Xiaozhensing and his companions escaped, standing before the wooden cabin, panting heavily as they set down their supplies. Zhao Lejean swallowed hard, admiring Chi-Wan's ruthless nature. Indeed, it was a challenge for a woman to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. "Director Chi, do you have any instant noodles left?" Chi-Wan nodded, though she was reluctant to enter just yet. Since second-level zombies had appeared, it was prudent to eliminate one to complete her task. Otherwise, if she went inside to manage her belongings and the zombies were dealt with, she would have to wait even longer. "Yes, but I need to take care of the zombies first. Otherwise, the guests won't be able to get through." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhentong and his companions instantly perked up. They had specifically lured the second-tier zombies here solely to eliminate them before the cabin. "Mayor Qi, let us join you." Xiao Jintong declared with earnest conviction. Qi Wan nodded gently, fully comprehending their intentions. Zhao Lejean, eager not to miss the opportunity to acquire crystal cores, was less concerned with the second-tier zombies and more focused on dispatching the few subordinates who had transformed into zombies. After placing their supplies on the ground, the trio followed suit and ventured outside. Before long, the 5 second-tier zombies, along with the newly mutated subordinate zombies, were vanquished by Qi Wan and her group. As for the leader, he was unable to undergo mutation in time and was swiftly devoured, reduced to nothingness, devoid of any chance to become a zombie. Observing the bloodstains on her clothing, Qi Wan deemed it prudent to wear old garments when venturing out. She claimed 1 second-tier crystal core for herself, while the others were distributed among Xiao Jintong and Zhao Lejean. I have instant noodles, boxed meals, sausages, and bottled water. If you require any, I shall bring them out, Qi Wan announced as she opened the door and addressed the 4 tenants. Each held a crystal core, and she felt it would be remiss not to engage in some commerce. Mayor Qi, to take a look at how many you possess. We shall make our purchases based on the crystal cores, she suggested. Nodding in agreement, Qi Wan entered the cabin, heading straight for the storage room. She retrieved a thermos and a 1.5L pot, noticing that the indicator light for the cold drink on the water dispenser had illuminated. She filled it with half cold and half hot water and took a few sips of room temperature water, feeling significantly refreshed. She purchased 10 boxed meals and 10 instant noodles, spending 3 first-tier crystal cores in the process. As she emerged from the warehouse, she effortlessly took 5 bottles of mineral water, her entire being laden with supplies. Upon placing them at the entrance, she struggled to step outside. Take what you need. I shall return shortly to attend to some matters inside, she declared, dashing back within, confident that they were not the type to flee without payment. Moments earlier, she had encountered a new mission, to confront a few nefarious individuals, rewarding her with a zombie autoprocessor. This device would not eliminate the zombies directly, but would rather clear away their remains and the blood they had spilled. Nevertheless, with the zombie autoprocessor at her disposal, Qi Wan felt its utility, as it could cleanse the area within a kilometer of zombie carcasses. Chapter 12. 2 guests, 1 old, 1 young after all. Just in front of the small town lay dozens of decaying zombie bodies, already beginning to rot and emit a strong odor. She positioned the zombie autoprocessor 200 meters in front of her dwelling. Furthermore, after processing a certain quantity of zombie remains, this device could expand its operational radius. In the designated area for purchasing supplies, Qi Wan noticed an inverted triangle and tentatively tapped on it, discovering 3 additional items available for fixed purchase. 3 pieces of cloth could be exchanged for a random outfit, male or female, any color. 3 pieces of plastic could be traded for a pair of slippers, male or female, any color. 2 pieces of plastic and 1 piece of cloth could be exchanged for a pair of canvas shoes, size customizable. Seeing the option for specifying the size brought a sigh of relief from Qi Wan. The garments she can exchange, and if they are unnecessary, they may be sold. As for the slippers, any size larger than her own will suffice for wear, especially within the comfort of her home. However, canvas shoes are a different matter. They must fit snugly for outdoor activities, as excessive looseness would hinder mobility. There is no urgency in these purchases. She will first sell off the supplies she has gathered from outside. As Qi Wan emerged, Xiao Jinsong and his companions had already decided on their purchases. They acquired 8 packs of instant noodles, 8 boxes of pre-prepared meals, and 4 bottles of water, while Zhao Lejean claimed the remainder. This transaction netted them 80 first-level crystal nuclei and 1 second-level crystal nucleus. Had they not been short on first-level nuclei, they would not have considered the second-level nucleus. The latter could enhance their abilities, and they preferred to conserve it if possible. Upon entering the house, Qi Wan noticed the newly appeared zombie disposal device and the vanished corpses, prompting a silent admiration for the individual with such a mysterious background. A new task awaited her: construct 3 wooden houses. Reward: 1 automatic vending machine and 10 strawberry seedlings for planting land, with a bonus of 10 corn seedlings. Although the prospect of an automatic vending machine was enticing, she was not inclined to construct 3 wooden houses at once, even with sufficient materials at her disposal. Her intention remained steadfast. She would dismantle the items within the building to gather all necessary materials before erecting the new wooden houses. The building behind Zhao Lejean's wooden house had been thoroughly scavenged, thus she could proceed with the construction of the wooden house. She opened the building blueprint, selected the location, and initiated the construction of the exterior wooden house. Through the window of his wooden cabin, Zhao Lejean beheld the scene outside. Mayor Qi was truly remarkable. In merely a day and a half, he had constructed 3 wooden cabins. However, should there be tenants in the future, they would be able to gaze into his abode, compromising his privacy. He wondered if the nearby buildings had curtains, he intended to seek some out to adorn his little cabin. In the afternoon, Qi Wan diligently cleared the area behind the building where Xiao Jinsong and his companions resided, erecting yet another wooden cabin. She acquired materials: 88 units of timber, 55 iron nails, 38 pieces of cloth, 20 plastics, 25 cotton, and 5 banana seeds. The bananas were remnants Qi Wan had discovered on the table, completely decayed, yet suitable for decomposition. Thus, she disposed of them altogether. When Xiao Jinsong and the others returned, they were greeted by the sight of their respective cabins. Although only a day's occupancy had passed, they yearned for their own space. Mayor Qi, your speed is indeed impressive. If only your town were situated near our base. Xiao Jinsong sighed, contemplating that with such cabins available, who would wish to dwell in the dilapidated tents of the base? Indeed, if only Mayor Qi's town were closer to our base. Chun Maorong concurred, expressing a desire to reside here if circumstances allowed. Yet, with his family still at the base, he felt compelled to return. Alas, we must depart from this place, Zhang Xiaodong lamented, lowering his head with a sigh. It was a pity to encounter such a splendid location and yet be unable to remain. Is your base far from here? Qi Wan inquired. Xiao Jinsong nodded slightly. In the past, the journey would not have been far. Now, however, it would require at least 2 days of travel. I see. Qi Wan found herself at an impasse. Even though her wooden cabin was constructed swiftly, it could not reach such a distance in a short time. If fate allows, we shall meet again. My little town will remain here. Zhao Lejean, having satisfied his hunger and thirst within the wooden cabin, emerged, stretching languidly. The moment he appeared, he was met with envious glances from Xiao Jinsong and the others. The four had exchanged brief conversations and understood Zhao Lejean's intention to settle here, eschewing any need to venture elsewhere. With diligent effort, slaying a level 2 zombie or 10 level 1 zombies each day would suffice to sustain his daily life. You need not be overly pessimistic. If all else fails, bring your families over. This place is quite splendid. At night, one sleeps soundly, undisturbed by zombies. Moreover, the environment of the base cannot compare to here. Zhao Lejean remarked nonchalantly, asserting that while places may be stagnant, people are dynamic and must adapt. Apart from that base, other locations were not entirely off limits. His casual words struck a chord within Xiao Jinsong and the others. This small town was indeed superior to the base. Mayor Qi. Someone approaches. Zhao Lejean gestured with his chin toward an elderly man and a young boy approaching from a distance. The elderly man was clad in tattered garments, his head adorned with scanty hair, resembling a bald expanse. He leaned on a cane, walking unsteadily, supported by a small boy at his side. The boy remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings, his fingers emitting faint glimmers of green light, ever wary of lurking zombies. Strangely, the ground here was remarkably clean, devoid of any zombie corpses or bloodstains. Upon seeing Qi Wan and her companions conversing at the entrance, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. As long as they were not malevolent individuals, he and his grandfather could endure for a while longer in this apocalyptic world. Qi Wan raised an eyebrow, curious whether this elderly pair possessed any crystal cores for accommodation. Noticing their unsteady approach, Xiao Jinsong and Chen Maorong discreetly stepped aside. Good day, may I inquire where this is? The elder asked. The atmosphere was undeniably unusual. There wasn't a single zombie in sight, which felt distinctly amiss. Qi Wan cast a casual glance at the elder's noticeably bulging pocket and replied, This is my quaint little town, and the adjacent wooden cabin is available for rent. The elder surveyed the surroundings, noting the stark difference between the house before him and the ones flanking it. Might there be any wooden cabins still available for rent? He inquired. The duo had been wandering for far too long, and at previous bases, their age had often barred them from entry. Despite the oddities of this place, he was eager to ascertain whether it might offer a safe haven. Chapter 13. The Vending Machine, a means to alleviate troubles if you wish to rent. I can construct one right now, Qi Wan said, having sufficient materials at hand and having consulted her little steward. Given the elder's advanced age and the presence of a child, it was permissible for them to reside in a wooden cabin. May I ask how many crystal cores you require? The elder inquired. 1 level 1 crystal core for a day of stay. Would you like to proceed? Qi Wan cast a glance at the young boy standing beside the elderly man, who showed no signs of timidity as he obediently stood next to him, quietly observing them. The old man turned his head to regard the boy, nodding slightly. Qi Wan acknowledged this with a nod of her own and addressed Zhao Lejean, saying, I will go to the back to tidy up the house. Please take a moment to introduce the elderly gentleman to the town. She intended to swiftly attend to the modest single-story structure located behind her own residence before dusk fell. This building appeared to be a self-built home belonging to a local family. Its rooftop was flat, leaving ample space for potential future expansion. Wan quickly completed her task. Though the materials she gathered were meager, 12 pieces of wood, 1 iron nail, and 5 pieces of cloth. However, she was pleased to obtain seeds, 5 tomato seeds. Her anticipation grew for the plot of land that could be cultivated, wondering about its size and the bounty it could yield. Upon her return, she observed Zhao Lejean engaging in conversation with the elderly man and the boy, seated comfortably in front of his home. Zhao Lejean noticed Wan's arrival and greeted her with a wave. "I'll just step inside for a moment to retrieve the supplies," Wan implied, subtly indicating her readiness to procure items by preparing the crystal course. Zhao Lejean chuckled innocently, pondering what purchases might be made that day. As Wan entered her house, she proceeded, as usual, to stand before the display screen, initiating the construction of a wooden house right behind her dwelling. She gazed at the 6 houses marked on the map, unable to suppress a smile that tugged at the corners of her mouth. Remarkably, within just 2 days, she had constructed 5 wooden cabins. The task of building 3 cabins was completed, and both the vending machine and strawberry seedlings were stored in the warehouse. "Dear steward, will these seedlings wither over time?" She was uncertain when she would accommodate 10 guests, as Zhao Lejean and Xiao Jinsong, among the 4, were considered returning patrons and did not count towards the task guest quota. "Rest assured, my master, the items in the warehouse exist in a state of stasis, only subject to the passage of time once removed." Wan nodded in understanding, realizing that as long as the seedlings did not dry up or wither, they would retain their value. Otherwise, her strawberry seedlings would be tantamount to having no reward at all. She tapped on the display screen labeled Warehouse 1. And in the next moment, a map similar to that of constructing a house appeared. After a brief glance, she decided to build between Zhao Lejean's cabin and the one behind it, specifically against the wall of Zhao Lejean's cabin. She preferred not to place it in front of her own house, where the constant comings and goings would bring noise and chaos. Once the vending machine was situated, the display screen in front of her transformed. What was once a 1 meter wide and 1 meter high screen expanded to 2 meters in width while maintaining its height. The left and right sections were reconfigured into 3 areas. The left remained unchanged, showcasing Wan's personal profile. The center displayed the task list and tenant information. And the right area was designated for purchasing resources with crystal cores and items within the vending machine. However, the vending machine was currently empty. Wan clicked on the largest center icon, which promptly transitioned to the page displaying the warehouse's contents and the resources available for purchase with crystal cores. Wan directly selected materials from the page for purchasing from the crystal nucleus, acquiring 20 packs of instant noodles, priced at 4 first-grade crystal nuclei, 20 boxes of boxed meals, priced at 4 first-grade crystal nuclei, and 20 bottles of mineral water, priced at 2 first-grade crystal nuclei. These 3 items were promptly delivered to the vending machine. Wan glanced to her left and noticed fabric for exchanging clothing, which piqued her interest. Akin to the thrill of unboxing a surprise, the clothing for both genders was available in arbitrary styles and colors. With 124 units of fabric in the warehouse, she could exchange at least 41 times, and she was determined to obtain what she desired. However, before she proceeded with the fabric exchange, she needed to step outside first. During her operations, the 5 minutes allocated for building had already elapsed. As Wan emerged, she called out to the left, "Mr. Xiao, I have made some purchases." In the next instant, Xiao Jinsong and others appeared, clutching several crystal nuclei. Zhao Lejean, along with the elderly and children, also rose from the ground and approached Wan, puzzled by her empty hands. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Wan led them toward the house behind Zhao Lejean. At that moment, Zhang Xiaodong stood before the vending machine, holding a bottle of mineral water in his hand, indicating that Mr. Zhang had mastered the use of the vending machine. This meant that tenants seeking supplies could purchase them here. In the future, there would be additional items available, and everyone should remain attentive. Wan stood 2 meters away from the vending machine, allowing Zhao Lejean and the others to make their purchases independently. Upon seeing the bottled water in Zhang Xiaodong's hand, along with the boxes of meals emerging from the vending machine, a flicker of astonishment and delight crossed the old man's eyes. "Please, follow me," Wan gently urged. "The foremost priority now is to rent out the cabin." She led the elderly gentleman and the young boy towards the adjacent wooden cottage and opened the door. Within this quaint little town, as long as one stayed within the confines of the tiled area, the threat of zombie attacks was non-existent. Here, one could find a sanctuary of absolute safety, allowing for peaceful rest at night. The old man nodded. Zhao Lejean had previously mentioned this to him. Initially, he had been skeptical, but when a few zombies appeared in the distance, his doubt evaporated. After all, Zhao Lejean was rather audacious, stepping beyond the tiles to taunt the undead, subsequently dispatching them with ease. When he extracted the crystal cores, the zombie corpses vanished without a trace. The grandfather and grandson stared in astonishment at the ground that had once been plagued by zombies, now entirely devoid of any remnants. This series of events deepened the old man's understanding and trust in this town. Very well, Mayor Chi. Young Zhao has already briefed me. I remember everything. The elder glanced at his grandson with a kind smile. From his pocket, he produced 2 primary crystal cores and handed them to Qi Wan. We shall reside here for a couple of days. If it is truly as splendid as Zhao Lejean claims, we will settle the subsequent rent. He refrained from voicing the latter part of his thoughts. Even with a burgeoning trust in this place, he felt it prudent to remain cautious and not extend his faith to the fullest. Very well, that poses no issue. During your stay in this wooden cabin, only the 2 of you are permitted entry. No one else, not even invited guests, may enter. The supplies you have placed inside the cabin are guaranteed to be 100% secure and will not be taken by others. Chapter 14. The color is too gaudy. Qi Wan spoke in one breath, stating that she would later look for a blackboard to write a notice. All right, thank you. Mayor Qi, she acknowledged with a nod before departing, as she needed to check if she had suitable clothing. An elderly man held the hand of a young boy, placing half of the crystal cores into the cabin before closing the door and heading to the vending machine. Qi Wan glanced at the darkening sky outside and stepped into the house to turn on the lights. The sudden brightness deeply envious those standing in front of the vending machine. If only we had electricity as well. Zhang Xiaodong sighed. What is the concern? I believe we will have electricity eventually. However, the corresponding amount of crystal cores required will not be insignificant. For now, we should focus on accumulating crystal cores. The pressure will lessen in the future. Zhao Lejean had great faith in Qi Wan, believing that water and electricity were merely a matter of time. Inside the cabin, Qi Wan was stretching her limbs, rubbing her hands together in anticipation as she tapped fabric 3 to exchange for a set of clothing. In the next moment, an XXXL fluorescent green leisure outfit appeared in the warehouse. Such a large item, and in fluorescent green, she mused. Forget it. I'll sell it at the vending machine. With such a gaudy color, it should be priced lower. Perhaps 1 first-level crystal core for the exchange. I wonder who would buy it. In shades of XXL Jujube red and Barbie pink, there are leisure garments. XL in gray, black, and fluorescent yellow. L in light green and pale blue, and S in vibrant red. After 8 attempts, only the pale blue in size L suited her, while the rest, apart from the fluorescent yellow, which was a single-grade crystal nucleus, were all priced at 3 single-grade crystal nuclei. No more attempts would be made. Wearing 1 piece and having 2 spare for rotation sufficed. As for the old garment, she was indifferent to the opinions of others regarding it. Upon glancing at her tasks, she noted that the reception of guests had reached 10 out of 2, likely due to the elderly and the young boy purchasing items with crystal nuclei. The new task read, Harvest corn, reward, 1 water faucet, fee required. Upon seeing this new assignment, Qi Wan's immediate reaction was one of despair, as cultivating corn requires several months from seedling to maturity. Nevertheless, the reward was quite appealing. With water available, the tenants could tend to their appearance, potentially increasing the market for the garments she had drawn. After enjoying a boxed meal, Qi Wan savored 2 strawberries, roughly the size of her palm, and contentedly let out a satisfied burp. She hoped for an influx of guests the following day to expedite the completion of Task 1. After cleaning herself, she descended to the first floor to inspect the vending machines. With supplies of boxed meals and instant noodles dwindling, she promptly replenished each by 20. While she could afford to sleep in, the tenants would not have that luxury. They were preoccupied with the urgent tasks of vanquishing zombies to acquire crystal nuclei and scouring the area for resources. For instance, individuals like Zhao Lejean, who harbor aspirations of permanence, endeavor to procure furniture, meticulously arranging their possessions within their wooden abodes. Outside the quaint town, the relentless zombies seemed to wander without fatigue. Survivors, upon hearing the guttural groans of the undead, are gripped by trepidation, hesitant to succumb to slumber. Though the zombies' eyes are shrouded in darkness, their olfactory senses are remarkably acute. Should they catch a whiff of human presence, tranquility would be shattered, and the doors would be battered mercilessly throughout the night. However, in Qi Wan's town, apart from the newcomers, others enjoy a night of peaceful dreams. The echoes of the zombies' roars may still resonate, yet they remain at a considerable distance, providing a semblance of reassurance. The elderly, specifically Old Man Han, along with the child Han Ying, having endured prolonged vigilance, find themselves unable to rest even in a new locale. The sounds of the zombies outside the town keep their nerves taut. After several hours, Old Man Han begins to believe in the town's safety. The moon gradually descends as the sun quietly ascends. 3 kilometers away, a group stands back to back, cautiously contending with a horde of first-tier zombies, among which are 2 second-tier zombies. Third brother, these zombies are remarkably clever. They evade our attacks with ease. A young man clad in athletic wear furrows his thick brows, his features finely chiseled, though his complexion bears the marks of sun exposure. When he speaks, his pale yellow teeth are revealed. Let us resolve this swiftly. Dawn is approaching. The sunlight cascades upon the earth, casting a long shadow of the young man. His upright posture stands out strikingly among the group. Despite his soiled attire, he appears remarkably tidy, in stark contrast to the man beside him, whose darkened garments are not only filthy but also wrinkled. A group of individuals, each wielding unique powers, confronted the zombies before them. In the nearby town, Xiao Jinsong and his companions had set out early, embarking on a journey to a gas station 2 kilometers away to procure fuel. Without gasoline, their return to the base would be significantly hindered. When Shiwan awoke, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. Though well-rested, she found herself roused by her own hunger. Ruffling her disheveled hair, she seemed to hear voices calling her from downstairs. After a yawn, she stepped onto the balcony, casting a glance below. To her surprise, she was taken aback by the sight. A throng of at least 12 individuals had gathered at her doorstep. My goodness, with so many people, the first task could certainly be accomplished. Mayor Qi, these survivors have just arrived. They cleared out the vending machine and are inquiring if you have any supplies left for sale, Zhao Lejean called out, lifting his head toward Qi Wan. Upon hearing this, Qi Wan noticed one of the individuals clutching a neon green and yellow tracksuit. Well, she mused, she could not comprehend such aesthetics, yet the presence of buyers was reassuring. All right, just a moment, she replied, stifling another yawn as she retreated indoors. Slipping on her slippers, she ambled downstairs, only to discover that the vending machine had indeed been emptied. The influx of crystal cores was substantial, prompting her to cheerfully restock with 50 boxes of ready meals and instant noodles for each survivor. The promised parcel of land awaited her in the warehouse. Yet before she could contemplate its placement, the vending machine was emptied once more. Stroking her chin, she pondered, could they possibly possess spatial abilities? If that is the case, then it is even better. This time, she displayed an impressive generosity, putting up 200 packs of instant noodles and boxed meals at once. She was adamant that they could not possibly possess enough crystal cores to purchase such an abundance. However, in the blink of an eye, she was met with the reality of her misjudgment. The instant noodles and boxed meals were sold out. The speed of the purchases astounded her. Qi Wan murmured to herself as she glanced at the influx of crystal cores, having bought 1,000 of each item in stock. In an instant, they were gone. Qi Wan could not help but ponder the nature of these individuals, who possessed such a plethora of crystal cores and effortlessly cleared the inventory in one fell swoop. Despite her thoughts, her hands remained busy, as she utilized all the crystal cores she had to buy more instant noodles and boxed meals. In front of the vending machine, a middle-aged man timidly inquired, "Have you bought enough, third master?" The purchasing pace had been overwhelmingly swift. He had scarcely had a chance to inspect the items before they were sold out. Although the vending machine restocked rapidly, the customers ahead were equally quick in their purchasing. The comrades behind him were famished and could no longer endure the wait. A dark-skinned man in athletic attire turned his head, casting a frigid glare at the middle-aged man, who fell silent. Yet, as he gazed upon the now empty boxed meal space, a chill crept into his heart. The man known as Third Master stood tall and striking, his presence particularly captivating. He recalled Qi Wan from the second floor, feeling a sense of familiarity as if he had encountered her somewhere before. The wooden cabins in the vicinity exuded an air of dissonance. Old Man Han observed the throngs gathered around the vending machine, leading Haning back into the wooden cabin. "Xiaoying, once they depart, Grandpa will take you out to search for zombies." Haning nodded in agreement, saying, "Grandpa, let us leave our crystal cores in the wooden house. I fear encountering ill-intentioned individuals outside." After a night, Haning had developed a profound trust in this small town. Bringing their crystal cores outside would be far too conspicuous. Grandpa Han lacked any supernatural abilities. He was still young and possessed only a basic level of wood-based powers. Should they encounter the same malicious individuals as before, without their crystal cores, they would be unable to remain in the wooden house. Qi Wan had repeatedly restocked her supplies before finally settling down. Observing the freshly stocked 2,000 packets of instant noodles and boxed meals, and noticing that sales were not overwhelming, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the arrival of these customers had significantly increased her earnings in crystal cores. "Little butler, will these boxed meals spoil in the vending machine?" she inquired. "Rest assured, master, the contents within the vending machine remain in stasis," the little butler replied, allowing Qi Wan to relax. Watching the crystal cores accumulate on the ground, a greedy smile spread across her face. Such a bounty of crystal cores would enable her to construct several wooden houses. Yet, she had yet to clear the remaining buildings, so there was no need to rush. The most pressing matter was to make this piece of land available. Studying the map, Chi-Wan deliberated and ultimately decided to situate this parcel of land right in front of her home. It would be convenient for planting, after all, as this land belonged solely to her. Once resolved, she positioned the land a meter away from her doorstep. She recalled that the little steward had once mentioned that the wooden house should be constructed within 3 meters beyond the edge of the town. And presumably this land adhered to the same principle. Once the land was properly arranged, she swiftly dashed out with tomato seeds and strawberry seedlings in hand. Strawberries were her favorite delicacy, while cultivating tomatoes promised an abundance of fruitful harvests. As Chi-Wan stepped out of her door, she was greeted by the striking sight of rich black soil. The area, though modest at merely 1 square meter, felt ample to her, for in this apocalyptic world, such fertile ground was a rarity. The placement of the tiles had shifted due to the emergence of this patch of black soil. Originally, they lay horizontally across her house, but now they formed a protruding shape around the soil. The black soil was enveloped on 3 sides by tiles, and surrounding it was a fence standing 30 centimeters high, further accentuating the land's diminutive size. Lacking any tools for labor, Chi-Wan knelt down and gently planted the strawberry seedlings into the earth. The black soil was remarkably soft. With a few deft movements, she nestled the seedlings into their new home. 10 strawberry seedlings were arranged in a circular formation around the black soil, while she took out a single tomato seed to plant in the center of the plot. With a survival rate of 100% for these seeds, there was no need to utilize them all. Upon witnessing the rewards of the land, she understood that its area was indeed limited. Once everything was planted, she finished the water in her thermos and filled it with tap water to nourish her plants. Meanwhile, Zhao Lejean lingered at the vending machine for a while, astonished yet finding it all rather mundane. Staring for too long proves futile. Those crystal nuclei and boxed meals shall never belong to him. As he approached the left front of his wooden cabin, he beheld Chi-Wan squatting behind a patch of dark soil. Doubting his own vision, he rubbed his eyes. With an incredulous demeanor, he drew closer, fixated on the land before Chi-Wan and the verdant seedlings sprouting forth. Mayor Chi. Zhao Lejean's voice trembled. Is this truly black soil? Chi-Wan turned to glance at his reaction, a smile gracing her lips. They were both survivors of this apocalyptic world for 2 years. Yet her astonishment paled in comparison to his. Indeed, this is the black soil I recently acquired. These are strawberry seedlings, and I have also planted tomato seedlings in between. Chi-Wan kindly elaborated, her peripheral vision catching a sudden countdown hovering above the rich earth. Strawberry countdown, 8:59. Tomato countdown, 10:59. This time, she was genuinely taken aback. To her knowledge, the growth cycles of strawberries and tomatoes spanned several months. Yet, this countdown indicated a time reduction by a factor of 10. Zhao Lejean, oblivious to the revelation, noticed Chi-Wan's momentary shock and wondered if something was amiss. What is wrong? What is happening with these seedlings? He inquired, puzzled. Chi-Wan shrugged. By tonight, we shall witness the strawberries. Zhao Lejean finally grasped the crux of her astonishment. The speed was astonishingly rapid. Even a wood-type ability user would require several days to hasten strawberry growth. Yet now, only a few hours remained until evening. He couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration. It was truly remarkable. The commotion attracted the attention of a group of guests, who tidied up their supplies and approached. Third brother, that truly is fertile land. Look, it's teeming with green sprouts, exclaimed a dark-skinned boy in sportswear, nearly losing his voice in astonishment. Song Juling furrowed his brows, astonished by the numerous peculiarities of this small town. The wooden houses that could be constructed in merely 5 minutes. The inexpensive boxed meals and instant noodles, the ever-stocked vending machines, and the town's absolute safety. Now, an additional patch of black soil that they had completely overlooked upon their arrival. Zhongliang remained composed. However, Gong Zhongliang found it impossible to maintain his calm. This town was simply too extraordinary. Chi-Wan closed the gate of the small fence and immediately spotted Song Juling. Standing at an impressive height of 188 meters, he stood out conspicuously among the 12. His tall, upright figure and the air of aloofness he exuded captivated Chi-Wan's gaze. This sensation felt oddly familiar to her. She was convinced she had encountered this individual before, but she was certain it was not after the onset of the apocalypse. Are you all planning to stay in the town, or are you just passing through? Chi-Wan inquired, knowing that clarity was essential for her to arrange the subsequent matters. Chapter 16. Constructing the stairs. Gong Zhongliang turned to Song Junling, who gave a slight nod, and said, "We shall stay." Chi-Wan raised an eyebrow and nodded in response. "Very well, I kindly ask you to explore the vicinity for a while. The wooden house requires construction, so please bear with us." Having said this, Chi-Wan returned to her room, indifferent to the speculations of those outside. Upon reviewing the tasks in the warehouse, the corn seedlings have arrived. After the strawberry and tomato planting is completed, she can proceed to plant the corn seedlings. By allowing events to unfold naturally, she will successfully fulfill the task of harvesting corn. New task: achieve sales of 500 level 1 crystal cores with the reward of a staircase blueprint. New task: reach 10 tenants 10-5 with the reward of a blueprint for a double-room wooden cabin. Chi-Wan pressed her lips together. It seemed the third task included quotas for Zhao Lejean and his 3 companions. However, Xiao Jinsong and the other 2 were set to leave the town tonight, leaving Zhao Lejean as the sole tenant. The guest who arrived today truly needed to stay. Otherwise, she would be unable to complete this task within a short time frame. New task: have 50 wooden cabins in the town area, 55, with the reward of 2 parcels of black soil. The sales task has been automatically achieved, and the staircase blueprint has been placed in the warehouse. Chi-Wan sighed in relief upon seeing this. Fortunately, this task was completed automatically. Otherwise, where would she find so many people to spend? Especially since the recent group of guests had just made their purchases, coinciding with this task. If not counted, she felt she might faint from frustration. Dear steward, can the staircase be constructed as an additional floor on the existing wooden cabins, such as a 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th floor? Yes, a maximum of 5 floors. Then, do my 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floor wooden cabins count towards the 50 cabin task? Not included. The essence of the 50 cabin task is to expand the town's area. Upon hearing this, Chi-Wan comprehended the situation quite well. It appeared that she could not afford to be complacent. The subsequent buildings required her diligent attention. She decided to elevate the existing 5 wooden cabins to 2 stories, effectively adding 5 more cabins to her repertoire. Once she fulfilled the tenants' demands, she could then proceed to construct double occupancy rooms. Chi-Wan made her way to the balcony adjacent to the living room, a spot from which the display screen on the wall was entirely obscured. She called out to the guests outside, "There are now 5 single wooden cabins available on the 2nd floor for your viewing. Please feel free to deliberate on your choices. I shall step outside momentarily." With that, she retreated indoors and exited from another side. In front of the town lay a spacious street, serving as a square. Flanking it were 2-story buildings, with a central pond that had regrettably dried up, leaving only cracked earth in its wake due to the relentless sun over time. Behind the town, an array of buildings and shops could be found, with a shopping mall situated not far off. The 2 tall buildings adjacent to Xiao Jinsong stood 6 stories high and were equipped with elevators. However, at this moment, one could only ascend via the emergency stairwell. "Mayor Qi, are you heading out to gather supplies?" Zhao Lejean inquired as he approached, positioning himself just behind Chi-Wan's right side. Chi-Wan nodded gently. "Indeed. With so many guests, without gathering supplies, I cannot construct new homes." As the first tenant of the town, who seemed poised to become a long-term resident, she was willing to engage in further conversation. "I shall accompany you. I want to check for any overlooked zombies in the vicinity," Zhao Lejean exclaimed, waving his fist in excitement. He surveyed the buildings from before. Wherever Chi-Wan had been, they were left utterly barren. His curiosity piqued regarding how she accomplished this. "All right, let us proceed." Zhao Lejean believed Chi-Wan's abilities were quite commendable. With him by her side, she could expedite the dismantling of those materials. When she was alone, she had to invest time dealing with the zombies. Unless there was a mission that required their extermination, she preferred not to confront them directly. Their exuberance was rather overwhelming for her. As she stepped into one of the rooms on the 1st floor, Chi-Wan unabashedly gazed at a piece of furniture, silently invoking the thought of disassembling it. The furniture before her vanished, and the warehouse reflected an increase of 2 units of wood. Zhao Lejean, unaware of the specifics, assumed Chi-Wan possessed spatial abilities that allowed her to gather these items. He silently admired her. Not only did she wield water-based powers, but she also seemed to have spatial abilities. In this apocalyptic world, dual-element abilities were exceedingly rare. Unable to resist, Zhao Lejean glanced back at the town's location. In a fleeting moment, he glimpsed a curved protective shield enveloping the settlement. Yet, when he scrutinized it closely, it had vanished. Nevertheless, he was certain he had not been mistaken. Chi-Wan inspected this room before moving on to another. Apart from the walls, one could say she had entirely emptied the room. In the living area, she discovered 3 seeds of cantaloupe, and in the kitchen's corner, she found 3 rice seeds. Visibly, Chi-Wan's smile grew wider as she dismantled the materials. Suddenly, the sound of dripping water echoed from outside. Chi-Wan stepped out to observe the parched ground receiving the nourishing rain. She had yet to finish her task, and yet the rain had begun to fall. The rain intensified, and Chi-Wan glanced for a moment before calling out to Zhao Lejean, who was in another room. "It's raining. Do you want to head back first?" "No, since we are already out, We might as well resolve the issues within this building, Zhao Lejean replied, reluctant to return so soon. He had spotted a bed being dismantled, which he could take back for his own use. Qi said nothing further, hastening her pace. Observing the ominous, cloud-laden sky, she sensed that this downpour would persist for quite some time. An hour later, Qi finally finished organizing all the rooms. She had gathered a considerable amount of materials, most notably an abundance of seeds. Once she had more land, she could plant them all. Zhao Lejean gazed at the nearly pitch-black sky, resembling the depths of night, and furrowed his brow. The weather was capricious and utterly unreasonable. The two of them trudged back to the small town through the rain, and Qi noticed a group of guests standing at her door, looking troubled. What a fickle fate. If this rain doesn't cease, we won't be able to continue our journey. Indeed, the acidity of this rain is too harsh. Prolonged exposure is detrimental to one's health. Sigh, I hope it stops soon. I long to return to the base. I miss my wife and children. Look. Aren't those three the brothers who helped us at the gas station today? One remark instantly drew everyone's attention to the front of the town. Xiao Jinsong and his companions were running through the rain, limping, pursued by a dozen first-level zombies. Under the relentless downpour, it remained uncertain whether the pace of Xiao Jinsong and his companions had slowed or if the zombies, nourished by the rain, had quickened their advance. In Chapter 17, the rules were thus: each time they returned, they were inevitably followed by the undead. Zhao Lejean remarked with a hint of sarcasm, yet this time, their struggle was palpable. Through the faint light, one could discern the agony etched upon their faces, strained yet resolute. This cannot be. We are all tenants here. I cannot stand idly by while they face peril. With this declaration, Zhao Lejean dashed out from beneath the eaves. Indeed, it was from under the sheltering eaves. Initially, there had been no cover before the house and the wooden cabin, but perhaps due to the ferocity of the rain, a protective eave had manifested. Standing before the house, they were shielded from the downpour. Among the group, several clenched their fists, feeling invigorated, and joined him in the rush. Those zombies were all potential crystal cores, and they had already grasped the costs of residing here. An opportunity lay before them, and they could not afford to let it slip away. Should the rain persist, they would be compelled to remain here for an extended period. Moments later, as Xiao Jinsong, Chen Maorong, and Zhang Xiaodong stepped onto the tiled floor, they felt their strength drain away, collapsing onto the ground. Zhao Lejean and the others, though somewhat strained, swiftly dispatched the dozen or so zombies, extracting the crystal cores before hastily returning. The weather felt peculiar. Zhao Lejean furrowed his brow deeper, gazing skyward, sensing that the days ahead might grow increasingly arduous. Others who have lent a hand share the same sentiment. Our pace may be sluggish, yet the zombie speed has inexplicably increased. Indeed, had I not reacted swiftly, a piece of my flesh would have surely been bitten away. Zhao Lejean exhaled deeply, casting a glance at the tiled ground, noting that no raindrops had infiltrated the shelter. Under the eaves of the town, one finds protection, yet traversing the space between houses demands braving the downpour. Xiao Jintong and the others lay on the ground, panting heavily, only recovering after several minutes. 5 kilometers away, the base had endured a horde of zombies. Chen Maorong voiced this thought, expelling a breath of stale air, feeling a modicum of relief in his body. What? It's south that close? Good heavens, they actually attacked the base. How many souls can still be alive within those walls? Do you have an estimate of how many zombies there are? Might they venture in our direction? Indeed, with this weather compounded by the zombie horde, it appears humanity is being stripped of any chance to survive. Chen Maorong shook his head in resignation, estimating the presence of around 5,000 zombies. Now, should that base be overrun by the horde, the number of zombies would surely escalate. Xiao Jintong shifted his position, sitting on the ground with his hands propped on the earth. The three of us had barely reached the edge of the base when we witnessed the horde and immediately fled. Yet we were not swift enough, attracting dozens of zombies in the process. Zhang Xiaodong, reflecting on the harrowing scene, felt a chill of fear. The three of us struggled against dozens of zombies. It was already a formidable challenge. Coupled with an hour of relentless rain, we nearly failed to return. The group collectively inhaled sharply at this revelation. At this moment, they had already immersed themselves in the scenario. If they were to encounter such a situation, would they survive? Qi listened intently, her delicate brow furrowing. That base, was it not the Xianyang base? The Xianyang base lay merely 5 kilometers away. Had she not been dismissed, had she not resolutely departed from the Xianyang base, would she have succumbed to this wave of zombies? Just before stepping outside, she inquired, have the 5 individuals who wished to rent rooms been selected? This matter could not be overlooked. In such weather, guests were even more inclined to stay. However, due to the inclement weather, she decided against dismantling materials in other buildings. Yes, 3 rooms for Sanyi, "One for Mr. Gong, one for Mr. Wong, one for Mr. Feng, and one for our leader," came the response. Chi-Wan nodded. "All right. I will be inside for 2 minutes. Please inform those guests." Without further ado, Chi-Wan disregarded the scene outside and entered the room, switching on the light. She had transformed the building adjacent to Shaojinsong's into a 5-story wooden structure and stepped back outside. Originally, she had contemplated clearing 2 buildings, but the rain necessitated a change of plans. The other 5 wooden houses had also been elevated from 2 stories to 5. It was a singular construction endeavor, and she felt a premonition. The Xiangyang base would inevitably encounter a zombie tide, and the survivors passing through the town would be numerous. As she approached, an umbrella appeared in Chi-Wan's hand, a thoughtful gift from the little steward in light of the weather. She first ascended to the 2nd floor of Zhao Lajan's wooden cabin, where Song Junling stood upright, devoid of any expression, quietly gazing ahead with an air of coldness. "Hello. May I inquire if you wish to stay in this cabin?" Chi-Wan approached and opened the door to the cabin. Song Junling turned slightly, casting a glance at the light emanating from within, nodding subtly without uttering a word. "Very well. This cabin shall be yours, sir. May I ask for how many days you intend to rent it?" Chi-Wan mused to herself, considering the intensity of the rain. It would likely necessitate at least a 2-day stay. "Is it possible to purchase this cabin?" Song Junling remained silent, causing Chi-Wan to be momentarily startled by the inquiry. The town had not been established for long, yet he appeared to be the first with such a notion. Presently, there were no intentions to sell, but if the gentleman wished to buy, he could keep an eye on future developments. She certainly would not sell these wooden cabins, but if unique independent properties were to emerge later, those might be available. As Song Junling stepped into the cabin, although it was midday, the overcast skies rendered the interior dim and shadowy. Chi-Wan entered and opened the windows, alleviating the gloom. Gong Zhongliang hurriedly ascended to the 2nd floor, noticing the cabin door ajar, and naturally stepped inside. However, as he took his first step, it felt as though he had kicked a steel plate, a hard surface that pained his foot. Bending down, he bumped into the doorframe, uncertain whether to tend to his foot or his forehead. "Is there something here that I cannot see? My head, my feet, indeed." Gong Zhongliang is plagued by headaches and foot aches, and a tinge of heartache, all stemming from frustration. He can only retreat to his own room, barred from entering others. Even with permission, entry remains unattainable. This is to ensure the absolute safety of the tenants in the small town. Should there be any malicious intent among the tenants, their abilities are rendered useless within the town, although they may function normally otherwise. Seeing Gong Zhongliang's somewhat comical demeanor, Chi-Wan shook her head. "Very well. I have merely come to pay the rent for my 3rd brother. Step outside, and I shall hand you the payment. We will cover 2 days' rent for now and assess the situation later." Chi-Wan nodded, realizing the matter at hand. However, the regulations of this wooden house dictate that only the registered tenant and herself may freely enter and exit. Chapter 18. Sharing an umbrella. "May I inquire where you reside?" "Sir, I shall arrange a room for you," Chi-Wan said politely, accepting the crystal core, unfurling the umbrella as she descended the staircase. The umbrella awarded by the system was quite large, capable of comfortably sheltering 2 individuals. Chi-Wan held one side, leaving the other side empty. Gong Zhongliang intended to take advantage of the umbrella, but Song Junling was quicker, positioning himself beneath Chi-Wan's umbrella. Chi-Wan turned in confusion, observing Mr. Song, who stood at a height of 188 centimeters, appearing rather cramped beneath the umbrella alongside her own height of 165 centimeters. "I am heading to see the 2 elderly gentlemen. May I borrow your umbrella for a moment?" His deep, resonant voice resonated, and the warmth of his breath was palpable in the rainy weather, brushing past Chi-Wan's ear. Instinctively, she shrugged slightly and simply replied, "All right." With the umbrella held aloft, one could hardly wish to feel stifled, as the peculiar posture was indeed quite odd. Behind, Gong Zhongliang curled his lip and strode purposefully towards the wooden cabin, taking his place beneath the eaves of Zhang Xiaodong's dwelling. Leaning against his wooden door, Zhang Xiaodong extended 6 first-tier crystal nuclei to Chi-Wan as she approached. "Mayor Chi," he remarked, "due to the weather, we 3 shall remain here for an additional 2 days." Chi-Wan accepted the crystal nuclei with a nod, assuring him, "May your stay be pleasant. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me." Subsequently, Chi-Wan and Gong Zhongliang ascended to the 2nd floor, while Song Junling lingered on the ground floor, refraining from following. Before long, the pair descended once more. Unlike the times before the apocalypse, Chi-Wan was not obliged to register any pertinent information. She merely needed to unlock the door and collect the crystal nuclei. As they approached the adjacent wooden cabin, Song Junling continued to share the umbrella with Chi-Wan, and this time, he accompanied her upstairs. Elder Gong and Elder Wang stood in the corridor on the 2nd floor, gazing at the rain cascading from the heavens, lost in thought. In times past, this weather would have been deemed pleasant, one mused. Indeed, favorable winds and timely rains yield bountiful harvests, the other echoed. As Chi-Wan arrived, she happened upon the two elderly gentlemen's reflections. Elders, our base possesses fertile soil. Upon our return, I would appreciate your insights on it, Gong Zhongliang respectfully suggested, for these two gentlemen were renowned agricultural scholars in our nation. Their current mission was to aid the elderly, harboring hopes of rejuvenating our nation's agricultural sector. Alas, we shall do our utmost, they replied with resolve. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, 2 years have passed, and numerous experimental data and equipment have been lost. Their return signifies a fresh beginning, armed solely with their experiences. Progressing gradually, Chi-Wan opened the door and overheard their conversation, feeling a newfound respect for these two elderly gentlemen. She also harbored a deep admiration for Gong Zhongliang and his companions, who had come specifically to aid the nation's agricultural endeavors, an act of commendable benevolence. Esteemed elder, this wooden cabin shall serve as your quarters. Mr. Wang glanced at Chi-Wan and inquired, Mayor Chi, I noticed you have constructed a new wooden cabin upstairs. May I occupy the 3rd floor? It would be more convenient to reside above an old friend than next door, as a brief stroll would lead me to your doorstep. Certainly, but I must clarify that access to one another's rooms is not permitted. We may only converse in the corridor outside. Chi-Wan reflected on the significance of a blackboard, realizing it was still absent during her inspection of the building today. She found herself reiterating these matters multiple times within a short span. Not an issue. We shall engage in conversation right here in the corridor, Mr. Wang responded without a hint of concern. Given the harsh conditions of the past 2 years, the mere opportunity to sit and converse was a blessing, irrespective of the location. After ensuring the other residences were adequately prepared for occupancy, Chi-Wan returned to her own dwelling, casting a worried glance at the strawberry seedlings exposed to the rain. Yet, upon observing the unwavering countdown timer, her apprehension diminished. The tomato seedlings had sprouted, and it seemed they would be ready for harvest by tomorrow. Chi-Wan eagerly anticipated the harvest of strawberries around 7 o'clock that evening. Upon returning to the house, she seated herself directly on the floor, which was surprisingly warm rather than cold. Lifting her gaze towards the display screen, she noted that the tasks for the 10 tenants had been completed, and the blueprints for the double room were now available. A new option had emerged in the procurement section for crystal cores. 1 level 3 crystal core for double room blueprint, 2 fabrics, 5 cotton for 1 quilt. 1 level 1 crystal core for 10 tomato seeds. 1 level 1 crystal core for 10 strawberry seedlings. Upon seeing the first exchange, Chi-Wan couldn't help but twitch her lips. She had never encountered a level 3 zombie outside. This exchange posed quite a challenge. Yet, in a fleeting moment, she considered that there must be rationale behind it. With the rain intensifying outside, the zombies' speed had increased, making their advancement seem plausible. If this were indeed the case, the plight of the survivors would become increasingly dire. As for the subsequent seed exchanges, Chi-Wan felt no need. She could simply wait for the tomatoes and strawberries outside to grow and attempt to save the seeds herself. Regarding the quilts, her current cotton supply was insufficient. Otherwise, she could have redeemed them and sold them to the tenants. With only 25 units of cotton, she could only exchange for 5 quilts, which was rather meager. The materials from the original building of the new wooden house beside Shaojinsong were quite ordinary, consisting solely of wood, nails, cement, and stones. Chi-Wan glanced at the materials required to construct the double room and noted a difference: 45 wood, 15 nails, 5 cement. Was it the wooden house that accounted for the additional cement? Upon further inspection, she discovered that the flooring was made of cement, explaining the extra material required. The twin room resembles a 1-bedroom apartment, separated by a wooden partition. Yet, it remains eerily empty. Little steward, this room is truly devoid of contents. Let us place a wooden bed here. How can we obtain a wooden bed? The tenant found the room excessively vacant, and Chi-Wan felt a twinge of discomfort. Even after 2 years of the apocalypse, she was accustomed to sleeping elevated off the ground. Lying directly on the floor was somewhat unsettling for her. Understood, master. The blueprint for the wooden bed will be rewarded upon the completion of the task. Chi-Wan gazed bemusedly at the task section, muttering, wasn't the reward cotton seeds? Could it possibly change? As her words faded, she noticed a new task. Collect rainwater to immerse your body. Reward: 5 cotton seeds, 1 wooden bed blueprint. She had overlooked this detail before, and upon closer inspection, she pondered, collect rainwater? Immerse my body. Is it truly beneficial for the human body? Zhao Lejean had mentioned that zombies became faster while humans slowed down. Could this rainwater genuinely be advantageous? Rest assured, master. The tasks issued by the little steward will not harm you. But aside from my insulated water bottle, I have no other container for the rainwater, she lamented. Am I to use my previous mineral water bottles? Yet, I fear they might dissolve upon contact with the rain. Chapter 19. Reward. Chickens. The specially designed rainwater wooden basin has been placed in the warehouse. Master, you may retrieve it. The collected rainwater will automatically flow into the bathtub in your second-floor bathroom. How convenient. The bathtub was already prepared, requiring no effort on her part. Very well. I shall now move the wooden basin outside. Chi-Wan rose to her feet, stretching her limbs. Regardless of the transformations that may occur after being drenched in rainwater, one cannot ascertain the effects without experimentation. If it indeed proves beneficial to the human body, she could disseminate this knowledge. Master, the genetic alteration for survivors stands at 50. Due to the existence of the small town, your success rate has reached a remarkable 100, allowing for a secure attempt. Genetic alteration? What does 50 signify? Chi-Wan pondered, bewildered. This acidic rain signifies a revelry for zombies and mutated creatures, while humans struggle to adequately assimilate the substances within it. Those with robust constitutions will emerge even stronger post-rain, whereas the frail will succumb to zombification. Naturally, the degree of exposure to the rain also plays a crucial role. Minimal exposure results in negligible effects, merely a common cold. Chi-Wan comprehended the gravity of the situation. Her suspicions had indeed been correct. Following this deluge, the survival conditions for humanity would become increasingly dire. This thought weighed heavily on her heart. Why must fate impose such trials, seemingly leaving humanity with no escape? Yet, as her gaze fell upon the tiled floor, she clenched her fist. No, her small town was humanity's refuge. She was determined to elevate the town, ensuring the survival of more individuals. After placing the wooden basin outside, Chi-Wan beheld Song Junling on the second floor to her right, along with several tenants sheltering beneath the eaves. After some contemplation, she resolved to share the recent developments regarding the young steward with them. This rain presents both opportunity and peril. To mitigate unforeseen consequences, it is advisable for everyone to remain indoors in the coming days. Chi-Wan gently reminded, expressing her hope for the presence of more survivors. While she could not reach those in distant places, she felt it her duty to kindly inform those residing in the town. Isn't it peculiar, this rain? She mused. No wonder the zombies have quickened their pace while we find ourselves slowed. Is there truly no respite for us from the heavens? You all heard Mayor Chi. Did you not? This rain brings both peril and opportunity in equal measure. Perhaps fortune favors us, and should we dare to try, our abilities may flourish. I am reluctant to take such risks. Failure would mean succumbing to the undead. They exchanged anxious voices between floors, each grappling with the uncertainty of whether the rain they had just endured would affect their bodies. They were still so young, unwilling to embrace death. For the tenants wishing to avoid transformation, a mere 30 minutes away from the rain would suffice. Chi-Wan recalled the little steward's advice to soak in the bathtub for half an hour, which she surmised was the threshold for change. Song Junling cast a glance outside at the relentless downpour, then at the filled wooden basin Chi-Wan had brought forth, his eyes narrowing slightly, lost in thought. As she reflected on the matter, Chi-Wan chose to remain silent. The odds were 50-50, varying with individual constitution. Whether fortune or misfortune, it was ultimately a matter of personal choice. They had not been drenched for long, but an additional 20 minutes could usher them into the realm of transformation. Upon returning to her room, Chi-Wan sat cross-legged on the floor, listening to the rhythmic patter of raindrops outside, her heart heavy with unease. Master, the bathtub is now filled, came a voice. In the hushed confines of the room, upon hearing the words of the little steward, Chi-Wan extricated herself from her reverie. She ascended to the second floor to retrieve her sun-dried garments, which she hung in the bathroom. Suddenly, she found solace in the eaves of the small town. At least today, while she had been tidying the house, the clothes on the balcony remained untouched by the torrential rain. Casting a glance at the sky beyond the balcony, which was shrouded in darkness and suffocating ambience, akin to the impending storm clouds, Chi-Wan turned and entered the bathroom. Beholding the pristine rainwater within the bathtub, she surmised that the little steward must have filtered out the impurities. Clad in the same old clothes she had worn upon her arrival, she stepped directly into the tub, gradually submerging her body. The coldness enveloped her, leaving little room for any other sensation. As the chilling water seeped into her bones, she began to tremble uncontrollably, yearning to emerge, yet it felt as though a pair of hands were firmly pressing down on her shoulders, restraining her ascent. In the bathtub, she was almost frozen, her teeth chattering violently. The hands that protruded from the water, clad in garments, turned red and purple from the frigid temperature. Chi-Wan curled up, her entire form, save for her head, fully immersed in the tub. Time trickled by, and she sensed an internal heat rising, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The juxtaposition of the external chill and internal warmth threatened to drive her to madness. Accompanying this turmoil was a sensation akin to ants biting at her skin. Chi-Wan let out a scream, biting down hard on her lower lip, the pain rendering her helpless, tears spilling from her eyes and mingling with the sweat. Internally, she cursed her predicament, lamenting the harshness of the substances within the rainwater. The icy exterior contrasted sharply with the inferno within, giving rise to a plethora of agonizing sensations. As sweat and tears cascaded down her face, Chi-Wan was perplexed. Must she endure this suffering? No. This suffering is indeed necessary. Her unique ability was not formidable. Outside the small town, she was merely an insignificant insect in the eyes of the powerful. She must become extraordinary. Once this realization dawned upon her, the discomfort she felt began to diminish. Gradually, Chi-Wan loosened her grip on her bitten lip, surrendering to exhaustion as she slipped into unconsciousness in the bathtub. Approximately half an hour later, she awoke slowly, the rainwater in the bathtub still cool, neutral, lacking the biting chill of winter. Supporting herself on the edges of the tub, she rose to her feet. Her arms were strong and capable, yet her legs felt somewhat weak, compelling her to sit on the tub's edge for a moment of respite. After shedding her damp, worn clothing and indulging in a warm shower, she felt as though she had been reborn. Some hardships, once endured, seemed essential. Simultaneously, she realized that these tribulations were not as daunting as they appeared. Experiencing the triumph of advancing to the pinnacle of the third tier of water abilities, she clenched her fists tightly. Descending to the lower floor, she discovered that her task had been completed. The cotton seeds and the blueprint for the wooden bed were now stored within the warehouse. In the section for purchasing supplies with crystal cores, 2 new entries caught her eye. 1 level 1 crystal core exchanged for 10 cotton seeds. 1 level 1 crystal core exchanged for 1 wooden bed blueprint. Upon seeing this, Chi-Wan comprehended the situation clearly. Rewards obtained from the task list would invariably be exchanged and purchased through the crystal core supply section. She decided not to rush into buying the seeds, pondering whether she could reserve some for planting. If that were possible, she would refrain from spending unnecessary funds. New task: construct 10 wooden cabins. Reward: 5 chicklings. This reward is truly delightful. Chapter 20. The mutated rainwater in the warehouse. Chi-Wan swallowed hard, already envisioning delectable eggs and succulent chicken. If only she had a more complete set of cooking tools, she could create a greater variety of culinary delights. However, having not cooked for 2 years, she was uncertain of her current culinary skills. She observed the conspicuously marked mutated rainwater 999, mutated rainwater 685 in the left area of the warehouse, noting the increasing quantities. Curiosity piqued, Chi-Wan ventured to the right side of the warehouse, where the mutated rainwater had condensed into droplets, neatly stacked upon wooden shelves. "Little butler, is this collection of mutated rainwater for a task?" she inquired. But the little butler remained silent. Nevertheless, Chi-Wan's mind began to formulate thoughts. The little butler would not gather such a substantial amount of mutated rainwater without purpose. It surely had its significance. Glancing at the materials required to construct a wooden bed, she noted that a bed measuring 1.5 meters wide and 1.8 meters long required 2 units of wood. To enlarge the bed, an additional 1 unit of wood would be necessary, with greater dimensions demanding even more. With an ample supply of wood at her disposal, she could indeed craft 5 wooden beds to place in the vending machine for those in need. At 7 in the evening, Chi-Wan, punctual as ever, held her umbrella and approached the square patch of black soil in front of her home. The dim, somber night had officially descended, and under the dual influence of the overcast sky and the night's embrace, Chi-Wan felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. Yet, the sight of the ripened strawberries before her offered a glimmer of hope, capable of dispelling the gloom that clouded her spirit. The vibrant strawberries appeared remarkably succulent, as if a single bite would unleash a cascade of strawberry juice. The countdown had transformed into the word harvest. The petite tomato plant in the center bore green tomatoes, awaiting ripeness in just over an hour. Around 9 o'clock, Chi-Wan would emerge once more to gather the fruits. "Wow, Mayor Chi, have these strawberries ripened so quickly?" Zhao Lejean's voice echoed from the rear right, where he stood beneath the eaves of Chi-Wan's home, hesitant to step forward. 10 minutes prior, he had already spotted the ripe strawberries, their enticing forms resting on the ground. In those fleeting moments, he had swallowed countless times, desperately holding back until Chi-Wan appeared. Startled slightly, Chi-Wan had been entirely focused on the strawberries, and the din of the rain had masked Zhao Lejean's presence. "Yes, it's time to harvest," she thought. Uttering the word harvest, and before her eyes, the strawberries vanished, leaving only the green seedlings as though the plump fruits had never existed. Zhao Lejean, witnessing the strawberries' disappearance, was not overly astonished. He swallowed again, a playful grin on his face as he inquired, Mayor Chi, do you sell those strawberries? May I purchase a few? Despite the influence of the mutated raindrops, he was convinced that the strawberries cultivated in this rich black soil would be exceptional. You may find some for sale at the vending machine, but do be cautious of the rainwater, Chi-Wan responded, realizing that the placement of the vending machine seemed rather ill-considered. Behind Zhao Lejean's wooden cabin, there exists a slight overhang that offers minimal shelter. However, once a tenant approaches the vending machine, they will undoubtedly find themselves exposed to the rain. The narrow width of the overhang is merely sufficient to shield the vending machine itself. Chi-Wan, with a resigned gesture, acknowledged her inability to assist further, as she currently lacked both materials to construct an umbrella and any design plans for one, leaving the tenants to devise their own solutions. All right, I shall make my way there and await your arrival. Zhao Lejean resolutely lifted a wooden plank and proceeded towards the cabin behind him. Solutions are always conceived by those who seek them. Earlier, in the dimness of night, she had not noticed that Zhao Lejean had taken a plank and leaned it against the wall. Upon returning indoors, she discovered she had harvested 168 strawberries and 6 strawberry seeds. It appears that harvesting can also yield seeds. I shall set aside some seeds while I enjoy them, thus ensuring a continuous cycle of planting. Contemplating the prospect of harvesting strawberries thrice more, Chi-Wan retrieved 100 strawberries to exchange for 1 level 1 crystal core. The price was astonishingly generous, akin to a clearance sale. Little steward, if I plant corn seeds, will it affect the soil? Prior to the onset of the apocalypse, many farmers would apply fertilizers, allowing a period of recuperation for the fields after each crop was harvested. Some require a 12-hour recovery period after planting 3 crops. After the master harvests corn, a 12-hour wait is necessary before replanting. Chi-Wan nodded in understanding, and without hesitation, she planted 4 corn seedlings in the 4 corners surrounding the tomato sapling. Returning to the eaves of her abode, Chi-Wan felt somewhat like a shrewd merchant, having drained the fertile essence of the dark soil. Upon seeing the countdown display 12 hours, a radiant smile blossomed upon her face. She brimmed with anticipation for the morrow. Were it not for the necessity to await 9 o'clock for the tomato harvest, she would have eagerly retreated to her chamber for a restful slumber. For in sleep, time passes with delightful swiftness. A mere closing and opening of the eyes, and several hours would have elapsed. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Song Junling, observing from above, fixated on the square meter of black earth after Chi-Wan had returned to her quarters. A glimmer of light flickered within his gaze as he lowered his eyes, retreating into the wooden cabin, as if nothing had transpired. As the clock struck 9, Chi-Wan dashed outside to gather her tomatoes. Only 1 fruit graced her harvest, resulting in a modest yield of 23 tomatoes, each the size of a grown man's fist. Similarly, she placed them in the automated vending machine. 1 tomato exchanged for 1 primary crystal core. In no time, the strawberries, tomatoes, and the 5 wooden beds were sold out. Unperturbed by these matters, Chi-Wan returned to her bed and collapsed into restful slumber. At dawn, she was roused by the sound of raindrops from outside. Wait, raindrops? How could they be so disruptive? Chi-Wan sprang up abruptly. The raindrops were indeed excessively loud. Venturing onto the balcony, she beheld an alarming sight. The raindrops had transformed into hailstones. A chilly gust of wind sent a shiver through her. My strawberries, my tomatoes, my corn, she exclaimed, disregarding her appearance and hastily descending from the 2nd floor. Grabbing an umbrella, she ventured outdoors, intent on swiftly harvesting her strawberries, tomatoes, and corn before retreating. The hail pelted against her umbrella with considerable weight, some of the stones sharp enough to nearly pierce through. She stood beneath the eaves, deeply troubled about her crops. The weather was truly. Chi-Wan felt she could not remain idle. She dashed back into her room, retrieving some fabric and a few pieces of wood from the storeroom, embracing the umbrella tightly. The wood was placed directly against the fence, and with a swift clap of her small hands, it sank into the damp earth with ease. Having secured 4 wooden stakes, Chi-Wan placed the handle of the umbrella against her neck, while hail pelted down through the canopy, striking her head. Ouch, that hurts. Amidst the pain, her hands remained busy, setting up the makeshift shelter beside the tender tomato seedlings. Chapter 21. Waste not, want not. After layering the fabric 3 times, Chi-Wan noticed that her umbrella had been punctured in several places. Small hailstones were falling directly through it onto the ground. There were still 2 harvests left for the strawberries and tomatoes, and 3 more for the corn. She could not allow any of it to go to waste. Once everything was set, Chi-Wan strode back with determination. The tenants, including Zhao Lejean, who resided in the front row, observed her efforts and exhaled with relief. If it had been them, their hearts would have ached. For those were fresh crops, fresh produce that had not been available at a low price for 2 long years in this apocalyptic world. The weather was utterly bizarre. Leaning against the wall, Ji-won glanced at her tattered umbrella and sighed. Ignoring the gazes of those around her, she returned to her storeroom, fetched another piece of fabric, and secured it to the corners of the umbrella. Once completed, she stood tall, organizing the items she had just gathered. 135 strawberries, 26 tomatoes, and 9 ears of corn. Damaged strawberries, 28, damaged tomatoes, 30, damaged corn, 2. Upon observing this extent of damage, Ji-won felt a sense of relief, realizing that she had acted promptly to mitigate her losses. Had she continued her usual habit of sleeping until 11, a significant portion of these strawberries, tomatoes, and corn would have been lost. She intended to reserve the damaged produce for seeds. Reflecting on her recent actions, she felt somewhat reckless, as if she were out of place in the mysterious little town. Yet, the sight of the crops battered by hail tugged at her heartstrings. Little steward, do you know when the weather will return to normal? After a brief silence, the little steward replied, this afternoon. Ji-won furrowed her brow. Could the weather truly change so swiftly? Once the hail subsided, she planned to promptly clear the surrounding buildings. Mistress, I recommend installing a tap for running water. Ji-won placed her hands on her slender waist and glanced at the displayed map. For the time being, she did not intend to construct a new wooden house in the forward position, as it would interfere with her future endeavors. Moreover, she intended to place the fertile black soil in front for convenient planting. With this thought in mind, Ji-won proceeded to install the tap behind the homes of Old Man Han and Han Ing. As for the price, the little steward had already suggested that 1 ton of water could be exchanged for a level 3 crystal core. Ji-won considered this price reasonable, not inexpensive, but certainly not insignificant either, as 1 ton of water was quite substantial. New task: assist 5 ability users in leveling up. Reward: 5 units of black soil. If only the black soil could be directly exchanged for crystal cores, but alas, the little steward had not yet made such provisions. However, Ji-won comprehended the preciousness of the dark soil, fully aware of its hard-won nature. To assist them in leveling up, is it necessary to utilize the mutated rainwater stored in the warehouse? Ji-won inquired tentatively, though she had already formulated an answer in her mind. Indeed, this task can be compounded until the mutated rainwater in the warehouse is depleted. Would there be more of this mutated rainwater available later? Anything is possible. Can I use this mutated rainwater again? No, it is a one-time use only. How much mutated rainwater does one require? 30 will suffice. I noticed that the warehouse contains water droplets. How can they be administered? 30 droplets must be ingested to achieve an 80 success rate for leveling up. Ji-won had posed all her questions and nodded in understanding. She glanced at the inventory within the warehouse, currently holding 5 mutated rainwater 999 and mutated rainwater 659. This quantity was exceedingly ample, sufficient to assist at least 189 individuals. Could you assist me in creating a display sign at the entrance of the outer room? She had not found a blackboard to utilize, yet she felt a notice was necessary. Of course. Ji-won chuckled softly. The little steward was quite agreeable, at least open to discussion. She instructed the little steward to place a 1 meter wide, 2 meter high sign at the right side of the front door of Zhao Lejean's wooden house, stating, 1. The town is 100% safe. Tenants may stroll freely within the town, while outsiders must depart within 2 hours. The tenant's wooden cabin may only be accessed by the tenant themselves. No other individuals are permitted entry, and neither doors nor windows may be opened. Those harboring malicious intent within the town shall find themselves unable to utilize their abilities. After 3 warnings, they will be permanently blacklisted. The water faucet is located behind cabin number 5, where 1 ton of tap water can be exchanged for a level 3 crystal core, with no limitations on quantity. All interpretations of these regulations reside solely with the mayor of the town. After inscribing the essential information, Ji-won added an additional note at the top. The mayor announces, do you wish to grow stronger? Do you aspire to elevate your abilities? The first 5 individuals will receive a complimentary enhancement water droplet for physical mutation. Special note, the surprise and danger ratio stands at 80 and 20, respectively. Those willing to take the risk may contact the mayor. Once Ji-won disseminated the necessary information, she took a moment to stretch her limbs. It would be even more convenient in the future if a loudspeaker could be utilized for direct announcements. Standing before his wooden cabin, Zhao Lejean was startled by the sudden appearance of the notice board. He approached and read the contents directed towards his cabin. Upon encountering the first and most conspicuous announcement, he felt a sense of trepidation. In this apocalyptic world, who would not desire strength? Only the powerful hold sway in such times. An 80 success rate is slightly higher than the 50 previously mentioned by Mayor Qi. Zhao Lejean murmured to himself, gazing at the grotesque scar on his hand. as memories of the past flooded his mind. Back then, he was merely a level 1 Earth-type ability user, and few understood that being scratched by a zombie of the same level was not necessarily fatal. However, his teammates at that time, convinced of his impending doom, unhesitatingly abandoned him. This menacing scar, a testament to both a zombie's vicious claw and the inadvertent scratch of a comrade, served as a constant reminder of his desire to grow stronger. Before venturing next door to seek out Chi-Wan, he called out towards the upper levels and surrounding areas. A new announcement has been issued by Mayor Chi. There is a new notice located in front of the right side of Mayor Chi's house. He refrained from divulging the specifics of the content, allowing this action to reveal who would seize the opportunity first. With his head held high, he approached the neighboring door and knocked on Chi-Wan's entrance, his heart racing with anticipation. Moments prior, after Chi-Wan had posted the notice, she had retreated to the second-floor balcony, silently observing Zhao Lijian as he approached. Before descending, she cast a glance at Song Junling's position, her cold demeanor accentuated by the relentless hail outside. There was a calmness about her, as if she were an outsider. Yet she proceeded downstairs to inspect the notice on the first floor. A slight smile graced Chi-Wan's lips as she opened the door. Have you made up your mind? Zhao Lijian nodded vigorously, his gaze unwavering and resolute. Yes, where risk and opportunity coexist, let us see if fortune favors me. Chapter 22. The bee sting swells all right. Chi-Wan placed 30 mutated water beads into Zhao Lijian's hands. Consume them all at once, 30 beads in one go. The concentrated mutated water beads were diminutive, no larger than a soybean, dissolving instantly upon contact with the tongue. As Zhao Lijian accepted the beads, his heart raced wildly, feeling as though he might forget to breathe. Thank you, Mayor Chi. He glanced around, noticing that a crowd had gathered before the notice, each person eagerly vying to catch a glimpse of its contents. For the disinterested tenants, upon glimpsing the announcement regarding the water supply, they nearly erupted into jubilant spins, each executing several enthusiastic rotations. However, upon encountering the subsequent pricing, their expressions visibly shifted to one of despondency. Given their limited capabilities, even confronting a level 2 zombie proved to be a considerable challenge, let alone a level 3. Furthermore, they had yet to encounter a level 3 zombie and were left in uncertainty regarding when they might be able to redeem the water supply. Perhaps, they needed to grow stronger. The desire for strength brought them back to the initial notice. Zhao Lijian turned to Chi-Wan and inquired, "May I consume the mutated water beads at the entrance of Mayor Chi's office?" Chi-Wan nodded, acknowledging the reality of their surroundings, where countless eyes were watching, each aware of the trials faced. With Chi-Wan's consent, Zhao Lijian did not hesitate to ingest the 30 mutated water beads. The crowd gathered before the announcement turned their attention to him, captivated by his resolve. In Chi-Wan's peripheral vision, Song Junling's long legs came into view as he extended his hand towards her, uttering merely 2 words, water beads. A subtle smile graced Chi-Wan's lips as she retreated to the house's storage, retrieving the mutated water beads for him. Thank you. After receiving them, Song Junling took a bold step back to his second-floor abode, his long strides allowing him to cover more ground effortlessly. The crowd, standing neither too close nor too far, fixated on Zhao Lijian, who was beginning to feel an unsettling chill. His complexion shifted to a disturbing shade of red and purple, veins protruding ominously as his hands clawed at the tiled floor in agony. Within him, the elemental forces of water and fire clashed violently, as if intent on tearing Zhao Lijian's very being apart. By the latter half of the ordeal, he felt as though he were stung by countless bees, each bite leaving numerous welts upon his body. His physique swelled, the welts obscuring the once prominent veins, transforming him into a grotesque figure. Witnessing this, Chi-Wan couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. Fortunately, she had not succumbed to such a terrifying fate. The sight alone was disheartening. My goodness, it appears so unbearable. Must we truly venture forth? Should we succeed, we would ascend to the rank of third-level supernatural beings. However, failure would condemn us to become zombies. Yet, we have been second-level supernatural beings for quite some time now. There has been no mention of third-level practitioners. For instance, the recent notice indicated that even tap water requires a third-level crystal core for exchange. What does this signify? It implies that zombies possess greater strength than we do. Once this sentiment was vocalized, the expressions of all present darkened. Xiao Jintong and the other 2 exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to approach Chi-Wan to claim the last 3 complimentary quotas. They felt that if they did not attempt this, they would be overwhelmed by a sense of cowardice. Chi-Wan readily handed over the mutated water beads to the trio, gritting her teeth as she watched them proceed. Nodding in unison, Xiao Jintong and his companions stood before Chi-Wan's door and simultaneously consumed 30 mutated water beads. Soon, they began to experience sensations akin to Zhao Lijian's. albeit with slight variations in the latter stages. Shin Maorong found himself ensnared by creeping vines, each tendril sprouting numerous fine roots that burrowed into his body, robbing him of essential nutrients. In no time, he became a gaunt figure, devoid of vitality, kneeling upon the ground, desperately resisting the urge to tear the vines from his flesh. Zhang Xiaodong, on the other hand, was entirely enveloped in moist, yellow earth, with only his nostrils exposed for breathing. The damp lust suddenly dried, gradually cracking open. As it split, his skin merged with the earth, tearing apart in a gruesome display, leaving a bloody trail. Xiao Jinsong's body swelled as if inflated, his clothes straining at the seams. Qi Wan retreated to her room. As a young woman, her presence there felt increasingly inappropriate. If they truly failed to ascend and transform into zombies, the town's guarantee would ensure the unsuccessful were relocated. On the second floor of the wooden cabin number 1 to the right, Song Junling clutched his heart in pain, purple currents coursing through him, emitting a crackling sound. The attention of the crowd was fixated on the few individuals in front of Qi Wan's door, one of whom discerned a hint of opportunity and shouted, "Mayor Qi, I wish to purchase the mutated water beads. How many crystal nuclei?" His words were a desperate shout, revealing his urgency. The man beside him nudged him with his elbow, cautioning, "Are you seeking death? Look at them. They are suffering immensely." The man offered no further explanation, merely stating, "Suffering precedes sweetness." Qi Wan emerged to trade the mutated water beads, acquiring a level 2 crystal nucleus. Returning to her room, she stood before the display screen, noting that her task completion progress had reached 5-3. Uncertain of who had succeeded and who had not, she felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation regarding the outcome. Estimating the time, she observed the task was marked complete and placed the reward of 5 pieces of black earth adjacent to the initial one. After deleting the first notice, she stepped outside. Everyone's attention was drawn to them, a mix of surprise and regret washing over them, pondering why they had not dared to try it themselves. Uncertain if it was still within their reach, Xiao Jinsong lay on the ground, draped in a tattered garment, his position awkward yet oddly comfortable, unable to muster the strength to turn over. Upon seeing Qi Wan emerge, he opted not to change his stance, mustering a faint smile as he greeted her, "Mayor Qi, we have succeeded." Qi Wan nodded, acknowledging their advancement. "Indeed, you have leveled up. Why not test your progress and assess your abilities?" Outside, the hail gradually diminished, while a few more zombies appeared, akin to moving targets for their experimentation. Qi Wan experimented with her abilities, finding her manipulation of water orbs had become more adept. The density of the water orbs had increased, no longer the soft, malleable substance it once was. With skillful application, she could wield the water orbs like steel projectiles, showing no hesitation towards adversaries. Zhao Lejan was the first to dash outside, his stamina having replenished swiftly. He did not venture far, merely 10 meters from the town. The hail did not obscure their sin as rain would. The closer Zhao Lejan approached, the more agitated the horde of zombies became. Xiao Jinsong struggled back to his cabin, changing into a fresh garment before emerging once more. In just a few minutes, an increasing number of zombies surged forth, frenzied by the sight of potential prey, driven by an insatiable hunger to devour the flesh before them. In the span of just 2 days, the number of zombies in the vicinity had swelled considerably. Their speed had quickened. Observe the foremost zombie, the swiftest of the lot. A level 3 zombie. Indeed, it was a level 3 zombie. Brothers, there are now level 3 zombies, all of which are crystallized cores. Chapter 23, Robust Physique, Strong Willpower. Do not harbor any illusions. You are merely a level 2 ability user. Do you expect to transcend your limits? It is already a blessing to ensure your own survival, let alone slay a level 3 zombie. Mayor Qi, may we purchase the mutated water beads? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward Qi Wan. She shook her head, unwilling to sell the mutated water beads so casually. The prerequisites for acquiring the mutated water beads are a robust physique and unwavering willpower. Otherwise, one risks becoming a zombie. Merely observing their impulsive desires made Qi Wan doubt their steadfastness. Moments ago, they were fearful of death, yet now, upon witnessing another's newfound strength, they aspired to gain power themselves, disregarding the 20% risk involved. Perhaps Qi Wan was overthinking, but her reluctance to sell remained steadfast. The others fell silent. Yet it was Gong Zhongliang, adorned in a new outfit, who stepped forward, gazing resolutely at Qi Wan. "I will buy them. I meet both of your requirements." His indifferent words evoked thoughts of Song Junling in Qi Wan's mind. It was no surprise he surrounded himself with individuals who spoke similarly. One must bear the consequences of their decisions. This statement encapsulated both the agony of that half hour and the price of potentially transforming into a zombie, subject to individual interpretation. Indeed, the earlier group faltered once more. Chen Maorong, having regained his composure, dashed out of the town alongside Zhao Lejean to confront the zombies. The more he employed his abilities, the more astonished he became. His vines, once akin to mere ropes, had now transformed into barbed ropes. The vines, imbued with a semblance of consciousness, absorbed the flesh and blood of the zombies, leaving behind nothing but a clean, unblemished skeleton. For a fleeting moment, Zhao Lejean was taken aback, realizing that his earth-based abilities were indeed formidable. His third-tier earth manipulation allowed him to instantly construct an earthen shelter, encasing the zombies within. Simultaneously, this shelter would sprout sharp earthen spikes, capable of dispatching a single zombie with ease. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how Zhang Xiaodong's earth abilities had evolved, as comparing their powers would undoubtedly motivate him further. As the number of approaching zombies swelled, the hail began to dwindle, and the descending ice pellets were no longer as formidable as at the outset, making their attacks less strenuous. Xiao Jinsong and Zhang Xiaodong immediately joined in, their powers abundant as they hurled their abilities outward. Third-tier zombies could still withstand the onslaught, but second- and first-tier zombies were swiftly annihilated. The torn and mangled corpses of the zombies collapsed helplessly to the ground, some having been transformed into mere skeletal remains by Chen Maorong's vines. With the horde of zombies growing ever larger, Qi Wan furrowed her brows and glanced at the direction from which Gong Zhongliang had departed, uncertain of his success, yet wishing him well. This group of zombies was likely the same horde that had attacked the Xianyang base the previous day, bolstered by the mutated substances in the rain. They had all ascended in rank. First-tier zombies, having once been survivors, lingered towards the middle and rear of the horde. They moved sluggishly and possessed limited abilities, making them easy targets. Should we not lend a hand? This zombie tide presents a splendid opportunity to collect crystal cores, Qi Wan suggested. Opting to refrain from joining the fray herself, their crystal cores, to varying degrees, would find their way into her pockets, sparing her the exertion. Upon hearing this, the crowd surged forward. Should the situation prove dire, they would retreat back to the town. A vine swayed in the air, extracting the crystal cores from the zombies. Once the cores were removed, the corpses of the zombies vanished on the spot, processed by the automatic disposal system. This was exceedingly convenient for Zhao Lejean and his companions, and posed no hindrance to the zombies. As the battle raged on, Qi Wan had already begun clearing the buildings nearby, acquiring a considerable amount of materials. After 2 hours of relentless effort, Zhao Lejean and his group were utterly fatigued, yet they remained resolute in combating the zombies. Whenever their abilities waned, they would return to the town to absorb energy and replenish their strength. Back and forth, they had eliminated 2,000 to 3,000 zombies. However, the tide of zombies was far greater than the initial estimate of 5,000 by Xiao Zhongsong. After assaulting the base, their numbers swelled to nearly 8,000 or 9,000. Despite their labors spanning over 2 hours, they had barely cleared half of the horde. Those who cannot endure should not force themselves. Retreat to the town, Zhao Lejean bellowed, casting out his abilities one after another, stepping back several paces. The initial distance of 10 meters had now shrunk to 5. A few strides would suffice to return to the town. Several individuals rushed back, collapsing onto the ground, hands braced against the earth, too weary to relax. In the event that the town could not withstand the onslaught, they needed to be ready to flee. After half an hour, they had only managed to eliminate a few hundred zombies. The strain became unbearable, and one by one, they retreated into the safety of the town. Outside the small town, a throng of 5,000 to 6,000 zombies stood in a daze, their vacant eyes scanning the surroundings. From within the horde, one particular zombie exhibited a cruel grin. A deep gash running from its mouth to the prominence of its cheekbone, flesh torn and bloodied, a palpable hatred emanating from its gaze. Unlike the other lowly zombies, this one was not lost in confusion. It sensed that something lay ahead, compelling it to remain and control the lesser zombies, moving them forward by 50 meters. Indeed, they encountered an area they could not breach, forming a circular barrier. The tenants within the town, witnessing the densely packed zombies outside, found themselves trapped beyond the tiled perimeter, shifting from side to side, only to come to a halt after a brief while. We are surrounded by zombies. Goodness, are these creatures truly so intelligent? Without the shelter of this town, our lives would be forfeit. These zombies are merciless. Alas, why is it so effortless for them to ascend in power while we struggle so? Zhao Lejean glanced at the zombies outside. A flicker of latent power still resided within him. He extended his hand, targeting one zombie's head, and summoned a shard of earth to pierce through, extracting a crystal core. In the next moment, the zombie's body vanished, efficiently disposed of by an automated processing unit. The onlookers, astonished, realized this was an option, yet they were utterly spent. Brothers, we now possess third-tier crystal cores. Let us hasten to exchange them for water and a bath. Yes, indeed. We must freshen up. I feel as though we are on the verge of becoming unbearable. Come, come, let us acquire new garments from the vending machine and celebrate. At that moment, Chi-Wan was in her home, engaged in a tenfold draw for clothing exchanges. Having set aside 2 suitable items, the remainder has been put on the market. The inventory of clothing in the vending machine now exceeds 400 pieces. Chi-Wan has also exchanged for 500 pairs of canvas shoes, all in similar styles but varying in color and size, easily obtainable with a single secondary crystal core. The decision to exchange rests solely with the individual. Furthermore, there are 300 pairs of slippers available, redeemable for just 2 primary crystal cores, a modest price indeed. While Zhao Lejean and his companions dealt with the zombies outside, she swiftly cleared the buildings behind them, yielding an impressive harvest. She gathered several types of seeds: cabbage, rice, peaches, potatoes, and watermelons. Chapter 24. The chicks have arrived after clearing the buildings. Chi-Wan felt no regret while constructing her wooden houses. Originally, she had planned for 6 wooden houses, but with her rapid progress and the clearance of 5 additional buildings, coupled with the ample space between them, she erected 7 new 5-story wooden houses. In accomplishing her task, she now possessed 13 5-story wooden houses, ready for rental should tenants arrive. However, the construction of these wooden houses had entirely depleted her supply of building materials. New task: eliminate the zombie horde. Reward: 5 adult wolf dogs. Oh, my little chicks. Chi-Wan was far more eager for the reward from her previous task, as her chicks awaited her in the storeroom. Master, the chicks are already in the enclosure to the left of the vegetable garden. Upon hearing this, the tenants of the small town gasped in astonishment. Half of them had gone to take a bath, while the other half remained vigilant, fearful of any unforeseen events. The presence of 6 patches of black soil is already remarkable, yet astonishingly, a square enclosure emerges, within which fluffy little chicks chirp merrily. It is a moment of sheer astonishment. After 2 long years, I have finally laid eyes on chicks. Who could remain unaffected? I am so moved that tears well in my eyes. This is the first time I have perceived the undeniable cuteness of these chicks. I swallow hard. Oh, the mayor is truly remarkable. Even the chicks are here. Surely, the elder will be elated upon seeing them too. Once he is done with his tasks, I must ensure he comes to witness this. Look, it's a chicken. As Chi-Wan stepped out with seeds in hand, she was met with the gasps of the tenants around her. Adjacent to her stood 5 more empty patches of black soil, from which she produced 5 varieties of seeds: tomatoes, rice, strawberries, watermelons, and cotton. Before she could approach the chicks' enclosure, her gaze fell upon the time displayed on the fence. Growth time, for 56. It seems these chicks will soon mature and begin laying eggs. Chi-Wan is brimming with anticipation. Not only is Chi-Wan eager, but the other tenants are equally filled with excitement, swallowing countless times in anticipation. While the chicks are undeniably adorable, thoughts of various chicken delicacies dance in their minds. Mayor Chi, are these chickens for sale? I wish to raise some too. Yes, indeed. Mayor Chi, are your chickens no? No? Do you sell these little chicks? Chi-Wan shook her head, and her response elicited a collective sigh of disappointment. They are not for sale. If these chicks leave the town, they will mutate. At that point, it will be unclear who is raising whom. Han Ing, supporting Elder Han, emerged from behind, wielding a stick as they made their way towards the tiled area. Old Man Han swung his stick down, provoking the zombie as if merely scratching an itch, yet inciting its wrath. With its hands raised in the air, it let out a fierce roar, blood oozing from its mouth. Fearless, he struck again, diverting its attention. Han Ing extended his hand, from which green threads emerged. 5 fingers produced 5 strands, swiftly targeting the zombie's head, penetrating it directly. Taking a deep breath, Han Ing pulled forcefully, and the crystal core landed in his palm. Witnessing this scene, Chi-Wan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Old Man Han truly had an eye for selection, effortlessly choosing a 3rd-tier zombie. Indeed, in the small town, one could opt for a more formidable foe, as they posed no threat to the town's residents. Noticing Old Man Han's intention to step forward, Chi-Wan kindly reminded, it is advisable not to stand on the town's tiles, lest you be caught by a zombie when your body tilts. Upon hearing this, Old Man Han immediately grasped Han Ing's hand, retreating a step back, gratefully nodding towards Chi-Wan before continuing to strike another zombie. Chi-Wan, undeterred by their actions, knew she needed to plant her seeds before dealing with the encircling zombies. Master, the chicks require feeding. Vegetables and fruits will suffice. Recalling the damaged vegetables and fruits she had collected that morning, she planted the seeds and then took out 5 damaged strawberries and tomatoes, placing them on the balcony to dry naturally before planting. There were only 2 damaged corns. One was set on the balcony, while the other, along with the other damaged strawberries and tomatoes, was placed beside the chicks' enclosure. Chi-Wan observed as the chicks rushed eagerly towards the tomatoes, pecking at them repeatedly. The juice from the tomatoes splattered onto the ground, and the chicks consumed both the juice and the dirt beneath. It was then that she realized the area where the chicks were was not the barren soil outside, but rather the ordinary earth from before. Eat well, little ones. She encouraged, consume your fill. She extended her index finger and gently stroked one of the chicks' heads. The tenants, having washed themselves, emerged looking fresh and rejuvenated, clad in clean clothes. Although they lacked washing supplies, they had scrubbed their skin until layers of dirt had been removed, significantly reducing the black grime. And their hair took considerable time to cleanse. Everyone must seize this opportunity to gather as many crystal cores as possible. As a second-level ability user, I just absorbed a third-level crystal core after my wash, and I have reached the pinnacle of my current level. Just one more, and I can advance. If it weren't for having spent one of his third-level crystal cores on water, he would have been able to directly elevate himself to a third-level ability user. Upon hearing this, the others gazed at the third-level zombie, as if it were a delectable morsel, their fear of it diminishing. The middle-aged man, Hong Liang-han, their leader, addressed his companions. Brothers, hurry back and cleanse yourselves thoroughly, absorb your abilities and strive for advancement. We will handle things here. The younger members nodded, raising their heads in agreement before making their way to the water tap. Among them were spatial ability users, who could preserve excess water for future use, alleviating their worries about water once they left the town. Gong Zhongliang emerged from his wooden cabin, directly following Song Junling to the rear of the small town. Third brother, there must be a psychic zombie among this horde, he remarked, his brow furrowed. He sensed the zombies surrounding them, with more approaching. The power of this particular zombie was formidable. If not eliminated promptly, it would only become more challenging to eradicate in the future. Song Junling responded with a soft acknowledgement, remaining silent as he stood on the tiled ground, observing the gruesome zombies before him. With a disdainful snort, he snapped his fingers lightly, and the most ferocious of the zombies was electrified, its form turning to ash, leaving behind a second-level crystal core that floated into his hand. Gong Zhongliang, brimming with eagerness, rubbed his hands together. Third master, allow me, he said, rotating his wrist. His right hand extended slightly. Fingers poised with the index and middle fingers extended while the others remained folded. As he pressed down with his index and middle fingers, the 5 foremost zombies were instantly crushed. The 5 bloodied crystal cores were summoned to him, floating beside him. He gazed at his fingers in astonishment. Previously, he could only manipulate the gravity of 2 zombies simultaneously, yet now he could effortlessly control 5. Chapter 25. Advancement in Battle. Is this the power of a third-level psychic? His anticipation for attaining 4th-level abilities grew. He had not anticipated the mutated water droplet to be so potent. If their base's army could harness the power of this mutated water droplet, then Gong Zhongliang loosened his fingers, observing the encroaching zombies, and applied pressure once more. This cycle continued, and over 200 zombies were effortlessly dispatched. The few tenants accompanying them beheld the formidable prowess of Song Junling and Gong Zhongliang, feeling a mix of admiration and trepidation, wisely opting not to provoke either of them. Their extraordinary abilities were undeniably terrifying, capable of ushering one into the afterlife without a whisper of forewarning. Mr. Wang and Mr. Gong observed that the hail outside had ceased, and they decided to venture out together. Suddenly, they heard the chirping of chicks and hastened their steps. Upon witnessing the 6 patches of dark soil, each adorned with vibrant green sprouts and tender shoots, their hearts were instantly captivated. A small fence nearby enclosed the chicks, further enchanting them. Mr. Gong's eyes crinkled with joy. To behold such fertile earth amidst the end times was truly remarkable. Old Wang, look at this soil, how splendid it is. Just observe these seedlings. Are they not superior to those we have seen before? Look at the tomatoes, still unripe, yet one can already discern their size. Indeed, Ah Gong. And see the strawberry, gradually blushing red. Its size is truly impressive. Mr. Gong reached out to caress the plants, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. Elder gentleman, this land and the chicks belong to Mayor Qi. You may consult her, Hong Liang-han remarked after dispatching a zombie, wiping the sweat from his brow as he addressed Mr. Wang and Mr. Gong. The 2 elders exchanged glances, surveying the throng of zombies before them and the tenants bravely contending with them. And a faint smile tugged at their lips. The contrast between the interior and exterior of this small town was stark. Residing here represented their safest haven in 2 years. Upon witnessing these suicidal zombies hastily moving about, a peculiar sense of amusement washed over him. Mr. Wang turned around and gently knocked on the door of Chi-Wan. Hello, Mayor Qi. I am the tenant residing in the back. Inside, Chi-Wan was savoring a bowl of instant noodles, which, it must be said, was quite aromatic. Hearing the knock, she indulged in another couple of sips of the noodle soup, relishing its delightful flavor. Having a pot is truly advantageous. One can directly cook instant noodles, unlike other tenants who have to consume them dry. She opened the door, allowing the enticing aroma of the noodles to waft out, captivating Mr. Wong. No matter how many delectable dishes one had enjoyed before the apocalypse, nothing compared to the allure of a simple pack of instant noodles now. Indeed, Mayor Chi, he continued. My companion, Mr. Gong, and I were hoping to take a look at the vegetable garden in front of your residence. Would it be possible to enter? Chi Wan pondered this, effectively consulting her little steward. Little steward, may these two elderly gentlemen enter? No, only the master and their staff are permitted inside. The staff may cultivate and harvest as per the procedures observed by the master. Understanding the situation, Chi Wan smiled apologetically at Mr. Wong. I am sorry, sir. Aside from myself and the staff, others are unable to enter. Mr. Wong exchanged a knowing glance with Mr. Gong, both comprehending one another's sentiments. I see. Let us deliberate. The two elderly gentlemen, feeling somewhat helpless, recalled their promise to Song Junling regarding their visit to the base and refrained from overstepping by becoming employees of the town. Very well, should you wish to inquire further. You may first glance at the notice over there. Chi Wan pointed at the notice in front of Zhao Lejean's wooden house. Noticing their silence, she stepped inside. The new task read, recruiting one long-term employee for 1 year and 2 temporary employees on call with a reward of a 10-square fish pond. Upon seeing this new task, Chi Wan smiled. She had grown accustomed to the fluctuations of the little steward. The initial task had not been this. Yet it transformed due to necessity. As for the long-term employee, Chi Wan had a candidate in mind, contingent on his willingness. She first posted the need for temporary employees on the notice board, believing that the 2 spots were exclusively meant for Mr. Wong and Mr. Gong. Once they saw it, they could reach out to her. Stepping out of the room, she stretched and loosened her muscles. She hadn't forgotten the tasks at hand. Until she eliminated the horde of zombies, constructing more wooden houses and securing additional tenants would be impossible, thanks to the tireless efforts of the tenants. Only a little over 3,000 zombies remained, seething in the shadows. The controlled zombies were going berserk, flailing about irrationally. These zombies had truly lost their minds, attempting to stack themselves despite the impossibility of squeezing in. Quickly, don't just stand there. Eliminate the zombies below. Otherwise, they will really start stacking up. Hong Yong'an shouted, his abilities launching wildly from his hands. The nearby lackeys furrowed their thick brows, following Hong Lianghan's lead. Chi Wan stole a glance to her left, observing the zombies stacking on top of one another, entirely disregarding the feelings of those below. Fortunately, there exists a zombie disposal system. Otherwise, the vicinity of her quaint town would be cluttered with the remains of the undead, towering precariously. The tenants dispersed, seeking out the locations where the corpses were stacked higher, and proceeded to eliminate them. Chi Wan glanced at the perimeter of the zombies, raised her right hand, and summoned several droplets of water within her palm. With a swift motion, she directed them precisely into the skulls of a few zombies at the base, extracting their cores. In the next instant, the droplets shot forth at incredible speed, causing the nearby zombies to vanish without a trace. Lacking the support from below, the zombies above plummeted downwards. The sound of their chaotic collapse echoed as they tumbled over one another, grappling and tearing at the bodies of their fallen companions. Zhao Lejean, witnessing this, immediately unleashed his earth spikes, piercing through the undead flesh and anchoring them in place. Meanwhile, Chen Maorong adeptly entwined vines around the heads of the zombies, extracting the crystalline cores. Numerous cores, dozens, were collected, and the 2 naturally divided them equally. Observing this, the others realized that solitary efforts were exhausting and yielded little. Thus, they opted to collaborate, enhancing their efficiency in dispatching the zombies, with their left hands absorbing the cores and their right hands wielding their powers against the undead. They felt invigorated. I have advanced to level 3. Ha ha, I have leveled up. Chi Wan glanced over and instantly recognized the speaker, a newly ascended ability user who had reached the pinnacle of level 2 after absorbing cores post-bath. The crowd looked on enviously, admiring the individual who had leveled up during the battle, solidifying their powers further. I too, my paralysis ability has reached level 3. Ha ha, I shall test how many zombies I can contend with. Chapter 26. The paralyzed bees, one of Hong Lianghan's subordinates, exclaimed joyfully before charging towards the approaching zombies. His paralyzing ability manifested as a swarm of bees, with the most crucial weapon being the stinger. In an instant, 10 bees materialized before him, darting directly towards the zombies ahead. 5 seconds later, a new wave of 10 bees emerged. The subordinate suppressed his inner elation while meticulously controlling all the surviving bees. Before succumbing to death, the bees extracted the crystal cores from the zombies and delivered them into his hands. In no time, his bag was filled with crystal cores. Aha! I have leveled up too. Hong Liang-han bellowed with laughter, reveling in his unexpected advancement at his age. Experts had previously noted that older individuals tend to progress more slowly than the young. Witnessing their leader's elevation, the 7 subordinates fought with even greater fervor. Meanwhile, a zombie lurking in the shadows exhibited a clear sense of panic, retreating behind the horde, while simultaneously attempting to control the front line of zombies. Song Junling's gaze flickered, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a distinct cold smile. Suddenly, a figure obstructed the path of that particular zombie. Soaring through the air, manipulated by Gong Zhongliang's gravitational control, Song Junling descended directly before the undead creature. Indeed, it was a manifestation of psychic powers. Later, Gong Zhongliang positioned himself beside Song Junling, discreetly employing gravity to seal off the surrounding avenues. As long as the zombie attempted to advance, it would be met with the oppressive weight of gravity. Level 4, do not underestimate it. Song Junling spoke faintly. The presence of controlled level 3 zombies amidst the horde suggested that a higher level zombie was orchestrating them. To his surprise, it had reached the pinnacle of level 4, quite formidable. With his left hand, Song Junling grasped 3 level 3 crystal cores, absorbing them simultaneously, while his right hand crackled with purple lightning. His beautifully arched brows knitted together slightly as he fixated on the zombie before him, a cold smile gracing his lips. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the lightning surged forth. Under the influence of Gong Zhongliang's gravitational power, the lightning danced chaotically, as if confined within a closed chamber, scorching the zombie's outer skin to a charred black. Remarkably, the zombie, even while being electrified, managed to grin widely, its eyes radiating blatant mockery. Was it not a fanciful notion for a level 3 ability user to confront a level 4 zombie? Gong Zhongliang reduced the gravitational field, ensnaring the zombie's head. Suddenly, he felt a piercing pain in his mind, akin to being pricked by needles, and clutched his head with both hands. He glanced up at the zombie, which had its back turned to him, inwardly cursing the wretched mental abilities. Song Junling was not faring much better. Although devoid of mental abilities, his mental fortitude was formidable. He unleashed a dual assault of lightning, weaving a net of electricity to ensnare the zombie without hesitation. The prickling sensation in Gong Zhongliang's mind dissipated, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He braced himself on the ground and rose swiftly. Just then, Song Junling let out a cold snort, revealing a level 4 crystal core in his hand. In the next moment, he abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Third brother. Gong Zhongliang rushed over, his brows furrowed in concern as he regarded him. Song Junling waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was nothing. However, he realized he would need to remain here for the next few days. Lowering his gaze to where the corpses of the zombies had vanished, he turned to find a horde of uncontrollable undead charging towards him. With a swift motion of his hand, the foremost 10 or so zombies were reduced to ashes. Gong Zhongliang casually wiped the sweat from his brow, elevating himself and Song Junling into the sky, heading towards the direction of the town. Boss, the zombies have scattered. The uncontrolled zombies tumbled one after another, aimlessly wandering about in confusion. Look at that foolish zombie. It doesn't even realize there's a protective barrier ahead. Just charging forward. Isn't it absurd? One of the younger members, supporting his weary back, laughed heartily. The others, upon seeing the zombie, erupted into laughter as well. It truly is ridiculous. I've never encountered such a foolish zombie before. Should we eliminate it? Let us give it a moment and see how long it remains oblivious. Ha, your idea is even worse. Chi-Wan observed a zombie nearby, incessantly colliding with the protective barrier. Grasping her water blade, she swiftly severed the zombie's head. As the body disintegrated, the head continued to howl, its mouth biting into the ground, tasting the earth. She struck again, obtaining the crystal core, and with it, the head vanished. Stop toying with them. Let us swiftly eradicate these zombies. We need to venture out in a few days. With so many zombies, how can we possibly go out? Hong Lianghan lamented as he gestured towards the struggling younger members. All right, boss. We'll deal with them now. The group immediately perked up, each unleashing their unique abilities. Old Man Han and Haning watched their hands tirelessly at work, collecting as many crystal cores as possible. It was estimated that for a considerable time, there would be a scarcity of these cores. Seizing this opportunity was imperative. After half an hour, Old Man Han was utterly exhausted, and the remaining zombies outside had dwindled significantly. The grandfather and grandson prepared to return to their humble wooden cabin. Chi-Wan approached Old Man Han and said, "Old man, I have a job for you. It includes meals and accommodation, but unfortunately, No salary. Would you be interested? Upon hearing this, Old Man Han's eyes gleamed with eagerness as he tightly grasped Han Ying's hand in excitement. Mayor Qi, I am willing to accept. The absence of a salary is of no consequence. I am still willing. I just wonder what this old body can still accomplish. Old Man Han felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing that the tasks might be too arduous for him. Not at all. It's quite simple. Just farming and raising chickens. Chi-Wan reassured him, gesturing for the elderly man and the young boy to follow her to the fenced area where the crops and chickens resided. The 6 adjoining plots were enclosed by a single fence, and the plants had already grown to a height of 10 centimeters. The chickens on the left had shed their down feathers and had grown considerably. The food in the corner of the pen had been consumed. Please wait here for a moment. I will go inside to record your information, Chi-Wan instructed. She cast a glance at Old Man Han, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at the fertile black soil, his hands rubbing together in eager preparation for the tasks ahead. Once inside the house, she instructed the little steward to input Old Man Han's information as the first long-term employee. Understood, Master. Inputting data now. Chi-Wan lightly arched her delicate brows as she approached the display screen, where she confirmed that 2 temporary employees were still needed. She recalled that the chicks had finished their food and resolved to fetch some more. Casting a glance towards the warehouse, she retrieved 2 ears of corn and 5 tomatoes, which should suffice for a while. Additionally, she took a lunchbox and a bottle of mineral water in hand, remembering the promise of meals and accommodation. Naturally intending to ensure that Old Man Han's lunch was taken care of. Little steward, could you perhaps implement a feature in the vending machine that automatically recognizes employees? This way, Old Man Han could collect his lunchbox and mineral water from the vending machine each day. Chapter 27. Long-term employees and temporary employees. Certainly, Master. I shall now set the vending machine to automatically recognize employees. Upon exiting the house, Chi-Wan handed the lunchbox and mineral water to Old Man Han. As for accommodation, you will continue to reside in your current wooden cabin. You will receive 3 meals a day in the form of lunchboxes and a bottle of mineral water daily. In the evenings, you may purchase additional items from the vending machine, which will automatically recognize you, eliminating the need for you to pay with crystal course. Old Man Han accepted the lunchbox and mineral water, wiping the corners of his eyes. Thank you, Mayor Qi. I am uncertain about what tasks I need to undertake. Chi-Wan turned to Han Ying and said, only my grandfather and I may enter here. You must wait outside for a moment. Han Ying obediently nodded. Taking the items from Old Man Han's hands, holding the lunchbox while placing the mineral water on the ground, Chi-Wan opened the gate and walked inside, noting, these are the plants I have been cultivating over the past 2 days. You can now see the countdown, can't you? Old Man Han nodded, acknowledging that he could indeed see the countdown above the plants. This countdown marked the time until harvest. Once it concluded, simply uttering the word harvest would suffice. There were also other seeds available for collection from the vending machine, which could then be sown here. Chi-Wan felt that at times, when she was preoccupied with other matters, she might not have the opportunity to tend to her home. So she decided to allocate the seeds she acquired to the vending machine. Only Old Man Han would have access to them. Others could not purchase them. The nearby chicks could be fed with some tomatoes and corn, but it was imperative to pluck some before announcing the harvest, lest the yield end up in her storage. Old Man Han nodded earnestly, and Mayor Qi felt reassured, stating that he would perform diligently. Before the apocalypse, he had been an elder who farmed the land, possessing considerable knowledge about crops. When the world fell into chaos, he had intended to bring the children out to seek their parents. Yet he had not found them to this day. As long as people were alive, they would inevitably encounter one another. Chi-Wan was at a loss for words of comfort. Transportation options were limited in this post-apocalyptic world, and even if distances were involved, they would not be insurmountable provided everyone remained alive. Old Man Han glanced towards Han Ying's location, nodding thoughtfully to himself, murmuring, we must survive. After entrusting matters to Old Man Han, Chi-Wan felt a significant weight lifted from her mind. With the house now constructed, she intended to search for any survivors. The wooden cabin felt empty, and she found it unsettling. However, Chi-Wan understood the necessity of patience. The 2 elderly gentlemen had yet to come looking for her, and she decided to wait. For the sake of her fish pond, she could afford to bide her time. The subsequent cultivation shall be entrusted to the old farmer. Should any new land emerge, there is no cause for alarm. Such occurrences are entirely natural. Moreover, this fertile black soil requires periods of rest. For instance, the initial plot has already yielded 3 different crops, resulting in a depletion of its inherent fertility. Once these crops have naturally withered, it will be necessary to pause for half a day to allow the soil to recuperate its vitality. The old farmer nodded in understanding. Being a seasoned agrarian, he comprehended these principles. Even though the land before him differs from that of a bygone era, many fundamental concepts remain consistent. Very well, it shall not be a burden. I will do my utmost to tend to these seeds with care. As he spoke, the old farmer crouched down to begin weeding. While pulling out the weeds, he remarked, "These are wild grasses. If they are allowed to persist, they will compete with other plants for nutrients." Chiwan nodded, having previously overlooked this detail, mistakenly believing they were unsuccessful seedlings. How enlightening to discover they were merely weeds. My understanding of these matters is limited, and it seems I have indeed made the right choice in seeking the old farmer's guidance. The old farmer smiled humbly, explaining that a lifetime of farming has bestowed him with such knowledge. It was now midday, and the old farmer should hasten home for his meal. Regarding the water faucet, you may utilize 1 ton of water daily. Take as much as you desire. You can collect it at any time throughout the day. The old farmer was astonished. The prospect of receiving 1 ton of water daily was remarkable, for such water is precious. A ton of water could be exchanged for a level 3 crystal nucleus. Wonderful! Wonderful! He exclaimed thrice. I shall return home with Xiaohe for a meal, and then I will come back. Old man, there is no need to rush. It is midday. Take a moment to rest, and allow Xiaohe to wash up and don a fresh set of garments. With their lodging and meals provided, they can now afford to purchase new attire, as their old clothes have become quite malodorous and tattered. Mr. Han chuckled awkwardly as he led Haning back to their humble abode, retrieving 2 plastic buckets he had found outside. They were brand new from the supermarket and used, and now perfectly suited for their current needs. After a discussion among Mr. Wang, Mr. Gong, and Song Junling, they decided to gather to explore possible methods of entry into the premises during their visit. Even a simple glimpse would suffice. Mayor Qi, we have come to confer with you, Mr. Wang said with a warm smile. As they approached, they spotted Qi Wan in front of the vegetable patch, sparing them the need to knock. Indeed, Mayor Qi. Everything is open for discussion. We are eager to discover alternative methods. Our curiosity about your land is insatiable, having devoted our lives to soil research. We have never encountered such rich black soil before. Mr. Gong stepped closer to Qi Wan, peering through the fence, captivated by the proximity. The more he observed, the more he yearned to remain there, immersed in this place for 24 hours a day. The sound of chickens nearby was the most delightful music he had heard in the past 2 years of turmoil. Look at these tomatoes. They are impressively large, brimming with nutrients, I am sure. And these strawberries, not only are they sizable, but their vibrant red hue is simply enticing. Mr. Wang leaned closer to the fence, his eyes wide with wonder. The venerable Mr. Gong, unwilling to be outdone, nearly knelt on the ground for a closer inspection. Indeed, that young scion of the Song family purchased several for us to sample. The flavor surpassed even that of the pre-apocalyptic era in its sweetness. One wonders what secrets lie within this soil, enabling such organic fruits to flourish. Alas, it is a pity that Mayor Qi has barred our entry. Otherwise, we could have observed it up close. Sigh, what a lamentable loss. Had we not promised that young Song, we would certainly have remained here. Mr. Wang patted his thigh in frustration, clearly dismayed. Mr. Gong mirrored his sentiment, slapping his own thigh and sighing silently. Indeed, I find myself regretting having acquiesced so early. Had we delayed by a day or two, we both could have stayed here. Gong Zhongliang felt a twinge of embarrassment as he observed the 2 elderly gentlemen shift their stances. What was meant to be a discussion had swiftly devolved into regret. Their own base possesses decent soil, suitable for cultivation at the very least. It is entirely plausible that, through the expertise of these 2 gentlemen, it could be transformed into superior quality earth. Chapter 28. The empty fish pond. Shall we not assert ourselves and remain here? Their base can surely wait a while longer. Once we thoroughly study this place, we can proceed to their base without haste. The more Mr. Wang spoke, the more he convinced himself of his reasoning, nodding affirmatively. Mr. Gong, too, concurred, his silent gaze drifting towards Song Junling and Gong Zhongliang, their eyes filled with sighs. Indeed, the recent rainfall has undoubtedly enhanced the capabilities of the zombies and mutated creatures outside. Including the 2 of us elderly gentlemen certainly poses a risk. If we were to become a burden, how guilty we would feel. We are merely frail old bones and cannot encumber those youthful lads. Gong Zhongliang felt his lips twitch slightly. While the sentiments expressed by the 2 gentlemen were not without merit, their manner of articulation rendered it somewhat awkward. Song Junling's gaze flickered, and a different thought began to form in her mind. Qi Wan abruptly interjected, for if she did not, they might continue to expound upon their notions. Although their words held significant wisdom, they had previously made a commitment to others and should not easily waver from it. Qi Wan smiled and stepped forward, saying, All right, dear gentlemen, I have 2 temporary positions available for you both, which include only lunch, with no further responsibilities. Mr. Wang and Mr. Gong exchanged knowing glances, each recognizing a shared sense of triumph. Is that truly the case? Are there any requirements for these temporary positions? Mr. Wang inquired. There are no special prerequisites. Simply report to your posts at your convenience. However, daily planting and harvesting are expected, Chi-Wan replied. Mr. Wang nodded, albeit reluctantly glancing towards Song Junling, and remarked, very well, while we reside here for the next few days, we shall assist you in tending to your vegetable garden. Chi-Wan could not help but chuckle softly. These two gentlemen were indeed quite amusing. I must remind you, however, that the provision includes only lunch. You will be responsible for your own accommodations and meals. Mr. Wang and Mr. Gong turned their gaze towards Song Junling, their intentions clear. Mayor Qi felt reassured, knowing that responsibilities would be taken care of. However, it was somewhat regrettable that they would soon be departing. Mr. Wang expressed a hint of discontent. If only a portion of the soil from the base could be transported here, it would be ideal. This way, both he and Mr. Gong could conduct their research from both locations. Chi-Wan turned her attention to Song Junling and politely inquired, Mr. Song, with the two esteemed gentlemen working here temporarily, do you foresee any issues? Gazing directly into Song Junling's eyes, she sensed a palpable chill, and she rubbed her hands together in an attempt to warm them. Song Junling cast her a brief, indifferent glance and nodded slightly. There are no issues. We will fully accommodate the two gentlemen, ensuring their lodging and meals are taken care of. Chi-Wan nodded, acknowledging the assurance of complete responsibility. She mentioned that lunch for the two gentlemen would naturally be included. Very well, esteemed gentlemen, please wait here for a moment while I proceed to register your information. With that, Chi-Wan entered the room and closed the door behind her. The assistant was inputting the details of the two gentlemen as temporary staff, entitled to complimentary lunch. Additionally, she noted that the first task had been completed. The staff had been successfully recruited. Understood, Master. Data entry is in progress. The fish pond is in the warehouse. It is advisable to place it there, she noted. Chi-Wan quickly approached the display screen and selected the 10 square meter fish pond from the warehouse location. Upon inspection, she found it empty, confirming that it was merely a pond, 5 meters wide and 2 meters long. It would be positioned in the 2-meter vacant space in front of cabin number 2. Understood, Master. With the establishment of a fish pond, efforts must now be directed towards nurturing seedlings. The new task is to accumulate 50 tenants, which will reward 5 juvenile perch. This task is quite promising. In order to prevent the fish pond from remaining barren, she must actively recruit tenants. Stepping out of her house, she noticed the tenants gathered before cabin number 2 and reminded them, this is currently an empty fish pond, devoid of fish. Chen Maorong reminisced about various culinary preparations involving fish, smiling broadly at Chi-Wan, with a hint of flattery in his demeanor. Mayor Qi, we place our trust in you. With this fish pond, fish will surely follow, he exclaimed. It has been quite a while since I've tasted fish, and I hope to enjoy some in our town. Zhang Xiaodong, eager not to be left behind, quickly expressed his agreement. Indeed, we wholeheartedly trust Mayor Qi. The three of them had already decided to return to their original base to bring their families over. They planned to settle in Mayor Qi's town, where they were certain there would be fish to eat. Xiao Zensong nodded in agreement. Although they had only formed a team for a brief 2 months, their collective goal was survival. Given such a splendid location, it was only natural to remain here. Bringing their families from the base would also provide them with considerable peace of mind. Having endured the zombie tide that morning, they held great faith in the town's safety. As long as the town stood, their families would be unequivocally safe. Chi-Wan raised an eyebrow, recognizing this as the best approach. Word would spread swiftly, increasing the number of visitors to her town. We welcome you to bring your families over. There will be double or triple rooms available, allowing you to reside together. The previously promised double room has yet to be constructed, as there were no level 3 crystals available for exchange at that time. However, the situation has changed. The morning's zombie tide has granted them an abundance of level 3 crystals. Following the onslaught, they proceeded to exchange for a ton of tap water. Earlier, while in the house, she noticed that she now possesses 5 level 3 crystals. A ton of water is substantial, sufficient for 2 or 3 individuals, with the excess being collected by the space manipulators. All right, Mayor Qi, we shall undoubtedly come, affirmed Xiao Zhongsong and Zhang Xiaodong in succession. Hong Lianghan and his companions expressed a hint of envy. They too wished to remain, yet they had numerous matters to attend to. Once their affairs were settled, they might indeed find their way here. I wonder if this fish pond will have crayfish in the future. It has been ages since I last indulged in them. Previously, I spotted mutated crayfish by the pond. Their claws were enormous. Had it not been for its frenzied attacks, I could only imagine the abundant meat within those claws. Zhang Xiaodong remarked, salivating at the thought. Chen Maorong dismissed the notion, confident in his vine abilities, believing that capturing a crayfish would pose no challenge. What is there to worry about? Our capabilities have significantly enhanced. Next time we encounter one, we shall simply catch it and roast it over the fire. Chi Wan, uninterested in their further banter, gestured for Mr. Wong and Mr. Gong to return to the vegetable garden. Chapter 29. The growth rate of chicks. I did not anticipate Mayor Chi's remarkable prowess in cultivating the fish pond. Mr. Wong glanced back at the empty fish pond. And to be honest, he felt a pang of longing for fish. He had tasted mutated fish before, yet the texture was utterly unpalatable, tough, chewy, and reeking of a pronounced fishy odor. Chi Wan smiled quietly, choosing not to comment. What she possessed now were rewards bestowed by the little steward, and she remained uncertain about what the future might hold. She opened the gate of the small fence, gesturing to the two elderly gentlemen. You may now come and go as you please. There is also another long-term employee residing on the first floor of your wooden house, Old Man Han. He will be responsible for the cultivation of these lands and the growth of the chicks from now on. No sooner had she spoken than Old Man Han approached, clad in freshly laundered attire. Mayor Chi, I have arrived, he announced. Chi Wan turned her head slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, the fence of the vegetable garden has been moved back by 2 meters. You can stroll in with ease, without fear of trampling anything. However, do exercise caution with the outer fence. Straying beyond it could attract zombies, which would be perilous. The previous fence had been exceedingly cramped, making it feel as though one could easily step on the planted crops with the slightest misstep. Thus, she had requested the little steward to adjust the fence, ensuring it remained within the protective bounds of the town. Old Man Han observed the changes and indeed found the space considerably more spacious, allowing for a far more comfortable movement, free from the worry of inadvertently crushing the plants. The chicken enclosure had also been repositioned within the garden, providing ample room for the chicks to roam, and the harvested tomatoes and corn could now be tossed down directly. Glancing at the countdown for the chicks, it was accurate to say they could no longer be referred to as mere chicks. In just an hour, they would reach adulthood. Old Man Han glanced over at Mayor Chi, noting there were 3 roosters and 2 hens. Mayor Chi felt a pang of regret. Why couldn't there be 1 rooster and 4 hens? More hens would yield eggs and allow that singular rooster to enjoy the delights of companionship. Suddenly, a question arose in her mind. Little steward, can these roosters and hens reproduce naturally? Indeed, my lady, came the reassuring response from the little steward. With this answer, Chi Wan felt a wave of relief. As long as both genders were present, all would be well. They decided to refrain from collecting the initial eggs, allowing for the hatching of a few chicks. Old Man Han shared this perspective. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs produce chickens. This cycle would soon lead to a burgeoning flock. The surrounding tenants were astounded. Their small town was on the brink of acquiring numerous chickens. Even though they were not yet official residents, they were certain of their future status, having set this aspiration for themselves. Mr. Wong and Mr. Gong showed little interest in the chickens. Despite the prospect of future chicken meat and eggs, they preferred the rich black earth before them. The fertile soil, with its earthy fragrance, stood in stark contrast to the foul-smelling land outside, which left a lingering discomfort. Truly, this was excellent soil, rich in nutrients. Mr. Wong nodded in satisfaction, grateful for the opportunity to experience it up close. After returning to her home, Chi Wan heated a takeout meal in a multifunctional cooker and then changed into comfortable attire before lying down on her bed. This life was quite pleasant, far better than her previous days at the Shenyang base. The survivors who endured the zombie apocalypse, one cannot help but wonder how they are faring now. Lost in her thoughts, Chi Wan gradually succumbed to slumber. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly, and the once parched and cracked earth, now refreshed by rain and hail, felt less oppressive than before. The damp ground bore no traces of wandering zombies, bringing an unexpected tranquility to the small town. Were it not for the presence of dilapidated buildings, one might easily mistake it for an ordinary town from the days before the cataclysm. There were cultivated fields, chickens being raised, and a modestly sized empty fish pond. Mayor Chi, come quickly. Both hens have laid eggs. Old Man Han shouted excitedly from downstairs. Just moments ago, only 1 hen had laid an egg, and now both had, heightening the excitement. In his eyes, there was a countdown hovering above the freshly laid eggs. Countdown, 1 minute and 29 seconds. Without Chi Wan needing to explain, Old Man Han understood the significance of this countdown, which only amplified his eagerness to invite Chi Wan down to witness the hatching of the chicks. As Chi Wan awoke from her dreamy state, she heard Old Man Han's voice. Once she grasped the meaning of his words, her spirit was invigorated. These were hen's eggs, the first batch for the town. She had to go see them. Hastily, she got out of bed, donned the outfit she had chosen for the day, and dashed downstairs. Upon reaching the door, she took a moment to compose herself, inhaled deeply, and stepped outside. At that moment, the tenants, with nothing else to occupy their time, had gathered by the fence. With audacity, I cast a glance around. ensuring no zombies lurked nearby, and ventured beyond the protective boundaries of the town. Goodness, the hen truly laid an egg. How astonishingly swift. I recall it was barely a day ago. And now this chicken has matured, already producing eggs. This town is inherently peculiar, want it not to be overly astonished. It is essential to adapt to one's surroundings rather than expect the environment to conform to oneself. Suddenly confronted with profound wisdom, yet it rings undeniably true. Behold, that egg appears to be moving of its own accord. Old Man Han fixated intently on the first egg that had been laid. It was now counting down. 3, 2, 1. The shell began to crack, and a tiny foot emerged, kicking vigorously. Goodness, the speed at which this chick is hatching is remarkable. I had thought it took at least 20 days for a chick to emerge. Yet, in merely a few minutes, here it is. Science cannot elucidate this phenomenon. But the rapidity of the chick's birth is utterly delightful. It won't be long before we can indulge in a feast. You are correct. The swiftness with which these chicks are growing is quite impressive, and I find it delightful. May they continue to thrive. Ha ha ha. The tenants exchanged exuberant remarks, filled with joy, as it seemed they would soon savor delectable chicken. Yet, they overlooked the fact that they lacked seasoning, with only roasting and boiling available as cooking methods. Devoid of salt, rendering the flavor somewhat bland. Chi-Wan stepped out to witness this scene. Upon seeing her, Old Man Han promptly urged the tenants to step aside, creating space for her. As the crowd parted, they beheld Chi-Wan, her face adorned with a smile, albeit one that bordered on the excessive and thus appeared somewhat lewd. Old Master, please release that little chick from the enclosure, she said. The flesh of free-range chickens is notably superior. She had already inquired with the young steward, who assured her that the chickens would roam solely within the confines of the small town, never venturing beyond. Chapter 30. The sale of the first rooster. Once the chicks were liberated from their pen, their growth remained impressively rapid. The tenants' eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing that Mayor Chi had permitted Old Master Han to bring out the chicks. They were thrilled at the prospect of witnessing their development up close. With a benevolent smile, Old Master Han carefully released the tiny, downy chicks outside the enclosure. He also brought out some pecked tomatoes, placing them nearby for the chicks to nibble on at their leisure. Before long, while their attention was fixed on the first chick, a second one hatched. Chi-Wan requested Old Master Han's assistance once more to allow it the freedom to roam within the town. Apart from Chi-Wan and her staff, no one else had the authority to interfere with the chicks, granting her peace of mind regarding their safety. The hens in the enclosure would, after approximately 10 minutes, lay their next egg. Within the span of an hour, the town would boast a total of 14 chicks, including the 2 that were already present. Chi-Wan had researched and discovered that a chicken typically enjoys a lifespan of around 7 years, during which it can lay approximately 1,000 eggs. Those with better vitality tend to produce even more. She contemplated that of the initial 3 roosters, she would keep only 1, opting to cull the other 2. As the tenants, feeling a touch of boredom, trailed behind the little chick. She stepped into the enclosure and noticed that the heads of the adult chickens bore the inscription Harvest. Without hesitation, Chi-Wan directly collected 2 roosters and stored them away. Suddenly, she called out to the tenants, announcing that an automatic vending machine would be dispensing a rooster, available on a first-come, first-served basis. Upon hearing this, the tenants abandoned the little chick and rushed towards the vending machine in a frenzy. Chi-Wan chuckled softly and followed suit, reaching the vending machine's location. She spoke to the little steward in her mind. Dear steward, please place one of the roosters from the warehouse onto the vending machine, priced at 1 third-level crystal nucleus. Ever since learning that the little steward could assist in listing items, Chi-Wan had become quite unreserved. It was far more efficient to let the steward handle the task rather than doing it herself, as it was merely a matter of a few words. Old Man Han, curious about the appearance of the harvested rooster, accompanied her to the vending machine. Mr. Wong and Mr. Gong, however, were solely interested in cultivation. Merely witnessing the chicks hatching was already pushing their limits of distraction. The prospect of harvesting just a few hours after planting was undeniably enticing to them. As Chi-Wan approached, she spotted one tenant already holding a plucked rooster in his hands, its sleek and plump form gleaming. How swiftly you ran, my friend. That plump rooster is now in your possession, she mused with envy. It was evident that this individual was an ability user of the paralysis type. Yet he had sprinted with remarkable speed. If only I were a speed ability user, that rooster would surely be mine. Upon overhearing the remarks of the onlookers, Chi-Wan aligned her abilities with the individual's face. Realizing that this young man was indeed the one endowed with the power to induce paralysis akin to that of a bee. You need not envy me. Just observe the speed at which those hens lay eggs and hatch them, and you will understand that our opportunity to savor chicken is nigh, declared the paralysis wielder. Ho Lin, oh you rascal, knowing full well it will be soon, yet you still seize the first opportunity, retorted another. To indulge in chicken, which I have not tasted in ages, is a long-cherished desire of mine. Indeed, indeed. You, born into fortune, now flaunt it, chimed in two other companions, their tones laced with palpable envy. Disregarding their banter, Ho Lin threw an arm around the shoulders of a fire elemental adept and strolled toward his wooden abode. Chi Wan observed the plucked rooster and deemed this bounty most convenient, sparing her the trouble of boiling water and plucking feathers. Once she procured salt, she could effortlessly prepare dishes using her integrated pot, significantly easing her culinary endeavors. Upon returning to her dwelling, she cast a glance at the taskbar. The zombie tide has been eradicated. It is advisable for the master to release 5 adult wolfhounds. Chi Wan hesitated to release them so soon. After all, they were adult wolfhounds, and she lacked sufficient provisions to sustain them. She decided to temporarily withhold their release until she had amassed more chicken. Understood, master. Living beings may only be stored in the warehouse for an additional 3 days. 3 days would suffice. By then, she would have a plentiful supply of chickens, rendering her capable of caring for the 5 adult wolfhounds without concern. Currently, she has 2 unfinished tasks. In the town area, there are 50 wooden cabins, 5013. Rewarding black soil 2. Cumulative tenants reaching 50, 5022. Rewarding 5 juvenile base, new task. Submit 10 level 3 crystal nuclei. Rewarding an automatic salt production machine, 500G daily. Little steward, does this automatic salt production machine require any conditions? Master, it does not. The automatic salt production machine requires no submissions and produces salt daily on its own. Upon hearing this, Chi Wan was tempted. After all, salt is a substance essential to the human body. She hesitated momentarily, torn between joy and sorrow, as she submitted the 10 hard-earned level 3 crystal nuclei. However, upon reflection, she realized that keeping the first batch of produced salt and selling the subsequent output would indeed be a profitable venture. It was a long-term business, and she would not incur losses. She retrieved the 10 level 3 crystal nuclei and submitted task 3. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself that there would be more opportunities. In the next moment, the automatic salt production machine appeared before Chi Wan without entering the warehouse. Master, the automatic salt production machine operates 24 hours a day, producing approximately 1 gram of salt every 3 minutes. Chi Wan smiled awkwardly, remaining beside the automatic salt production machine, eager to see how long it would take to yield a gram of salt. Since the little steward had already spoken, she decided to wait. Little steward, can my warehouse assist in dismantling this rooster? I lack the necessary tools. When Chi Wan took matters into her own hands, she realized how truly lacking she was. There seemed to be nothing she had in abundance. However, she ought to be content, for her circumstances are somewhat superior to those of the tenants. At the very least, she possesses a multifunctional pot and some salt. Certainly, master. How would you like it to be disassembled? Chi Wan felt fortunate that disassembly was an option. Otherwise, she might have had to cook the whole chicken. Most importantly, this chicken was far too large to fit entirely into the pot. She decided to chop it into even pieces, discarding the tail while retaining the rest. Any internal organs that she couldn't process would be set aside for later, when she would have the means to deal with them properly. The chicken fat should be extracted separately, as she intended to attempt frying it soon. The internal organs of the chicken are indeed quite delectable, provided they are handled with care. They can transform into a delightful dish. With a recipe forming in her mind, Chi Wan realized she lacked many essential items. Chapter 31. Stir-fried chicken pieces and fried eggs. Little steward, could you please assign me a new task and provide me with some of the items I currently require? For instance, kitchen utensils, cooking oils, and various seasonings. Do you understand what I need? Certainly, master. Please check the core exchange area. Chi Wan glanced towards the core exchange area and couldn't help but burst into laughter. 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 1 liter of peanut oil. 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for a kitchen seasoning package. 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for a chef's knife and a cutting board. 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for a scallion, ginger, and garlic package. 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for a set of stainless steel bowls in large, medium, and small sizes, as well as a set of colanders in large, medium, and small sizes. 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 500 milliliters of dishwashing liquid. 1 level 2 crystal core can be exchanged for 3 sets of bowls and plates, 1 iron wok, and 1 spatula. Chi Wan was positively beaming with joy. The little stewardess was truly to her liking, fulfilling her every need. She decisively spent 6 level 1 crystal cores and 1 level 2 crystal core, leaving her in no short supply of level 1 crystal cores, as she earned them daily. Glancing at her new task, raise the number of chickens in the town to 100. Reward: 6 piglets, 3 pairs. Half an hour had passed, and there were already 20 chickens in the town. Approximately every 10 minutes, one of the hens would lay an egg, and with 2 hens. She estimated that it would take about 7 hours to reach 100. By tonight, she anticipated the task would be completed. She once stretched her limbs. Her most pressing concern now was to prepare stir-fried chicken. She retrieved the prepped chicken from the warehouse, leaving the internal organs aside. Placing the chicken pieces into the largest stainless steel bowl, which could accommodate a whole chicken, she added starch and oil, along with a few grams of freshly harvested salt, marinating it for about 15 minutes. She set the cutting board and knife on an empty spot on the balcony, the height being just right, as the absence of any table rendered her efforts rather inconvenient. As conditions gradually improve, she must not become overly greedy. Slice the ginger into thin pieces, reserving a small portion to later check if Old Man Han can successfully cultivate it. Chop the scallions into segments. This not only enhances flavor, but also makes them easier to handle while eating. In these times of scarce food resources, scallions must not be wasted. Previously, scallions were often finely chopped to garnish dishes, but the situation has changed. They should be cut longer now, in case they cannot be grasped properly, leading to waste. While the chicken pieces are marinating, Chi-Wan takes the unfinished ginger, along with a few cloves of garlic and the remaining scallion, and steps outside. Old man, I have some scallions, ginger, and garlic. Let us see if they can be cultivated, she says. Old Man Han, upon seeing the items in Chi-Wan's hands, is filled with delight. Life has indeed improved, and now they have scallions, ginger, and garlic. Rest assured, I will certainly grow them for you, plenty of them, so you can use as much as you need. The vegetable plots have already been sown, and the cotton will be ready for harvest in half an hour. Chi-Wan nods. Half an hour will pass swiftly, and once the cotton is harvested, she will have even more tasks to undertake. You should head home and take a rest. Do not overexert yourself, she advises Old Man Han, who is nearly glued to the soil. It's fine. I haven't farmed in so long. I'm just excited and want to stay here. Once the chicks hatch, I will be able to release them promptly, he responds, picking up 2 eggs that were set aside on the ground. By the way, Mayor Chi, these 2 eggs did not hatch. It seems that the rooster was unable to attend to them all. I contemplated the prospect of direct gains, yet this situation is unprecedented, so I thought it prudent to mention it. Chi-Wan accepted the 2 eggs and, upon seeing the word harvest above, comprehended the situation. Moving forward, these eggs can simply be harvested. Each day, you may take 2 eggs home, thus eliminating the need for further harvesting. Little he is still young and requires adequate nutritional supplementation. What Chi-Wan did not express was that Old Man Han also needed to eat, but after only a brief period together, she was certain he would share with Han Ing, so she chose to remain silent. Glancing at the chickens in the pen, she observed a rooster alighting upon a hen, and thereafter, she chose to avert her gaze out of propriety. A cursory glance at other areas of the enclosure revealed 3 eggs marked with the word harvest above them. Silently uttering harvest, the 3 eggs vanished from sight. In addition to stir-fried chicken pieces, she could also prepare a dish of fried eggs. She already had scallions, ginger, and garlic on hand. Mr. Wong and Mr. Gong had finished their boxed meals when they noticed the conspicuous presence of scallions, ginger, and garlic on the ground. I shall return to cook, and shortly I will bring you both a portion, Chi-Wan said, proceeding into the house. The thought of frying eggs made her impatient with anticipation. Mr. Wong and Mr. Gong exchanged glances, casting their eyes toward the desolate expanse beyond the town. Alas, were it not for the barrenness outside, I would scarcely feel as though I were in an apocalyptic world. Indeed, we wonder when this apocalypse shall come to an end. When will humanity triumph in this battle? Beside her, the Old Man Han sighed as well. His desires had dwindled to a singular hope that his grandson would thrive. Chi-Wan entered the room, carrying a multifunctional pot directly to the balcony, which conveniently featured an electrical outlet. She cast a glance outside, noting the lack of onlookers. However, she was unfazed, confident that once the aroma of her stir-fried chicken wafted through the air, crowds would inevitably gather. A sly smile graced her lips, her eyes glinting with mischief. The quantity of chicken was somewhat excessive, and her pot was insufficiently spacious, necessitating a division into 2 portions. One portion fit snugly into the pot, while the remaining chicken was placed into a medium-sized stainless steel basin and stored away in the pantry to avoid spoilage. As she twisted open the cap of the peanut oil, she poured a generous amount into the pot. Though the quantity was indeed excessive, she felt no regret. After 2 years in the apocalypse, they had long been deprived of the taste of oil, and now they could relish it once more, though moderation was essential to spare their stomachs. Following the proper sequence, she began with the eggs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She expertly fried the 5 eggs she had just gathered into Sunnyside UPS, placing them onto a plate. With the eggs removed, a considerable amount of oil remained in the pot. Chi-Wan then added the sliced ginger, sought ing it until it turned a golden hue before pouring in the remaining half of the chicken from the basin. The pot brimmed with chicken, teetering on the edge of overflow. With a resigned smile, she struggled to flip the chicken, wary of any pieces escaping. The aroma of fried eggs wafted through the air, enticing the tenants who had yet to dine to emerge and gravitate towards Chi-Wan's balcony. Chapter 32. Your words dampen the mood. To everyone's astonishment, Mayor Chi was engaged in cooking, complete with a pan. It seemed that the Chi household had electricity. How enviable. I envied even more the completeness of Mayor Chi's kitchen. Just look at that sharp knife, surely a delight for dispatching zombies. In the midst of this culinary endeavor, the fragrant dishes prompted an outburst of thoughts about zombies, which was indeed a mood dampener. For a moment, silence enveloped the crowd as they quietly observed Chi-Wan stir-frying. The chicken pieces sizzled in the pan until they turned a golden brown, at which point she added a suitable amount of soy sauce, sugar, and cooking wine. Continuing to stir. Just before serving, Chi-Wan tossed in some chopped green onions, giving them a gentle stir before turning off the electric stove. She glanced at the tenants outside the balcony, stifling a smile. She relished this playful mischief. It was essential for them to know what she had to offer in order to better promote her wares. After approximately half an hour of cooking, the automatic salt machine had produced 10 grams of salt. With a little more patience, once it reached 100 grams, she could sell a portion. A first-grade crystal core could procure 100 grams of salt, an essential component for the human body, and at this price, it was quite reasonable. Please bear with me for a moment. Soon, everyone's lives will be just as splendid, Chi-Wan said, as she plated the cooked chicken into 2 portions, one for herself and the other for Mr. Wong and his companions. In the portion designated for Mr. Wong and his companions, Chi-Wan had placed 4 fried eggs atop the dishes, with each of the 2 elderly gentlemen receiving one, while Mr. Han and Haning each enjoyed another. When will we ever attain such conditions as yours, Mayor Chi? They mused. Indeed, the circumstances you possess, Mayor Chi, are truly enviable. Do not be envious. Such opportunities shall undoubtedly come our way. Our foremost priority now is to gather crystal cores swiftly, for when the time comes, we shall indulge in splendorous purchases. With chicken now available, tomorrow will surely bring even more. Yes, let us not linger here. We must eat. Let us also survey the vicinity for any zombies. If none are found, it matters not, for we must not overlook the mutated plants and animals. We shall spare none that possess crystal cores. Before Chi-Wan could respond, they departed of their own accord. Unperturbed, Chi-Wan retrieved a box of meals, heating it with a multifunctional cooker while savoring the remnants of the dish. This enhanced the aroma of the rice. She placed her portion of stir-fried chicken and fried egg in the living room, while she carried another serving of stir-fried chicken outside. Elder gentleman, Mr. Han, come and sample my culinary skills. It has been ages since I last cooked, and I am uncertain of my current culinary prowess. Exhibiting kindness towards her employees, Chi-Wan welcomed the opportunity to share delicious food. She walked to the fence, resting the dish on a wooden post. As she moved, the enticing fragrance of the chicken wafted through the air. Oh dear, both a gong and I have eaten, yet we possess nothing to contain our meal. Mr. Wong glanced around, his hands empty, devoid of any sustenance. Mr. Gong waved his hand and retrieved 2 pairs of chopsticks from his pocket. Heh, old Wong. Did you ever imagine I would carry chopsticks with me? A quick wash, and they are ready for use. Mr. Wong raised his thumbs in admiration. Pursing his lips in genuine respect, Elder Han held a box of takeout in his hands, atop which rested 2 pairs of chopsticks. He handed 1 pair to Haning-ha, encouraging him to eat first as he opened the box. Gentlemen, Elder, and Little He, please enjoy your meal. I shall partake inside, Chi-Wan declared, stepping into the house without hesitation. The departing tenants gazed enviously at the jubilant scene of the 3 elders and the young boy relishing their meal. They rallied one another, resolved to venture out and embark on a grand endeavor. After indulging in a hearty feast, Chi-Wan felt an even stronger urge to raise chickens, aspiring to ensure that everyone could enjoy chicken meat. Her inner ambition was to earn more 3rd-level crystal cores, striving to ascend to a 4th-level water-based ability. Previously, her days at the Xianyang base had been aimless. Now, however, she possessed a clear goal. She yearned to grow stronger. The influx of future tenants would undoubtedly increase, and powerful ability users would be plentiful. Her own abilities must be formidable, lest she be looked down upon. Upon leaving the small town, her risk level would significantly escalate. Only by enhancing her capabilities could she safeguard herself more effectively. After her satisfying meal, Chi-Wan glanced at the 3 newly acquired eggs in the warehouse, feeling no remorse for having taken in those 2 roosters. The prospect of enjoying both eggs and chicken meat brought her immense joy. That evening, As she strolled through the small town, she counted 63 little chicks. The chicken pen had expanded from a mere 4 square meters to over 30 square meters. The safety perimeter in front of Chi Wan's house expanded with the hatching of each chick. For every 2 chicks that emerged, an additional square meter was added within the confines of the enclosure. The sole beacon of light in the small town emanated from Chi Wan's abode. The tenants residing in the back rooms, drawn by the glow of her home, stood in the corridor gazing at the scenery beyond. Inside, Chi Wan stood as ever before the display screen, noticing a new area had appeared on the far right. This section indicated the number of nesting boxes, rather unique, as it did not merely reflect quantities of some warehouse items. Here, each nesting box was occupied by a single hen. At the forefront were the first batch of roosters and hens, with subsequent ones arranged according to their hatching order. At the very back, there was even a newly hatched chick. Chi Wan contemplated that all the chickens could be released from their nesting boxes tomorrow, and that the old rooster would be harvested. This rooster had indulged in many a joyous moment, having claimed the first 2 hens for himself, while refusing to allow other roosters access. Aside from the old rooster destined for harvest, there were a total of 16 adult roosters. 2 were spared, while the rest were collected. 15 roosters silently lined up in the automatic vending machine. "Master, in the last compartment, there are eggs ready for collection," reminded the little steward. Chi Wan, smiling, slid to the bottom. Indeed, there was an egg icon. Eggs 56. The speed of egg production was astonishing. Chi Wan gasped in amazement, her hands never ceasing as she placed them all into the vending machine, setting the sale price at 5 eggs for 1 primary crystal core. There remains a solitary egg, awaiting the moment when its number is sufficient for sale. Within the quaint town, the hens lay their eggs with remarkable speed, rendering them seemingly worthless. However, beyond the town's confines, these eggs possess considerable value. Beneath the chicken coop, a display screen reveals the cultivated vegetation along with a countdown timer. Chi Wan glanced at it. The cotton would be ready for harvest in 5 minutes, so she decided to wait a bit longer. As she scrolled through the screen, she noticed a bountiful yield of cotton today and recalled that she had yet to exchange for blankets. She perused the exchange area. Fabric 2. Cotton 5 can be exchanged for a blanket 1. Chi Wan reviewed her warehouse inventory and decided to exchange for 10 blankets to stock the automatic vending machine, with each blanket priced at 1 secondary crystal core. Chapter 33. Who forgot this matter, little steward? You seem to have overlooked the exchange for wooden beds. Upon seeing the blueprint for wooden beds in her warehouse, Chi Wan suddenly remembered it was time to provide her tenants with an additional wooden bed. They could not continue sleeping on the floor, as it was rather uncomfortable. Furthermore, if they did not have beds, how would they be inclined to purchase blankets? Although the weather appeared quite warm, resembling summer, autumn had indeed arrived, and winter was not far off. "Master, I have not forgotten. It is right there in the crystal exchange area. You may take a look." Chi Wan smiled sheepishly, acknowledging that it was indeed her oversight. She scrolled down the page. Primary crystal core 1 can be exchanged for wooden bed blueprint 2. Chi Wan calculated that she now possessed 13 wooden houses, each with 5 levels, totaling 65 single rooms. Originally, there existed a blueprint for a wooden bed, requiring merely 32 primary crystal cores for completion. Upon inspection, she noted that a bed measuring 1.5 meters in width and 1.8 meters in length would necessitate an expenditure of 2 units of timber. For the construction of 65 such beds, the timber required would amount to 130 units. With her hands confidently placed on her hips, Chi Wan felt an overwhelming sense of pride. The timber she had gathered from clearing the buildings was more than sufficient for crafting these beds. After evaluating the design of the beds, Chi Wan concluded that a footboard was unnecessary, as it would not be accommodating for taller tenants. The tenants, upon discovering an additional wooden bed in their rooms, exhibited mild surprise, yet it was hardly significant. In the small town, they had encountered an abundance of astonishing sights both during the apocalypse and prior to it, and thus they had gradually acclimatized. With everything in order, the cotton was ripe for harvest. A bountiful collection would yield 10 units of cotton and 1 unit of cotton seeds. The treasures unearthed in the town were truly remarkable. Who would have imagined that such a diminutive cotton plant could yield such a plentiful harvest? At the break of dawn the following day, Chi Wan was roused by the fervent crowing of the rooster. She observed that the sky outside had yet to brighten, causing her a sense of irritation. She had not rested adequately and felt utterly fatigued. The previous night, she intended to retire early. However, upon noticing that another crop had only a few minutes remaining, she decided to wait a little longer. To her surprise, that brief wait extended several times over, resulting in the harvest of multiple crops as the darkness of night deepened. Estimating that she had only slept for 4 or 5 hours, she was awakened by the enthusiastic crowing of the rooster. Chi Wan was not particularly pleased. She donned her slippers and descended to the first floor, casting her gaze toward the far right corner of the area. After a night's passage, there were now over 100 chickens present. Among them, nearly half are roosters. No wonder it is so noisy early in the morning. Chi-Wan grinned. Having gathered 45 roosters, leaving only 2 behind. They still need to be managed. Otherwise, the egg-laying speed is too rapid. And this small town will soon be overrun by chickens. Master, the first batch of hens has surpassed half their lifespan. After prolonged rearing, their meat becomes unpalatable. Should we harvest them? Chi-Wan nodded. Hen broth is particularly nourishing. Let us harvest both. One will be placed in the vending machine. Stretching lazily, Chi-Wan glanced at the inventory in the vending machine. Last night's 44 roosters and 55 eggs had been swiftly purchased by someone. The speed was quite impressive. She harvested 98 eggs and placed them all in the vending machine. With chicken meat available, some seasoning is naturally required. Chi-Wan noticed her automatic salt machine had already produced over 300 grams of salt. So she stocked 100 grams of salt for sale at the price of 1 first-grade crystal core. After finalizing the operations, she returned to her bed to continue sleeping. Oh my, come quickly. Mayor Chi has stocked chicken meat. And there are eggs too. Hurry, hurry, buy some. Upon seeing the vending machine stocked with 45 roosters and 99 eggs, everyone fell silent, instinctively forming a queue. There's even salt. I can finally enjoy chicken with salt. They exclaimed joyfully. Ho Lin managed to be the first once again, purchasing chicken and salt. Hong Lianghan patted his shoulder, praising, you lucky fellow. First to buy yesterday and again today. Your fortune is remarkable. Ha ha ha, big brother, let us eat together. There is salt now. It may be even more delicious than yesterday's roast, Ho Lin remarked with a smile. Xiao Jinsong and his companions hurriedly arrived, realizing they were a bit late and found themselves at the back of the line. Don't buy too much in front. Leave some for us behind. Xiao Jinsong called out. Zhang Xiaodong chimed in. Yes, yes. Mayor Chi will also have chicken available. Let us have a taste too. Just look at the chickens around. There will be more available later, so do let us try some now. Chen Maorong, noticing a tenant in front carrying 2 roosters, grew anxious. If the others behind missed out, they would have to wait a while longer. The 3 of them intended to leave the town and wouldn't have the chance to enjoy chicken again. It would weigh heavily on their minds. Rest assured, there is plenty left. Currently, with fewer tenants, each can buy 2, so you will get your turn, one of Hong Lianghan's subordinates said with a broad grin. Hearing this, Xiao Jinsong and his friends felt somewhat relieved, although they suspected the salt might be out of reach by the time they arrived. When the trio finally reached the stall, they discovered 9 roosters still available. They exchanged glances, silently understanding each other's thoughts. They all wished to leave the town and return to their original base, ideally taking a few chickens with them to show their families. This little town was truly wonderful. They had to ensure their families could join them. After a 5-hour nap that lasted well into midday, Chi-Wan stretched lazily, looking out at the sun through the window, a clear sign of having had sufficient rest. After freshening up in the bathroom, she stepped out onto the balcony on the 2nd floor, taking in the view beyond. By the edge of the dark soil nearby, 3 elderly gentlemen are observing the cultivated vegetation up close. It appears that the scallions, ginger, and garlic provided by Chi-Wan yesterday have all been planted, flourishing quite well. Notably, the scallions seem to have been trimmed several times, with several distinct layers visible on the outer rings. Some segments of ginger have been broken and are prominently placed to the side. The first plot of land, once home to tomatoes, corn, and strawberries, has been harvested, leaving only the dry stalks standing resolutely in the soil. Currently, it is a period of rest for the land, as the soil has transformed from black to yellow, prompting Old Han not to plant any new crops. Between the land and the house, dozens of chickens roam about, occasionally vying for the corn and tomatoes that have been deliberately placed outside the fence. Looking further afield, there seem to be a dozen or so shadowy figures, obscured by the buildings, making them somewhat difficult to discern. This is not a significant concern. If they are survivors, they will be warmly welcomed, and if they are zombies, the tenants will handle them accordingly. Chi-Wan made her way to the 1st floor and prepared a bowl of instant noodles in a multifunctional pot. During the cooking process, she placed 6 piglets, 3 pairs, at the front of the vegetable patch as a reward. To the left of the house lies a 10-square-meter empty fish pond in front of the number 1 wooden cabin, while to the right is a chicken coop that has been separated due to its expanding size. In the middle of Chi-Wan's property, there are 6 plots of dark soil. These 6 piglets are situated in front of the 6 plots. Just a few minutes after they were settled, Chi-Wan began to hear faint cheers emanating from outside. Regardless of the happenings outside, she first harvested the 2nd batch of roosters and hens, placing them on display, alongside the collection of eggs. Roosters, 76, hens, 86, eggs, 268. After a night had passed, The abundance of chickens and eggs in the town was remarkable. With each step taken, one could easily spot a chicken or an egg. Following the installation of the automated vending machine, the thoroughfares of the town appeared significantly less crowded. Suddenly, the cheers outside morphed into quarrels. Chi-Wan took a sip of the instant noodle soup before stepping outside. Upon her exit, she noticed someone attempting to rush into the vegetable garden, only to be thwarted by the fence, while others were diligently trying to catch chickens. Although Chi-Wan was aware they would not succeed, the sight was nonetheless disheartening. Mayor Chi, these survivors are utterly despicable. They come in and act immediately, like robbers. It's truly exasperating, remarked Xiao Jinsong upon seeing Chi-Wan emerge. These survivors were the very shadows Chi-Wan had observed from the second floor, upon seeing the town's chickens. Along with the recently released piglets and the vegetable garden, they charged forward. Fortunately, only the mayor and the staff possessed the means to open the garden and piglet enclosures, preventing others from intruding. However, the chickens wandering about the town were being chased in a frenzy. Zhang Xiaodong concurred, urging them not to catch the chickens. Yet they stubbornly disregarded his words, their mouths spewing expletives. Indeed, Mayor Qi, these individuals are reprehensible. In these 2 years of the apocalypse, I have yet to encounter such loathsome people. Chi-Wan. A familiar voice rang out, laced with an oily familiarity. Before she could approach, Chi-Wan already sensed the spittle accompanying the words. A corpulent figure strode forward from behind the two, and upon seeing Chi-Wan and learning of her identity, he became exceedingly arrogant. It truly was Chi-Wan. She had unexpectedly arrived at this place. What a delightful locale, replete with fruits, vegetables, and even chickens. My goodness, how fortunate we are to have come here. It is indeed her. I never imagined she would fare so well after leaving our base. No wonder she expressed a desire to depart. It turns out she found a better place. Who could blame her? If I had such an exquisite destination, I would certainly come here as well. I noticed she emerged from the central house. With her benevolent nature, she would surely allow us to reside there. Indeed. Chi-Wan is a good person. She would not be so petty. Hearing the sardonic remarks from her former colleagues, a faint smile graced Chi-Wan's lips as she pondered. Little steward, is it possible to prevent them from entering the town? They are exceedingly noisy, and several feathers from the chickens have already fallen. If it weren't for the black soil barring their entry, they would likely have been reduced to mere remnants by now. Certainly, my master. Those who had been wandering around, envisioning these items as their future possessions, suddenly recoiled several meters, stepping outside the town's tiled perimeter. Chi-Wan was taken aback by the little steward's efficiency. She had been contemplating a more diplomatic approach if that did not work. One of her former colleagues, who had been attempting to catch a chicken and was now adorned with feathers, erupted in a fit of rage upon learning of this turn of events. What a disgrace. Not only can I not utilize my abilities here, but I cannot even catch a single chicken. How utterly infuriating. The greasy former supervisor scoffed, dismissing the ineptitude with disdainful words. A former colleague, brimming with indignation, yearned to retaliate, yet the necessity of future collaboration with this insufferable supervisor forced them to swallow their anger in silence. Chi-Wan deliberately approached them, exerting a slight effort, and swiftly seized the hen by its wing at her feet. With a smile dancing in her eyes and a subtle smirk gracing her lips, she gazed at the former colleague, silently mocking, "You are nothing but a worthless being." Chi-Wan harbored little fondness for these former associates. They were merely sycophants. The previous selection of capable and pragmatic ability users to cultivate vegetables had been replaced by these insipid individuals after the new base leader assumed control. It was no surprise that she was dismissed. Such an outcome had been anticipated. After the leadership change at Xiangyang base, her attachment to the place had dissipated. Among the crowd, she noticed an unfamiliar woman, dressed scantily in this sweltering heat, seemingly at ease, with hands cradling her chest and her body leaning forward. She presented an appearance that elicited pity. The ambiguous marks on her collarbone and the scant fabric were conspicuous, yet the necessity of such attire seemed questionable. A capable water ability user, she could thrive on her own merits, so why resort to? Chi-Wan's judgment of the young woman was not born of malice. Rather, in this apocalyptic world, the desires of repugnant men had been magnified, rendering the marks upon her body all too noticeable. Upon witnessing the appearance of the woman, Xiao Jinsong and his companions shuddered in disdain, goosebumps rising on their skin. Chi-Wan, we were once your superiors and colleagues. How could you possibly bring us out here? Remarked an old colleague with a tone dripping with condemnation and derision. Their eyes flickered, occasionally rolling in arrogance, as if superiority emanated from some unseen source. Chi-Wan, your place is quite nice. What harm is there in allowing us, your former colleagues, to stay here for a while? The colleague, who had failed in catching a chicken, lamented, unable to confront Chi-Wan directly. We treated you so well in the past. Look at you now. Do you embody gratitude and reciprocity? As these words were spoken, memories flooded Chi-Wan's mind. The notion of her nurturing vegetables to the brink of decay was labeled as her responsibility, all in the guise of being industrious and overly earnest. While she could overlook the near-rotting vegetables, the appropriation of those she had carefully cultivated was an affront too far. Eventually, she discovered they had conspired together in this endeavor, and she became too weary to contest it. In this world, what aspirations remained for her? Do you wish to reside here? Chi-Wan inquired with genuine concern. Of course, retorted the colleague, if we didn't intend to stay, why would we be here discussing this with you? Moreover, we explicitly stated that we wished to occupy that particular room of yours. Nothing else would suffice. The colleague, arms crossed defiantly, cast a scornful glance at Chi-Wan before directing their gaze toward the house behind her, as if it were their own. Do you all share this sentiment? Chi-Wan chuckled at their brazen confidence, unable to suppress the urge to applaud their audacity. The corpulent former supervisor and other ex-colleagues remained silent, tacitly accepting Tian Kai's words. Xiao Jinsong and Zhang Xiaodong whispered to each other, their faces marred by disdain. Chapter 35. Words unfit for little pig's ears. These individuals are not relatives of Mayor Qi, yet they possess such audacity, behaving as if they are owed something. Did they not claim to have assisted Mayor Qi in the past? I sense their motives are far from honorable. Just look at their expressions, they are truly repulsive. Zhang Xiaodong sneered, remarking on the shameful demeanor of these men. Hong Lianghan and his subordinates cast a contemptuous glance in this direction before departing from the back of the small town. They had much to attend to in the coming days. Even if they wished to witness the spectacle, they would need to venture outside. Very well. Let them remain out there. With that, Chi-Wan dismissed them. Their presence was a mere annoyance now that they could not enter. The most pressing matter for her was to check on her little piglets. The piglets were far more endearing than these insipid individuals. Upon reaching the pigsty, Chi-Wan beheld 6 adorable pink piglets, their appearance utterly delectable. She noted the growth countdown displayed above, 11 hours and 47 minutes. It appeared that piglets required half a day to mature, slightly longer than chicks. Nevertheless, this growth duration was acceptable, otherwise, her vegetable garden might struggle to keep up. Old man, I appreciate your help with these pigs. I wonder if you would. Chi-Wan made a cutting gesture towards the piglets, careful not to be too direct, lest they misunderstand and perceive her as a cruel figure. Old man Han immediately grasped her intent. I will. In my youth, I resided in the village, where, apart from cultivating the land, I tended to chickens, ducks, and geese. Chi-Wan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, inviting Old Man Han as a long-term employee was a splendid decision. Old man, I shall rely on you for the subsequent tasks. Should you find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to inform me. Alternatively, if you wish to select suitable candidates on your own, please share your thoughts with me afterward. The 2 elderly gentlemen were only here for a brief period. Once Mr. Song was prepared, they would depart to return to their own base. Old Man Han nodded. Feeling that his time with the 2 gentlemen was insufficient, despite his ample experience, he recognized a lack of knowledge. Through their exchanges, he gained invaluable insights. Even if the town did not soon initiate a planting countdown, he would adeptly care for both plants and animals. Chi-Wan, why won't you allow us inside? What difference does it make that you are now the town mayor? Will you never emerge again? If you possess such capability, then perhaps you should remain hidden forever. Yu Tiankai exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at Chi-Wan, his spittle flying in indignation. A former colleague joined in the chorus of condemnation. Chi-Wan, your house is so large. Can you truly occupy it alone? Allow us to stay inside, while you take refuge in the adjacent wooden cabin. You are but one person, yet we are several. Upon hearing such words, Old Man Han gazed at Chi-Wan with concern. The audacity of these individuals was astonishing. Their sense of superiority was unbearable. This was a small town, not their former base. The landscape had transformed, and with it, the past had faded. Their behavior was utterly incomprehensible. Chi-Wan waved her hand, her mind already concocting a plan. She thought it amusing to let them continue their clamoring for a while longer. It was no surprise, having become accustomed to the advantages of the original base. I can only blame my former timidity. Chi-Wan's gaze fell upon the piglet, though her thoughts were elsewhere. Reflecting on the past, she realized that had she not received that news, she would not have succumbed to such despair. Yu Tiankai repositioned himself directly in front of the pigsty, and as others approached, they noted the absence of foul odors, prompting them to remain still. Chi-Wan, did you hear that? Chi-Wan, don't pretend to be deaf. I know you heard me. Answer quickly. I truly wasted my kindness on you in the past. You ungrateful wretch, you leave without a thought for your colleagues. You come here to lead a good life all alone. Chi-Wan turned her gaze toward the speaker, a former colleague, and smiled coldly. Me? Leaving voluntarily? She surveyed their faces with indifference, noting the absence of a few familiar ones, likely claimed by the onslaught of the undead. Were you truly good to me? Perhaps you could provide an example? Intrigued, Chi-Wan pondered what could possibly linger in their minds, leading them to believe they had treated her well. We actively contributed to boosting your performance. Is that not commendable? You gifted me spoiled vegetables while taking my good ones. How does that balance out? You provided me with steamed buns, which must be genuine, right? Yet, you offer me stale, putrid buns that you yourself disdain, expecting my gratitude in return? When you needed time off, it was we who helped you meet your targets. Oh, before taking my leave, I had already completed the tasks for that day, armed with the vegetables I had long since urged to be prepared. Yet, they claim it was their assistance? How absurd. Even Old Man Han cannot tolerate such arrogance. These individuals truly magnify their own worth, what they themselves deem undesirable. They expect others to be grateful for. They seek to embellish these matters, hoping to leverage them for Chi-Wan to vacate her residence. How audacious. Xiao Jinsong purchased several roosters and hens from the vending machine, having nearly exhausted the level 3 crystal cores obtained from the zombie horde. As they approached, they overheard the conversation. Mayor Qi, we have gathered our belongings and will soon depart for the base. I wanted to inform you personally. Xiao Jinsong surveyed his surroundings, feeling a deep sense of reluctance. You are always welcome to return, but may I inquire how many will be residing together? Is it just the couple? Or do you have children and parents accompanying you? Chi-Wan pondered that if Xiao Jinsong and his companions truly returned, a single room would no longer suffice. It would be inappropriate to separate a couple. Xiao Jinsong, I have my wife, my sister, and my father. We may require 2 double rooms, though 4-person accommodations would be even better. Shen Maorong added, my wife and I, along with my younger brother, who is still quite young, will need just 1 double room. Zhang Xiaodong remarked, my brother and I also require just 1 double room. Chi-Wan nodded, recognizing the necessity to commence the construction of double rooms. The single wooden cabins are plentiful and do not require further building. This afternoon, we shall clear the back of the building and prepare the double rooms. All right, I have taken note. Chi-Wan signaled an okay, advising caution on the road, and expressed her anticipation for their family's arrival together. Outside the town, Tiankai began to shout again, fervently gesticulating with his hands. Chi-Wan, let us take a step back. We can forego your house and reluctantly stay in the adjacent wooden cabin. However, we require the chickens in their possession, 10 chickens. Tiankai, catching the gaze of the portly old supervisor from the corner of his eye, quickly amended his demand. 20 chickens. We are willing to stay in the neighboring wooden cabin, but we will need 20 chickens. Chapter 36. So handsome, so cool, so majestic. Xiao Jinsong, Shen Maorong, and Zhang Xiaodong, upon hearing these individuals speak, inwardly cursed, recognizing their cunning calculations. Staying in the wooden cabin would necessitate a daily fee of a primary crystal nucleus. Details could be found on the notice board over there. Those wishing to stay could pay the crystal nucleus for accommodation. After Chi-Wan spoke, she communicated telepathically with the little steward. Little steward, release those 5 adult wolfhounds. In the next moment, 5 adult wolfhounds emerged from the house, the last one shutting the door behind them. Chi-Wan raised an eyebrow, impressed by their intelligence. The little steward had truly done well. With so many chickens at her disposal, she had no fear of being unable to sustain them. The 5 adult wolfhounds approached the pigsty, and Chi-Wan stepped out, gazing at the wolfhounds that stood at her shoulder height. This was indeed an extraordinary stature. Master, adult wolfhounds possess mutated genes, while their size is formidable. They also harbor special abilities. However, these abilities have yet to be awakened. Chi-Wan understood, realizing that the large size of the adult wolfhounds made them formidable even in this post-apocalyptic era. How incredibly cool. 3 voices resonated in unison. Xiao Jinsong, Shen Maorong, and Zhang Xiaodong, who had just finished packing, were taken aback. Shen Maorong was tempted to approach and touch, yet the sight of the fangs instilled fear within him. The fur and the robust legs. Could this truly belong to Mayor Qi? Zhang Xiaodong, emboldened, stepped closer to the wolf dog, a smile gracing his face. Our own. Standing here feels entirely different. Shen Maorong's eyes sparkled as he joined him beside the wolf dog, his gaze growing even brighter. The wolf dog barked several times, yet showed no inclination to attack. It merely trembled its legs momentarily. You should set off while the daylight is still favorable, Chi-Wan urged. Observing the 3 reluctant individuals, Xiao Jinsong, Shen Maorong, and Zhang Xiaodong exchanged glances, their reluctance palpable as they turned back every few steps, loath to leave. Yet the prospect of returning to see the creatures again fueled their resolve. Haninga stood outside the fence, gazing at the wolf dogs, murmuring softly, so handsome, so cool, so fierce. Chi-Wan caught this and gently ruffled his hair. She glanced at the taller wolf dog and declared, "You are the great wolf, and you shall be known as the second, third, little wolf, and fifth wolf." Han pouted, feeling the names lacked a certain coolness. Each wolf dog proudly lifted its head, their fierce demeanor making them seem formidable. "Chi-Wan, given our shared experience, your price seems rather steep." Yu Tiankai expressed indignation, noting his scant collection of crystal cores. He could barely afford to stay a day with just one first-level core. Even though he was tempted by the allure of absolute safety here, they were unable to enter and could only gaze from the outside. The public notice, in addition to the original announcements, now included the rental prices. Currently, only the daily rates for short-term rentals had been added, while long-term clients like Zhao Lejean had already paid for a month. A month's rent equated to a secondary crystal nucleus, which was 10 times cheaper than the daily rate of a primary crystal nucleus. In the realm of commerce, one must pay with crystal nuclei to reside here. Once the time was up, they would be asked to leave. There was no room for evasion. The chickens here were elusive, and they should not harbor any notions of capturing them. Each chicken required a tertiary crystal nucleus, if one wished to indulge. They could purchase one from the vending machine located at the back. Having conveyed this, Chi-Wan decided against elaborating further. Should there be any reluctance to cooperate or any calls for help, the formidable wolves by her side were not mere decorations. "Little steward, I will take the wolves out. If they are caught by zombies, will they turn? Rest assured, master, they will remain unharmed, even if bitten." Upon hearing the little steward's reassurances, Chi-Wan felt the need for heightened vigilance. Even if they would not become zombies, being bitten would still be excruciating. Glancing at the individuals deep in discussion, she chose not to wait for them, and instead circumvented the town to clear the back of the building. There was a small convenience store at the rear, an opportune moment to see what it had to offer. The large wolves trailed closely behind Chi-Wan, exuding an air of majesty. The lead wolf dashed ahead, entering the convenience store directly. Observing their ease, Chi-Wan felt reassured that the area was likely safe. Upon stepping inside, she was met with empty shelves. All the snacks had been cleared away. The wooden cash register was disassembled into timber, with some shelves yielding wood while others transformed into iron blocks. Upon entering the warehouse, 5 sweet potato seeds were also uncovered. This was a delightful surprise, as the sweet potato seedlings could be used to feed the pigs. With the presence of the large wolves, the pace of clearing the upper floors accelerated significantly. A sense of security enveloped me, instilling a greater sense of stability. It must be said that animals indeed react more swiftly than humans. For instance, a woman clad in 2 pieces of cloth quietly approached, engrossed in her task of disassembly. Chi-Wan did not hear the commotion outside, where the large wolf and the second wolf had dashed into the corridor, barking fiercely. When Chi-Wan stepped outside, she immediately spotted the woman. "Hello, I wish to rent a room," she stated. Chi-Wan scrutinized her with a discerning gaze. "For how many days?" The woman procured her crystal cores from some hidden place on her upper body, causing Chi-Wan to avert her eyes slightly, her face tinged with a hint of crimson. "I have 4 level 1 crystal cores and 1 level 2 crystal core. Let's settle for 4 days then. There are other provisions in the town that require crystal cores for purchase. It would be prudent for you to retain some," Chi-Wan advised. Observing that the building was in order, she accepted the crystal cores from the woman and guided her to the wooden house at the back. "This entire building is vacant. You may choose any floor." "There are a total of 5, she informed her. The woman gazed upward and replied, "I would like to reside on the 4th floor." Chi-Wan nodded gently and led her to the 4th floor, opening the door for her. "If you need anything, feel free to call for me. The vending machine is located behind my second wooden house. There are boxed meals, instant noodles, mineral water, clothing, chicken, and eggs, among other items. With more to come in the future, you may take a look." As she turned to leave, Chi-Wan recalled something and reminded them. "Just a couple of days ago, our small town experienced a zombie outbreak, and there will be no zombies wandering nearby for the time being." Other tenants mentioned that mutated creatures can only be found 2 kilometers away. After speaking, Chi-Wan walked away without looking back. Upon returning to her residence, she cast a casual glance at them. 12 individuals had arrived. 1 woman had already checked in, while the remaining 11 stood beside the pigsty. Some more expressions of disdain. Like Yu Tiankai, who remained unchanged despite the passage of time, embodying the indifference of a dead pig unbothered by boiling water. Others seemed eager to speak, but refrained, unable to swallow their pride. "I am quite busy. If you wish to stay, just say so." Chi-Wan crossed her arms over her chest, observing the few individuals beside the pigsty as if watching a play. "I will stay. I will exchange for a crystal core." One of her former colleagues raised his hand, unable to meet the gaze of those beside him. Chapter 37. The 5 Wolves' Large Appetite. Chi-Wan nodded. recalling that this old colleague had not participated in the earlier confrontation. "Come in." The former colleague tentatively stepped forward, hands clasped before him, inching into the space. Upon stepping onto the tiled floor, he sighed in relief. Little Wolf, standing nearby, slapped a rooster on the head, sending it spinning a few times. The rooster, incensed, charged forward, flapping its wings. Little Wolf lay on the ground, nonchalantly swatting at the angry bird. The 10 individuals at the entrance felt a chill down their spines. Chi-Wan continued to observe the individuals, and soon 3 more entered, making a total of 3 men and 1 woman. She recalled that those who had spoken in a mocking tone did not come in, which was somewhat regrettable as she missed the opportunity to acquire their crystal course. "You 3, please follow me to the women's area." With an available wooden cabin, she decided to separate the accommodations by gender. The 3 nodded in agreement and followed behind her. After arranging for them, Chi-Wan returned to the front of her own dwelling and glanced at the group of 9 outside the town. They seemed to be enjoying themselves, so she left them to their merriment. Upon entering her room, she realized she was quite hungry after all the commotion. She intended to retrieve 2 eggs from the storage, but upon stepping inside, she was greeted by dozens of chickens and an entire shelf filled with eggs and other materials, which occupied most of the space in the room. There was little room left, aside from the pathway. "Little steward, is this room not going to become overcrowded?" she inquired. "It will not, my master. The storage has a folding space that can accommodate an infinite amount of material," came the reply. Understanding this, Chi-Wan nodded, satisfied as long as everything could fit. She retrieved 2 eggs and placed them in the integrated pot for boiling. While they cooked, she approached the display screen as usual. A new task appeared: construct a 5-story twin-room wooden cabin. Reward: black soil x5. Chi-Wan's eyes brightened. This task was quite appealing, as she had been contemplating the construction of a twin room. The blueprint required 45 units of wood, 15 iron nails, and 5 units of cement. She decided to locate it in the recently cleared area. After finalizing the position, she noted that there was still space available for a single room. However, Chi-Wan was in no rush, as she currently had plenty of single rooms. The current sequence for constructing wooden houses, along with the vegetable garden, pigsty, and chicken coop, is as follows: pigsty, fish pond, chicken coop, vegetable garden, 003, 002, mayor's house, 001, 007, 006, 005, 004, 011, 010, 009, 008, 014, 013, 012. The position 014 is designated for a double room, with an empty space on the left side. Once the adjacent area is cleared, another wooden building for double occupancy can be erected. By the time the first floor of the double-room wooden house is completed, Chi-Wan's soft-boiled eggs are also ready. Slowly savoring her afternoon tea of boiled eggs, she empties her mind. 20 minutes later, all 5 double rooms have been constructed. In the lower right area, 5 plots of unplanted dark soil are conspicuously visible. Outside, Old Man Han sits on the ground, engaging in casual conversation with Han Ing. His gaze fixed intently on the crops within the dark soil, eagerly awaiting the harvest. Upon noticing the 5 additional plots of dark soil, he instantly perks up. "Xiaohe, look, Mayor Qi is truly impressive. We've gained 5 more plots of dark soil." With that, Old Man Han rises and promptly begins working with the seeds. Han Ing watches enviously as Old Man Han indulges in his beloved activities, gazing at the sky and pondering when she might be able to pursue her own passions. Inside the house, after Chi-Wan has eaten the first egg, just as she finishes peeling the second, it finds its way into Erlang's mouth. "What would you like to eat, chicken or egg?" Chi-Wan momentarily forgot her responsibilities, as she now bore the task of caring for 5 wolfhounds. The second wolf raised its front paw, gesturing towards the chicken in Chi-Wan's hand. She nodded. Communicating with such perceptive dogs certainly made things much easier. They could comprehend her intentions and provide feedback, which was truly delightful. "Shall I give you 1 chicken each?" she proposed. The third wolf shook its head in discontent. "How about 2 chickens per dog?" The 5 wolves nodded in agreement, yet the eldest wolf remained indifferent. 3 then? The little wolf nodded, but the third wolf was still unsatisfied. 4? Both the second and third wolves nodded, indicating that this quantity was acceptable. Therefore, the elder wolf desires 5 chickens, correct? Chi-Wan inquired. The elder wolf enthusiastically nodded, raising its front paw as if to give Chi-Wan a thumbs up. "And what do they prefer, raw or cooked?" She decided to consult the little steward for further insights. Adult wolfhounds possessing mutated genes can consume raw food. Ideally, dog food would be even better. Chi-Wan was well aware that dog food would be preferable. However, she currently had none. "All right, you wait for me outside while I fetch your chicken to eat." To avoid making a mess in the house, As she spoke, she calculated. The elder wolf would consume 5 chickens, the second and third wolves 4 each, the little wolf 3, and the fifth wolf 2, totaling 18 chickens for a single meal. With 3 meals a day, that amounted to 54 chickens required each day. Fortunately, the chickens in the small town grew rapidly. Otherwise, sustaining them would indeed pose a significant challenge. Chi-Wan retrieved a large stainless steel basin from the balcony and proceeded to the warehouse to fill it with a few chickens, placing them at the entrance. The wolves, having long been prepared, stood at the tiled threshold, positioned on either side. The basin was filled to the brim, yet it contained only 4 chickens. After several trips, she had finally catered to the wolves' needs. Observing from beside the fence, Han Ing was taken aback by the voracity of the wolves. With their sharp teeth, they effortlessly tore a whole chicken in half with a single bite. Coupled with their formidable claws, a single chicken was swiftly reduced to mere fragments. Witnessing this scene, Yu Tiankai was struck by the thought that their existence seemed more pitiful than that of dogs. The gaze of the greasy former supervisor grew cold, tinged with a hint of malice, as he circumvented the small town and headed elsewhere. Others, noticing his demeanor, hastily followed suit. Upon entering the room, Chi-Wan discovered a new task: construct a 5-story wooden building with double rooms. Reward: 5 units of fertile land. The prospect of a repeat task was quite appealing. I shall make another trip to tidy up the building. Then I can construct another double room. Filled with newfound zeal, Chi-Wan suddenly recalled something. Little steward, after the tenants vacate, must I clean the premises? Yes, master. Reluctantly, her enthusiasm waned slightly. However, lacking cleaning tools, she resolved to wait until she had the proper equipment before undertaking the task. The current room sufficed. There was no need to rush. Exiting the door, she noticed that the 8 individuals had vanished from sight, but she paid it no mind as she led the now sated 5 wolves to the back, allowing the larger wolves to eat at their leisure. Chapter 38. Constructing a double room. 2 hours later, Chi-Wan finally completed the arrangement of that floor of the building. Many of the doors in this structure were locked, compelling Chi-Wan to resort to forceful entry. She vanquished several emaciated zombies within, acquiring an abundance of materials: 451 units of timber, 526 nails, 154 pieces of cloth, 485 units of plastic, 546 stones, 45 sheets of iron, 5 chive seeds, 6 cilantro seeds, 2 watermelon seeds, 2 chili pepper seeds, and 2 bitter melon seeds. The bounty was truly remarkable, and a smile blossomed on her face as she affectionately patted the head of her wolf companion, making her way towards her own residence. As she passed the 001 wooden cabin, Chi-Wan sensed a palpable gaze upon her. She raised her eyes to the second floor, where Song Junling stood at the corridor's edge, peering down. Mayor Chi, we will rent until tomorrow, he stated. Chi-Wan nodded in bemusement, understanding that they would indeed be staying until the morrow. Hong Lianghan and his subordinates had hinted at this information, and both Mr. Wang and Mr. Gong had made a point to emphasize their reluctance to leave the town, yet circumstances dictated otherwise. A new batch of vegetables and fruits will arrive shortly. If you need any, you may purchase them, she added. Upon noticing the silence from him, Chi-Wan took her leave. A slight frown creased her brow. Mr. Song seemed rather peculiar, exhibiting an unexpected warmth when he usually maintained an aloof demeanor. The brief exchange could be considered a greeting, she supposed. Yet, uncertainty lingered in her mind, prompting her to dismiss the thought. Arriving at the display screen, she proceeded to check what provisions were available in the warehouse. After entrusting the land to Old Man Han, she seldom visited it, except for last night when she checked on the harvest: 26 heads of cabbage, 49 pounds of rice, 39 peaches, 102 potatoes, 98 watermelons, 13 ears of corn, 62 tomatoes, and 56 strawberries. To her astonishment, the yield was far beyond her expectations. However, she regretted that she lacked the machinery to thresh the rice, leaving her to merely gaze at the bounty. Eagerly awaiting the day she could savor the rice she had cultivated herself, Chi-Wan straightened her posture. Without the means to process the rice, she could not stock it in the vending machine. She decided to reserve 2 heads of cabbage, 49 pounds of rice, 5 peaches, 5 potatoes, 6 watermelons, 5 ears of corn, 5 tomatoes, and 20 strawberries, placing the remainder in the vending machine. The prices were remarkably low. Each cabbage weighed 3 to 4 pounds. Peaches were sold in pairs, and potatoes in threes. The watermelons weighed nearly 20 pounds each, while corn, tomatoes, and strawberries were sold in pairs, all for just a single first-grade crystal nucleus. It was a test of speed for the shoppers, but more importantly, it was a question of whether they would notice the offerings. At that moment, a woman named Kai Xiaofeng, dressed in minimal fabric, stood before the vending machine. Clutching a light, gray casual outfit, Upon spotting the newly stocked fruits and vegetables, her interest was clearly piqued. However, with limited crystal nuclei in hand, she could only afford to purchase 2 peaches and 1 watermelon. When the watermelon emerged, it exceeded her expectations, weighing a full 20 pounds. She exerted considerable effort to carry it up to her 4th-floor residence, nearly losing her balance in the process. It was with the assistance of another former colleague, residing in the same building, that the watermelon was preserved from bursting. Hurry and buy one. There were plenty when I just purchased mine. It should still be fine now, Kai Xiaofeng remarked. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he returned to his room. Qi Wan cast a glance at the vending machine, noting the altered inventory, and decided to disregard it. With great effort, she retrieved a watermelon weighing approximately 19 pounds from the storage room. Struggling to maintain her posture as she placed it on the vegetable board on the balcony, she sliced off a third, roughly 7 pounds, and returned the remainder to the storage room. The task proved even more cumbersome this time, for she feared the juice might seep out. Upon her return, she completed the construction of the 5-story wooden cabin designated for 2 occupants before attending to the watermelon. Subsequently, she entered and removed all the peaches and strawberries, washing them and placing them into a medium-sized stainless steel basin. Grabbing a wooden board, she set the plate containing the watermelon and the stainless steel basin atop it. Noticing the 5 wolves lingering outside, she suddenly rushed to the balcony, their gaze fixated on the watermelon on the plate. All right, you can have it. I'll place it at the entrance. You all can come there. Qi Wan resolved to remember to allocate a portion for them next time. Considering their appetites, she decided to bring out an entire watermelon. With great difficulty, she maneuvered it to the entrance, but before she could return to fetch a knife to cut it, the largest wolf disdainfully slammed his paw onto the table, causing the 20-pound watermelon to crack open. Juice gushed forth, spilling onto the tiles, and Qi Wan felt a twinge of regret at the sight. Go ahead, eat, she urged, before returning to retrieve the wooden board. Using her foot to secure the door closed behind her, 2 elderly gentlemen, Han Laobua and Xiaohe, gathered together to savor the delicacies. Upon seeing the muddy hands of Han Laobua, he felt a twinge of awkwardness as he observed the offerings held by Qi Wan. Haningha stood outside the fence, captivated by the unusually enticing red watermelon, casting a sidelong glance at Han Laobua, equally uneasy. The 2 old men soon cast aside their reservations and warmly ushered Qi Wan inside. You little girl, bringing us so much. Why didn't you call us sooner? Indeed. Though we are advanced in years, we still possess considerable strength. Qi Wan smiled, choosing not to respond, and placed the wooden board on the makeshift table crafted by Han Laobua. Come in, Xiaohe, and join your grandfather as an assistant to your elder sister. Although employing child labor felt somewhat improper, it struck her as slightly uncomfortable to see Han Laobua and Haningha standing apart by the fence, making her feel as if she were in the wrong. Haningha, astonished, pointed to himself with his index finger, his mouth agape as he looked toward Han Laobua. With a gentle nod and a kind smile, Han Laobua encouraged him. Your sister will not treat you unfairly. Your meals and lodging will be provided. However, you will live with your grandfather, and in exchange, your sister will give you a first-grade crystal core each month. At mealtime, you can accompany your grandfather to the vending machine for your boxed meals. Haningha clenched his fists, biting his lower lip, his eyes glistening with tears as he stepped inside. Accepting the peach Qi Wan offered, he wiped away a tear with one hand while taking a bite with the other, smiling through his emotions. Girl, the peaches you grow are even more delicious than any I have ever tasted. When I celebrate my 60th birthday, I must have your peaches as my longevity fruit. The peach was large and exceptionally sweet. After consuming the entire fruit, I felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through me. The weariness that had previously weighed down my body dissipated, leaving me feeling utterly refreshed. Mr. Wang had devoured the sizable peach, leaving only the pit upon the table. If exposed to sunlight, it could potentially serve as a seed for planting. Savoring the delicious fruit, I resolved to bring more for both of you when we depart the town tomorrow. Soon, there would be an additional 5 plots of fertile black soil, perfectly suitable for cultivating peaches. The original 6 plots, combined with today's 10, would yield a total of 16 plots. Chapter 39. A wave of survivors. Very well. Since the young lady has made such a suggestion, we shall not hold back. We will toil a bit harder to sow the seeds. However, our dear brother Han has already cultivated the newly opened 5 plots. I shall survey the area to determine where else we can plant. Mr. Gong, holding a watermelon, glanced around, searching for an appropriate spot. There's no need to rush, dear sir. Soon, there will be 5 new plots of black soil, all of which can be utilized for planting. We shall be able to reap the harvest by tomorrow morning. The peach harvest takes a considerable amount of time, requiring 15 hours. If we plant it shortly, we can expect to yield a bountiful harvest by tomorrow morning. This is splendid. I was even contemplating whether to compromise the placement of your strawberries by planting them in between. A single plot of black soil possesses the capacity to yield 3 successive crops. Thus one should not sow too abundantly at once, lest the fertility be significantly depleted. However, this poses no substantial issue. When the fertility of the black soil diminishes, the color of the earth will visibly change. Chi-Wan took a hearty bite of a strawberry, feigning a lackluster demeanor. This simply will not do, dear sir. You must taste this strawberry. It is not your ordinary sweetness. One is as large as your fist. Would you truly feel remorse for the strawberry seedlings? Mr. Gong chuckled heartily, jesting, yet it is indeed a fitting place for retirement. With a sigh, Mr. Gong reflected upon the current environment, still feeling a sense of melancholy. He welcomed the 2 elderly gentlemen to come and enjoy their twilight years, assuring them that there would be an abundance of fruits and vegetables. Chi-Wan found herself quite compatible with the 2 gentlemen, willing to extend her care toward their retirement. After a light-hearted exchange of laughter, the pigsty was moved forward by 2 meters. Near the pigsty, 5 new plots of land had been added. Mr. Han, unable to contain his excitement, immediately took the 5 peach pits he had just consumed to wash them clean, meticulously removing the remaining flesh before burying them in the center of the new soil. He had previously experimented and found that, so long as the seeds were planted in sufficiently fertile black earth, success was guaranteed. After a leisurely chat, Chi-Wan gathered the empty plate, stainless steel basin, and a wooden board, returning to her room. While there was still light, she intended to check what her new task entailed, hoping to complete it promptly. Master, a group of survivors is approaching from the southwest. How many are there? Is my room sufficient? Master can review the new task. Chi-Wan nodded and glanced at the display screen. By the way, little steward, in the future, if I am not in the town, survivors who are not tenants must not be allowed entry. Understood, Master. The actions of those people today were truly excessive. Had it not been for the town's protective measures for the vegetable gardens and poultry, the fruits, vegetables, and livestock in her garden would have been left in disarray. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, it is prudent to inform the little steward. This way, she can venture out with peace of mind. The new task, successfully accommodate 50 tenants. Reward, 2 automatic cleaning machines. Chi-Wan stroked her chin, realizing that this time, there would be quite a number of guests. Presently, there are 13 single rooms and 2 double rooms, each comprising 5 wooden cabins, excluding the 3 cabins vacated by Xiao Jinsong and his companions. Along with the 2 elderly gentlemen and their grandchildren and 4 former colleagues, there are 17 cabins currently occupied. Additionally, there are 48 single rooms and 10 double rooms available. While the number of single rooms is sufficient, the quantity of double rooms is rather limited, indicating that she must continue her efforts to clear the buildings. As Chi-Wan stepped outside, she spotted 5 wolves basking in the sun, comfortably lounging. She bent down and gently stroked the fur of the second wolf. Big wolf, second wolf, third wolf, little wolf, 5 wolf, let us proceed to tidy up the buildings. Brother, look over there, doesn't it seem peculiar? A young boy, holding a telescope, gazed into the distance and then passed it to the adult man beside him. The man accepted the telescope and directed his gaze toward the direction indicated by the boy. To his astonishment, he observed chickens wandering around beside the house, as well as a 2-story building that differed from the adjacent wooden cabins. There were chickens, reminiscent of those before the apocalypse, albeit larger than their predecessors. The adult chickens were twice the size of those from the pre-apocalyptic era, boasting tender meat, as they roamed freely in the town, resulting in a delightful texture. The accompanying survivors gazed in awe at the direction the man pointed, but could only discern the rudimentary outline of the wooden cabins. Is it true? Could it be an illusion? It appears to be an ordinary chicken, perhaps even a mutated one. As you approach, someone may strike. A fellow traveler, an older gentleman, inquired, expressing his disbelief. Indeed, these mutated creatures have become exceedingly astute. They seem to know how to ambush us humans and even engage in deception. Precisely. Wasn't that the case with the vine we encountered before? We assumed it was an ordinary plant, unmutated, enticed by its vibrant red fruits, believing we could simply pluck them. Yet, upon closer inspection, those seemingly luscious fruits turned out to be its mouths. Indeed, we lost several comrades there last time. Had it not been for Wheel, who cleverly guided us out, we might not have seen the dawn of another day. Sister, you mentioned Wheel's cleverness. Thus, you should have faith in his judgment. Wheel, known as Zhao Iluan among acquaintances, is the adult man wielding binoculars. Sister, I assure you, I did not misjudge. Those dozens of chickens resemble precisely those from the pre-apocalyptic world, and there are chicks nearby as well. Zhao Iluan is resolute in his observations. The daylight permits him clarity. There is also a nest, though its contents remain obscured. yet he senses no malevolence within. Through the nest, he can discern some human figures. Once they approach, they may inquire further. Their group, once over 200 strong, has dwindled to just over 100, a testament to their struggles. If the opportunity arises, they must seize the moment to investigate. Friends, let us venture forth to take a closer look. While the twilight has yet to descend, let us swiftly seek a refuge. The night brings with it an unsettling vigor among the undead, and it would be prudent for us to hasten our journey. Since that fateful rainfall, the capabilities of the zombies have significantly escalated. As night falls, they exhibit an extraordinary exuberance, meandering through the streets with an inexhaustible energy. Initially, we underestimated their threat, finding solace within a supermarket, where we hastily barricaded the entrance with an assortment of items. Little did we anticipate that the nocturnal zombies posed a greater peril than those encountered in daylight. When a few of them caught scent of our presence, they surged in from outside, not through the main entrance, but by crashing through the windows. They are devoid of pain, lacking any sense of hurt, and repeatedly hurled themselves against the glass until it shattered. Xiaoyuan shudders at the memory of that day, when we suffered the loss of dozens of lives. What began as a mere confrontation with a handful of zombies evolved into a heart-wrenching battle against those who had once been our kin. Chapter 40. The invaluable electric card. Meanwhile, Chi-Wan diligently tidies up the building, which stands in stark contrast to others. This structure is entirely a studio, replete with an array of office supplies. Although she finds little use for them, the items she dismantles prove to be remarkably beneficial. For instance, the electric card she now holds is truly extraordinary. Unlike the previous items she had disassembled, this card did not simply accumulate in the building's warehouse. It appeared directly in her hand. Inscribed upon the card is its function. Electric card can be charged with crystal cores to generate electricity, enabling power within the room. Insert this card into the designated slot in the wooden cabin to activate the electricity. A primary crystal core can be exchanged for 100 units of electricity, while a secondary crystal core can yield 500 units, and a tertiary crystal core can provide 1,000 units. She has successfully decomposed 3 such electric cards. With these electric cards in her possession, her tenants will have access to electricity just as she does. Furthermore, she has acquired an intact desktop computer and an unopened printer. With these 2 invaluable items, she can create promotional flyers for the town, attracting more survivors to reside in her community. Additionally, there are several intact tables and chairs that she has yet to decompose, but she must transport them back herself. After spending some time decomposing the other items, she set about moving the tables and chairs to the town. With these furnishings, she can enjoy her meals at a table, as well as prepare food without needing to use the balcony. Meanwhile, Mr. Wong sat on the ground, observing the approaching survivors from afar. The group was substantial, their silhouettes gradually drawing nearer. Concerned about a repeat of the earlier incident when individuals had brazenly attempted to seize items, Mr. Wong stood up and spoke to Mr. Gong beside him. Mr. Han and his family also gazed toward the distant figures, noting the considerable number of people, young and old alike. However, they noticed that Chi-Wan had already ventured out and were uncertain where to find her. Yet, reassured by the thought that these survivors posed little threat to the town, they began to relax. Mr. Wong glanced back at the empty wooden houses and smiled, remarking, "With so many survivors, these vacant wooden houses can be gradually rented out." Indeed, our quaint little town is gradually expanding, yet the number of tenants remains disappointingly scant. It is truly a pity to see so many vacant spaces. Mr. Gong shares this sentiment. They observe Chi-Wan's numerous houses rising, yet the influx of tenants is minimal. Old Man Han and Hanning-Ha also yearn for more tenants. As each additional occupant translates to more crystal cores, these tenants would purchase the fruits and vegetables they cultivate, along with chickens and pigs, provided there are sufficient buyers. The grandfather and grandson would derive immense satisfaction from their achievements. Mr. Wong cast a glance at Song Junling's room and whispered, "When we visit Xiaosong's base, perhaps we should persuade some survivors to come here. This place is remarkably safe and indeed a splendid location for a base." Mr. Gong stifled a laugh, giving Mr. Wong a thumbs up. "You old chap are quite something. They provide you with sustenance and shelter, and yet you think to entice the survivors from their base." Mr. Wong held his head high, unfazed by the comment. Naturally, individuals will choose the location that offers greater safety and the promise of adequate sustenance and warmth. He merely sought to promote their options. The decision ultimately lies with the survivors. He was not coercing anyone to come. He was simply offering them additional choices. After approximately 10 minutes, Xiaoyuan and his companions arrived at a spot merely 10 meters from the town. This place truly stands apart from others. The chickens here resemble those from the pre-apocalyptic era. They have grown larger, promising a greater yield of meat. Indeed, look, There are several elderly gentlemen tending to the fields. It is truly remarkable that such fertile soil exists for cultivation. Moreover, this place is also a pigsty. Quickly, behold the adorable piglets inside, plump and tender. The gaze of the group fixated on the pigsty, where the grown pigs resided, and they swallowed hard in unison, having not tasted pork in quite some time. The memories of the pork consumed before the apocalypse had long since faded. Let us approach and explore the surroundings. If possible, let us rest here for the night, suggested Zhao Yiluan. The sun had set, leaving only a faint glimmer of light. If they did not secure a place to rest soon, the night would pose considerable danger. The group continued onward, seemingly tireless in their pursuit. Upon reaching the pigsty, they observed the content pigs up close, tears of longing escaping the corners of their mouths. Zhao Yiluan circled the pigsty and addressed the three elderly gentlemen and the young boy within. Good day, gentlemen, and greetings to you, young lad. May I inquire how many reside here? Might we find temporary refuge for the night? Mr. Wang and Mr. Gong remained silent, absorbed in their tasks. Old Man Han took it upon himself to respond. Currently, there are over 10 tenants here. You may rest for the night, though a fee will be required. You can refer to the notice over there for the details. As soon as Old Man Han's voice fell, a survivor clutched his head, wailing in pain. A companion beside him cautiously stepped forward and, indeed, collided with a hard object. He extended his hand to probe and felt a transparent wall, as solid as glass, but even more resilient. Why can't we enter? Is there something here? Upon hearing this, other survivors advanced, reaching out to touch as well. They soon discovered that an unseen barrier obstructed their way. Glancing down, they noticed a row of tiles. Beyond them lay the area they could not access. Zhao Yiluan, observing this, hurried to the sign on his left. Moments later, he called out to the other survivors. This is a small town. Entry here is reserved for tenants. Once you step inside, safety is guaranteed. However, one must pay with a crystal core to reside here. A level 1 crystal core permits just 1 day's stay and accommodates only a single occupant. Upon hearing Zhao Yiluan's words, the crowd gathered around. As they read the inscription on the sign, each harbored varying thoughts. If they could not gain entry to the town, they would have to find temporary shelter elsewhere tonight. And they would remain disconnected from the tantalizing chicken and pork, as well as the vibrant fruits and vegetables thriving in the fertile soil. Chapter 41. There are power cards. Yet no lights. A level 1 crystal core. I find this price reasonable. Indeed, I think it is acceptable as well. I can manage on my own. I shall muster the resolve to stay. Moreover, it is stated that safety is guaranteed 100%. If this is indeed the case, we could rest easy at night, untroubled by any lurking zombies. Indeed, the price is quite reasonable. By merely eliminating a single zombie, I could secure a night's stay here. With a stroke of luck, I might even manage to dispatch a few more. However, for families with multiple members, the perspective shifts dramatically. The establishment offers only single and double occupancy rooms. And should they wish to reside here, the cost would undoubtedly accumulate, particularly for those families of 6 who have all managed to survive. Their daily expenses would amount to 6 primary crystal cores. Not all members of their household possess abilities, nor can they guarantee successful zombie eliminations every day. The act of slaying zombies is fraught with peril, often leaving them anxious about their safe return. Where there are willing individuals, there will also be those who are reluctant. When Shi Wan returned, carrying tables and chairs, she noticed 100 survivors gathered before the notice board. In that instant, she felt that the little steward had not imposed an undue burden upon her. Had the task been to secure 100 tenants, the challenge would have been formidable. Not every survivor is endowed with crystal cores, nor do all of them wish to expend their resources on accommodation. Some survivors believe in their own strength, thinking they can easily find a makeshift shelter with a door. Others consider crystal cores as a means to enhance their abilities, deeming it imprudent to spend them frivolously. Chi Wan positioned the tables and chairs at the entrance, while the large wolves ambled back leisurely from behind. The second wolf decisively opened the door, resting its forelimbs on the doorknob, yet taking no further action. With a bitter smile, Chi Wan had no choice but to move the tables and chairs inside. The 2 wolves had opened the door, so she decided to acquiesce to their intent. After relocating the furniture, she turned on the lights on the first floor and stepped out. She had not forgotten the multitude assembled at the entrance of the small town. They could very well be the future tenants. This is our Mayor Chi. If you wish to rent a house, you may speak with her. Old Man Han tidied up his belongings, tossing the feed for the pigs into their pen and throwing the chicken feed outside the fence. Many of the chickens were reluctant to return to their coop, preferring to roam freely within the town. Thus, Han placed the chicken feed outside the fence, leaving the gate open so that the chickens in the coop could also come out to eat. Hello, Mayor Chi. We, a group of travelers, Would like to request lodging for the night. Is there any possibility of a discounted rate for our large party? Chi-Wan shook her head apologetically. I'm afraid there are no negotiations or discounts. The items within the town are one of a kind, unattainable elsewhere. Once you enter, you will find that this crystal flower is truly worth it. Zhao Yilun and his companions gazed longingly at the light emanating from Chi-Wan's room and inquired, if we take up residence, will there be lights as well? They did not seek luxury. They merely desired a space illuminated by light. In the early days of the apocalypse, one could occasionally find places still aglow. Now, they had to rely on the abilities of the gifted to generate light. It had been a long time since they had encountered a place with light at night. I'm sorry, the wooden house currently lacks electric lighting. At this point, Chi-Wan remembered that she had yet to utilize the electric card she had recently acquired. The wooden cabin lacked even the most basic light bulb, devoid of any electrical necessities. Was such a practical energy card merely a decorative piece? A group of individuals found themselves in a quandary, expending a primary crystal core merely to inhabit an empty shell, one that lacked even illumination. I will reside here, Zhao Yilun declared, producing a primary crystal core. My younger brother is 8. May he stay with me? Or must I occupy a double room? Children under 12 may share accommodations with adults, Chi-Wan responded. Thus, you may choose either a single or a double room. The double room was indeed spacious, largely because it contained nothing at all. I shall take a single room, Zhao Yilun remarked, glancing at the young boy. Given the scarcity of crystal cores they possessed, every bit saved was prudent. Very well, you may bring your brother inside. Chi-Wan gestured towards the tiles on the floor and addressed the others. Those in need of lodging may enter with their crystal cores. Han Ing and Old Han brought over boxes of food. Observing the ever-growing number of survivors entering, they felt assured they had made the right choice. After spending a day within, they would be reluctant to leave. May we have some of the boxed meals you possess? Inquired the survivors outside, pointing at Han Ying's open box. Inside was a mound of perfectly white rice, neatly divided into 3 sections, enticingly red and yellow scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a deep red savory pork leg roll in the center, and vibrant green fresh vegetables on the right. The onlookers, both inside and out, could hardly contain their drool. Was this a mere boxed meal? No, this was a feast. Chi-Wan pointed towards cabin 001, behind which stood a vending machine brimming with a variety of items for all to explore. She cast a glance over her shoulder at the nearly 40 survivors. Their numbers nearly sufficient to complete the task, while those outside hesitated. I will take them to their accommodations first. You should ponder your situation. It is futile to wait idly here. Securing the crystal cores from the survivors in the town is of utmost importance. Upon hearing Chi-Wan's words, the survivors outside hurriedly expressed their intentions. I want to come in too. I wish to rent a room. And I wish to stay in a single room with my 5-year-old child. I also wish to rent. I will stay in a double room with my mother. One by one, they produced their crystal cores, eager for Chi-Wan to grant them entry. Then come in together. The night has already fallen outside. There is no need to fear staying in the town, for the zombies and mutated animals, as well as plants, within a 2-kilometer radius have been eradicated by our town's tenants. Without eliminating them and obtaining crystal cores, how can one expect to find sustenance and shelter here? The outsiders exchanged glances, some survivors already setting off to seek suitable temporary lodgings. Chi-Wan led them to the vacant rooms at the back, successfully renting out 36 single rooms and 10 double rooms. Both twin cabins were fully occupied. Once she had attended to these matters, Chi-Wan hurried back to her own room. The 2 automated cleaning machines had arrived at the warehouse, and Chi-Wan was the first to move them out. A square-shaped automatic cleaning machine, no taller than her knee, glides smoothly on 4 wheels. Beneath its unobtrusive exterior lies a vacuuming function that efficiently removes dust from the floor. The sides are bare, yet each features a switch. In Chapter 42, 2 automatic cleaning machines, Chi-Wan notices a switch above her and decides to press it. The 2 machines respond promptly, scanning their surroundings. Hygiene check required. Shall we commence cleaning? Chi-Wan surveys her home and acknowledges its untidy state. Clean, she instructs. In an instant, 2 arms emerge from either side of the machines, conjuring cleaning tools out of thin air. Is it true that the automatic cleaning machines come equipped with their own cleaning tools? Chi-Wan inquires, marveling at the convenience of tools appearing as if by magic. Indeed. Master, the automatic cleaning machines possess an internal space where all cleaning tools are stored, comes the reply. Chi-Wan feels a surge of envy. Can I also have an internal space? I require no additional storage, merely a connection to a warehouse would suffice. Is such a modest wish attainable? Yes, Master. However, your task level must reach 1 to access the warehouse connection, the response clarifies. Chi-Wan understands. She has completed nearly half of her current tasks, and with just over 50 more, She can elevate her status from 0 to 1. With this newfound clarity, she feels a wave of happiness wash over her. Having a goal invigorates her motivation. Indeed, the task of accumulating tenants has been successfully completed, and her fish pond is no longer barren. 5 young bays have been placed into the pond. Yet it still feels rather sparse. With subsequent tasks, it is anticipated that more fish will populate the waters. Old task. The town area contains 50 wooden cabins, 50-15. Reward, 2 black soil tiles. New task. Simultaneously construct a single-occupancy wooden cabin and a double-occupancy wooden cabin. Reward, 10 square meters of a designated orchard. New task. Accumulate a total of 100 tenants, 183. Reward, 1 toilet blueprint. A toilet? She once suddenly recalled that the wooden cabins of her tenants lacked bathrooms, let alone toilets. With a sheepish smile, she rubbed her forehead, her gaze flickering momentarily. She decided to prioritize the first new task. The location she had prepared for the buildings was sufficiently spacious, and with the remaining area, constructing 3 wooden cabins posed no challenge. She remembered that Xiao Zinsong and the others would be arriving soon, so it would be prudent to erect additional double-occupancy cabins. This time, she planned to build 1 single-occupancy cabin and 2 double-occupancy cabins, placing the single-occupancy unit in the same vicinity while positioning the double-occupancy cabins adjacent to one another. The task completion would require a wait of 25 minutes. Chi-Wan did not forget the survivors still waiting outside the town. However, every time she approached the display screen, it seemed as though countless matters awaited her attention. Perhaps once her level increased, she would no longer need to step into the room to view the information on the screen. As they emerged, Old Man Han and Han Ninghe had thoroughly devoured their boxed meals, even savoring a generous sip of refreshing purified water, a sight that incited envy among the survivors outside. Particularly envious were the recently settled survivors, the new tenants, who proudly clutched their purchased meals in their hands, parading past the onlookers to flaunt their good fortune. They had secured their lodgings, indulging in delectable boxed meals, some even showcasing new garments. Their intent was undeniably fulfilled, as the survivors outside gazed upon them with increasing envy. Mayor Chi, we have moved in. We are occupying single rooms, ready to exchange crystal nuclei. Mayor Chi, we merely require single accommodations. I have already produced my crystal nucleus. May I enter? I am prepared as well. Mayor Chi, please allow us to enter. The survivors outside the town raised their crystal nuclei, pressing forward with the hope of gaining entry into the town. Chi-Wan smiled gently and beckoned, come in. With a cursory glance, she noted that this group of survivors included around 20 individuals willing to settle in, which conveniently aligned with the requirement for the second new task. However, she advised, please bear with me for a moment. Currently, there are only 12 single rooms available. I will select a portion of you to accompany me for check-in, while others may proceed to the vending machines to procure necessary supplies. A gentle reminder, shopping must be undertaken with prudence. Without crystal nuclei, entry will not be permitted. Meanwhile, the 3 newly constructed wooden buildings were under intense construction, and a portion of the survivors was assigned to purchase their necessities, ensuring they could check in promptly thereafter. A total of 25 survivors remained, with 12 deciding to take up residence first, while the others were escorted away by Chi-Wan. It is imperative that you all remain rational, otherwise, settling in the town will become impossible. The survivors from Chi-Wan's group called out to those approaching the vending machine, assuring them of complete safety, free from the fear of zombies appearing at night. The others, not overthinking the situation, felt that as long as they could fill their bellies, they could endure any discomfort regarding their living arrangements. After enduring so many days and nights, they had grown accustomed to it. Having completed their check-in, the 12 survivors followed Chi-Wan to the vending machine. The clothes on display were quite appealing, and there were blankets available, albeit at a steep price. Let us linger here a bit longer tomorrow, to see if any zombies remain in the vicinity. Once we eliminate them, we shall certainly find some crystal cores, one survivor proposed. Indeed, we can always move a little further away. Zombies will inevitably wander over. Chi-Wan approached just as these words were spoken. Were they truly regarding zombies as a desirable prospect? Have you all made your purchases? Chi-Wan inquired. The survivors held 1 or 2 items each, their faces aglow with smiles. All right, Mayor Chi. There seems to be a plethora of goods here. I wonder if there will be an opportunity to procure some pork? Chi-Wan chuckled. Those pigs haven't even grown yet, and you're already coveting them. There will be opportunities. Those who have made their selections, please follow me. The newly constructed wooden lodge was complete, and now they could proceed to take up residence. As Chi-Wan departed, she noticed a few survivors who had not checked in yet, lingering by the vending machine, showing no signs of intent to move. Chi-Wan was unconcerned. At least they had made a purchase, contributing to the local economy. After spending 2 hours in the town, they would automatically be asked to leave. Upon their next entry, she would have to personally escort them back in. Once the survivors were settled, Chi-Wan made her way to the vegetable garden, where she indeed found Old Man Han and Han Ingha still present. Meanwhile, Mr. Wong and Mr. Gong had already returned to their wooden cabins to rest. Old man, you are just in time. I have an electric card here. If you insert it into the slot in your room, you will have access to electricity. However, there is currently no need for power, so you can hold on to it for now. With that, Chi-Wan produced an electric card and handed it to Old Man Han. As Old Man Han accepted the transparent card, he felt a surge of information upon contact, revealing its details. Can this truly be used? He pondered, recalling that he had a level 1 crystal core in his pocket, which he retrieved and placed above the electric card. The card automatically absorbed the crystal core, and as the cores gradually diminished, the card's display transformed, eventually settling at 100. Sister Chi, is this really usable electricity? Han Ingha inquired, leaning closer to observe the numbers on the card. Can a single card truly generate power? Indeed, once the facilities in the cabin are set up, electricity will be readily available. The current best course of action is to accumulate more energy cores, as the demand for electricity is destined to increase in the future. Chi-Wan felt within her pocket the remaining 2 energy cards, pondering whom she should bestow them upon. Old Man Han nodded earnestly. With electricity, life is surely bound to improve. Wow, Mayor Chi. Old Man Han, what do you have in your hands? Zhao Lejean, having returned from outside the town, caught sight of something as he reached for the doorknob. Curiously, he approached and beheld the energy card in Old Man Han's grasp. This is an energy card, freshly acquired today. If you desire it, I shall give it to you, Chi-Wan replied, ever accommodating to her long-term tenants. Zhao Lejean's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? It's for me? He exclaimed, joyfully bouncing on the ground after Chi-Wan confirmed with a nod. By the way, old man, there will soon be a designated orchard of 10 square meters. This orchard is specifically for cultivating fruits, and the produce from it can thrive for an extended period. You can transfer strawberries, watermelons, and peaches there, and simply return after a while to harvest. Upon hearing this, Old Man Han, Han Ing, and Zhao Lejean were filled with delight, envisioning an abundance of fruit in their future. However, the prerequisite remains. They must possess energy cores, or else they cannot afford to purchase anything. Very well, I shall commence planning shortly, Old Man Han replied. Chi-Wan glanced up at the moon, noting that it was getting late. After you tidy up, it would be wise to return home and rest early. Tomorrow's harvest will remain just as fruitful. Old Man Han nodded in agreement. He did not feel fatigued, but rather invigorated and full of determination. Every day brings forth harvests. Every day allows for the sowing of new crops, and I find my existence profoundly fulfilling. Chi-Wan entered the room, holding onto an unused electronic card, and first positioned a designated orchard of 10 square meters before the fish pond. In the far right section, another designated orchard was established. Regarding the toilet blueprint, Chi-Wan glanced at the details. The toilet is capable of automatically flushing away waste without the need for any connections. After use, one merely needs to press a button located above, and it will flush away effortlessly. It requires no special maintenance, remaining perpetually clean. The toilet blueprint requires wood 2, cement 1. The construction materials are not difficult to procure, as they are materials she already possesses. Contemplating this, Chi-Wan turned to the crystal core exchange area. Indeed, the information for exchanging crystal cores for the toilet blueprint appeared. Level 1 crystal core 1 can be exchanged for toilet blueprint 1. With the increase in tenants, many of the room facilities have not kept pace. For instance, wooden beds are only available in 65 wooden houses. None have been constructed in the newer buildings. Chi-Wan has refrained from building, preferring that tenants arrange their own rooms. Little Steward, is it possible for tenants to choose whether or not to decorate their rooms, with me providing the materials? Initially, the Little Steward mentioned that it largely depended on her own exploration. She could only inquire about what came to mind, which is indeed part of the exploration process. Certainly, it is advisable for the owner to collect more crystal cores. A town display screen will be issued now, allowing town tenants to exchange through it, with an entrance and exit located below for the exchange process. Chi-Wan examined the functionalities of the town's display screen within the warehouse. It not only allowed for the exchange of items but also enabled the posting of tasks. However, as she had no tasks to publish at the moment, she decided to set that aside for now. The notices at the front of the town also required synchronizing updates, incorporating relevant information from the display screen, as well as the capability for task posting. As for the location of the town's display screen, it would be situated next to the vending machine, ensuring that tenants could easily see it when they came to purchase items. The town's display screen presented the following exchange options. 2 level 1 crystals for 1 wooden bed can only be installed in a room. Cannot be relocated. 2 level 1 crystals for 1 toilet. Can only be installed in a room. Cannot be relocated. 5 level 1 crystals for 1 liter of peanut oil. 2 level 1 crystals for 1 kitchen condiment set. 2 level 1 crystals for 1 kitchen knife. 1 cutting board. 5 level 1 crystals for 1 large, medium, and small stainless steel basin, 1 large, medium, and small vegetable basket. 2 level 1 crystals for 500 milliliters of dishwashing liquid. 5 level 2 crystals for 3 bowls and plates, 1 iron wok. 1 spatula. The latter items were beyond her own ability to create. Thus she resolved to act as a mere transporter. As a middleman in this role, it was only natural to charge a markup. The thought brought a smile to Chi Wan's face. She envisioned a future where, should the black soil increase, she could share a portion with individuals, allowing them to partake in cultivation and experience their own sense of accomplishment. After a restful night, she was inevitably awakened once again by the crowing of a rooster. Indeed, it was not merely her who was roused. The entire town's tenants were awakened by the fervent crowing of the roosters. The rapid growth of the chickens presented its own set of challenges. The crowing of roosters is a commonplace occurrence, to which she must gradually acclimatize. Each day's roosters are not the same as those of the previous day. At this very moment, Chi Wan once again glanced at the display screen, noting that only 2 roosters remained, while all others had been listed for sale. The third batch of hens had aged and was now ready for harvest. Roosters, 356, hens, 258, eggs, 1086. Before the automated vending machine stood a throng of individuals. "Brother." Just as you predicted, one of Hong Lianghan's subordinates said, his thumbs raised high in admiration. Hong Lianghan nodded in acknowledgement, uttering little else. Merely gesturing for them to expedite their purchase of the chicken meat. They were to depart from this place today, and it was uncertain when they would return. Before long, they had exchanged all their crystal cores for the chicken meat. They purchased only a single egg, merely to satisfy the notion of having one. Although the eggs were somewhat larger than before, they ultimately could not substitute for the satiation provided by chicken meat. After being stirred from their slumber by the rooster's cries, the other tenants did not linger in bed, but instead rose directly. As they passed the vending machine and beheld the chicken meat in the hands of others, their eyes gleamed with desire. When they had arrived the previous day, the vending machine had been devoid of chicken and eggs, but upon seeing the price, they hesitated. They possessed only second-tier crystal cores, lacking even a single third-tier core. Chapter 44. The departure of 2 gentlemen awakening to the sun high in the sky. Chi Wan felt the heat radiating from outside the house. She rose and indulged in a refreshing bath, thereafter washing the pillowcases and sheets, which she hung out to dry on the balcony. Below, Mr. Wang and Mr. Gong sat enjoying their boxed meals, and upon seeing Chi Wan emerge with the linens, they waved in greeting. "Good morning, young lady." Chi Wan's lips twitched. This was hardly morning. She was still capable of discerning that it was already noon. "Are you gentlemen preparing to depart?" Chi Wan inquired. "Indeed, we are in the midst of packing our belongings. As 2 old men, we have little to carry. But we wanted to take one last look around," Mr. Wang replied. "Once we finish, we shall set off together." Having arrived in this quaint town with only a couple of new garments, the 2 gentlemen had little to take with them. Chi Wan chuckled, remarking, "Who said you 2 teachers have nothing to carry?" Descending to the first floor, she anticipated that Old Man Han had already gathered the fruits. She retrieved a large stainless steel basin from the table to prepare provisions for the 2 gentlemen. The melons were roughly the size of watermelons, and she would require assistance from others to transport them. 3 would suffice: 2 watermelons, 10 peaches, 10 tomatoes, 10 strawberries, 10 bitter melons, 10 pounds of chives, 10 pounds of cilantro, and 10 pounds of chili peppers. Each gentleman would receive such an assortment, and it took 3 or 4 trips to bring everything out. Sanling attempted to approach the watermelons, but Chi Wan shooed him away. "Please wait a moment. First, enjoy the chicken, then the fruit. The fruit is meant to be consumed after the meal, so hold on for a bit." With that, Chi Wan ventured inside several times before finally bringing out the portion of chicken that the wolves were to devour. She then returned with 2 watermelons, feeling quite exhausted and perspiring profusely. Today's weather felt even hotter than yesterday's. Mr. Wang and Mr. Gong gazed in astonishment at the abundance of food, hardly able to believe their eyes. They had merely intended to jest, yet here was Chi Wan hauling out such an impressive quantity. With her hands on her hips, she caught her breath and addressed the 2 elderly gentlemen. "I have always held great admiration for you both. Please accept these offerings from me. I appreciate your tireless contributions at your age. I fear I may have overdone it a bit, but I have tried to restrain myself." The 2 gentlemen exchanged glances and shook their heads in resignation. "This is truly more than we deserve. We appreciate your generosity." "Indeed, it feels rather presumptuous to accept so much," they concurred. Chi-Wan shook her head in response. A few peaches will hardly suffice. Who knows when I shall next see you both? She insisted, these are merely tokens of my gratitude. Please accept them. At that moment, she noticed Song Junling descending the stairs. Approaching him, she said, Mr. Song, these provisions are for the two gentlemen. However, they may not be able to carry it all. Would you be so kind as to assist them? Song Junling cast a glance at the fruits and vegetables resting at the entrance, nodding in agreement. Upon seeing this, Chi-Wan lifted her chin and walked over to the two elderly men. Dear sir, with Mr. Song's assistance, you may depart with peace of mind. When it is time to eat, do indulge. Should you feel nostalgic, do return for a visit. Do not forget. Both of you are still temporary employees of our quaint town. Mr. Wong, in a moment of resignation, nodded in agreement, yet from his pocket. He retrieved a cherished seed he had safeguarded for quite some time. This seed was obtained after the removal of a mutated plant, and I have always believed it possessed significant potential. However, I have yet to unravel its mysteries. This time, I shall gift it to you, with the hope that upon your next visit, I may witness this seed sprouting and flourishing. Mr. Gong, unwilling to be outdone, produced a handful of seeds from his pocket, akin to one unearthing melon seeds during the New Year festivities. These too are my treasures, although not as exquisite as old Wong's. They represent considerable effort on my part to gather. After such a long wait, I finally behold the soil suitable for planting, though I previously questioned whether you might need it. Now, I am convinced of your necessity for it. If fate allows us to meet again, I hope to see a plethora of plants thriving here. In his heart, Mr. Gong pondered, given their age, many uncertainties linger in this post-apocalyptic world. Gong Zhongliang examined the disheveled seeds, yet they were indeed seeds. Should he take these seeds to their base? What if they all germinated successfully? Thus, Mr. Gong willingly relinquished them. However, it mattered little, as their base had amassed a considerable collection of seeds. Now, they merely needed to find suitable soil for planting, allowing these seeds to realize their true potential. Song Junling instructed Gong Zhongliang to gather the fruits and vegetables, for they were to be packed and taken away. Such splendid produce undoubtedly contained excellent seeds. The paramount task at hand was to escort the two esteemed elders back to examine whether the soil could indeed support cultivation. After Song Junling and the others departed with Mr. Wong and Mr. Gong, the area in front of the town was considerably less crowded. Chi-Wan released two automatic cleaning machines, which she had affectionately named according to their colors. One was dubbed Little Gray, and the other Little White. Today, she set them to work cleaning the vacated rooms. Yesterday, Little Black and Little White had proven remarkably efficient, leaving her residence immaculate in every corner. Had she not needed her quilt and pillow for the night, they would have continued their cleaning services. The clothes she changed out of yesterday, as well as those from today, were meticulously washed and hung out to dry by Little Black and Little White. Upon their activation, the machines immediately recognized the noticeably dirty tiles of the town and commenced their duties without hesitation. They even pursued Xiao Lang and Wu Lang, intent on cleaning the watermelon juice splattered beneath their feet. Chi-Wan observed the impatient Wu Lang, who, in a fit of exasperation, struck Little Black with his palm. She could distinctly feel the rush of air from the blow. Yet, Little Black remained unfazed, its mechanical visage unperturbed, as if merely tickled, without a trace of dent. Instead, it persisted in sweeping beneath Wu Lang's feet, swiftly clearing the mess before proceeding towards the 003 wooden cabin, while Little White directed its course towards the 001 wooden cabin. Chi-Wan smiled as she watched Xiao He and Xiao Bai depart, handing the assorted seeds to Old Man Han for planting. As for the seed that Mr. Wong mentioned was somewhat unusual. Little Steward, where is it advisable to plant this peculiar seed in the town? It is best not to sow the extraordinary seeds in the ordinary black soil. For guidance, one must consult the well-informed Little Steward. It is suggested that the master plant the seeds in the vacant plot 2 meters in front of the pigsty. A vacant plot 2 meters ahead. Does that not mean it lies just beyond the town? Chapter 45. The special seeds. Chi-Wan emerged, resolved to heed the Little Steward's counsel and plant the seeds 2 meters in front of the pigsty. After watering them, she returned indoors. Upon noticing Chi-Wan's approach, Old Man Han spread out the seeds he had slightly separated in his hands and remarked, Mayor Chi, upon inspection, I see that some of these seeds are for wild vegetables, while others are medicinal herbs. Should we plant them now? Yes, let us plant them. They will surely prove useful. We have been subsisting on boxed meals lately, so a variety of wild vegetables would provide us with something different. At times, Chi-Wan found herself disinclined to cook and opted for her boxed meals instead. The leftover half chicken from her last meal still lay untouched in the storeroom. It was one matter that she could not consume such a quantity of chicken alone, and another that her single pot was too small. Though she had purchased an iron pot, She lacked the necessary gas stove and similar equipment. Even an induction cooker would suffice, but she had none. So she chose to leave the half-chicken aside. As Chi-Wan entered her room, Han emerged from the enclosure and approached the fence, crouching down. The faint green light in my hand slowly burrowed into the ground. I am aware that Sister Chi holds you in high regard and hopes you will grow swiftly, so she may behold your true nature. New task: rescue the 3 lost siblings. Reward: 5 wolf mutation abilities. New task: rescue the 2 lost mother and daughter. Reward: 5 black soil. Upon reading these 2 tasks, Chi-Wan's face was filled with questions. How to rescue? Where to conduct the rescue? The tasks presented left her somewhat perplexed. Rest assured, Master, both rescue missions will commence tomorrow. Today, you may prepare in advance. A map will be provided, allowing you to pinpoint the locations of the individuals to be rescued. Chi-Wan nodded gently, understanding that she would set forth tomorrow to undertake the rescue. Today, however, she had a matter of utmost importance to attend to. With a smile, she made her way to the far right corner, gazing at the pigs in their pen. The pigsty in the small town expanded in accordance with the number of pigs it housed. The 3 pairs of piglets rewarded from the task were all well matched. After spending the better part of yesterday and today, the pigsty now housed 6 adult pigs and 38 piglets. This sight filled Chi-Wan with longing. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the 3 sows were all expecting. With a mischievous chuckle, Chi-Wan negotiated with the little steward to procure some tools before stepping outside. Standing before the pigsty, she felt utterly unfazed by the odor. The tools in her hands gleamed in the sunlight. Old Man Han instantly comprehended Chi-Wan's intentions, as he was well versed in such matters. The pigs in the sty are indeed quite substantial, and he, with his frail old bones, is simply unable to manage them. All right, old man, wait a moment. I shall fetch a few individuals to assist you in restraining them. After handing over the tools to old Han, Chi-Wan walked to the back of the small town and called out from upstairs, seeking those who were not deterred by the odor of swine and possess considerable strength. The task primarily involves holding down the pigs, and a reward of a secondary crystal core shall be offered. After all, it is a labor-intensive job, and one cannot compensate too little for vengeance. Soon, several individuals descended from the upper floor, men and women of varying physiques. How shall you prove your strength? If you are indeed overturned by a pig, it would be exceedingly embarrassing, Chi-Wan remarked. Never mind, I shall take you to observe the size of an adult pig. So you may better gauge your own capabilities. Chi-Wan led the group outside the town, providing them with a clearer view of the pigs within the sty, revealing their true size. These adult pigs are truly enormous. Chi-Wan nodded in agreement, noting that to sustain them, Old Han had even stripped the sweet potato seedlings bare. Previously, the pigs weighed around 300 to 400 pounds, but these beasts are astonishingly larger, at least 700 to 800 pounds. Upon witnessing these pigs, I felt my strength was still insufficient. I too, just yesterday they were piglets, and today they have grown so large. Chi-Wan smiled, glancing at each of the tenants who had accompanied her. After seeing the pigs, did any of them still believe in their own strength? Of the 8 who followed, 6 retreated. Should one be toppled by this adult pig, it would no longer be a mere trivial incident. In the unfortunate event of a fracture, the consequences would be dire. A steady stream of onlookers among the tenants continued to gather, and one gentleman remarked, Mayor Chi, I have a nephew who possesses strength-based abilities. He did not move in, but he should be nearby, not far at all. Chi-Wan understood that capable survivors would opt to spend the night outside, simultaneously dealing with the oblivious zombies. Could you please call for him? If he is in the vicinity, you should be able to hear. The gentleman nodded, recalling the last position where his nephew had departed alongside his son from the town. Mayor Chi, I too possess strength-based abilities, though I am uncertain of their efficacy. A young woman stepped forward, and Chi-Wan hesitated as she examined the slender arms and legs. If her pig were to injure this girl, it would surely be considered a work-related injury, wouldn't it? I assure you, I am capable. Do not judge my slender physique. I merely consume little, unable to sustain the energy expenditure of my abilities. As she spoke, she eagerly sought an object to validate her claims. Let me take a look first. I fear that pig may be too formidable, Chi-Wan replied. After a brief wait, the gentleman returned accompanied by 3 adult men, aside from his son. Upon encountering the adult pig in its pen, the 3 men displayed little surprise. They had previously slain the massive mutated creatures, merely restraining this one, and they were entirely capable of doing so. Ultimately, Chi-Wan selected 5 adult men. Each would restrain a pig's hoof, while one would hold down the pig's head. She opened the door to the pigsty and let out one of the adult boars. The 5 individuals approached together, seizing the opportunity to topple the unsuspecting pig. Observing this, Chi-Wan felt they displayed a certain cleverness. Upon seeing that they were ready, Old Man Han arrived with his tools. Everyone immediately understood his intentions. The adult pig, having never encountered such tools, was oblivious to the impending events. Soon, a painful occurrence transpired. The adult boar was swiftly dealt with by the seasoned Old Man Han, requiring little effort from the 5 individuals. However, the subsequent 2 adult boars proved to be more challenging, as they were now aware of what was to come. The 5 expended considerable effort to subdue the 2 boars, with one nearly lifted off the ground by a pig's hoof due to insufficient weight. Their hard work was commendable. Chi-Wan handed the 2 crystal cores that were due to the 5 individuals as payment. Chapter 46. 1,200 pounds. If these 3 boars were to be raised for just one more day, the flavor would improve significantly by tomorrow. In the morning, or perhaps this afternoon, everyone could check the vending machine to see if pork would be available for purchase. The prices are reasonable, and it's first come, first served. As for the piglets growing up, after leaving a few for breeding, they could proceed with. Tomorrow, pork will be available for purchase. Should we linger here for another day? If we really must leave, let us stay a bit longer to buy some pork. Yes, indeed, let us remain for another day. If I don't buy some pork, it will weigh heavily on my mind. It has been a considerable time since I last indulged in pork, as the mutated beasts outside are simply unpalatable. Indeed, with such fresh pork laid before us, the thought of not purchasing it haunts my dreams. Zhao Yilun stood among the crowd, reminding others. I recall that when we first set out, we mentioned that if anyone encounters a suitable place, they are free to remain behind. There's no obligation to follow the group. One should heed their own desires. His reminder stemmed from his own thoughts. For this place indeed offered absolute safety, allowing him to rest assured that his younger brother could wait for him at home. He could toil outside, eliminating zombies, with greater peace of mind. Ah, now that you mention it, I recall that too, another chimed in. However, having endured hardships together for so long, I still wish to remain with the group. I want to stay here. My father's health is not robust. If we continue to wander, I fear for him. Suddenly, the atmosphere among the crowd grew somber. They had all traversed this journey of shared suffering, and the prospect of parting weighed heavily on their hearts. In a few days, around this time, you may approach Old Man Han for the castration of 3 pigs. Each time yields a 2nd-level crystal core, and those with sufficient strength are welcome to try their hand. Such activities occur every other day. Chi-Wan has already devised a plan to expand her pig pen. Initially, she will castrate 3 pigs each time, allowing them to grow for a day or 2 before reaping the rewards. As for the adult sows, once their weight reaches 1,200 pounds, they are ready for harvest. Therefore, the quantity of black soil is of utmost importance if the feed for the pigs is insufficient. One must harvest early. This task is quite rewarding. A secondary crystal core can sustain one for at least 10 days. If I possessed the strength, I would undertake it myself. Alas, I do not. At 3 in the afternoon, all 3 adult sows had given birth and surpassed the weight of 1,200 pounds. Chi-Wan surprised her tenants with the news. 3 pigs, each weighing 1,200 pounds. She reserved 5 pounds of pork belly and 10 pounds of lard for herself. With lard at her disposal, she could enjoy the delightful aroma of cooking with it. Resolute, Chi-Wan tidied up the table and began slicing the lard. This time, she opted for a large iron pot instead of a single-body cooker, as the bigger pot would allow her to render all the lard at once. After slicing the lard, she stepped outside and surveyed the area near the entrance. She decided to dig a hole to the left, close to the fish pond. Armed with sturdy timber, she began her excavation and gathered some stones to stack. Lacking electricity, she resorted to fire. Waiting idly would not resolve her predicament. She needed to create her own conditions. As for the flames, she could easily enlist the help of a fire affinity ability user. Han Ying, observing Chi-Wan's industriousness, joined her in her endeavors. Whatever Chi-Wan instructed him to assist with, he complied. After preparing the fire pit, she returned inside to retrieve her large iron pot. The fire was kindled, and she had also procured the timber from the storage. The well-cleaned cast iron pot was steadied against the stones, unwavering in its position. After the moisture within the pot had evaporated, Chi-Wan vividly recalled that this was a new pot that required seasoning. However, she only remembered that a piece of pigskin was necessary, leaving her uncertain about the subsequent steps. Old Man Han approached, having washed the mud from his hands. Mayor Chi, allow me to assist, he offered. Chi-Wan nodded in agreement, not wishing to be impolite, and stepped aside to observe Old Man Han at work. He proceeded with remarkable efficiency, completing the task with little effort. All done, but it will need to sit for half a day to cool, he remarked. Chi-Wan then realized that the task had indeed been accomplished, yet she still felt somewhat at a loss. Frustrated, she had eagerly begun the process but found herself unable to continue. Master, the awarded pot does not require such prolonged resting. It can be used immediately. A voice chimed in her mind. Upon hearing this, Chi-Wan's spirits lifted, and she could finally commence her intended tasks. She retrieved a basin of pig lard from inside and placed it on the ground beside her. It appeared that she would need additional tables in the future, perhaps positioned at the entrance for convenience in storing items. Old man, I plan to render the oil. Is there anything I should be aware of? Chi-Wan inquired. Well, you have quite a bit of pig lard here. It may be a challenge for a young lady like yourself to handle. Allow me to take care of it while you observe. It's quite simple, and you'll learn by watching, Old Man Han suggested, glancing at the 10 pounds of pig lard on the ground. That's rather a lot. It will yield a substantial amount of oil when rendered. Then I shall rely on you. Please let me know if you need anything, Chi-Wan replied, feeling no need for formality, as they had grown familiar enough to dispense with excessive politeness. Upon noticing the lard on the ground, the former tenants immediately understood that Chi-Wan had set up an automated vending machine. They rushed over, eager to purchase what they could. Different locations offered varying prices. Yet overall, it was quite affordable, even surprisingly cheap. The aroma of rendered pork fat began to waft through the air, and Chi-Wan, standing nearby, was undeniably captivated by the scent. Having not experienced the fragrance of lard for quite some time, she found it utterly delightful rather than cloying. Tenants, drawn by the enticing scent, followed it to the source and could not help but swallow hard upon seeing the lard in the pot. Those with slightly more affluent pockets began to prepare their own dishes. They procured large iron woks and sought suitable materials to build a fire beneath them. In their haste, they did not wait for the pot to come to a boil and proceeded to use it immediately. An hour later, the entire town was permeated with the aroma of Chi-Wan's lard and the savory scent of stir-fried cabbage and pork from others. Oh my, how intoxicating! It was truly tormenting, and one could not help but wonder when they might amass such abundant crystal cores. What difficulty is there? Strive to better yourself. Venture out more. And should you encounter a zombie, eliminate it, they mused. In time, they would accumulate numerous crystal cores. Indeed, it was essential to venture out more. The current focus was on earning crystal cores. Otherwise, the expenses in the town were simply unaffordable. The tenants stood around, engaging in animated discussions, lamenting their own poverty, wishing they had a bit more to avoid envying others. Chapter 47. A share for all the oil in the large wok was perfectly rendered, and Chi-Wan made sure to scoop out the lard residue. There was enough for everyone to sample, as she could not possibly consume it all herself, and it would not taste as good if left to sit too long. Indulge them with a touch of sweetness, and they shall willingly choose to remain. A plate of pork cracklings is set aside, with the rest for them to share. Xiao-He, hurry and wash your hands to savor this. It must be enjoyed while hot, crispy, with a hint of oil within. Chi-Wan picks up a piece of crackling, still warm, urging Han-Ing to wash her hands. Old Man Han carefully pours the lard into the large ceramic jar that Chi-Wan has brought out, ensuring not a drop is wasted, except for what stubbornly clings to the pot. Old man, cease your toil and come partake with us first. Later, we shall use the large iron pot to prepare a fried rice with an egg and stir-fry the chicken from a few days ago. With ample animal fat now, the dishes will be even more fragrant. There were those who once savored rice soaked in lard, a delicacy indeed, though she herself had not tasted it. The experiences of others attested to the lard's quality. Old Man Han nodded with a smile, yet his hands remained busy, for there was much work still to be done in the garden. Regrettably, had the two elderly gentlemen delayed their departure by just a day, they would have had the pleasure of sampling fresh pork. After tidying up, Old Man Han approached, bringing along the stainless steel basin. The tenants were swift, and in no time at all, the cracklings had been entirely consumed. No matter, fate will bring us together again. Our little town shall thrive in the future. Chi-Wan was unperturbed by this. When they next meet, she would ensure the two gentlemen had their fill. There was one more matter at hand. Chi-Wan glanced towards the nearby fish pond, where fish were now present, bass, which could be steamed to perfection. One could gather directly from there or fish them out. Without a fishing net, the task of gathering becomes rather cumbersome. However, with a more direct approach to harvesting, she can simply retrieve it from the storeroom. Old Man Han chuckled heartily, saying, "Very well, once I have the means, I shall procure a fishing net. When conditions allow for it, I will acquire a fishing rod as well. Are you managing all right? Should we consider hiring another employee? I currently have no candidates, do you, old man?" The small town now has numerous responsibilities, including vegetable fields, chicken coops, pigsties, designated orchards, and fish ponds. The daily tasks are abundant, and harvesting is merely a matter of words. However, tending to the chickens and pigs is considerably more troublesome. Old Man Han waved his hands dismissively, his expression one of resistance. You don't understand, Mayor Chi. I, as an elderly man, thrive on busyness. The more I have to do, the more I relish the feeling of being occupied. Besides, I have Xiao-He to assist me. Very well, once I have a candidate, I shall send someone to help you. Chi Wan, however, did not wish for Old Man Han to overexert himself, feeling it might border on exploiting an employee. Since there are no candidates at present, let Old Man Han enjoy his work. All right, Mayor Chi. Old Man Han intended to say more, but was interrupted by Chi Wan. You may simply call me Xiao Qi from now on. Very well, I shall not be formal, Xiao Qi, he replied. I want to say that I am quite adept at many things, such as cooking. Old Man Han's culinary skills are truly remarkable, if you doubt it. Just ask Xiao He. After just touching the spatula, he felt a strong urge to cook, having not done so for quite some time. Han Ninghan nodded eagerly, sister. My grandfather is an incredible cook. The best food I have ever tasted was prepared by him. Chi Wan gently tousled Han Ninghan's hair, finding it pleasantly soft to the touch. Sure, let me have your grandfather prepare a meal. No problem. Grandfather truly enjoys cooking. Although it was 2 years ago, his memories remain vividly clear. A glance sideways reveals Old Man Han's sparkling eyes fixated on the large iron wok, his mind already brimming with a plethora of culinary ideas. Chi Wan's lips quirked into a smile. It appears that Old Man Han is genuinely passionate, tirelessly laboring for half a day without a hint of fatigue. This evening, we shall sample the culinary delights of the old man, Chi Wan remarked cheerfully. She made her way to the adjacent fish pond, where the water was shallow yet remarkably clear. Strangely, the fish pond from her memories was somewhat murky, yet this one was pristine, allowing her to see the bass swimming within. 5 juvenile bass had transformed into a multitude over the course of a day. Counting them was unnecessary. Little steward, how many pounds must they reach to be harvested? She pondered, finding the 10-square-meter pond too small. The fish struggled to maneuver, colliding with one another. There were also some smaller bass below, unable to surface. Bass must weigh 10 pounds to be harvested, she learned. That explains the considerable size. She feared the harvest would yield an uneven weight, complicating pricing. Suddenly, all bass exceeding 10 pounds vanished, and the smaller fish swam up joyfully. This is quite a significant number, she mused. Once these small fish grow, the pond would become even more congested. Chi Wan found herself in a quandary. With so many small fish, the pond would be overflowing by morning. Do not worry, master. Regardless of the size of your pond, it will inevitably fill to capacity overnight. The words of the little steward may not have been comforting, yet they bore significant impact. Chi Wan felt no more distress. She resolved to accept the situation, determining that with a bit of diligence, rewards would follow. Zhao Lejean dragged 6 tables from beyond the town, each bound together with a rope, closely aligned. His clothes were stained with blood, rendering his once clean attire filthy, and several palm prints marred his appearance. Upon stepping onto the town's tiles, exhaustion overcame him, and he sank to the ground, relaxing his weary body as he gazed in the direction of Chi Wan and her companions, still catching a faint scent of oil in the air. After standing by the fish pond for a moment, Chi Wan turned and spotted the row of tables beside Zhao Lejean. She quickened her pace, halting 3 meters away from him. Mr. Zhao, are these tables for sale? She inquired, as she found herself in need of tables without the burden of transporting them. Zhao Lejean nodded wearily, confirming their availability, though he was uncertain of what price Chi Town's mayor would offer. How about I trade you a base weighing over 10 pounds? To her, the fish in the pond were abundant, yet for others, they were a rare delicacy not savored in quite some time. A simple grilled fish, seasoned with a touch of salt, could be utterly delightful. Zhao Lejean nodded affirmatively. A base of that weight was certainly worth it. All right, this base is quite heavy. When the time comes, you can collect it from the vending machine without needing to pay with crystals. Noticing Zhao Lejean's exhaustion, Chi Wan felt no desire to complicate matters further. It was prudent to conserve her energy, especially when direct involvement was necessary. Old Man Han swiftly approached, selecting a table and moving it to the vacant space in front of Chi Wan's house. He selected the sturdiest and largest table without the slightest hesitation. The old man truly was. Zhao Lejean found himself in a state of amused exasperation. He had intended to reserve that table for himself. Chapter 48. Exchanging fish for a table. What's the matter? Once you see the fish Xiao Qi has brought you, you will realize you have struck an incredible bargain. Old Man Han did not perceive any advantage in the exchange. That table held no intrinsic value compared to the worth of the base. He cast a glance at Zhao Lejean and returned to his tasks, ensuring he harvested everything required, as he still needed to prepare dinner for the evening. Chi Wan smiled, noticing Zhao Lejean's bemused expression, and retreated to her own dwelling. Little steward, please enclose the area in front of my house with a fence. No one aside from myself and the staff should enter. She had already devised a plan to utilize that space in front of the house effectively. Once she arranged her belongings, the comings and goings of the tenants would become quite inconvenient. Understood, master. Such a considerate little steward. Your efforts are appreciated. It is no trouble at all. As long as Master promotes the development of the town, I shall do my utmost to fulfill your requests. Very well. I shall diligently advance the town and attract more survivors. Chi-Wan first approached the display screen, glancing at the fish harvested from the warehouse. Base, 6. 3 kilograms 13. Base, 6. 1 kilogram 16. Base, 5. 2 kilograms 18. Base, 5. 0 kilograms 29. Different weights were to be sorted and stored separately. Chi-Wan selected a freshly caught 6. 0 kilograms base and placed it into the vending machine, designated solely for Zhao Lejean's collection. The remaining base included the first batch of 5, each exceeding 10 kilograms, while the others were made available for sale. Base weighing between 5 kilograms and 7. 5 kilograms would be randomly dispensed at the price of a level 2 crystal core, while those weighing between 7, 6 kilograms and 10 kilograms would require 2 level 2 crystal cores. After exchanging the crystal cores, one would receive a base of varying weight, leaving the outcome to chance. Ah, how she longed for steam base. However, with both the old man and Xiaohe, they would not be able to consume such a quantity. As she pondered, Chi-Wan suddenly heard the excited barks of Sanlang. The little creature, tail wagging with enthusiasm, circled around her, its fluffy fur inviting her to stroke it several times. Do you too desire a taste of the prepared meat? Wong. Sanlang's eyes sparkled with eagerness, and Chi-Wan, despite not comprehending its barks, understood its intent perfectly. Very well, we shall indulge in an additional steamed base this evening. A myriad of recipes for preparing base flashed through her mind, yet it had been nearly 2 years since she last savored it. She yearned to truly relish the essence of the fish. Wong Wong. Wong Wong Wong. Erlang and Sanlang appeared particularly jubilant, their senses heightened by the delicious aroma of cooked meat, which they could distinctly detect. After 2 days of chicken, they were growing weary and craved something different. Chi-Wan retrieved a fish from the storeroom, and goodness, it was exceptionally heavy, though no longer alive. The tactile sensation of the fish's body and its weight rendered it quite a challenge to handle. She placed a 10-kilogram sea base into a large stainless steel basin. The fish was so lengthy that it couldn't be entirely contained. With a determined effort, she hefted it up with both hands. Reflecting upon her actions, she pondered what exercises could enhance her strength. Only with greater power would her tasks become less laborious. Observing Chi-Wan struggle, Sanlang halted after merely a few steps, displaying a mix of disdain and helplessness. A glance exchanged with Xiao Lang revealed their mutual understanding. Chi-Wan, with another vigorous effort, elicited Sanlang to rest his paw on her hand, giving it a gentle pat. Meanwhile, Xiao Lang mirrored this action, tapping her other hand from the opposite side. Perplexed, Chi-Wan released her grip on the basin and looked at them in confusion. In a synchronized effort, Sanlang and Xiao Lang rotated the stainless steel basin halfway, positioning the fish's head toward the entrance and its tail directed at her. Sanlang stood to the left of the basin, while Xiao Lang occupied the right, both opening their jaws to grasp the edges of the basin before moving forward. Wu Lang moved swiftly, reaching the entrance to open the door wide, then stepping outside, one hand resting against the door to prevent it from slamming shut. Chi-Wan felt a twinge of inadequacy. Old Man Han had just returned from a stroll around the town, collecting unfertilized eggs. Upon his return, he witnessed the remarkable coordination of the wolves as they emerged from the house. Sanlang and Xiao Lang placed the stainless steel basin at Old Man Han's feet before heading toward the fish pond. As Chi-Wan stepped outside, she caught sight of Wu Lang gracefully navigating the waters. A wolf's paw struck the ground, sending a 12-pound bass soaring from the fish pond. Following this, 1 fish, then 2, then 3, until over 30 fish lay scattered on the ground. Only then did the 5 wolves saunter over, shaking the water from their coats. Their gaze was unmistakably directed toward Old Man Han. The old fellow, with so many base, her large iron pot was not particularly spacious. It would require multiple batches to cook, meaning both she and Old Man Han would have to toil. Yet, Old Man Han did not mind. More tasks were welcome, as he could manage the workload, albeit he lacked sufficient bowls for the fish. In the next moment, 2 water tanks appeared beside the table, where the base that had been struck down were now contained within 1 tank, while the other remained empty. The passage of time within the water tank flows at a normal pace. The fish placed inside will not grow larger again. Chi-Wan was utterly enamored with her little steward before she could even inquire. He had prepared 2 large water tanks and thoughtfully informed her about the flow of time. Thank you, little steward. Chi-Wan silently expressed her gratitude as she observed the industrious Old Man Han and the diligent Han tending to the garden. Chi-Wan felt overwhelmed by the flurry of activity. Before she could pose her question to the little steward, his voice resonated in her ears. Master, the recruitment notice has been posted on the bulletin board in the town's display. The deadline is set for 9 o'clock this evening. You shall depart tomorrow. So remember to prepare your belongings and rest early. Oh dear, the little steward truly was becoming increasingly considerate. She was determined to develop the town. For herself. For the little steward. Strive onward. Old man, I have already sent out the recruitment notice. If someone comes for an interview later, please join me in observing. I am in search of an individual proficient in both cultivation and culinary skills. This way, they can serve as your assistant, aiding you in various tasks. Elder Han nodded in agreement, expressing his support for Chi Wan's recruitment efforts. Whenever he found himself overwhelmed, Chi Wan would extend her assistance. Should another individual be brought on board, Chi Wan would be able to attend to her own responsibilities more effectively. An hour later, several tenants approached to inquire about the job opportunity. Chi Wan posed a few questions regarding culinary skills, while Elder Han focused on agricultural knowledge. After querying several tenants with simple questions, they were unable to identify a suitable candidate. One contributing factor was that these tenants had only recently arrived, implying they might soon depart. Unstable prospects were not something she was willing to consider. Chapter 49. An additional long-term employee Kai Xiaofeng approached. Clad in a light, gray casual outfit, her demeanor slightly anxious. Her hair was simply tied up in a bun with a single string, presenting a fresh appearance that contrasted with her look upon arrival a few days prior, infused with newfound clarity. Hello, Mayor Chi. I am here to apply for the position. I possess skills in both farming and cooking. Having grown up in a rural setting, I worked alongside my elders in the fields and am well versed in the intricacies of agriculture. After entering the workforce, I spent some time in a restaurant, where I learned to prepare a variety of dishes. Kai Xiaofeng clasped her right hand around her left elbow, her left fist clenched, as she nervously spoke. What dishes are you familiar with? Could you outline the sequence of cooking and the nuances of heat control? Chi Wan cast a glance at Kai Xiaofeng's hands, which were not particularly smooth. The palms bore the unmistakable signs of hard work. She possessed a wealth of culinary knowledge and continued to elaborate on the sequence of cooking and the essential details to keep in mind. When Old Man Han posed inquiries about agricultural matters, Kai Xiaofeng responded with remarkable fluency. Hearing this, Chi Wan found herself perplexed by how someone with such abilities could have experienced such a past. However, she refrained from probing further, focusing solely on the present moment. Are you certain you wish to remain here indefinitely? Are you truly committed to spending your future in this place? Chi Wan inquired. She found the notion of a temporary stay too cumbersome and undesirable. I am absolutely certain. As long as the town endures, so shall I, Kai Xiaofeng affirmed, nodding resolutely. Her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chi Wan, exuding no hint of timidity. Chi Wan remained silent as they exchanged glances for several minutes before she broke into a smile. Congratulations. You have been successfully hired. Your meals and accommodation are covered. You may collect complimentary boxed lunches and bottled water from the vending machine thrice daily, or join Old Man Han in cooking. You are entitled to a daily allocation of 1 ton of tap water, which you may fetch at your convenience. To facilitate your work, I suggest you move to the second floor of the building behind mine. If you need assistance, you can simply call out from the balcony, and I will hear you. Very well, I shall move there shortly, Kai Xiaofeng responded, her demeanor evidently more relaxed. Chi Wan instructed the little steward to remove the notice, as only one additional employee was needed. The town's current development pace was moderate, rendering a larger workforce unnecessary. To commemorate tomorrow as the inaugural day of employment in the quaint town, let us dine together this evening. Chi Wan halted the departing Kai Xiaofeng, noting that the town's atmosphere was rather straightforward. Once one begins their employment and arrives at a restaurant, a meal is in order. After some contemplation, Kai Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. I shall relocate my belongings first. It won't take long, and I will return promptly. Chi Wan acknowledged with a nod, refraining from urging her to stay. Kai Xiaofeng spoke swiftly, and indeed, she was quick. It merely took the time to dash back, effortlessly gathering her things, which she then placed on the second floor of the wooden house behind, before making her way back to the front. Breathless, Kai Xiaofeng approached, her face slightly flushed, her chest heaving as she breathed. Mayor Chi, I have set everything in place. I shall assist the old man now. Take a moment to rest. It's not crucial at this juncture. Chi Wan glanced at the table's arrangement, having to admit that the table chosen by Old Man Han was indeed the largest among those relocated by Zhao Lejean. With a width of 2 meters, it afforded ample space for Old Man Han to maneuver freely. Observing Han Inghe struggling in the vegetable field, she remarked, You should first learn from Xiao He about the methods of planting and harvesting. The cultivation here differs from what you may have known. It's wise to familiarize yourself. Kai Xiaofeng nodded and made her way toward Han Inghe. Chi Wan entered the house, retrieving bowls, dishes, and chopsticks, having additionally purchased another set, with 4 individuals dining. The previously acquired tableware proved insufficient. She placed the cleaned utensils upon the table and stood by, observing as Old Man Han prepared the base. A thought occurs to me. Capable individuals will shine wherever they go, provided they find the appropriate environment. In this post-apocalyptic world, Mr. Han lacks any supernatural abilities. As an ordinary man, his agricultural knowledge and farming experience are his greatest assets. As long as he survives, he will discover a place suited to him. A few of them are busily engaged. The survivors who took shelter last night gather together to deliberate. I have made my decision. I shall reside here. Even if I must surrender a crystal nucleus, I will remain in this quaint town. I no longer wish to roam. It is exhausting, and I am uncertain if the next place will bring me satisfaction. At the very least, I find this place agreeable. I share the sentiment. My mother is advanced in years, and I do not wish to subject her to further upheaval. After that rain, the zombies and mutated flora and fauna outside have grown more formidable. I fear for the safety of my family, so my mother and I choose to stay here. I am acutely aware of my own abilities. Even if I were to find a superior base, I would not receive favorable treatment. By remaining here with them, I can strive to obtain the things I desire. Indeed, we have previously resided in other bases. There, fresh fruits and vegetables were scarce, not entirely absent, but rather unattainable due to our poverty. Now, the situation is different. We can see them daily. Moreover, a single first-level crystal nucleus can procure fruit, which I find to be quite worthwhile. Those who agree to stay have gathered together, unwilling to leave. The comfort and safety of this place have endeared it to them. Conversely, those who dissent have formed their own group, exchanging glances yet resolutely standing together. Very well, then, we shall part ways here. In this lifetime, may fate bring us together once more. May you flourish here, while we strive to reach the Kyoto base, which undoubtedly offers more accommodations than this place. I have faith that our nation will not disappoint us. Everyone speaks highly of the Kyoto base, and we yearn to witness its wonders for ourselves. Upon our reunion, I hope we can regale you with our experiences. The survivors from both sides exchanged knowing nods, each wishing for the other's desired life. Before your departure, consider purchasing some trinkets from the town. Your abilities are formidable. Encountering other survivors may open avenues for trade. Indeed, we often procure goods here. As you prepare to leave today, gather all the crystal cores you can to make purchases. The road ahead is long. Ensure you are well fed. Yes, indeed. It is essential to have ample boxed meals and bottled water. Resources are scarce outside, so be well prepared. As they spoke, the survivors intending to stay guided those departing to the vending machines, encouraging them to stock up. Beyond the town, they may encounter zombies and acquire crystal cores. But opportunities for such valuable supplies are rare. With encouragement and enthusiasm, the departing survivors filled their backpacks to the brim, aided by those with spatial abilities who contributed many items. Chapter 50, A Fond Farewell. Having fought side by side for so long, the parting is truly bittersweet. Allow us to accompany you part of the way, suggested Zhao Yiluan. His parents had already passed away, leaving him with a younger brother to care for. He had a premonition that remaining here would be preferable to embarking on a long journey to the base in Kyoto. The other survivors unanimously agreed to accompany them for a while. However, before departing, they decided to bid farewell to Chi Wan, who was merely a few meters away. Chi Wan sat in a chair, staring vacantly into the desolate distance, when a figure caught her peripheral vision. She snapped back to reality and looked over. Mayor Chi, we are about to leave the town. We specifically came to say goodbye, said the leading man with a smile. He had slept remarkably well in the town last night, experiencing the most restful slumber he had enjoyed in quite some time. Encountering this town at this moment has made us feel rather fortunate, remarked Survivor A. Indeed, it has been ages since I last tasted pure water or savored a complete meal from a lunchbox, Survivor B echoed with a sense of nostalgia. Yet, we ultimately have our own destinations to pursue, and thus we must part ways. The leading man steered the conversation back, feeling quite sentimental. Chi Wan respected everyone's choices, her lips curving into a slight smile as she wished them a safe journey. The leading man, along with the departing survivors, exited the town to reunite with others outside. Gradually moving away, the remaining survivors stood outside the fence of Chi Wan's house. Mayor Chi, we would like to renew our lease. Master, we offer you convenient services. Tenants can renew their lease at the town's display screen. Wow. Chi Wan felt an overwhelming surge of joy within her. She had just considered putting down her comfortable position to collect their crystal cores. For subsequent rentals, one may proceed to the small town's display screen adjacent to the vending machine to renew. It is imperative to renew punctually, otherwise, one may be asked to vacate. The tenants nodded in agreement and dutifully made their way towards the town's display screen. Old Man Han had prepared all the perch, glanced at the oil in the pot, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided to begin with fried rice. As for the rice, Chi-Wan had already arranged it on the table. The rice, freshly harvested and untouched, was presented in takeaway boxes. She carefully extracted the rice from the boxes, while the other dishes were stored away in the pantry, as the pantry could remain undisturbed without spoiling. To ensure everyone was well fed, Chi-Wan managed to serve rice from 6 takeaway boxes, should there be any leftovers. There were also 5 big wolves to share with. She was entirely untroubled by the prospect of food waste, as the appetites of the wolves exceeded her expectations. Old Man Han poured some oil into the pan and added the eggs that Kai Xiaofeng had beaten and whisked. The pan sizzled, releasing a delightful aroma of rendered pork fat and eggs. With remarkable agility, Old Man Han scrambled the eggs, tossed them a few times, and then added the rice. Chi-Wan watched intently, missing not a single step, especially captivated by Old Man Han's deft flipping of the spatula. The golden rice danced in the air before gracefully returning to the pan, drawing the attention of all the tenants in the small town, captivated by the irresistible fragrance. As Old Man Han ladled the fried rice onto a plate, Chi-Wan could hardly contain her excitement. "Old man, I am now thoroughly convinced that your culinary skills are truly exceptional." As he spoke, he couldn't help but raise both thumbs in appreciation. Han Inghe crossed his arms proudly over his chest, lifting his head with a sense of accomplishment. "Sister, I have told you, my grandfather's culinary skills are extraordinary. The meals I have eaten outside pale in comparison to the deliciousness of my grandfather's cooking." He sighed, his tone tinged with regret, and continued, "Originally, my grandfather intended to teach me how to cook 2 years ago, but then such tremendous changes occurred that now I have learned not even a fraction of what he knows." Chi-Wan couldn't help but chuckle at his earnest demeanor. "Oh, it's all right. Just focus on learning from your grandfather now. Strive to surpass him. I believe in you." Han Inghe, at the tender age of 7, had become gaunt due to 2 years of inadequate nourishment and restless nights. Only recently, after spending time in the small town, had he begun to regain a bit of weight. However, he still could not lift the large iron pot. "I don't want to discourage you, but with those slender arms and legs, you might not even be able to steady a chef's knife," Chi-Wan remarked lightheartedly. "Make sure to eat well, so that as you grow taller, you can also strengthen your body." Han Inghe nodded earnestly, raising his arms slightly, revealing little muscle beneath. "All right, I will definitely eat more." After the egg fried rice was prepared, Kai Xiaofeng washed his hands and found a lid to cover the stainless steel bowl containing the dish, shielding it from dust while ensuring it wouldn't cool down. Old Man Han quickly washed the large iron pot and returned it to the pile of stones, glancing at his trembling hands with a sigh of lamentation. As one ages, lifting heavy objects can cause one's hands to tremble. "Grandfather, you are not old," I reassured him. "My sister mentioned that my lack of strength is due to my slender frame. Grandfather should indulge in more nourishment. Next time, do not portion out your meal for me, for I am truly satiated." As long as grandfather is well fed, he will possess the vigor to lift the large iron pot and can impart his culinary skills upon me. Once I have mastered the art of cooking, I shall proudly showcase my talents to my sister. Standing nearby, Han Inghe expressed concern for Old Man Han's trembling hands while incessantly murmuring. Old Man Han took a step forward, prompting Han Inghe to dart away. "Well, you little rascal. Now you dare to lecture me. When the time comes, I shall find a suitable stick, and we'll see if your backside blooms," he declared. This remark instantly brought back memories for Han Inghe, who hurriedly clasped his rear and retreated to the vegetable patch, securing the fence behind him. "I must get to work. I shan't converse with you now, for the chickens and pigs require my feeding." Han Inghe squatted down, carefully cutting the sweet potato sprouts while also gathering other vegetables. The fruits were planted in a designated orchard nearby, and he planned to visit it, hoping to harvest some base as well. Half an hour later, Old Man Han had prepared a delicious stir-fried chicken dish. Han Inghe dutifully approached, standing beside Chi-Wan, anxious that Old Man Han might reprimand him. The stir-fried chicken was served, and the plate of steamed base was placed inside, covered with a lid to wait for about 10 minutes. The wolves, who had wandered off to frolic, returned right on time, their eyes gleaming with desire as they gazed at the stir-fried chicken in the stainless steel bowl. The portion of chicken was substantial, easily weighing 6 or 7 pounds. Chi-Wan set aside 1/3 of the dish, allowing the big wolves to savor it first. Once they had their fill, she would present the remaining portion to them. Most importantly, the fish they had chosen was yet to be steamed. Chapter 51. Main course and appetizer. Fish is undoubtedly the main course for the wolves, while the stir-fried chicken pieces merely serve as an appetizer, requiring little in quantity. Come, do not mind them. Let us eat first." Chi-Wan lifted the lid off the fried rice, and a stream of steam wafted out. She served herself a bowl of the egg-fried rice, its rich aroma enveloping her senses. A single bite revealed a delightful texture and flavor that elicited her praise. She then took a piece of chicken to taste. Despite the same seasonings, the way Old Man Han prepared it was undeniably superior to her own efforts. Old Man, I shall ensure you are well equipped with kitchen tools in the future, allowing your culinary skills to truly shine. This is simply too delicious. Such talent must not go unnoticed. Are you truly just an ordinary farmer? How can your cooking be so exceptional? Old Man Han smiled, reminiscing about days gone by, his heart filled with genuine joy. In his youth, he apprenticed at a renowned establishment, honing his craft there for several years. It was only after the birth of Xiaohe that he returned home to cultivate vegetables and raise poultry, leading a life rich in flavor. No wonder your culinary prowess is so remarkable, Chi Wan remarked as she selected a piece of chicken closer to the bottom, savoring its enhanced flavor. Unfortunately, in these past 2 years of apocalypse, I have had little opportunity to showcase my skills. However, that has changed now that I have arrived in this town. As he spoke, Old Man Han's eyes shimmered with a crimson hue. Life had become exceedingly arduous. His son and daughter-in-law were still missing, and their well-being remained a mystery. Yet, there was a belief that brighter days would eventually dawn. Chi Wan lowered her head, lost in her own reflections. Recalling the past, she felt it had been rather aimless. Beside her, Kai Xiaofeng's gaze dimmed, silently consuming his meal. The atmosphere was heavy, and no one uttered a word. Young Haningha, oblivious to the adult's thoughts, sensed the discordant ambience but refrained from speaking. Suddenly, Old Man Han recalled the time and rose to present the steamed base. The entire dish was scalding hot, yet he carried it effortlessly, as if unperturbed, without any utensils to assist him. As an ability wielder, his sensory perception surpassed that of an ordinary person, and it was evident that his strides were somewhat broader as he approached. The large wolves approached without reservation, exuding an air of ownership over the fish. Chi Wan proposed, "You see, steaming a fish requires time, right? This is our first fish. Let us each take half. What do you think?" As her words fell, a 5-tiered steamer appeared at the opposite end of the table. "Look," Chi Wan gestured towards the steamer. "Soon, Old Man will be able to steam 5 fish at once. For this one, we shall each take half. Otherwise, you shall have to wait for this opportunity." Chi Wan's demeanor was resolute. She too was enticed by the prospect. Even after having indulged in copious amounts of chicken, the delicate fragrance of fish was entirely distinct. The great wolf and the second wolf exchanged simple internal communications, deeming the plan feasible. On the other hand, Old Man Han had already prepared the fish, placing it neatly on a plate, ready to be placed into the pot. He contemplated cleaning the steamer, but was met with the glimmering eyes of the great wolves, their anxious drool betraying their hunger. In mere seconds, he decided against cleaning it. Delaying any further would only exacerbate their hunger. Wang, the representative of the third wolf, stepped forward once more, nodding towards Chi Wan, expressing their joyful collaboration. Chi Wan inquired of Kai Xiaofeng, "Do you enjoy fish heads?" Kai Xiaofeng, slightly bewildered, nodded. Indeed, she had a fondness for fish heads, particularly intrigued by the prospect of tasting the head of a 10-kilogram bass. Understanding her preference, Chi Wan decided to set aside the fish head for her, while separating the lower half of the fish. This portion was also placed on the tiles, allowing the great wolves to divide it among themselves without significant risk of contamination. With the presence of Little Black and Little White, cleaning became notably convenient, as Chi Wan felt reassured regarding the cleanliness of the tiles. At that moment, the diligent Little Black and Little White were busy tidying up the exterior walls of the wooden cabin, removing all the grime. Old Man Han placed the fish into the steamer, added a piece of wood, and returned. Chi Wan specifically noted that the fish head was reserved for Little Kai. While the other parts were still quite delectable, I have intentionally set aside the belly of the fish. This part is particularly tender. Initially, I had considered giving the fish head and tail to the great wolves if no one desired the head. However, the present moment is quite satisfactory. The flesh of the fish's upper half is remarkably tender. Chi Wan savored a piece, and the sensation was nothing short of exquisite, melting in her mouth. It was utterly delectable. I must indulge a bit more. It truly is delightful. I have to venture out tomorrow, and upon my return, Uncle will assist me in steaming another portion. Though she spoke with assurance, uncertainty lingered in her heart about her ability to return the following day. With 2 tasks at hand, she would need to locate at least 5 individuals, a feat that seemed rather daunting to accomplish in a single day. As a precaution, she resolved to carry extra packed meals and bottled water with her. Her gaze shifted to the imposing wolves nearby, diligently portioning the fish, and after a moment's contemplation, she decided to bring along the elder and the second wolf, who were considerably more composed. Regardless of her appetite, she would exercise restraint. After a few bites, Chi Wan noticed that Kai Xiaofeng had not taken any fish head and inquired, "Don't be shy. If you wish to eat, then do so." As Kai Xiaofeng extended her chopsticks, She felt the weight of intense gazes and turned to find the 5 wolves fixated upon her. Chi-Wan pressed her lips together and cast a sidelong glance, her brow slightly furrowed. 5 wolves, do not covet the fish head. Just wait a few moments longer. For everything in that steamer is destined for you. All right, go ahead and serve yourself. It's quite all right. These gluttonous creatures always seem to harbor insatiable appetites. Under the scrutiny of the 5 wolves, Kai Xiaofeng took the fish head, feeling an immense pressure as she did so. Suddenly, Chi-Wan remembered that since she had resolved to take only the elder and the second wolf with her, the third, the young, and the 5 wolves would need to remain in the town. Uncle, I will trouble you for their meals tomorrow, both at noon and in the evening. Once she had the means to connect to the warehouse, she would be able to take all 5 of them out together. Absolutely, I will ensure they are well fed. Old Man Han remarked with a hearty laugh. Taking care of a few wolfhounds posed no challenge for him, as their bellies were filled and their thirst quenched. The sky gradually darkened. Before Chi-Wan returned to her room, she caught a whiff of the delicious aroma of food wafting from behind her, but paid it little mind. With an improvement in the tenants' quality of life, their happiness increased, making them more likely to stay. In a certain storage room of an underground parking lot, 10 kilometers away, a frail little boy curled up, trembling slightly. Sister, are we really safe hiding here? He asked, fear evident in his voice, terrified of the zombies lurking outside. Chapter 52. The sibling's sister, I am so scared. Do you think those zombies will find us? Beside the little boy stood a small girl, her voice weak and her head spinning as she leaned on her brother's shoulder. The girl, addressed as sister, nodded reassuringly. It's all right. Our clothes are smeared with zombie blood. Which masks are sent? Don't be afraid. I am here with you. The girl feigned calmness, though she felt immense fear herself. She worried that showing her own trepidation would only amplify her siblings' fears. She hoped that if they survived the night, they might encounter other kind-hearted survivors. Upon returning to her room, Chi-Wan retrieved 2 travel bags she had salvaged while cleaning the building. These bags, meticulously cleaned by Xiao Bai's mechanical hands, appeared as pristine as if newly purchased. She filled one with 20 boxes of ready meals, packed to the brim, along with 10 peaches. The other bag contained 10 bottles of mineral water, each 1 liter, along with 2 cobs of boiled corn. Her frail body was certainly incapable of carrying such a heavy load, so she entrusted it to the adorable big wolf and second wolf. Though they were exceedingly reluctant, Chi-Wan was willing to offer a reward of 30 chickens per dog. She was quite generous indeed, just to ensure their willing acceptance of the burden of the 2 backpacks. Upon hearing this reward, the third wolf was filled with envy, barking eagerly at her side. Pawing at Chi-Wan's trousers as if to assert that should she refuse, he would unsheath his sharp claws and tear them apart. Well, with hundreds of chickens at her disposal, Chi-Wan could certainly acquiesce. However, the third wolf would also need to carry something. Lacking a backpack, she resorted to a piece of cloth, tying several knots to fashion a makeshift carrier. Before their departure the following morning, she prepared 30 chickens, not only for sustenance on their journey, but also as a means for potential trade with other survivors. Once ready, Chi-Wan spent nearly an hour in the bathroom, emerging refreshed. With their imminent departure, it was essential to present herself impeccably, thereby enhancing her persuasive appeal to attract survivors to her small town. The next morning, awakened by the crowing of roosters, Chi-Wan once again retained only 2 roosters, while the rest were placed in the automated vending machine. Roosters, 589, hens, 954, eggs, 2561. Upon seeing these staggering numbers, Chi-Wan was taken aback. Could such an abundance of chickens possibly be accommodated in the town? And as for the eggs, it seemed implausible that the entire town would be strewn with them after just one night. As long as the master can reasonably sell chicken, the town can certainly accommodate it. Moreover, with the diligent presence of 3 employees, after rising early, they engage in the task of harvesting chickens. Chi-Wan nodded. Having employees makes a significant difference. If she were to manage everything alone, it would indeed be overwhelming. Glancing at the pigsty, she noticed it had expanded considerably. Chi-Wan decided to harvest the more than 1,200 pounds of non-pregnant sows and contemplated placing them on the market. Little steward, I believe we should install an additional vending machine. For the safety of the town, we cannot indiscriminately allow outsiders to enter. Yet we must not forfeit the opportunity to profit from their crystal cores. Chi-Wan mused that if she ventured out today and survivors arrived unable to enter the town, they would miss the chance to make a sale. Of course, master. However, the vending machine requires 10 Tier 3 crystal cores to operate. Now possessing over 100 Tier 3 crystal cores, Chi-Wan no longer regarded 10 as a substantial amount. No problem, let us place it beside the notice. This way, people can see the content on the notice while also having the convenience of making purchases at the vending machine nearby. Upon reflection, it seemed quite advantageous. Currently, the quantity of chicken and pork was overwhelming. Solely relying on tenants for consumption was insufficient. Thus, it would be prudent to let the outside survivors partake in some of it. After tidying up her belongings, Chi-Wan instructed the 3 wolves to carry the 30 chickens. She herself held a flyer printed from the printer. Having electricity was indeed convenient. Chi-Wan had spent some time yesterday afternoon creating a promotional image for the town. Not particularly extravagant, nor complex, it is simply straightforward. The address of the town is noted, along with its current offerings. After having breakfast, Chi-Wan, accompanied by Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Third Wolf, bid farewell to Old Man Han and set off. After traveling a considerable distance from the town, a map materialized in Chi-Wan's hand. It indicated the locations of the 3 siblings she was tasked to rescue, as well as her own position. They were on the move, and so was she. After glancing at the distance, she looked down at her legs, pondering how they could traverse 9 kilometers in a single day. If she walked briskly, she could arrive in about an hour and a half. Chi-Wan took a look at the promotional pamphlet in her hand and resolutely stowed it away in Second Wolf's travel pack. Traveling light truly made her feel at ease. After a while, Chi-Wan felt the heat of the day intensifying. Throughout her journey, she had not encountered any zombies, likely eliminated by the tenants. Over a distance of approximately 4 kilometers, she had not seen a single zombie. The ones she eventually encountered were mostly of the first level. With a slight use of her abilities, she dispatched them effortlessly, and the crystal cores obtained were consumed by Big Wolf and his companions. According to the little steward, Big Wolf and the others were genetically mutated wolf dogs, presumably with abilities yet to be activated. Consuming crystal cores in advance would allow their bodies to adapt to the power of the cores and store it. When their abilities finally manifested, they would be able to utilize them more effectively. However, these details were shared with her by the little steward during their journey. Otherwise, she would have taken the 5 wolves out, for this mission's reward was to activate their extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, the trio of siblings remained hidden in a storage room of an underground parking garage, enveloped in darkness. They could not perceive the brilliance of daylight and assumed it was still night. The girl, initially wishing to linger a little longer, soon discovered her younger sister collapsed on the ground. Unable to wait any longer, she gently tapped her sister's cheek, receiving no response. A quick examination of her breathing revealed it was faint yet present. Panic surged within her. She could not remain in this place any longer. The girl roused her brother, hoisting her sister onto her back, and cautiously made her way outside, wary of potential zombie ambushes. Upon exiting the parking garage, she was greeted by the glaring light and the sight of a menacing zombie. Summoning her feeble fire abilities, she conjured a flame the size of a mung bean, directing it towards the zombie's body. However, it was ineffectual and elicited no reaction. She was utterly drained, devoid of any crystal cores to replenish her energy. Chapter 53. The Lost Mother and Daughter. A palpable sense of despair enveloped the girl. Did this mean their end? Chi-Wan encountered 3 troublesome level 3 zombies. While not particularly formidable, one possessed abilities, complicating matters. The 5 wolves, agile in their movements, deftly maneuvered around the other 2 zombies, rendering them disoriented. The ability-wielding zombie, adept in water manipulation, wielded corrosive water. Chi-Wan skillfully evaded its attacks and hurled a water droplet, striking the zombie's arm, but failing to hit its head. The zombie, impervious to pain yet unable to control its left hand, experienced a palpable sense of rage. After several skirmishes, Chi-Wan's clothing had been partially eroded, nearly exposing her skin. The opposing zombie was not in a better state, as its body bore numerous wounds inflicted by Chi-Wan's water orbs. Chi-Wan, drained of stamina, was reluctant to prolong the confrontation. Meanwhile, the other 2 Tier 3 zombies had been dispatched by the trio, who had devoured their cores without hesitation. The sight of this only intensified the remaining zombies' frenzy, compelling it to launch an assault towards the trio. Could it be that those 2 Tier 3 zombies were its reserves? How terrifying that notion is. Zombies endowed with abilities exhibit a greater degree of cunning than their ordinary counterparts. Fortuitously, Chi-Wan encountered this particular zombie. Otherwise, it would inevitably evolve into a Tier 4 zombie, posing a formidable challenge. After considerable effort, she finally vanquished the Tier 3 water-type zombie. Chi-Wan rolled on the ground several times, her hands and feet grazed by the sharp stones beneath her. She retrieved the bluish-black core, stowing it away in her pocket. Such a rare Tier 3 water core could not be shared with the trio. Opening her map, she discovered that her siblings were with one of the separated mother-daughter pair. However, the faint brightness of the red dot suggested they were in peril. Chi-Wan hurriedly set off. This mission must succeed, for otherwise, the opportunity to harness the mutated abilities of the 5 wolves would be lost. 20 minutes later, guided by the red dot on the map, Chi-Wan arrived at the location of her siblings and the other individual. 10 level 2 zombies surrounded them, and Chi-Wan swiftly hurled a water sphere, encasing the heads of the 10 zombies. The disparity between level 2 and level 3 zombies was striking. Their speed, damage, and intelligence were all significantly inferior. Chi-Wan, along with the 3 wolves, Da Lang, Air Lang, and San Lang, advanced and swiftly dispatched the 10 level 2 zombies. "Are you all right?" Chi-Wan inquired. Noticing a girl cradling a small child, sensing the dire situation, she retrieved a bottle of mineral water from Air Lang's back and offered it to the girl. "Your sister isn't in good shape. Her lips are cracked. Please, have some water." Fearing the girl might hesitate, Chi-Wan continued, "I am the mayor of a small town, and these are my 3 wolf dogs. I have 2 more at home. I ventured out primarily to seek survivors, essentially looking for tenants and residents for my town." Upon hearing Chi-Wan's words, the girl felt a flicker of trust, realizing that a person with a purpose was worthy of some faith. She accepted the mineral water, surprised to find it was a bottle that had not been opened before. Cautiously, she fed her sister, ensuring not a single drop was wasted, for this water was invaluable. Only by reaching her sister's lips could survival be assured. Observing another girl and a little boy nearby, Chi-Wan produced 2 more bottles of mineral water and handed them over. "This is for you. Our meeting is a twist of fate, and I consider it my reward for collecting 6 crystal cores." If she were to give everything away, it would arouse suspicion. Although the relentless horde of zombies besieged the 4 of them, it was Chi-Wan and the Great Wolf who ultimately vanquished the threat. Yet the efforts of the quartet were not without merit. Chi-Wan distributed the 4 crystal cores to the 2 elder girls beside her. It was evident to any observant individual that the girl crouching down was related to the little one cradled in her arms, and the boy standing closely behind her was similarly connected. The other girl, maintaining a certain distance, was clearly on her own. Upon hearing Chi-Wan mention the acquisition of a portion of the crystal cores, they accepted the 2 bottles of water with gratitude. After 2 years of apocalypse, they had not encountered such sizable bottles of mineral water in quite some time. "You must survive well and visit my small town. It is in dire need of tenants since the recent zombie tide. I have scarcely seen any survivors in the vicinity. Were it not for the absolute safety of my town, I would not have had the fortune of meeting you, nor could I have rescued you." The 2 girls, upon hearing the assurance of safety, exchanged glances of astonishment, yet the 3rd girl's expression dimmed considerably. Chi-Wan discerned that she was contemplating her mother. The little girl in her arms let out a few soft whimpers, striving to drink from the elevated bottle of mineral water. "Sister, you're awake. How wonderful." Before she could finish her sentence, tears began to flow. She had nearly believed they were doomed. Thankfully, they had encountered another girl. With her assistance, they had managed to deal with the lone zombie outside the parking lot. Just as they had traversed a short distance, they were confronted by yet another wave, this time 10 in number. Just when she thought their fate was sealed, Chi-Wan and the Great Wolf appeared, providing them with water. She was on the brink of despair, her cries gradually diminishing into soft sobs. With a swift motion, she wiped away her tears and, with an air of nonchalance, twisted the cap off the untouched bottle of mineral water for the little girl before lifting her into her arms. Chi-Wan observed the rapid transition from weeping to silence with a hint of astonishment. It was indeed a swift change. "Mayor, I am willing to accompany you to your small town. I possess crystal cores," the girl proclaimed, spreading her hands to reveal the 2 crystal cores that Chi-Wan had just given her. "Very well, you are welcome to my town." Another girl hesitated before finally speaking. "I have lost my mother, and I need to find her." The thought of asking Chi-Wan for assistance felt burdensome, as they were mere strangers who had crossed paths, and she felt reluctant to impose further. Chi-Wan recalled the distance to the other girl. It was not far, merely about a kilometer away. "I shall accompany you in search of your mother," Chi-Wan offered, seeking to connect with a resident of the town, unwilling to relinquish the chance to assist them. The girl, though conflicted, nodded in agreement, realizing that an ally would bolster her efforts to reunite with her mother. "Thank you," she said, gratitude evident in her voice. Chi-Wan smiled and discreetly glanced at the map, noting that the girl's mother was indeed approaching their direction and would likely meet them soon. The little girl had only murmured a few sounds earlier, yet remained asleep. Not wishing for them to endure unnecessary hardship, Chi-Wan decided to leave the most reliable of her companions, the big wolf and the second wolf, to take good care of the 3 of them. Chapter 54. Rescued but not starved. Chi-Wan, accompanied by 3 wolves and another young girl, made her way toward the direction of the woman. Moments later, they encountered her. "Mom," the girl exclaimed, rushing forward and enveloping the woman in a warm embrace. The woman, upon seeing her daughter, reciprocated the hug, holding her tightly. "Oh, I thought I would never see you again. You frightened me to death," she cried. "I almost went the other way, but that sister told me to come this way." Her dog indicated that there were people here. I came over. Or else I would have never found you. It's all right, it's all right. We have found each other. From now on, we shall never be separated again. The woman gently reassured, caressing the girl's head. By the way, Mom, I also encountered 3 people. Let us hurry and regroup with them, the girl exclaimed, emerging from her mother's embrace and taking her hand. Chi-Wan chose not to interject, following along as they walked together. During their brief conversation, Chi-Wan learned that the woman's surname was Tian and that she had been a renowned doctor before the apocalypse. The little girl shared her surname, Tian Tian. They had originally been with a group from their base, but after a recent zombie horde, they had become separated. This horde was the same one that Chi-Wan and her companions had faced, although Mrs. Tian's experience had not been as overwhelming, resulting in mere separation. As they journeyed toward the small town together, Chi-Wan noticed the symphony of growls emanating from the bellies of the 5 individuals beside her. She glanced at the distance to the town and then at their trembling feet. From the travel bag of the large wolf, 4 boxes of meals were retrieved and distributed, with the exception of the little girl cradled in her arms. The girl, still quite fragile, was advised by Ms. Tian against eating, emphasizing the importance of hydration. With the promise of food once she awoke, the 3rd wolf protested, feeling hungry, particularly drawn by the alluring aroma of chicken wafting from behind. With a gentle smile, Chi-Wan, having spent several days in their company, had come to understand their expressions and intentions. She retrieved 3 pieces of chicken from behind the 3rd wolf, ensuring each dog received one. She had hoped that this excursion might lead her to encounter other survivors for potential trade. However, after such a lengthy period, they had seen no one beyond their small group of 5. As they walked and ate, the absence of other survivors was palpable. Chi-Wan felt it pointless to burden the large wolf with her meal. So she consumed 2 boxes of food in frustration and subsequently fed them 9 additional pieces of chicken. Her promotional materials remained unutilized, a true testament to the waste of her earnest efforts. She also had 2 cooked ears of corn that could not go to waste. Yet she was already satiated and decided to offer them to the little boy. Eat up, or they might spoil in this heat. Nourish yourself, well, to grow strong and protect your family, Chi-Wan softly advised. The boy looked up at his sister, gripping the hem of his shirt with both hands. Having already consumed a box of meals, he felt he had eaten sufficiently and shook his head in polite refusal. Thank you, sister, but I am full. Very well, Chi-Wan replied, not pressing him further, and took the food back, knowing it could be stored in the warehouse for a while. Wang Sanlang gazed intently at the corn in Chi-Wan's hand, exhibiting a complete lack of courtesy as he unceremoniously nudged closer and swiftly bit the corn from her grasp. Oh, you rascal, Chi-Wan exclaimed, taken aback by Sanlang's unexpected vegetarian tendencies. Just don't consume the core. Before she could finish her sentence, she witnessed Sanlang's sharp teeth swiftly shattering the corn into fragments. Well, perhaps she had been overly concerned. The young boy, observing the devoured corn, felt a twinge of sorrow. Yet he recalled his sister's words, that it would be impolite to accept too much from kind-hearted individuals. He had hands and feet of his own and was capable of working diligently. Once he grew a bit older, he would be able to contend with those zombies. Accompanied by the large wolf, the 2nd wolf, and Sanlang, they made their way towards the town. The journey there was effortless for Chi-Wan, taking just over an hour. However, on their return, Mrs. Tian and the others struggled to keep pace, ultimately taking nearly 3 hours to make it back. They were fortunate that the nearby zombies had been cleared by the tenants, as the return journey proved to be quite lengthy. Upon reaching a vantage point from which the town could be seen, Chi-Wan introduced the visibly exhausted individuals, whose trembling legs betrayed their fatigue. There lies my town, where one can enjoy absolute safety. Any zombies eliminated within a kilometer radius will be cleared away, ensuring the town's aesthetic remains unblemished. It was only later that Chi-Wan discovered that the effective clearing area extended in a 1-kilometer radius from the heart of the town. As the town expanded, so too did the territory that could be safeguarded. There lies the pigsty of the small town, inhabited by ordinary pigs from the pre-apocalyptic era, untainted by mutation. Yet their size is indeed remarkable. I have harvested a sow weighing 1,200 pounds. As one approaches, the sheer bulk and robustness are evident, with an abundance of both fat and lean meat, offering a delightful flavor that you would understand upon tasting. To the right of the pigsty is an orchard, albeit modest in its yield, currently bearing only watermelons, strawberries, peaches, and cantaloupes. Should you discover other seeds, I am open to trading. In front of the orchard is a fish pond, home solely to bass, which possesses an exquisite taste. I shall have Old Man Hans steam some for you shortly. After all, she is a rescue target of the mission and cannot afford to be stingy. Given her frail appearance, it is apparent that she requires sustenance. It would be a tragedy if she were to save someone only for them to perish from hunger upon arriving in the town. to the left of the fish pond. Just beyond our line of sight from the pigsty, there are over a dozen plots of arable black soil. No, wait, her task is complete. There should be 21 plots in total. Additionally, I have chickens. If you draw closer, you will see them wandering about the town. After settling in, you will find an abundance of eggs scattered throughout. The early morning hours reveal this even more clearly, and you will understand this once you take up residence. Our small town offers single rooms as well as double accommodations. For instance, Ms. Tion, accompanied by her daughter Tion, will be taking a double room. My regulations permit one adult to share a single room with a child under the age of 12. Though still in their tender years, the trio of siblings, Bai Se, Bai Zhou, and Bai Xian, found themselves necessitated to share a double room due to their numbers. Despite their exhaustion rendering them nearly mute, they attentively listened as Qi Wan recounted tales of the quaint town, occasionally nodding in understanding. With a few crystal cores in their possession, they could afford a brief respite, allowing them the chance to recuperate adequately. Before long, Qi Wan escorted them into the heart of the town, swiftly facilitating their check-in process. Please rest well here. I shall return this evening to summon you for dinner. For tonight, dine with me, but thereafter, you shall fend for yourselves, she graciously informed them. Chapter 55. The rewarding self-service shop exhibiting a commendable generosity. Qi Wan offered her parting words before retreating to her residence. Upon her return, Xiao He and Xiao Bai had efficiently arranged the vacated rooms, providing them with a spacious two-story abode. Bai Se, the eldest sister among the trio, was accompanied by her younger brother Bai Zhou and sister Bai Xian. They had journeyed from a distant land, enduring months of travel and encountering other survivors along the way. However, as resources dwindled, they became targets for unscrupulous individuals who sought to exploit the children. It was a perilous escape led by Bai Se, who, upon witnessing the survivors' reluctance to engage, feared they might mirror the malevolence of their previous pursuers. When they encountered the pristine Qi Wan, even in her tattered attire, a remnant of her confrontations with the undead, her essence remained untarnished. Having been rescued by Qi Wan, Bai Se found herself willing to trust again. In her dreams, though shrouded in vagueness, a singular vision distinctly aligned with Qi Wan's silhouette. Old man, Xiao Kai, tonight besides us few having dinner together, the ones I just brought back will also join us. I kindly ask you both to prepare a bit more food. Qi Wan walked over to the patch of black soil and indeed found the additional 5 plots, which had already been planted with crops. Old man Han straightened his back, responded affirmatively, and said he would take care of it. Kai Xiaofeng nodded in agreement. Her culinary skills were certainly not as refined as Old Man Han's, so she would merely assist. De Lang, Air Lang, and San Lang danced around Qi Wan, urging her to quickly remove the backpack from her back. Qi Wan placed the boxed meals and bottled water back into storage, ensuring not to discard the peach pits, which she planned to wash and give to Old Man Han for planting in the designated orchard nearby. She was too lazy to put away the chicken and allowed De Lang and the others to devour it. Moreover, she took out the agreed-upon reward of 3 pieces for them, placing it on the tile for them to manage themselves. Returning to her room, she swiftly changed her clothes and freshened up, feeling rejuvenated before heading to the first floor. She remained curious about the mutated abilities of the 5 wolves. Glancing at the storage, she found the awarded mutated ability was a smooth, shiny orb, which seemed rather impressive. However, upon further inspection of the description, while it appeared powerful, its initial effectiveness was somewhat limited. The first-level ability could attract zombies and mutated flora and fauna within a radius of 5 kilometers. The second-level ability could attract them within a 10-kilometer radius and offer brief control over them. The third-level ability allows one to attract zombies and mutated flora and fauna within a radius of 20 kilometers, granting prolonged control. The fourth-level ability enhances this range to 30 kilometers, significantly improving both the duration and the number of entities that can be controlled. At the first level, the ability is rather feeble. It feels akin to becoming a target, drawing nearby zombies and mutated creatures toward oneself. However, it is of little concern. For as 5 wolves' abilities gradually advance, this power will undoubtedly serve as a substantial asset. Will 5 wolves attract zombies and mutated creatures within the town after acquiring this ability? The little steward was asked. Rest assured, Master, it will not attract any within the town. Qi Wan felt relieved. She feared that upon awakening after a night's rest, she might discover the town surrounded by hordes of zombies and mutated beings, akin to a zombie tide. She called 5 wolves inside, instructing it to consume a bead imbued with mutated abilities within the house. As soon as 5 wolves swallowed the bead, it collapsed onto the ground with a resounding thud. Qi Wan examined it closely, unable to discern any abnormalities. How could it have fallen so swiftly? Do not worry, Master. This is a normal phenomenon. 5 wolves will awaken after absorbing the powers contained within the bead. How long might this take? It appears quite uncomfortable, she observed, noting how 5 wolves curled up. Its expression contorted in discomfort. Depending on 5 wolves' capacity to accept the energy, it may take as little as half an hour or as long as 3 hours. Now, it was a matter of 5 wolves' resilience. It would surely endure, though it would undoubtedly be a trying experience. She lingered beside him for a while, gently stroking the fur of the 5 wolves along their backs. New task: raise over 1,000 pigs, 1,268. Reward: 1 blueprint for a 3-person room. New task: achieve sales of 1,000 level 3 crystal nuclei from the vending machines. Reward: 1 self-service vending store. Little steward, what is a self-service vending store? Don't we already have 2 vending machines? Chi-Wan inquired, puzzled. Master, you may regard the self-service vending store as a convenience store from the world before the apocalypse. It operates without staff, entirely on a self-service basis. The store is equipped with comprehensive security features to prevent anyone from leaving without payment of crystal nuclei. Currently, our town possesses sufficient vending machines. The self-service vending store should not be located within our town, correct? Indeed, Master. Inspired by your insights, the local chicken sales have stagnated, and we should explore more avenues for selling. The self-service vending store can be placed anywhere within my territory, and once positioned, it cannot be relocated. Chi-Wan understood. But the second new task presented some challenges. The nearby zombies had been depleted. She would have to wait for the 5 wolves to awaken and encourage them to wander outside to attract the nearby zombies. The first new task was quite simple. She only needed to refrain from slaughtering pigs during this period. Upon inspection, she noticed that the pork listed in recent days still amounted to several thousand pounds, making it difficult to boost sales. With so few tenants, how could production be increased? Little steward, do you have any way to distribute the promotional materials for my small town to other places? Chi-Wan possessed only a pair of legs. Even if she walked a great distance, she could not venture too far. It is feasible, Master. A Tier 3 crystal core must be paid to disseminate the town's promotional materials. She decisively replied. As long as the materials could be circulated, she was certain that someone would take notice. In the next moment, the town's promotional materials vanished from her backpack. Simultaneously, above the nearest private base, a flurry of papers descended from the sky like blossoms scattered by a celestial maiden. Survivors on foot effortlessly caught the papers and glanced at the contents. Does this town truly possess such abundance? Could this be mere false advertising? They pondered. Indeed. In this post-apocalyptic world, where could one find arable soil? However, the illustrations of the fruits appeared genuinely enticing. Do you not recall those papers fluttering down from above? Perhaps such a place truly exists. In this dire era, what remains impossible? I concur. What indeed is beyond the realm of possibility? Perhaps the heavens deem our suffering too great and bestow upon us a glimmer of hope. Chapter 56. Distribution of town promotional materials indeed. I perceive that the distance is not insurmountable. We should reach it in a day or 2. If you wish to go, then go. The zombies outside have generally reached level 2, and we are merely level 2 supernatural beings. Encountering a horde of zombies would render us incapable of defending ourselves. Minds were diverse. Those with aspirations carefully tucked away the town's promotional materials, while those without intentions casually discarded theirs, letting the papers fall to the ground. There are 2 other nearby bases that have also received promotional materials from the town. Before leaving, Chi-Wan gently patted Wu Lang's head. His expression, though not contorted, was still far from cheerful. Wu Lang, hold on. Just hold on a little longer, and you shall be magnificent, Chi-Wan softly consoled him. Seeing Wu Lang in such distress made her heart ache. She stepped out of the house, intending to steam a few more fish, so that when Wu Lang awoke, he would have a hearty meal. Old Han noticed Chi-Wan emerging and pointed towards the pigs in the pen, saying, Little Chi, I sought help today, but currently, there aren't any strong tenants available. Those boars have yet to be processed. That's fine. I plan to nurture them for a few more days. The flora and fauna in our town thrive rapidly, and dealing with these pigs is somewhat troublesome. If demand increases significantly, I might just forego processing altogether and sell them directly through an automated vending machine. Otherwise, I simply cannot manage all these tasks alone. Very well. Then I shall refrain from assisting with their processing. As a fellow male in the animal kingdom, old Han felt that such an act was somewhat cruel. Han Ing walked over, taking Chi-Wan's hand and leading her towards the vegetable garden. Sister, look. This is what we have grown from the seeds given by Grandpa Gong. Chi-Wan followed the direction of Han Ying's finger and observed a crop that was clearly not a vegetable. It resembled grass, but seemed to possess some utility. When we have more fields, we can plant a single crop in each, alleviating your burden. With the current scarcity of tenants in our town, we have an abundance of fruits and vegetables that are nearing surplus. As for these unknown plants, I shall gradually investigate their nature after harvesting. Haning nodded and then pointed to other crops. Sister, there are also other vegetables. We have already harvested one batch, and now they are newly planted. I recognize this. It is mint, which can be used to brew herbal tea or as a garnish on dishes. This is an eggplant, a large purple one. Xiaokai and I have already harvested it once. You may go to the warehouse to take a look. They have grown quite large. Qiwan glanced at the barren eggplant tree. Without Han Ying's explanation, she could not discern that it was indeed an eggplant. There are also other vegetables for you to see. There are many more. Grandpa has intentionally reserved seeds, allowing us to cultivate them repeatedly. Han Ying was elated, her eyes sparkling with joy as she poked her fingers together and glanced in the direction of Grandpa Han. Sister, I would like to exchange my wages for a honeydew melon over there. Is that permissible? Qiwan tilted her head, pondering. This little one typically did not express cravings. How curious that he suddenly desired a honeydew melon. Is it permissible? Or I could trade 2 days' wages instead. Han Ying was eager to acquire the honeydew melon, but he could not let Grandpa discover his intentions. Could you share with me why you wish to trade for the honeydew melon? Qiwan inquired. The little one would not act without reason. There must be a motive behind his sudden desire, his averted gaze suggesting something amiss. Han Ying hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, before ultimately deciding to bring Qiwan to the front of the pigsty. Upon their arrival, Qiwan noticed delicate tendrils along the edge of the sty. As soon as the tendrils sensed Han Ying's presence, they swayed joyfully, warmly welcoming her. Wasn't this the very spot where Qiwan had planted that extraordinary seed? Dear sister, Xiao Lu is my friend, and she is also the seed that Grandpa Wang bestowed upon you. My unique ability allows me to communicate with plants. She is a sprout of a 4th-level vine. Unfortunately, her mother is no longer with her, and all her siblings perished in a fire, leaving her all alone. How pitiable she is. So, your desire for cantaloupe is to share it with your friend Xiao Lu? Is that correct? Qiwan inquired. Han Ying nodded earnestly. Yes, I cannot allow my sister to treat me to cantaloupe without giving something in return, so I thought to purchase one. However, I wish to keep this from Grandpa, as I fear he might reproach me. After all, he is unaware that Xiao Lu is my friend and may perceive my actions as wasteful. Qiwan nodded in understanding, realizing the reason behind Han Ying's actions. Once the seed was sown, she had not paid much attention aside from watering it. It turned out that Han Ying had visited multiple times, offering diligent care to the seed. Sister, Xiao Lu only consumes the rind. She does not eat the flesh. Han Ying explained. Previously, Grandpa bought a watermelon and left a little behind, but Xiao Lu refused to eat the flesh, only savoring the rind. How extraordinary. She exclusively feasts on the rind, Qiwan remarked. At that moment, Xiao Lu extended her tendrils and tapped a few times. This is quite simple. After our meal, we shall enjoy some fruits and gather the melon rinds to bring to Little Green. The entire melon can be used, but we must discern whether Little Green is benevolent or malevolent. Han Ying, having resolved the issue, affectionately caressed the tendrils of Little Green and exchanged a few words before returning to the town with Qiwan. Mrs. Tian, accompanied by Tian, strolled around the town and paused in front of a vending machine, gazing at its contents with a sigh. Where can one find a place with such abundant resources? Mom, can we still contact Dad? Tian thought of her father, who was still away on business, upon witnessing the town's splendid conditions. We will be able to reach him. We must believe in your father. He is quite remarkable, Mrs. Tian reassured her, offering both comfort to Tian and herself. In the room, Bai Sei noticed a slight movement of Bai Xian's index finger, nearly causing her to spring up in excitement. She cautiously seated herself beside Bai Xian and gently inquired, Sister, are you feeling unwell? Bai Xian shook her head, and upon seeing Bai Zhou approach, she weakly placed her hand atop theirs. Sister, brother, I am fine. I just feel a bit dizzy. I will be all right after a short rest. A tear fell from Bai Sei's eye, landing on Bai Xian's chest. She reached out to tidy Bai Xian's disheveled hair, revealing her bright eyes. It is good to hear you are well. We are safe now, and we can live properly from here on. I will strive to obtain crystals outside, while you both remain here and stay safe. You need not fear anyone taking you away. Chapter 57. A nightmare or a true dream on a previous night. Bai Sei experienced a harrowing nightmare in which her younger siblings were abducted. Initially, she dismissed it as merely a dream. However, as time passed, her siblings were indeed taken away. In that moment, she endeavored to recall the scenes from her dream, which were vividly etched in her memory. It appeared that her dream had foreseen a future event, yet upon awakening, many details became hazy, leaving only a skeletal outline of the occurrences. In the fleeting minute after waking, she retained a clear recollection of the narrative within her dream, but as that minute slipped away, the dream faded like a small boat drifting out of reach. Only moments before the impending event, that little vessel would gradually approach her, revealing the truth of her dream. After Ms. Tian and Tian renewed their lease and organized their belongings, they made their way to Chi Wan's residence. They witnessed firsthand that the chickens raised in the town were indeed larger than those before the apocalypse. Once more, they observed the fish in the pond, which were remarkably sizable. They understood that fish farming existed here, even from outside the fence. They were astounded by the sight. However, the pond appeared somewhat small, with the fish crowded together. Mayor Chi, we have come to lend a hand, Ms. Tian and Tian called out from beyond the fence. Chi Wan, who was washing large cabbages, looked up, set the cabbage aside, shook off the water from her hands, and opened the gate for them. Have you explored the town? What do you think? Chi Wan inquired as she returned to her seat to continue her task of washing the cabbages. The leaves of the Chinese cabbage are exceedingly large, each one nearly the size of her upper body. Previously, such sizable specimens had never been cultivated. According to Old Man Han, these impressive cabbages have flourished due to the fertile black soil, resulting in exceptionally high-quality seeds. The cabbages grown from such superior seeds tend to be even larger. Once she acquires a few more large jars, she can attempt to pickle some vegetables. The taste of this cabbage is refreshingly sweet, harvested at the perfect moment, with leaves that remain tender, ensuring that the pickled vegetables will undoubtedly be delightful. Ms. Tian approached Chi Wan's side to assist in washing the cabbages, smiling naturally as she remarked, I have strolled around. The town may be small, yet it inexplicably brings me a sense of peace. Tian then moved to the long table, helping to tidy up the remaining mess. The town indeed possesses its charms. The discounts offered to long-term residents are quite substantial. With a secondary crystal nucleus, or alternatively 20 primary crystal nuclei, one can reside here for a month. A single tertiary crystal nucleus allows for a stay of 3 months. Tertiary crystal nuclei are scarce, especially as there are currently no zombies in the vicinity, not even first-tier ones, let alone third-tier. Valuable items can also be exchanged for corresponding crystal nuclei, Chi Wan added. Should the day ever come when the apocalypse concludes, these valuable items will undoubtedly hold significant worth. Ms. Tian nodded in understanding, grasping Chi Wan's implication. The current scarcity of tenants accounts for such generous offers. It remains uncertain whether prices will rise once the demand increases. Thank you, Mayor Chi, for saving my daughter. I may not possess many skills, but I do have some medical knowledge. Should you require my assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Ms. Tian kindly assisted in transporting the freshly washed vegetables, placing them on the other side of the long table. In a spirit of camaraderie, everyone joined forces to prepare the evening meal. After a moment of contemplation, Chi Wan entered the room, retrieving the emptied lunch boxes from the previous day and setting them upon the table. She also took out plates to arrange the same dishes together, while a small portion of vegetables was returned to storage. With so many gathered for the meal, Old Man Han had prepared several dishes. Yet Chi Wan felt it still insufficient. The offerings included spicy scrambled eggs, stir-fried bok choy, garlic ribs, braised pork ribs, stir-fried intestines, red braised meat, and steamed base. Each dish was crafted from the available ingredients in the town, with generous portions prepared. However, one should not assume that ample servings would suffice. Chi Wan had her 5 wolves to consider, all awaiting nearby. She laid out the spicy and sour shredded cabbage, dry pot potato slices, stir-fried eggplant with green beans, stir-fried tofu skin with meat, and dry spicy chicken on a large wooden board, bringing them out in one go. Although there was a variety of dishes, the total quantity paled in comparison to what Old Man Han had cooked. Meanwhile, the 5 wolves, absorbing the pearls in the room, began to awaken, stumbling slightly as they emerged from the door. Chi Wan approached, wrapping her arms around the neck of the wolf, relieved to find its body no longer excessively hot. You're awake? Good. Soon we shall dine together. The 5 wolves emitted a few weak calls, still lying on the ground, not yet fully recovered. One of the younger wolves approached, gently patting the 5 wolves on the head, concern evident in its eyes. Chi Wan mentally noted the time. It had taken the 5 wolves 2 hours to digest before emerging. At least the dogs were unharmed, and that brought her peace of mind. As Chi Wan observed that the meal was nearly ready, she rose and made her way to the room of Bai Se and his siblings. Ms. Tian and Tian resided on the 2nd floor, while Bai Se and his companions occupied the ground floor. Chi Wan stood at the threshold and gently knocked on the door. Little Wolf stood beside her, calling out a few times. Bai Se, the meal is prepared. Has your sister awakened? If so, let us dine together. At that moment, Bai Zhou opened the door. Hello, Sister Mayor. My sister is awake. I am currently helping her change into a more breathable outfit. She will be out shortly. Chi Wan nodded and took a step back. Take your time. There is no rush. Bai Zhou lingered at the door, standing sideways beside Chi Wan. He clenched his fists, several times contemplating speaking, yet he remained silent. When Chi-Wan cast a questioning glance his way, he gathered his courage and spoke. Sister Mayor, do you require additional help here? Despite my youth, I am capable of many tasks. Upon arriving in the small town, although he had not observed closely, he had noticed Han Ingha diligently working in the vegetable garden. He was not younger than Han Ingha, and if she could manage her duties, so could he. Chi-Wan understood his intentions and did not directly decline. Instead, she gently replied, at present, there is no need, as the tenants in the town are not numerous, and we can manage. Should the need arise in the future, I will summon you. Bai Zhou nodded, confident that there would come a day when his skills would be put to use. For now, the priority was to focus on his health. Just then, Bai Sei emerged from the room, cradling Bai Xian in his arms. He closed the door behind him, steadied Bai Xian, and bowed to Chi-Wan. Thank you, Sister Mayor. No need for formality. Our encounter is but a serendipitous fate. As for the life that lies ahead, it is solely in your hands. In this small town, with diligent effort, sustenance is assured. Chi-Wan's lips curled into a gentle smile, revealing her pearly teeth, exuding an inviting warmth. Let us proceed together. As they passed by cabin 001, Zhao Lejean emerged precisely on cue, a playful grin lighting up his face. Mayor Qi, are you hosting a feast tonight? Indeed, a feast. Chapter 58. The audacity of mooched meals. Chi-Wan paused deliberately, regarding him with an enigmatic smile. Ahem. Mayor Qi, might I also be permitted to visit you? Upon uttering this, Zhao Lejean felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet the aroma of the delectable dishes before him was utterly irresistible. Chi-Wan burst into laughter, leaving Zhao Lejean flustered. He turned his gaze away, fumbling in his pocket for a level 3 crystal core, torn between the desire to offer it and his reluctance to part with it. He had intended to use it for rent, but the allure of the feast was overwhelming. I can pay for the meal. May I indulge just a little? He gestured with his fingers, mimicking a minuscule portion. Chi-Wan scrutinized him, contemplating his eagerness, but ultimately nodded, swayed by the promise of culinary delight. Come along. Bring your own bowl and chopsticks. No need to present the crystal core, but do remember to bring back any useful items you find on your outings. She mused that the tenant's rooms still lacked many essentials. Retrieving items from outside could save her substantial amounts of crystal cores when exchanging with the little steward, allowing her to beautifully arrange the tenant's quarters. Rest assured, Mayor Qi, I shall certainly gather a plethora of practical items when I venture out, Zhao Lejean assured, his voice oscillating in proximity as he swiftly returned with a set of bowls and chopsticks. By the way, Mayor Qi, I possess a considerable number of plastic basins and buckets, all procured from various grocery stores and supermarkets. Do take a look. The quantity exceeds 50. Nearly filling my room to capacity. Zhao Lejean spoke with a cheerful disposition, confident that these items would prove useful. At that moment, the opportunity arose. Chi-Wan opened the gate, allowing him entry. How many are you willing to part with? She inquired. Her own room lacked such plastic containers, and while she currently had no immediate use for them, she sensed their future necessity. After pondering, Zhao Lejean replied, I shall retain 10 for myself to store the water I purchase. The remainder can be yours. Very well. I shall provide your meals for the next 2 days. Feel free to join us for dinner, or, if time does not permit, you may collect a meal from the vending machine. Though 40 plastic basins or buckets may not hold significant value at present, Chi-Wan was not one to leave a debt unpaid. She preferred to settle matters promptly. Oh, I truly appreciate your generosity, Mayor Qi, she exclaimed. Indeed, I also discovered some light bulbs at the supermarket. After you provided me with the electricity card, I set about collecting these items, and I encountered a variety of electrical appliances, planning to retrieve them tomorrow. To be honest, I intended to come seek you out again tomorrow, but I brought back these small light bulbs today. There were still fluorescent tubes and similar items, and beside them was a hardware store filled with numerous goods. Zhao Lejean was apprehensive that Chi-Wan might perceive him as haggling. He had only just thought to mention this matter. His mind was preoccupied entirely with thoughts of food, leaving no room for other concerns. Rest assured, I am not overthinking it. There are so many tasks to attend to daily, not everything can be remembered, Chi-Wan remarked. Hearing their conversation, Old Han discerned the personalities of both parties and intervened. Indeed, Xiao Qi is correct. With the multitude of tasks we face each day, how can we attend to them all? For instance, when I cook, I tackle one dish at a time. Once this one is done, I can proceed to the next. Zhao Lejean was a pleasant fellow, and he found it easy to converse with the elderly man. He also appreciated what he considered a commendable habit, the propensity to stockpile. Whenever he encountered something worthwhile outside, he would think to bring it back. Unlike others who left behind pots and barrels, he would single-handedly carry them back. Come, everyone. Please do not stand on ceremony. Let us eat first, Old Han said, arranging chairs and offering one to Chi Wan. Xiao Qi, please take a seat. As for the food for De Lang and the others, I have already served them. I am uncertain if it is sufficient. If not, I shall prepare more for them shortly. Turning around, Chi Wan indeed observed that De Lang and the others had already begun their meal. The large portions of food seemed to vanish swiftly as they devoured it. It's all right, old Han. We shall eat first. No need to worry about their hunger. Upon returning in the afternoon, I treated them to several chickens, and now they are likely not hungry, perhaps merely indulging in their cravings. After all, it is rare to encounter someone with culinary skills as remarkable as Old Man Han's. Chi Wan lifted the cut mineral water bottle, its edges impeccably trimmed, devoid of any sharpness. This was crafted by Old Man Han himself. They usually drink water without cups, making it rather inconvenient. The mineral water bottle, nay, it should now be referred to as a plastic water cup, contained freshly squeezed watermelon juice, prepared by Han Ying. The cantaloupe was left untouched, yet a sip of watermelon juice was acceptable. The rinds and pulp could be fed to Little Green, thus avoiding waste. After tasting the sweet, naturally fragrant juice, Chi Wan mused that eating the fruit directly would be more refreshing. She thought to herself that orange juice was preferable. She wondered when she might find orange seeds, hoping it would be soon, so she could savor orange juice at an earlier date. The Baisei sisters appeared noticeably awkward, uncertain where to sit. The table was long, surrounded by chairs, yet they remained stationary, unsure of their placement. Mrs. Tian, accompanied by her daughter, settled beside Kai Xiaofeng and thereafter remained still. With her hands resting beneath the table, she gazed encouragingly in the direction of Baisei. Hello, new sister. Please, take a seat. We shall dine together. My grandfather's cooking is exquisite. You will surely enjoy it. Han Ying proudly lifted her chin, giving a thumbs up while motioning for them to feel free to sit down. Observing his overly familiar demeanor, Chi Wan found it somewhat amusing. However, having Han Ying convey this message would be far more effective than her own words, as her identity would inevitably influence certain actions. Baisei cradled Bai Xian while sitting beside Bai Zhou, casting a glance at her tattered clothing before looking at Han Ying's pristine attire, her eyes shimmering. The fragrant dishes lay before them, and despite their hunger, they maintained their composure. Such exquisite food should not be devoured ravenously. That would be a tremendous waste. Old man, your cooking is truly delightful. I can smell it from my room next door. The aroma wafts in with every meal. It is nothing short of torture for me. Zhao Lejean devoured the piece of chicken he had taken, relishing even the neck portion. Han Laobo had cooked the chicken to tender perfection, and with a hearty bite. Even the bones could be easily crushed. You see, young man, this is not torture. In the future, when you cook for yourself, you too can create such delectable dishes. Han Laobo cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Lejean, continuing with a chuckle. Youngsters should make an effort to experiment in the kitchen, rather than relying solely on instant noodles. Despite the fact that the crystal cores needed for instant noodles and boxed meals were the same, he frequently observed Zhao Lejean returning home with various flavors of instant noodles. Zhao Lejean sighed dramatically, wearing an expression that suggested the older man simply did not understand. Uncle, you just don't get it. The water used to cook instant noodles is also drinkable, much like soup, and it possesses its own flavor. Eating only boxed meals without any broth feels rather bland to me. Very well, Han Laobo conceded. It seems I indeed do not comprehend. Even without soup, at the very least, a boxed meal can satiate one's hunger. Instant noodles are digested in no time, not to mention the broth consumed. Indeed, the variety of flavors in instant noodles is vast, each distinct and delightful. Surely, you have not tasted them all? Chi Wan inquired curiously. She recalled seeing over 20 different flavors when instant noodles were stocked on the shelves, each unique. It was never mentioned that boxed meals are more filling, for the portion of instant noodles is substantial. The instant noodles in the small town are thrice the quantity of those before the apocalypse. The noodles, having undergone research and improvement, are even more satisfying. I've tasted them all. Some flavors are exquisite, while others I find rather mediocre, which is why I seldom purchase them now, Old Han replied, clearly disagreeing. Little Zhao, you ought to do the calculations. A pack of instant noodles costs 4 primary crystal cores, whereas a large cabbage only costs 1 core, and it even comes with a clove of garlic. If you also buy a bottle of peanut oil and a pot, in the long run, you'll find it far more economical. You spend so many cores on instant noodles without a hint of remorse. One must prepare for the future, not just indulge in the present. Saving some crystal cores is essential. Oh dear, I understand your point, old man. It's about saving a bit, especially since the zombies outside are hard to find now, to avoid future scarcity. However, my culinary skills are woefully inadequate, Zhao Lejean lamented, feeling quite distressed. His cooking prowess is limited to merely frying things until they are cooked through. If you have any questions about cooking, feel free to ask me. Old Man Han observed that Zhao Lejean was a decent person and was willing to lend a helping hand. The Bai sisters, feeling out of place, nestled in a corner, minimizing their presence and only taking food from beside them. Although Old Man Han was engaged in conversation, he remained attentive to his surroundings. Did the three young ones find his stir-fried intestines particularly delectable? However, the little sister they held in their arms had just awakened and should be offered something light. Here, try some fish, he said, bringing another plate of fish closer to them. Indeed, old man, your dishes are truly delightful. Bai Zhou, straightforward as ever, relished the stir-fried intestines primarily for their taste, but also because his short arms limited his ability to reach for more food. My grandfather's cooking is exceptionally delicious. You should eat more so you can grow strong like me. Han Ying and Kuang Xian raised their heads, once again joining the chorus of praise for Old Man Han. They then stood up to fetch some clean plates, using serving chopsticks to offer them other dishes to taste. Even though Old Man Han had divided the food into 2 portions on either side of the table, there were still areas he could not adequately address. Here, eat more. We will grow up together and face the zombies outside, vanquishing them all. Han Ying placed the filled plate in front of the trio of siblings, positioning it quite close. Thank you, brother, Bai Zhou said. Upon hearing Bai Zhou refer to him as brother, Han Ying's chest puffed up with pride and his demeanor transformed, almost as if he wanted to embrace Bai Zhou's shoulders and engage him in conversation. No need for thanks. If you ever need anything, just come to your brother. When my brother is busy and not here, I will be with you. Qi Wan looked at Han Ying, who resembled a little adult, and couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing Qi Wan's laughter directed at him, Han Ying returned to his seat with a beaming smile, not forgetting to exchange glances with Bai Zhou. Miss Tian, do not feel reserved. Please indulge in whatever you desire. The reason for inviting you here this evening is to celebrate our acquaintance and enjoy each other's company. I say, there's no need to feel anxious. Take whatever you fancy. Some matters may be challenging to comprehend and digest at present, but take your time. You will eventually discover your own answers. Qi Wan pondered why the task compelled her to rescue them. Perhaps for the sake of more tenants or possibly to save more survivors. Yet, such encounters are indeed a matter of fate. Here, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Mayor Qi once again. If it were not for Mayor Qi, I would never have the chance to see my daughter again, Miss Tian said, wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. Qi Wan smiled gently, raising her watermelon juice and stating, "It is nothing. As I mentioned earlier, it is all a matter of fate. Your connection with your daughter is destined, thus you shall not be separated." Without the map provided by the little steward, she would have been unable to locate them accurately. She sensed that there was a divine plan at play. If she tended to her little town with care, she would eventually understand the direction of this world. Bai Zhou placed his sister on a nearby chair, prepared some food for her, and also raised his watermelon juice in a toast to Qi Wan. I, Bai Zhou, along with my younger siblings, express our gratitude to Mayor Qi. If it were not for Mayor Qi, we 3 siblings would not have been able to survive. Even if dreams foretell events, when faced with reality, she does not harbor any illusions. Should any unforeseen circumstances delay Qi Wan, she would be unable to offer assistance in time. Qi Wan nodded as Han Ying and others dutifully poured her a glass of watermelon juice. The atmosphere need not be so solemn. Everyone should relax. While trusting in the arrangements of fate, one must also cultivate inner strength. I can assist you for a moment, but not for a lifetime. The town is currently quite safe, and as long as there are crystal cores, supplies can be obtained. Your future lives depend on yourselves. Qi Wan was not skilled in offering comforting words. Faced with Bai Zhou's gratitude, she could not utter anything particularly moving. She had once succumbed to despair herself, and after the apocalypse began, she had entered the Xiangyang base through her water-based abilities. She ate and lived within the base, and apart from witnessing the increasing hardships of others, she had never considered leaving. Had she not been dismissed by the forces of capital, she would not have contemplated rebellion. After sipping the watermelon juice in her hand, Qi Wan felt the negative echoes of the past gradually dissipate like the wind. Noticing the somber mood, Zhao Lejean took the lead in sharing a few jokes. Though they were rather dry, they nonetheless helped to lighten the atmosphere. As long as the town stands, I shall always reside here. The neighbor of Mayor Qi shall forever be me. Zhao Lejean raised his glass of watermelon juice and a toast to Qi Wan. Chapter 60. Daydreaming at night, being the neighbor of Mayor Qi and the first tenant of the town, fills me with immense pride. I hope that, considering my good fortune, Mayor Qi might grant me a reduction in rent. Qi Wan tilted her head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at him. It was evening now. Why was he daydreaming? Zhao Lejean lowered his head, undeterred. He needed to venture out more to gather supplies. Even if the rent remained unchanged, he must strive to secure other benefits. With Zhao Lejean present, the atmosphere during this meal had improved considerably. The sun had already set, and the night was overcast, devoid of moonlight. The area outside the town was enveloped in profound darkness. Chi-Wan leaned back in her chair, the sweltering heat causing beads of sweat to form on her brow. She gazed up at the sky, watching as droplets of perspiration cascaded down her cheeks, leaving distinct trails on the ground. This weather was ostensibly autumn, yet it felt akin to summer. One could only wonder how many survivors would endure. Chi-Wan sighed. Recently, a heavy rain accompanied by hail had fallen, followed by days of relentless sun. If it weren't for the availability of water in the town, many would find it exceedingly difficult to cope. Old Man Han was equally concerned. His son and daughter-in-law had yet to be found, leaving their fate uncertain. Indeed, as time passed, winter would soon arrive. Warm clothing and thick blankets needed to be prepared. The unpredictability of the weather was worrisome, capable of changing at a moment's notice. Such climatic conditions placed immense demands on the survivors. Noticing that everyone had nearly finished their meal, Chi-Wan placed her hands on her thighs and rose. Let us go. Once we've eaten, it's best to return to our rooms for some rest. Old Man Han, Han Ing, and Kai Xiaofeng, under the glow of the light outside Chi-Wan's residence, gathered the unfinished dishes and poured them into a stainless steel basin. This large basin was then set down on the tiles where the wolves often dined. When they desire to eat, they can indulge directly. In the town, aside from Chi-Wan's residence, which is equipped with electricity, all other houses remain devoid of this amenity. However, Zhao Lejean and Old Man Han possess electric carts, which can be of some utility. Mayor Qi, please hold on a moment. I shall return shortly with the light bulbs and other items, he said, hastily retreating to his room. Upon his return, he emerged bearing a collection of objects. A few stacked plastic buckets contained the light bulbs he mentioned, topped with several plastic basins. Mayor Qi, this is what I have gathered over the past few days, along with some miscellaneous items that I shall organize later. Tomorrow, I will find them. If you require any, I shall provide them to you. With the reduction of zombies in the vicinity, it has become significantly easier for him to gather supplies. He planned to visit the nearby hardware store tomorrow to retrieve some items. He also discovered a hand-pulled cart, making the transportation of goods even more convenient. Very well, but exercise caution when you venture out tomorrow. One must be wary of any approaching zombies, Chi-Wan subtly cautioned. Careful not to directly mention that Wu Lang possesses the ability to attract zombies and mutated flora and fauna, lest it incite unnecessary panic. Zhao Lejean clenched his fists, unperturbed. He awaited the arrival of those zombies, for his crystal core was nearly depleted. Were it not for his financial constraints, he would not have shamelessly sought a meal tonight. It has been ages since I last encountered a zombie. Should I cross paths with them, I would undoubtedly deliver a loving blow. All right, just be careful, she replied. I have no particular demands of you. Merely existing suffices. After all, as one's long-term tenant, I sincerely hope for their continued well-being. Rest assured, Mayor Qi, I shall indeed thrive and witness the prosperous development of our town. Chi-Wan smiled gently as she collected the plastic basin and bucket, deciding to use the bucket for soaking her feet in warm water tonight. As for the remainder, a portion shall be placed on the table outside, for it will inevitably be of use. Old man, would you like to take a few back with you? Chi-Wan inquired. I'll take a bucket. I need something to organize my belongings, replied the old man, conveniently selecting a bucket of just the right size to store his clothes. Next time I come across something useful for storage, I shall bring it back for you, Zhao Lejean assured, patting his chest to commit the old man's needs to memory. Chi-Wan retrieved a bulb from the bucket and handed two to the old man. Now that we have light bulbs, you can utilize the electric cart. Later, head to the town display screen to register where you'd like to install them. Grandpa, we have bulbs now, at night. Navigating to the restroom will no longer be shrouded in darkness, Han Ing happily exclaimed as he accepted the bulbs from Chi-Wan. He refrained from mentioning to the old man that he had previously tripped and fallen upon returning from the restroom in the pitch blackness. Let us first tidy up this area. We must not neglect the crops and livestock that are ready for harvest. Old Man Han was incessantly active, accomplishing tasks even as he spoke. The dishes, bowls, and chopsticks were all washed. The table had been wiped clean, and the surrounding floor had been tidied of the little black and white specks. The 5 wolves, having eaten their fill, retreated to the outskirts of the small town, unperturbed by the heat of the ground, where they sprawled lazily, stretching their bodies. Their bright eyes gazed into the distance, while Little Green swayed beside them, her excitement unmistakable. Ms. Tian and Tian Tian had returned to their room, and Bai Zhou, after much hesitation, trailed behind Zhao Lejean, stammering. It's all right, little one. Feel free to express yourself, Zhao Lejean said with a cheerful smile. Today, I traded for many wonderful items with Chi-Wan. I'll likely awaken smiling from dreams tonight. Brother, I wish to help you move the things, Bai Zhou declared. I'm well fed tonight and have strength. He even gestured to his arms, clenching his fists, though no muscular definition emerged, which struck Zhao Lejean as amusing. He bent down to meet Bai Zhou's gaze and replied, "While I genuinely wish to take you along, as every helping hand is valuable. You heard Mayor Chi's caution to be careful tomorrow. She likely knows something, though she hasn't explicitly stated it." Bai Zhou was slightly taken aback. Was that so? He realized that the mayor's words were indeed kind reminders, rather than mere expressions of concern. Henceforth, he resolved to pay close attention to the mayor's words, committing each one to memory. Unbeknownst to Qi Wan, she was preparing to bathe the three wolves: Big Wolf, Second Wolf, and Third Wolf. In Chapter 61, Cleaning the Wolves, she had ventured out to confront the zombies, and her attire had become quite soiled. To prevent the trio from clamoring for her bed, she resolved to cleanse them all, while ensuring the other two were not neglected. "Can the little steward, Little Black, and Little White assist in washing the wolves?" Qi Wan inquired. "Of course, master," came the reply. That assurance was sufficient for her. Calling over Little Black and Little White, she assigned tasks. "Little Black, you shall be responsible for cleaning Big Wolf and Second Wolf. Little White, your duty is to cleanse Third Wolf and Little Wolf." As for herself, her primary focus would be on Fifth Wolf. However, Fifth Wolf was currently roaming outside, allowing her a moment of leisure. In the darkness beyond the town, the zombies within a 5-kilometer radius sensed an overwhelming allure and began to converge towards the town. The passing mutated beasts were similarly enticed. They roared and surged ahead, surpassing the zombies. The mutated plants, rooted in place, were unable to move and could only consume the low-level zombies and mutated beasts that wandered by, thus feasting on their remains. Nearby survivors, sheltered in their secure zones, trembled at the roars echoing from outside. Is there truly a town out there? Do you hear the sounds? The zombies seem to have gone mad, gathering en masse towards a singular destination. Indeed, that direction appears to lead to the town. Surely, there cannot be anything extraordinary there. Otherwise, why would the zombies head in that direction? Do not dwell on it. Now that we are here, retreat is not an option. Indeed, we are quite close to that quaint little town, and it would be prudent to investigate. As we traversed this path, we noticed a significant reduction in the nearby undead. Should we not take a closer look? To return now would leave me unsatisfied. I share your sentiment. If our hesitation leads us to miss something crucial, it would linger in my thoughts perpetually. Let us pause for now and reassess the situation tomorrow. Many resources there require crystal cores for acquisition. We shall eliminate any zombies present and thereby obtain the necessary cores. These survivors are indeed the ones who distributed the flyers, hastening to ascertain the authenticity of this town. However, as night descends, the undead and mutated beasts grow increasingly restless, compelling them to seek temporary refuge. They then overheard the agitated sounds of zombies and aberrant creatures outside. The 5 wolves beyond the town sensed the presence of zombies and mutated beasts 2 kilometers away, casting a disdainful glance into the distance before rising leisurely to greet Little Green. In truth, it was merely a gentle tap on Little Green's vine before they ventured inside. Upon entering the town, the 5 wolves found their abilities severed, leaving the outside zombies and mutated beasts disoriented and confused, standing aimlessly. The more advanced zombies and beasts moved forward, driven by an instinct to seek out what they desired. Meanwhile, the concealed survivors remained on edge, despite the outer calm. For the threat of zombies and mutated beasts still loomed. Continuing to listen intently, the survivors sensed the ominous presence of zombies and mutated beasts lurking nearby. In that moment, their trepidation intensified as their curiosity was piqued by the mysterious direction of the town. They felt compelled to venture forth, convinced that something significant must be occurring to incite such agitation among the undead and the aberrant creatures. This was the collective sentiment among all the survivors. They were resolute in their determination not to abandon their quest, especially now that they were so close to their destination. At that moment, Qi Wan observed that the 4 wolves had been thoroughly cleaned by Xiao He and Xiao Bai, while Wu Lang had yet to return. She stepped outside to seek him out and fortuitously spotted him returning. Qi Wan approached and affectionately wrapped her arms around his neck, reveling in the convenience of their height difference. "Come along, Wu Lang. Now that all the wolves are clean, you are the last one left." She grinned mischievously. Having just witnessed the tumultuous antics of the others during their bath, she eagerly anticipated Wu Lang's reaction. Her heart swelled with nostalgia. These moments were truly delightful, and she wished for a camera to immortalize them, yet lamented the loss of so many things. In the next instant, Qi Wan resolved to remain optimistic. Once they constructed 50 wooden cabins in the town, she planned to take all 5 wolves out for an excursion, perhaps leading to the discovery of something she sought. Wu Lang, however, was resistant to the idea of a bath. He had remained in the town all day and saw no reason to be washed. His demeanor exuded defiance, and Qi Wan readily understood his reluctance. She pointed decisively at the fur on his right side. Look, your fur has become quite unkempt. How can you still refuse to bathe? Do not ascend to the second floor to sleep, the wolf sighed in resignation. Given the circumstances, it seemed that washing was indeed unavoidable. With a look of melancholic acceptance, it made its way to the restroom on the second floor, where Xiaohe and Xiaobai had already been waiting for quite some time. Before Qi Wan approached, she had gathered all the adult roosters and hens from the small town, leaving only the chicks that were still hatching. With all the adult chickens collected, the morning's cacophony would surely be diminished. The roosters, in their exuberance, tended to crow long before dawn had even broken. As she glanced at the stock of chicken available in the vending machine, she could not help but shake her head. The inventory was excessive. It would be quite a challenge for the town's tenants to consume it all. Clearly, a solution was needed. The following morning, Qi Wan was awakened by the astonished exclamations of the townsfolk. She felt a twinge of displeasure, despite having gathered all the roosters. She had not anticipated being roused so early by the tenants' commotion. Stepping out onto the balcony, her irritation was palpable. Her footsteps heavy as her slippers made a rhythmic thud against the ground. What has caused such an influx of mutated beasts around our small town overnight? She pondered aloud. Indeed, what was happening? Was there something that had drawn them all here? The numbers did not seem overwhelming. Should we venture out to deal with them? It was fortuitous that I do not possess many crystal cores at the moment. These mutated beasts arriving at our doorstep could prove advantageous. Yes, this presents a splendid opportunity. Let us take action. At a glance, Qi Wan estimated that there were at least 30 mutated beasts. She recalled the 5 wolves that had not returned after lingering outside for quite some time the previous night. Turning her head, she noticed the 5 wolves sprawled on the ground, sleeping soundly. Upon hearing the voices from outside, one of them furrowed its brow and shifted its body to continue sleeping. Qi Wan turned back and glanced to her right, where she found Zhao Lejean standing at the entrance of his home, looking somewhat troubled. How infuriating. I had originally intended to venture out to the hardware store to fetch some supplies, but these countless mutated beasts have effectively obstructed my path. Just as she completed this thought, he dashed outside. Chapter 62. The detestable mutated beasts hand over the crystals. You wretched mutated beasts, meet your demise, Zhao Lejean shouted. After a careful examination, he determined that most of these mutated creatures were of the second level, one rank below him. If he could eliminate these beasts, he would finally be able to step outside. Observing his determination, the other tenants promptly retrieved their weapons and charged out. Meanwhile, the children remained in the small town, cheering on their families. Currently, there were not many tenants in the town. Only about 20 possessed the abilities to confront the mutated beasts directly, placing them at a numerical disadvantage against such a formidable horde. A small figure emerged cautiously, carefully positioning itself at the edge of the tiled area for safety. Qi Wan looked over and recognized Han Eng, alongside the diminutive figure, communicating with the small green creature outside the pigsty. One human and one vine maneuvered cautiously in the fray. The third wolf, disturbed by the commotion outside, could no longer sleep and irritably rose. Its fur was tousled from its own restless paws as it approached Qi Wan, catching sight of the mutated beasts outside. Leaping from the balcony of the second floor, she landed directly amidst the dark soil and the notices, heading towards the mutated beasts that lay in ambush, unchallenged. The little wolf had also awakened, approaching Qi Wan's side, refraining from descending but instead nuzzling against her thigh, as if seeking affection. Qi Wan gently stroked the little wolf's head and softly inquired, "Are you still sleepy? Would you like to return for a little more rest?" She glanced towards the horizon. The sun had yet to rise, casting a dim light that allowed her to discern the surroundings. It seemed the tenants had risen too early, contemplating their departure before dawn. After watching for a while, unable to bear the sight any longer, she yawned and retreated to her slumber. Upon encountering Xiaohe and Xiaobai, she issued a specific instruction. If the 3 wolves returned, they were to be cleaned thoroughly before ascending to the second floor. The second floor was a sanctuary for rest and required cleanliness. When she awoke again, the sun had risen significantly. The temperature outside was equally sweltering, and Qi Wan longed for the days of air conditioning. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed that the adult wolves were no longer at her bedside. From the direction of the balcony, she could faintly hear their voices. After completing her morning routine, she habitually descended to the first floor, where she ensured that all the adult chickens were housed, leaving none behind, save for the eggs. She retained a few of the eggs that could be directly harvested, placing them in a stainless steel basin, preparing to take them outside for Grandpa Han. While chicken meat can become tiresome with excess, eggs never seem to lose their appeal. "Xiao-Qi, we have new tenants." Just as Qi Wan finished an egg, she heard Grandpa Han calling from outside, carrying 2 unpeeled eggs and a basin of eggs. I stepped outside. The newly arrived survivors, unable to enter, stood on either side of the pigsty, gazing at the plump pigs within, drooling in vain. I remarked that we should indeed come here. Look at these pigs. They are even more robust than those before the apocalypse. Indeed, you are right. Fortunately, we persevered. They responded. Look at those fruits. They are larger than those from before the end times. Has this small town existed for a long time? How come we knew nothing of it? Yes, we have lingered in this vicinity for so long, and yet this is our first encounter with such a splendid town. There are pigs, chickens, fish, fruits, and vegetables. I am certain that even the base in Kyoto cannot compare to this opulence. I too believe this is the epitome of luxury. These pigs are incredibly fat. My mind is already brimming with culinary ideas for pork. Look over there. There is a vending machine. Let us go take a look. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn to the machine, and they eagerly gathered in front of it. Let me see what it contains. Wow. It has boxed meals and an abundance of pork, ribs, belly, pure fat, pure lean meat, and even pig's head. Why are you solely fixated on pork? Did you not notice the fruits and vegetables beside it? Look, these fruits are remarkably inexpensive. A single premium crystal core can purchase them. If you aren't buying, please step aside. Allow me to make my purchase. Yes, indeed, those of you who are not buying, please move aside a bit. We possess crystal nuclei. Let us make a purchase. In an instant, a crowd gathered before the vending machine outside. Mayor Chi, those are the new survivors who arrived today. They mentioned they came from a nearby base. Kai Xiaofeng remarked as she arranged the tables and chairs. Chi Wan sat on a chair, gently nodding, her mouth occupied with a breakfast of steamed corn, observing the joyous bustle of shoppers around her. She surmised that it was the promotional images of the town, distributed by the little steward, that had attracted them, encouraging a delightful shopping spree outside. Chi Wan was content to wait. Seeing the happiness of the people shopping, she refrained from interrupting their merriment. Kai Xiaofeng nodded. The fervor with which they purchased was indeed astonishing. From her vantage point, she could see the items in their hands multiplying, as if the crystal nuclei were inexhaustible. Han proudly raised her small head beside Chi Wan, displaying the crystal nuclei she had acquired that morning. Sister, look, these are what I obtained with Xiao Lu today. But Xiao Lu said she didn't want them. She only asked for more melon rind to eat. Reflecting on their collaboration against the mutated beast, Han felt a certain camaraderie with Xiao Lu. Chi Wan glanced at the nuclei. Their hue was a deep pink, indicative of fire-type abilities that could be absorbed. The corresponding color of the nuclei could enhance one's powers, while other colors, though not enhancing, could still replenish consumed abilities. Xiaohe, that's wonderful. What do you intend to do with this crystal nucleus? Chi Wan inquired. I intend to preserve this, as it is the fruit of my first collaboration with Xiao Lu. And I am reluctant to spend it, Han Inghe remarked with a smile. Chi Wan chuckled softly, having nearly finished the corn in her hand. I thought you were planning to use this crystal core to purchase several watermelons or cantaloupes. Han Inghe shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Chi Wan. I have discussed with my grandfather, and we are currently benefiting from my sister's generosity, with our meals and accommodations covered, and an additional crystal core to boot. This crystal core is at my discretion, but if the electricity card for the room runs out, I will have to manage that as well. Chi Wan nodded, acknowledging that this arrangement was indeed favorable, allowing the children to gradually learn about consumption. It is beneficial should zombies or mutated beasts appear nearby in the future. You will be able to handle them. Chi Wan imposed no strict requirements on her employees during work hours, as long as they managed the pigsty, chicken coop, black soil, designated orchard, and fish pond. The rest of their time was their own. Although these tasks yielded quick results, there remained intervals for rest. Chapter 63, Speaking Mysteriously. All right. But does sister know why there are so many mutated beasts outside this morning? Han Inghe inquired curiously, believing that Chi Wan must be aware of the reason. Having eaten her fill, Chi Wan washed her hands, dried them, and gently ruffled Han Inghe's hair. I do, she bent down, continuing mysteriously. Because it is the ability of the 5 wolves. Upon hearing this, Han Inghe's eyes instantly sparkled, his hands waving in the air, even tempted to leap and twirl. Are the 5 wolves that formidable? How cool. However, it ultimately depends on the number of zombies and mutated beasts in the vicinity. If they are few, the abilities of the 5 wolves would be rendered ineffective. Chi Wan felt that the current 5 wolves were merely an enticing mobile target, until they possessed greater capabilities. It would be prudent to refrain from wandering outside. It would still be quite impressive if I could take the 5 wolves for a brief excursion. The residents of our town would then not need to venture far to obtain crystal cores, as those zombies and mutated beasts would come directly to us. Han Inghe expressed a desire to take action, yet he understood that this was not the right moment to take the 5 wolves out. The town had a limited number of residents, and if zombies were to swarm, the survivors might hesitate to approach, resulting in a significant loss of tenants. Chi-Wan clapped her hands and approached the town's notice board, greeting those nearby. Greetings, I am the mayor of this town. This vending machine contains an abundance of goods, but safety is not guaranteed outside our town. She gestured towards the notice board and continued, as you can see, it states that our town boasts a 100 safety guarantee. No zombies or mutated flora and fauna can infiltrate our community as long as one becomes a resident. At night, you can enjoy a peaceful slumber without the worry of more active zombies and mutated beasts. The tenants outside the town turned their attention to the notice Chi-Wan indicated, finally taking a moment to read it. They had merely been aware of the board's presence without knowing its contents. After all, what could be more enticing than the items within a vending machine? Is it true, or merely empty words? Immediately, skepticism arose. In a post-apocalyptic world, where could one find a place that is unequivocally safe? Only in the presence of the strong can there be a semblance of security. Indeed, is there really a place that guarantees absolute safety? Before Chi-Wan could speak, a survivor who had arrived later approached to share their thoughts. You arrived a bit late. This morning, before dawn, a horde of mutated beasts descended upon us. Over 30, each possessing formidable levels, ranging from 2 to 3. He then gestured towards the zombie disposal unit outside. This machine not only handles zombies, but also takes care of mutated beasts. It has autonomously cleared the remains of zombies and mutated beasts within a 1-kilometer radius of our town. If you doubt our words, we can take you to witness it. They had previously visited the site. Anyone who had eliminated zombies could see which ones had been dispatched. Though they could not retrieve the bodies, only the images displayed on the screen. Very well, since there are no zombies or mutated beasts nearby. We shall accompany you to have a look, said a survivor from outside the town. Only by gaining a deeper understanding of this town could they determine whether to settle here. If they were dissatisfied, they could always return to their original base. It would merely require a bit more time. Chi-Wan remained stationary, standing beside the notice, unwilling to move. She exuded immense confidence in the amenities both within and beyond the town. Anyone possessing a shard of crystal would undoubtedly choose her quaint settlement. The town's tenants guided the newly arrived survivors to the front of the zombie disposal unit, selecting one tenant involved in the extermination of mutated beasts to step forward. The disposal unit automatically scanned and recognized him, subsequently displaying the zombies and mutated beasts he had eliminated in the vicinity. Each creature appeared as it did in its final moments, evoking an unsettling horror. To their astonishment, they noticed 2 characters disintegrating in the upper right corner of the mutated beast's image. Intrigued, the tenant tapped it, and a collection of processed mutated beast flesh materialized to the right of the disposal unit. Wow, this machine can actually assist in processing the meat. It's remarkably impressive. The tenants were taken aback, realizing the potential of luring mutated beasts nearby, as the disposal unit could resolve their issues. Indeed, that's exactly what I was thinking. However, if they are too far away, we might be at a loss. Look, I believe the meat processed by the disposal unit is superior to what we handle ourselves. Each piece is uniformly thick and identical in size. I see what you mean. The sizes are truly indistinguishable. Moreover, the fat and lean portions are remarkably balanced. Enough of this. I must take this meat back. The tenant who had been identified stepped forward, claiming the tray provided by the disposal unit, and departed from the crowd, making his way to his room. Other tenants in the small town expressed their sentiments. Allow me, for today I have valiantly assisted in combating the mutated beasts, and surely a portion of the spoils belongs to me. You merely aided in the endeavor. I single-handedly faced an entire creature. Yet, given your modest stature, you may claim your share first. The other tenants regarded this individual with clenched fists, astonished at how he could boast in such a manner. Claim what you wish. I shall see how you transport an entire mutated beast back. The size of the mutated creatures was formidable, each weighing upwards of 1,000 pounds. The remnants of such a beast would be abundant, and it would be exceedingly challenging for one person to carry back such a weight, unless one possesses extraordinary strength. Such a task is far from effortless. The tenant before them swiftly took possession of their share of the mutated beast, not pausing for a moment. With so much meat at stake, it was imperative to act quickly. In the sweltering heat, it could spoil easily. One must seize the opportunity to procure salt from the vending machine, as it still had ample stock. The seasonings available for purchase with crystal cores were quite comprehensive. Yet notably absent was salt. Tenants were required to obtain salt exclusively from the vending machine, which produced it through Chi-Wan's automated salt-making apparatus. Each day, it dispensed a mere 500 grams, or 1 pound. Typically, the demand for salt was minimal, resulting in an abundance of stock remaining in the vending machine. It's my turn now. My share is an entire mutated beast. Surely, there will be a significant amount of meat. Hurry and collect your portion, for we are all eager to retrieve ours. Chapter 64. A change in payment methods. The survivors from outside gazed as the tenants of the small town transitioned from merely introducing the zombie processing machine to personally retrieving the flesh of these mutated beasts, completely disregarding the presence of others. "Brother, why don't we settle in here?" I remarked, sensing the charm of this place. Assuming the town is indeed a bastion of safety, our daily lives would be secured. Within this haven, we could walk about freely. Furthermore, the zombie processing machine has rendered the surroundings remarkably pristine, and astonishingly, the mutated beasts can decompose themselves. I also made an intriguing discovery. The mutated beasts we typically consume outside often possess a foul odor. However, the flesh processed by the zombie machine lacked this unpleasant scent. Both the tenants of the town and the external survivors, upon hearing this analysis, turned their attention to the platter of mutated beast meat that had just been presented. One by one, they leaned in to sniff, and indeed, it was as he had stated. The meat processed by the zombie machine was devoid of any fishy odor. Upon closer inspection, the aroma resembled that of chicken or pork, subtle and unremarkable unless one took a deliberate whiff. Truly, it is devoid of any foul scent. The tenants of the small town were astounded, having overlooked this aspect. They had assumed the machine merely aided in the decomposition of the meat, unaware that it also eliminated any undesirable odors. "Right, brother? Let us make this place our home. I find it quite splendid. Regardless of the circumstances, this place is undoubtedly superior to the base we previously inhabited. Observe those wooden cabins. They appear newly constructed and in pristine condition. Furthermore, each morning before you step out, you can catch sight of chickens and pigs, and even take a moment to gaze at the fish in the pond. As you pass in front of the town, you can also witness the vegetables cultivated by the elderly gentleman. Each day upon awakening, one can sense the distinctiveness of this locale. I cannot pinpoint what exactly is different, yet residing here makes me feel as though the very air is altered. The presence of vegetable gardens and fruit trees undoubtedly surpasses that of our former base. Fei Zisher earnestly persuaded, as he longed to dwell in this enchanting haven, which had manifested as his dream since the onset of the apocalypse. Should he not reside here, he would surely be tormented by sleepless nights, consumed by thoughts of this place. Fei Zisong nodded in agreement and glanced back towards the town, observing the chickens that appeared to have grown a bit larger, solidifying his decision. "Very well, let us seek out the mayor to arrange our accommodation." Upon hearing this, Fei Zisher was overjoyed. As long as he could reside here, he was willing to make additional trips. Meanwhile, she stood beside the notice board when she suddenly heard the voice of the steward. "Greetings, master. In light of the current stagnation of supplies in the town, we have revised the payment method for resources. The previous system of crystal core payments has now transitioned to cash transactions." Chi-Wan was perplexed. Cash payments? Where would the cash originate? Town tenants may approach the display screen to exchange crystal cores for cash. One primary crystal core can be exchanged for 100 coins, one secondary crystal core for 1,000 coins, and one tertiary crystal core for 10,000 coins. The initial fees for the town were set arbitrarily by the mayor. Now, as the town has reached a certain scale, a systematic pricing model will be implemented. For instance, a single egg will require the payment of 1 coin, gradually aligning prices back to what they were before the apocalypse. Chi-Wan nodded in agreement, finding this arrangement quite reasonable. With an abundance of chicken and pork now available in the town, it seemed inappropriate to revert to previous pricing standards. Supply and demand greatly influence prices. When the town was just beginning, many goods were scarce. However, the fish pond now boasts a harvest of nearly 1,000 fish, and the free-range chickens number close to 10,000. The pigs in the pen have not yet been harvested, as there remains the task of raising 100 pigs. Each pig weighs over 1,200 pounds, and the tenants of the town can purchase only a limited amount of pork daily, leading to a surplus of previously listed pork. Very well, proceed with your pricing. What about the rent? The rent is set at 500 coins per month, equivalent to 5 level 1 crystal cores. Upon hearing this, Chi-Wan felt as though there was a massive clearance sale underway. The price had dropped significantly, albeit understandably. She inquired whether tenants who had already paid rent could extend their lease. Currently, the tenants residing in the town had at least paid 2 days' worth of rent. Yes, the lease period for renewing tenants has been extended. Each tenant can check the updated prices on the town's display screen, and the prices on the vending machines have been adjusted accordingly. Payments made previously will not be refunded. Upon hearing these words, Chi-Wan couldn't help but chuckle as she recalled the survivors outside, who had been busy shopping. She called over Haningha and informed him about the changes to the town's payment methods, asking him to notify the other tenants. Haningha's initial reaction was one of sheer astonishment. However, he refrained from asking further questions and promptly conveyed the information to the other tenants as Chi-Wan had instructed. "Wait, why has the rental price changed? What does this currency mean?" They inquired, perplexed. Indeed, how did it suddenly change? We just arrived not long ago, didn't we? Yes. Yes, another chimed in. But I have a feeling this currency isn't too expensive. Renting a single room for a day only costs 20 coins, and for a month, it's just 500 coins. The price for a double room is quite reasonable as well. I happen to be staying with my family. For a day, it's 30 coins. And for a month, it's only 800 coins. Although I am unsure of the exact value of these coins, it feels remarkably affordable. Hello, Mayor. How can we exchange this currency? Chi-Wan had been waiting for this question. She slightly turned to the side and said, Please follow me, everyone, this way. The survivors outside wore expressions of confusion. Weren't they supposed to be unable to enter the town's premises? Nevertheless, they cautiously attempted to move forward, inching closer. Upon discovering they could enter, they began to stride confidently. Chi-Wan led them to the town's display screen and remarked, This is our town's display screen, featuring various exchanges for crystal cores and the release of tasks. Should you wish to publish a task, simply input your personal information, specify the content you wish to release, and enter the reward you seek in exchange. A primary crystal core can be redeemed for 100 coins, a secondary crystal core for 1,000 coins, and a tertiary crystal core for 10,000 coins. Upon hearing these prices, the tenants of the town expressed mild discontent, yet one inquired, Mayor Chi, can we receive the corresponding price difference for the items we previously stockpiled? Chi-Wan shook her head gently, apologizing. Once sold, items cannot be returned or exchanged. Chapter 65. A more affordable price. The town's tenants felt resigned, but were somewhat relieved that their purchases had not been extensive. Otherwise, they would have suffered significant losses. Previously, acquiring a chicken required either a secondary or tertiary crystal core. Now, it costs merely 10 coins per pound, though purchases must be made for an entire bird. A chicken typically weighs around 20 pounds, meaning they would need to spend approximately 200 coins, equivalent to the price of 2 primary crystal cores. Future price fluctuations are anticipated, albeit within a modest range. Rest assured, if anyone prefers to err on the side of caution, they may choose to exchange a small portion initially, Chi-Wan reassured them. She understood the tenants' concerns regarding price volatility. However, compared to other bases, the cost of goods in the town was remarkably low. With the recent price adjustments, items had become even more affordable, allowing everyone to acquire what they desired. Kindly deposit the crystal cores into the town's display screen before proceeding with the subsequent steps. Fei Zisher, who is at the forefront, is already impatient. He sidesteps the survivors ahead of him and directly places a first-level crystal core at the entrance of the town's display screen. Shortly thereafter, Fei Zisher's personal information appears on the screen. However, only his name is visible, while the rest of the pertinent details remain confidential, inaccessible to other survivors and tenants. Following the display of his name, another message pops up. Detection indicates the guest has not checked into a room in the town. Would you like to check in? Fei Zisher selects yes. Would the guest prefer a single room or a double room? Fei Zisher glances back at his brother, Fei Zisong, to seek his opinion. Both options are viable, as the prices for single and double rooms are quite similar. Nevertheless, the double room offers a better deal. It depends on whether he desires personal space or a more economical choice for two. Upon reviewing the single and double room options, Fei Zisher notes that the only difference is the size of the room, with no other distinctions. Brother, you snore. With this succinct statement, Fei Zisong comprehends his brother's implication. Shaking his head in resignation with a smile, Fei Zisher opts for the single room, relishing the absence of snoring disturbances. Very well, guest. How long would you like to stay? 1 day or 1 month? Currently, the options available for tenants in the town are limited to 1 day or 1 month, with any stay exceeding 1 month requiring tenants to renew their lease independently. Fei Zisher opted for a month-long stay, as he was quite fond of this place and naturally desired a long-term arrangement. Apologies, your town currency is insufficient at 500 coins. A deficit of 400 coins remains. Would you like to recharge? Without hesitation, Fei Zisher chose to recharge and deposited 5 primary crystal cores at the entrance. Payment successful. Your room number is 113. This room is exclusively accessible to you. No keycard is required for entry. As this message lingered on the town's display for approximately 30 seconds, the remaining 100 coins emerged from the entrance. Chi-Wan observed closely. The front of the coin bore the town's emblem, prominently marked with 100. The details on the reverse remained unclear to her. Watching the entire process from behind, she found the automated check-in quite convenient. However, it appeared that the availability of double rooms was dwindling. At present, there were 13 single cabins and only 4 double cabins. The supply of double rooms for rent was diminishing, with less than half remaining. Chi-Wan proceeded towards the dilapidated building at the back. With a previous survivor leading the way to rent a room, the subsequent survivors naturally understood the process. Even if they chose not to rent, it mattered little, as they would be automatically asked to leave the town after 2 hours. Upon reaching the rear building, Chi-Wan discovered that Delang and his 4 companions were atop the crumbling structure. A closer inspection revealed a zombie's head peering from above. It seemed that the 5 wolves had attracted a considerable number of zombies and mutated beasts during their lengthy stay outside yesterday. The zombie on the upper level appeared formidable, likely of level 3. There were 5 wolves present, and they had already dealt with one of the zombies, so she refrained from ascending. She commenced her cleansing from the ground floor, ensuring that no resources were squandered. Only with ample supplies could she construct more wooden shelters. In an office at Base D, Brother San expressed his exasperation regarding the actions of the 2 elderly gentlemen. A portion of the survivors, having heeded their words, had already departed the base, making their way to the small town of City B. Despite having welcomed the 2 gentlemen with hospitality and providing them with all necessary research equipment, it seemed they had influenced other nearby survivors with tales of the town's merits after only a few days of residence. Enchanted by their accounts, many survivors were willing to traverse mountains and rivers for 2 or 3 days just to glimpse this town. Well, if they wished to go, so be it. The small town indeed appeared quite appealing. A visit there might prove more advantageous than remaining here. Song Junling had to concede that he too was captivated by the allure of the town. However, as the leader of the base, he could not act impulsively. Oh dear, how could one speak ill of the elderly? Mr. Wong entered without hesitation, remarking, "Don't accuse me of eavesdropping. You left the door ajar upon entering." After demonstrating the inadequacy of the door's closure, Gong Zhongliang found himself at a loss. It seemed the door's failure was indeed his oversight. "Mr. Wong, we were not speaking ill of you behind your back. Rather, it is somewhat unethical for you to begin undermining our base after residing here for merely 2 days. Is it not?" Mr. Wong waved his hand dismissively, questioning what was immoral about merely sharing the merits of a different place. Ultimately, the choice lay with them, after all. The distance between City D and City B was considerable, and few would dare risk their lives to venture there. Their willingness to consider it stemmed from their trust in this old man. Indeed, can anyone claim that Miss Chi's place is lacking? It is so splendid that anyone would be drawn to it, Mr. Gong interjected as he entered the room. Gong Zhongliang found himself at a loss for words in the presence of the 2 elderly gentlemen. "All right, I concede. I shall take my leave while you 2 continue your discussion." The 2 old men would not have sought out Song Junling without reason, and he prudently exited. Once he departed, the elderly gentlemen withdrew their smiles and spoke gravely. "Currently, the substances within this soil are not ideal. If we wish to continue cultivation, it may jeopardize the seeds. Indeed, while the soil appears suitable for planting, it harbors excessive harmful substances." Song Junling anticipated their concerns. It was astonishing that after merely 2 years post-apocalypse, the soil had become so contaminated. Chapter 66. Allow me to contemplate. Very well, I understand. Allow me some time to contemplate, Mr. Wong mused. After a moment's reflection, he continued, "We have already retrieved and analyzed the soil from Miss Chi's location. The substances within it can significantly enhance both the growth rate and quality of crops. However, once removed from the vicinity of the town, both growth rate and quality diminish." Song Junling lightly grazed the tabletop with his fingertips, his attractive brows gently furrowing as his profound gaze fixated on his slender fingers. "We have experimented with blending the soil from the girl's small town with other types of soil. The amalgamation of both soils resulted in a neutralization, transforming it into the fertile earth reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic era. However, the soil from the girl's small town has lost its rapid growth capacity and superior quality." Mr. Gong remarked that this combination is quite beneficial. At the very least, it allows for a greater quantity of soil to become cultivable. The prerequisite, however, is the availability of such small-town soil. While the quantity of soil from the girl's place may be limited, it would be prudent to procure some for our needs. Perhaps we should consider dispatching someone to negotiate and purchase a portion of it. Song Junling nodded in agreement, suggesting that the 2 elder gentlemen return to rest, while he would reflect on the matter thoroughly. As the 2 gentlemen exited Song Junling's office, they engaged in conversation, pondering the current state of the girl's small town. It is certain to flourish even further. When we departed, several buildings had already been constructed, along with the livestock. It's truly regrettable that we left without tasting the offerings. Indeed, one wonders if there will be another opportunity in this lifetime. Sigh. Let us return to our research and explore the possibility of achieving a more harmonious integration of the 2 soils. Meanwhile, Chi-Wan, who had been on the minds of the 2 elder gentlemen, stood in her room when suddenly she felt an itch in her nose, leading her to sneeze consecutively. What could it be? Is the weather about to turn cooler? Chi-Wan expressed her bewilderment as she continued to operate the display screen. She recently dedicated some time to clearing several buildings, which now allows for the construction of 5 double rooms. While awaiting the construction of the wooden cabins, she fixated on her first new task: raise pigs exceeding 1,984, reward, blueprint for a 3-person room 1. At the pigsty, there were dozens of pregnant sows. And at this moment, Chi-Wan was patiently awaiting their deliveries. The black soil was predominantly planted with sweet potatoes, solely to procure seedlings to feed the pigs. Without such cultivation, she would find it increasingly difficult to sustain so many pigs. Now, she merely awaited the task's completion, after which she would hastily reap the rewards of her labor. Chi-Wan focused intently on the display screen, constantly monitoring the countdown above. New task: venture forth to locate 10 survivors. 10-0, reward, caravan 1. Harvest, with so many pigs, every single one to be collected. Chi-Wan clicked to collect them one by one until her fingers grew weary. She left behind the younger piglets, while all the adult pigs, regardless of gender or whether the males had been processed, were put up for collection. The average weight of each pig exceeded 1,300 pounds, and Chi-Wan successfully harvested 900 adult pigs. The automated vending machine was stocked with over 1 million pounds of pork. With such a vast quantity of meat, she wondered when it might all be sold. The little steward. Regarding the task of achieving a sales volume of 1,000 Tier 3 crystal cores at the vending machine. Now that the payment methods in the town have changed, will this task also require modification? Yes, master. Currently, the task has shifted to allowing tenants of the town to exchange crystalline cores for town currency, aiming for a total of 10 million coins. Chi-Wan felt disheartened. This still required a substantial quantity of 1,000 third-tier crystalline cores. Although the task had not introduced additional crystalline cores as substitutes, at least this new task was swifter than the previously issued one. By the way, master, there is no need for processing the boars. They are perfectly fine as they are. The piglets provided as rewards boast exceptional flavor and quality. Chi-Wan expressed her resignation, acknowledging her oversight and not consulting the steward. Nevertheless, this was not a significant issue. Henceforth, there would be no need to engage in such cruel acts, allowing them to remain together with their mothers. Before long, the pigsty outside had considerably emptied. Old Man Han, noticing the reduced number of pigs, breathed a sigh of relief. He was not averse to hard work. Rather, he was concerned that the produce from the black soil would be insufficient to nourish them. The size of the pigsty remained unchanged despite the decrease in inhabitants. An increase in area meant it would not diminish. Chi-Wan opened the blueprint for the 3-person room in her inventory. Observing a noticeable increase in the required materials, 60 units of wood, 20 iron nails, 10 units of cement, and 2 pieces of fabric. She had collected a significant quantity of these materials, thus constructing the wooden house posed no difficulty. However, this also served as a reminder that she could not afford to be complacent. She needed to clear the building to amass such resources. If she were to construct the building directly, the materials available to her would diminish considerably, which would be detrimental to her new wooden house. Glancing at the detailed blueprint above, the 3-person room had indeed changed. The single room provided an independent space, while the double room also offered a separate area, only twice the size of the single room. The triple room, however, presents a distinct configuration, featuring a 1-bedroom and 1 living room layout. The fabric required for this arrangement pertains solely to the curtains needed for both the bedroom and the living room. In contrast, both the single and double rooms lack curtains, compromising their privacy. The area designated for 3 occupants is slightly more spacious than that of the double room. Not only is the bedroom more expansive, but the living room also offers ample space. This accommodation is particularly suitable for a family of 3, especially when the child is over the age of 12. The parents can reside in the bedroom while the child sleeps in the living room, with a bed easily accommodated. Of course, should the conditions permit, one could craft curtains to create a separate space for the child to personalize. The generous size of the triple room necessitates that Chi-Wan tidy up the larger building to allocate space for the wooden structure intended for 3 occupants. She has recently constructed 5 double-room wooden buildings without leaving any vacancies. Upon closer inspection, one of the wooden buildings is closely adjacent to a dilapidated structure. Should there be zombies within that crumbling edifice, it would indeed represent a perilously close encounter. With less than a meter separating them, those possessing sufficient courage could easily dispose of the zombies. It appears that she must venture out once more. She will not rest until the wooden building for the triple room is established. A gentle reminder, dear owner. You currently lack sufficient fabric to manufacture 5 levels of double rooms. Upon reviewing her inventory, Chi-Wan noted that, as the little steward indicated, only 3 pieces of fabric remained in her warehouse. How could this be? How had she depleted so much material? Owner, This is due to tenants exchanging a substantial quantity of clothing and bedding, which has resulted in a deficit of fabric materials. If it were not for the insufficient quantity of fabric, that tenant would have continued to exchange clothing and blankets. Chiwon. However, I recently unearthed a considerable amount of fabric while tidying the building. Chapter 67. Securing Warehouse Materials. Chiwon recalled that the fabric she had decomposed amounted to at least over 200 pieces. It was unreasonable for it to have vanished so swiftly. Master, that tenant exchanged the materials while you were constructing the twin wooden houses. Chiwon found herself at a loss for words. But upon realizing that the tenant had purchased the items with town currency, she felt a sense of relief. In any case, she would still need to clear the dilapidated building and retrieve more fabric. Little steward, may I allocate the building materials to a separate area to prevent the tenant from using them during exchanges? Certainly, master. I will now designate a distinct area for you. As the little steward's voice faded, Chiwon noticed an added locking feature in the warehouse before her. She deliberately secured the building materials, intending to leave only a small amount of fabric in the warehouse while locking away the remainder. Just as she stepped out the door, preparing to clean the building, she spotted a multitude of survivors approaching the town. Wow, sister, come quickly. So many people are heading our way, Hanning exclaimed, thrilled at the sight. Chiwon nodded. Indeed, there were not just a few, but at least 70 individuals. With such a crowd, would her room suffice? Reflecting on it, it seemed insufficient. Xiaohe, could you lend your sister a hand? Chiwon observed that the crops in the black soil had yet to reach the harvest period, and the fish in the nearby pond could be raised a little longer. Moreover, with the presence of Elder Han and Kai Xiaofeng, there was certainly enough help. Hanning, with a nod and a lift of her small face, looked up at Chiwon. Sister, is there anything you need my assistance with? I am certain I can handle it well. Chiwon smiled gently and replied, now that you have become quite knowledgeable about the affairs of the town, would you consider taking on the role of an advisor? Sister, what does advisor mean? Hanning inquired, scratching her head in confusion. It means that when survivors from outside ask you questions, you simply provide them with answers. Just focus on inquiries related to the town. And there is no need to delve into other matters too deeply, Chiwon elucidated. Hanning appeared to grasp Chiwon's intent and nodded earnestly. Sister, rest assured, I will do my best. If any survivors ask me about how to settle in the town, I will guide them to the display screen behind the 001 wooden cabin, where they can check in. If any troublemakers come to bully the little chickens, I will promptly inform you. Once I grow a bit older, I will be able to confront those individuals myself. But for now, I still need your and Little Green's assistance. As she spoke, Han-Ing raised her tiny fist in determination. Very well, since this is your first time serving as the town's advisor, let Little Kai accompany you. If there is anything you cannot answer, Little Kai will guide you, Chiwon said, gently patting Han-Ying's head. After spending some time together, Chiwon felt that Kai Xiaofeng was a person of admirable character, exhibiting a steady demeanor in both speech and action. Very well, I shall accompany Sister Xiaokai, she declared. Han-Ing, beaming with enthusiasm, eagerly anticipated her performance as the town's consultant. Kai Xiaofeng stood a short distance away, overhearing their conversation and realizing that she would be addressing the survivors alongside them. As her gaze met Chiwon's, she nodded in affirmation, indicating her readiness. The previously arrived survivors had already settled in, each residing comfortably in their wooden cabins, relishing their new surroundings. Despite the modest furnishings within these cabins, the spaciousness and sense of security allowed them to find comfort even while sleeping on the floor. Look, this is the town depicted in the promotional image, one remarked. It seems slightly larger than what was illustrated. Let us hurry over. I can already see survivors from the same base, another chimed in, astonished at how swiftly they had moved in. Just yesterday, they had received the promotional image, and today they were already residing there. Come on, enough talk. Once we get closer, we will understand everything. Many survivors, brimming with excitement, quickened their pace. Such a remarkable town was indeed a rarity in this post-apocalyptic world. Chiwon glanced at the approaching survivors, greeted Han-Ing briefly, and then made her way toward the dilapidated building nearby. She had already informed the steward that Han-Ing possessed the authority to invite the survivors in. Without a formal invitation, they would be turned away at the town's gates. Chiwon made her way to the far left side of her residence, towards the direction of the fish pond. There stood several vacant buildings, perfectly suited for conversion into a 3-person wooden cabin. Chiwon had already envisioned the layout. Single rooms would extend to the right, double rooms would stretch to the rear, and 3-person accommodations would be situated towards the left. This arrangement would ensure that the wooden cabins were aligned harmoniously, rather than being haphazardly mixed with single and double rooms. Han-Ing watched Chiwon's departing figure and let out a deep sigh, feeling a surge of anxiety. He turned around, his apprehension intensifying. Sister Kai, with so many survivors, can I truly manage this? Kai Xiaofeng smiled gently, nodding as she reassured him, "Of course you can. When the survivors inquire about the town, simply share what you know. If there is something you're unaware of, it's perfectly acceptable to admit that as well. The mayor is the one who possesses comprehensive knowledge about the town." Hanning nodded in understanding, realizing that it was indeed permissible to acknowledge his limitations. "Thank you, Sister Kai, I comprehend now." Kai Xiaofeng nodded, relieved that he grasped the situation. "Now, let us proceed to the notice board to welcome the survivors." The notice contained ample information for them to peruse. As they approached the notice board, the survivors happened to arrive. "Hello, are you residents of the town? How can we gain entry into the town?" One inquired. "Yes, we came here specifically to reside in the town. We possess crystal cores. Where shall we make our payment?" Another asked eagerly. "Indeed, young lady and young man." They chimed in. "Could you please expedite your response? We have already perused the promotional materials of the town, which are quite comprehensive. We have gathered all necessary information. Our purpose for coming here is exceedingly simple. We wish to take residence in the town." Han Ninghe is somewhat bewildered, having yet to take any action. The enthusiasm and directness of these survivors catch him off guard, as he has not even begun to fulfill his role as the town advisor. Just as he intends to speak, he is interrupted by one of the survivors outside. "Young man, how about this? Summon the mayor, and we shall converse with him. Rest assured, we will be taking residence in your town, so please ask the mayor to come and let us in." Chapter 68. Town Advisor Han Ninghe. The subsequent survivors have realized that they are indeed unable to enter the town. The reason for their exclusion is quite straightforward. To gain entry, they must seek the mayor. Han Ninghe feels somewhat aggrieved, wondering why these individuals cannot wait for just a moment, at least allowing him the opportunity to speak. Observing the eagerness of the survivors, Kai Xiaofeng offers a slight smile and gently pats Han Ninghe on the shoulder, encouraging him to muster the courage to speak. "I am the town advisor sent by Mayor Qi. If you have any inquiries, please feel free to address them to me." "Ah, so you are the town advisor. Might you permit us entry?" The elder standing at the forefront glances around, steps back slightly, and leans into converse with Han Ninghe. Upon witnessing this gesture, Han Ninghe's face brightens with a smile. "I can grant you entry, but with certain stipulations. You will not be permitted to access the town's fish pond, orchard, vegetable garden, or pig pen. You may only observe from outside. In the quaint little town, do not entertain the thought of capturing the tiny chickens. You shall never succeed. If your curiosity compels you, feel free to make an attempt. However, tread carefully as you walk, for the eggs scattered about the ground are easily trampled. Even if you do not break them, exercise caution nonetheless. Look over there. The house encircled by a fence belongs to Mayor Qi. It is best to avoid wandering near it, for Mayor Qi harbors 5 gentle guard dogs, who, despite their benign nature, should not be provoked carelessly. Do you all understand?" Han Ninghe spoke in one breath. Her small face flushed as she fixed her gaze intently upon the survivors before her. Taking a deep breath, she felt the warmth in her cheeks intensify, rendering her complexion even rosier. The uncle standing at the front suppressed a chuckle, nodding in acknowledgement, casting a glance back at the other survivors. They comprehended the message, nodding in agreement. "Fear not, young one. We are all aware of your concerns. Before the apocalypse, we were all model citizens, and we shall refrain from capturing the town's chickens unless absolutely necessary. As for the fish pond, orchard, vegetable garden, and pigsty you mentioned, we have no intention of trespassing there. Indeed, we merely wish to observe from a distance, primarily hoping to settle within the town and lead our peaceful lives. Yes, little one, we assure you, we will not engage in such actions." Seeing their earnest assurances, Han Ying's blush gradually subsided. She shifted her posture, extending her left hand as she began to walk towards the rear of the wooden house. "Come along with me." The survivors from outside attempted to enter, discovering indeed that there were no constraints, following Han Ying into the interior. "My goodness, this place is truly wondrous." Indeed, it was wise to accompany Brother Chong. Fortunately, I had no hesitation in joining him. When has Brother Chong ever erred? Our future days will rely on our own efforts. I refuse to believe that in such a splendid place, we cannot thrive. Look at these wooden structures. Although they only have 5 stories, each floor appears remarkably lofty. I hope that when I move in, I won't be assigned to the 5th floor. Climbing stairs daily would be rather exhausting. I, however, relish the idea of residing on the 5th floor. The view from there is splendid, offering a broader perspective. Yet, the 5th floor can be sweltering in summer, and in winter, the biting winds can be quite chilling. I maintain that the 5th floor is not ideal. Living on the top floor has its inconveniences. Moreover, there is no rooftop above. Residing on the top floor without access to a terrace is rather uninspiring. If there were a rooftop, the view would surpass that of the 5th floor. Indeed, you are correct. The weather is excessively hot at the moment. It is undeniably autumn. yet it feels even warmer than summer. This world is growing increasingly peculiar. We must adequately prepare ourselves when we venture outside. We should check for winter coats or similar attire. I fear this capricious weather, which can change in an instant, so we must be ready. Yes, just like that unforeseen rain we experienced before, which unexpectedly elevated the zombies and mutated plants and animals. Truly exasperating, this wretched weather. The crowd exchanged remarks, swiftly gathering before the vending machine. Behold, an abundance of items within. Goodness, what is this town currency? Where can one exchange it? Hawning pointed to the adjacent town display, explaining that transactions within the town were conducted using town currency, which could be obtained by exchanging crystal cores. There was no stipulation on the quantity for exchange. Individuals could convert as many as they desired. Upon concluding her statement, the survivors hastily approached the nearby town display, which was merely a meter away. The elderly gentleman who had been at the forefront was inadvertently pushed to the front by the thronging survivors behind him. Detection of a survivor not yet residing in the town. Would you like to exchange for town currency? Everyone marveled at how advanced the town display was, capable of automatically sensing the presence of individuals before it. The elderly man stepped back, yet the display persisted with its inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a secondary crystal core from his pocket, one of his few possessions, now relinquished. He placed the crystal core into the slot beneath the town display, and in the next instant, he received 2 town currency notes inscribed with 1,000. The other survivors conducted their exchanges in an orderly fashion, while Chi-Wan diligently tidied up the adjacent dilapidated building. Wolf 5, remain on the first floor. There is no need for you to come up. Chi-Wan gazed at the air conditioner within the room, feeling somewhat conflicted. In such scorching weather, her room boasted electricity, yet lacked air conditioning. At night, she slept soundly, indulging in delightful dreams. Amidst a haze of drowsiness, she was abruptly roused by the stifling heat. Upon awakening, she felt an uncomfortable stickiness enveloping her. The sight of the air conditioner before her stirred a deep yearning within her, yet lacking the option to disassemble it, she was forced to relinquish her desires. Just a few days prior, her longing for the air conditioner had not been as pronounced, but as the days passed and winter approached, the urgency of her need became increasingly evident. With an air conditioner, she could not only enjoy the cool breeze, but also bask in warmth during the chilly months. A dual benefit indeed. However, she was utterly unfamiliar with the installation process and had no idea how to manage the external unit. The technicians who had previously installed it had done so with remarkable sturdiness. Master, you may activate the synthesis card mode when encountering electrical appliances. You can opt for Restore. It can transform into a synthesis card. By collecting a sufficient number of cards of the same brand, you can forge something entirely new, the little steward remarked. At that moment, Chi-Wan felt a spark of excitement. As the steward's words fell upon her ears, she noticed the word Restore appearing beside the air conditioner. Chapter 69, Synthesis of the Air Conditioner Card. Acquiring a new air conditioner without hesitation, Chi-Wan tapped Restore. In her hand, a card depicting an air conditioner materialized, accompanied by an explanation on its reverse side. Air Conditioner Card. By possessing 10 A-brand air conditioner cards, one may synthesize a brand new A-brand air conditioner. Chi-Wan perused the card, and an irrepressible smile spread across her face. As she wandered through the room, searching for anything entertaining, the large wolf, upon catching sight of her beaming expression, cast her a disdainful glance before sauntering outside. Upon observing the 5 wolves lazily sprawled on the ground of the first floor, a look of disdain crossed her face. Despite possessing supernatural abilities, they showed no inclination to venture out and eliminate the repugnant zombies, preferring instead to bask in the sun. Chi-Wan meticulously cleaned the room, then proceeded to the recently tidied area. Her current task was to restore the air conditioners that had yet to be addressed. Air Conditioner Card. By possessing 10 B-grade air conditioner cards, one can synthesize a brand new B-grade air conditioner. Chi-Wan was filled with questions. Was this air conditioning unit not identical to the previous one? Why then was the brand different? Upon carefully comparing the 2 cards, she discovered subtle distinctions. Their appearances and sizes were quite similar, yet the brands diverged. Very well, it appeared further effort was required. She swiftly traversed to other rooms, but as she entered one, she thought she heard a sound. Moving to the balcony, she gazed into the distance and spotted a horde of zombies advancing toward the town, followed closely by several mutated beasts. Witnessing such a multitude, Chi-Wan could not help but curl her lip. It was evident without any need for contemplation that the 5 wolves had attracted these zombies and mutated creatures. Seizing the opportunity while the zombies and beasts had yet to arrive, Chi-Wan hurried to other rooms to collect the air conditioners. The previous occupants of the building had been quite generous. Every room was equipped with air conditioning. and the living room boasted both a central air conditioning unit and a standing air conditioner. As Erlang observed Chi-1 lingering in the dilapidated building, he strode over and gently nudged her back with his tail, urging her to hasten her departure from the crumbling structure. "All right, I understand. I shall leave at once." Chi-1 could clearly hear the distant groans of zombies and the growls of mutated beasts, yet she felt a certain confidence, should they approach. She was prepared to confront them. Though her combat skills were modest, she recognized the necessity for further training. On the taskbar within her room, a mission beckoned her to venture out in search of 10 survivors. This task, initially not daunting, took on a greater significance as she planned to escort Erlang, Sanlang, Xiaolang, and Wu Lang outside. Most crucially, she aimed to bring along Wu Lang, whose enticing presence was particularly alluring to the zombies and mutated creatures. As she reached the edge of the town, both zombies and mutated beasts had arrived at the town's periphery, a mere 2 meters away. Chi-1 bit her lip, silently commending herself for her timely retreat. Turning back, she caught sight of a bald zombie, its claws outstretched as it searched for her. Its scalp had not thinned naturally, but rather had been forcibly removed by another, leaving behind a gruesome sight, still mired in blood and flesh. The sweltering heat had exacerbated the decay, emanating a foul stench. A few oversized flies, larger than those seen before the apocalypse, flitted about its head, eventually settling upon its rotting scalp. New tenants who had recently moved in, witnessing the 5 wolves surrounding Chi-1, recognized her as the mayor of the town. Her features, unabashedly revealed over the past few days, showcased her exquisite visage. After a refreshing wash, her complexion appeared fair, yet slightly tinged with yellow, complemented by ruby lips and pearly teeth, cascading like seaweed. Her long hair flowed effortlessly over her shoulders, exuding an undeniable softness. A gentle breeze would lift her tresses, creating an enchanting sight. It must be said that from their vantage point, she stood in stark contrast to the outside world, which was filled with gaunt, lifeless figures. Chi-1 turned around to see the new tenant standing behind her, an anticipated lack of surprise washing over her. She offered a slight nod before making her way to her room. The scorching sun caused beads of sweat, akin to pearls, to trickle down her face, following the line of her jaw and plummeting to the ground like a kite set free, evaporating almost instantly. Chi-1 exhaled deeply, quickening her pace. Upon opening the gate and stepping inside, she immediately felt the distinct gaze of Haning upon her. Chi-1 glanced over and smiled at him, prompting a flush to bloom on his youthful cheeks. Her smile, radiant as ever, brought him immense joy, particularly as it signified her approval. Old Man Han stood at the table, deftly slicing bitter melon with rhythmic precision. In mere seconds, a lengthy piece of bitter melon was prepared. "Little Chi is back. Go tidy up. For lunch today, we have scrambled eggs with bitter melon and a soup of bitter melon, ribs, and yellow beans." Upon hearing the names of the dishes, Chi-1 felt a hint of bitterness wash over her. "All right, Grandpa. I'll tidy up and be right out," she replied with a smile. Old Man Han cracked an egg with one hand, waving her off. "Don't rush. Look at you, all dirty. Hurry back to wash up and change into some clean clothes." With a tone tinged with disdain, reminiscent of an elder in the household, there was an unmistakable concern shining through. Chi-1's lips curled into a smile, and she felt a warm comfort within. Though she shared no familial ties with Old Man Han, the feeling of being cared for was undeniably pleasant. She opened the door, only to find the large wolf dogs languidly sprawled on the tiles at the entrance, seemingly unwilling to budge. She ventured inside on her own. As she closed the door behind her, she retrieved the air conditioning cards from her pocket. With 10 A-grade air conditioning cards, one can synthesize a brand new A-grade air conditioner, she mused, and likewise for B and C grades. Fortuitously, the air conditioning brands in her building were not vastly different. Otherwise, her nearly 30 cards would have proven insufficient to synthesize a single new unit. "Synthesize a C-grade air conditioner," Chi-1 instructed. "Master, where shall the C-grade air conditioner be installed? In the living room on the 1st floor or the bedroom on the 2nd? "Install it in the bedroom on the 2nd floor," she replied. Naturally, it would provide a refreshing coolness in summer and a comforting warmth in winter. If she intended to spend time in the living room, she could simply close the floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony and open the bedroom door, allowing the cool air to permeate the living space. Chi-1 glanced down at her attire, noticing it was somewhat soiled, though she could not recall where it had come from. As she ascended to the 2nd floor, she spotted the little black and white dogs standing at the bathroom door, their gaze fixed intently on her clothes. "Are you two hoping to clean my outfit?" Chapter 70. Unbending stature. Little White stood upright, unable to bend. Yet its expression on the screen was distinctly evident. "Very well, but you must wait a moment. Perhaps you could first descend to the 1st floor and groom the fur of the big wolf and the others." Upon hearing this, Little Black and Little White instantly perked up and made their way downstairs. Chi-Wan observed their departing figures with a subtle smile before gathering her clothes and stepping into the bathroom. After freshening up, she emerged to find the blankets hanging out on the balcony. As she approached, she could feel the lingering warmth of the sun beneath them. With such exposure, no bacteria could escape detection. "Little Chi, have you finished tidying up? If so, come down and join us for a meal," called out old Han, who was busy stir-frying dishes. Chi-Wan responded, "Certainly, I'll be right down." Before descending, she took care to close the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony, then entered her room to turn on the air conditioning, setting it to a cool 16 degrees Celsius. The air conditioning unit gradually opened, releasing a refreshing breeze that enveloped her. She relished the noticeable coolness, momentarily reluctant to step outside. Her home held too many secrets to invite anyone in. Otherwise, they could all bask in the comfort of the air conditioning. Dining outdoors in the sweltering heat while enduring the sun's relentless rays was simply unbearable. After savoring the coolness for a while, she finally decided to go downstairs. Upon opening the door, a wave of hot air rushed toward her. She longed to retreat a step, distancing herself from the oppressive heat. "Come quickly, let us dine in the orchard." Upon witnessing Chi-Wan's emergence, Old Man Han raised a dish in one hand while gesturing to her with the other. Chi-Wan, taken aback, pondered how they would dine in the orchard. Would there be sufficient space? Was it not merely a 10 square meter area? As she approached, she discovered that Old Man Han had somehow procured a small table, perfectly suited for placing the dishes. The peach tree loomed large, reminiscent of a century-old banyan. For those attentive enough, one could observe its fleeting blooming period, particularly beautiful. Petals lay scattered on the ground, gradually merging with the earth. Old Man Han, undeterred by Chi-Wan's potential disapproval, boasted of his own ingenuity. "Little Chi, the weather is quite warm now. I believe there is no room left for more fruits in the orchard, so I simply moved the table over here. It is rather pleasant to come and enjoy the shade occasionally. What do you think of my design? This quaint little table, paired with these rustic chairs, creates quite an atmospheric setting. In the afternoon, you can sit here, lean back in your chair, close your eyes, and listen to the gentle rustling of the leaves. However, dear sister, not every afternoon can be enjoyed in such a manner." Han Ing, observing her grandfather's enthusiasm, interjected, noting that if the peach tree bore fruit, it would be directly exposed to the sun, ripe for the picking. With a bit of patience, once the peaches were harvested, a new cycle of growth would swiftly commence. Sitting beneath the peach tree, surrounded by abundant blossoms, would indeed be a delightful experience. Kai Xiaofeng gazed at Chi-Wan, speaking gently. Due to the rapid growth cycle of the orchard and the brief flowering period of the peaches, she eagerly anticipates the right moment to witness the ephemeral blossoms. Indeed, it is quite delightful. It would be even better if the orchard could be expanded further. When Chi-Wan awoke to the sight of the peach blossoms in full bloom on the second floor, it was a breathtaking view. She wondered when the little steward might issue tasks pertaining to specific orchard areas again, as she yearned to plant more peach trees. A grove of peach trees in bloom together would undoubtedly be a splendid sight. "How was your first experience as a town consultant today?" Chi-Wan inquired, holding a bowl of bitter melon and pork rib soup, which she was reluctant to drink, hoping to delay the moment a little longer. "Sister, those survivors were so enthusiastic. I hadn't even introduced myself, and they were already eager to come in," Han Ing expressed with a hint of grievance, recounting his encounters with the survivors. From beginning to end, he had failed to fulfill the duties expected of a competent town consultant. "It's all right. There will be plenty of opportunities for practice in the future. You'll come to understand that such survivors are remarkably easy to manage. If they were constantly pestering you with questions, it would indeed be quite bothersome. Otherwise, I wouldn't have included so many details in the notice. It's because some things need to be reiterated. Over time, it can lead to a bit of frustration." Chi-Wan reassured him. When one possesses enthusiasm, even the most mundane tasks become enjoyable. However, when she becomes busy, she truly lacks the time to repeatedly explain matters concerning the town. With the notice in front of the small town, she diligently inscribed numerous important matters upon it. "Regardless, dear sister, rest assured that I shall perform my duties well. When no survivors arrive, I shall remain with grandfather and sister Kai. Should any survivors appear outside, I will confront them alone." Han Ing clenched her fist around the chopsticks. She was indeed a capable young woman, one who could resolve any issue. Chi-Wan took a sip of the soup, and, as expected, it was quite bitter. The bitter melon grown in the fertile black soil was of remarkable quality. Its bitterness intensified. The two dishes prepared by Old Man Han left her with a pained expression, as if wearing a mask of suffering. "Young people should consume more bitter melon," he advised. "In this sweltering heat, which is at least 45 degrees, a bit of bitter melon can help cool the fire within." Han Ing, sitting nearby, took a sip of the soup and needed a moment to recover, her features contorted in discomfort. Chi-Wan swallowed hard after tasting it. She felt her face was transforming into that of a bitter melon. Setting her bowl on the table, she stepped back a few paces and tied her shoulder-length hair into a bun. Returning with a resolute expression, she lifted the bowl from the table. Taking a deep breath, she gathered her courage and downed the entire contents in swift gulps. Old Man Han watched with great satisfaction as Chi-Wan finished the soup, then shifted his gaze toward Han Ning and Kai Xiaofeng. This was the concern of the elders, which they must not take lightly. You should drink it all in one go. Otherwise, it only gets more bitter. If you finish it at once, the bitterness will be lessened, Chi-Wan advised. Old Man Han stroked his newly grown stubble and chuckled. It seems that Shao-Chi has acquired some experience in drinking. Would you care for another sip? Chi-Wan hurriedly shook her head, nearly turning it into a bobblehead motion. This affection was far too bitter. She wished to endure it no longer. One bowl is sufficient for me. I shall stick to the vegetables. With that, Chi-Wan diligently picked up a piece of egg. The enticing aroma of the egg mingled with the bitterness of the bitter melon, leaving her uncertain whether to swallow it. Chapter 71. Leading by Example. A direct assault the zombies and mutated beasts roamed nearby, occasionally emitting their chilling roars. The new tenants of the town, witnessing the wandering zombies and mutated creatures outside, felt no inclination to attack. They were now completely convinced of the town's absolute safety. Meanwhile, Chi-Wan was grappling with the bitter melon, her plight truly lamentable. Not far from the town, Zhao Lejean was burdened with a pile of items. Upon catching sight of the town, he was dismayed to behold the zombies and mutated beasts. Couldn't they have chosen a later time to encircle? I haven't even returned yet. Exhausted, Zhao Lejean had toiled to bring his belongings back, yet he found himself unable to return. He decided it best to wait until the town's tenants dealt with the zombies and mutated beasts before making his way back. After surveying his surroundings, he located a spot nearby to rest briefly. As Chi-Wan continued her struggle, she observed the new tenants of the town brimming with eagerness. She set down her bowl and chopsticks and declared with conviction, "Old man, as the mayor of this town, I should lead by example, guiding the tenants of our town to collectively confront the zombies and mutated beasts lurking outside." With that declaration, she strode purposefully towards the orchard's edge, her steps brisk, her body leaning forward, eager to distance herself from the bitter gourds. Old Man Han discerned her intention. At the very least, Chi-Wan had partaken of some, which would surely benefit her health. As for Han Ning and Kai Xiaofeng, he would keep a vigilant watch, ensuring they did not slip away unnoticed. Just as Han Ning was about to voice her thoughts, Old Man Han interjected. "Do you recall the poem your grandfather taught you? The hoe digs at noon. Sweat drips onto the earth. Would you truly waste the fruits of such hard labor? The survivors outside yearn for this food, but cannot obtain it." As he spoke, he sighed deeply, wondering about the well-being of your parents, whether they had anything to eat. Han Ning felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Uncertain of his parents' whereabouts or their condition, he lowered his head, consuming his meal bite by bite, seemingly oblivious to the bitterness. A plate of stir-fried bitter gourd, nearly all consumed by him, with the eggs left for Kai Xiaofeng. Observing the child with his head bowed over the bitter gourd, Kai Xiaofeng felt a twinge of sadness. She too thought of her family, wondering if they were faring well, if they were still alive. After escaping the bitter gourd, Chi-Wan approached the gathering of new tenants. "Would you consider venturing out to confront the zombies? If danger arises, simply return to the safety of the town's tiles, and you shall be unharmed. Alternatively, you may stand with me at the town's edge." As Chi-Wan spoke, she took 2 steps forward. In an instant, she spotted the most conspicuous zombie amidst the horde. A sinister smile gracing her lips as she extended her right hand. In the palm of her hand, a sphere of water materialized, and with a gentle flick, it propelled forth at a speed akin to a 100-meter sprint. The balding zombie, its body tilted, suddenly collapsed. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a new hole where its head once was. Chi-Wan delicately raised her hand, the water sphere enveloping the zombie's core, swiftly returning to her grasp. In the following moment, as was customary, the zombie's remains vanished from sight, efficiently dealt with by the automated disposal system. The new tenants gazed in astonishment at the disappearing corpse, their bewilderment quelled by the explanations of the prior occupants. It seemed that this method of exterminating zombies was quite convenient in the small town. Indeed, it suited those capable of long-range manipulation. However, for those like myself, who possessed strength-based abilities, and my friend, who was speed-oriented, we could only confront them at close quarters. Do not despair, even close-range attacks can be effective. Simply lure the zombies to the outskirts of the town, near the tiled area. Once they are drawn in, you can utilize your powers to eliminate them. True, do not overestimate us long-range attackers. The mayor's remarkable distance is rarely achievable. We are but level 2 ability users, incapable of such formidable feats. The acid rain presented both opportunity and peril. Many were struck with fear upon witnessing ability users transformed into zombies by the rain, which deterred them from attempting to embrace their own powers. Zhao Lejean and the others too harbored fears regarding the detrimental effects of acid rain. It was only through the use of the anomalous water droplets bestowed upon them by Qi Yuan that they managed to ascend in their ranks. There were indeed other survivors who advanced after being drenched in the rain, yet their numbers were scant, which rendered the others hesitant to approach the tempest of acid rain. Everyone may gradually experiment with how to better confront the zombies and mutated beasts in the town, Qi Yuan remarked, turning her gaze towards the town's tenants. With that, she took a few strides forward, crossing the perimeter of the town's safety zone. The great wolves followed suit, advancing directly towards the mutated beasts outside. Although they currently lacked any supernatural abilities, the accumulation of a certain quantity of crystal core energy would enable them to expedite their advancement once they acquired such powers. Qi Yuan deftly evaded the attacks of the zombies, striking accurately at their heads. For her, the first-tier zombies posed no challenge. She could easily dispose of them single-handedly. However, she refrained from doing so, as the tenants of the town required crystal cores to ensure their continued residence. She had grown quite fond of the abilities possessed by the 5 wolves. They effectively retained the town's tenants, allowing for the elimination of approaching zombies without ever leaving the safety of the town. Nevertheless, the eradication of zombies must be approached with prudence. One should not assume absolute safety within the confines of the town, and thus recklessly challenge zombies of a higher tier. Survivors inflicting wounds upon the zombies caused negligible harm. The creatures were incapable of feeling pain, merely perceiving the survivors as a nuisance. It was akin to the disconcerting sensation of one's own food daring to retaliate. If a level 3 zombie were to wound a level 2 superhuman, there would be an 80 probability that the survivor would transform into a zombie. The tenants of the town gazed in admiration at Qi Yuan's fluid movements, expressing their envy. It was evident that such skills were honed through the elimination of countless zombies. Qi Yuan humbly asserted that she hadn't practiced extensively. After departing from the Xiangyang base, she arrived at the town, where her encounters with zombies primarily occurred during the clearing of buildings. Gradually, she became adept at swiftly evading the attacks of zombies within the rooms. As for why the town tenants regarded her as formidable, it could be attributed to her exceptional talent. Come on, let us hasten to join in. The mayor is personally taking action. It would be remiss of us not to participate. Indeed, let us hurry. These are all crystal nuclei. I hope that amidst this sweltering weather, I can indulge in a watermelon each day. I have no grand aspirations. Merely being able to enjoy 3 meals a day brings me great satisfaction. Let us move quickly, lest the mayor eliminates all the zombies and mutated beasts, leaving us without any crystal nuclei. Chapter 72. Musing and planning in an instant, the tenants of the town surged forth. Fei Zisher and his brother Fei Zisong swiftly joined the ranks of zombie exterminators, dispatching a level 1 zombie in no time. As they eliminated the undead and collected crystal nuclei, they murmured to themselves, "This can be exchanged for a box meal. This can be used to purchase fruit. This can be spent on clothing. This is quite feasible." The neighboring tenants, upon hearing this, swiftly sprang into action. These first-tier zombies are not to be overlooked, as they provide ample opportunities to procure various items within the town. Qi Yuan, undaunted by the mutated tiger merely 3 meters in front of her, exhibited no fear whatsoever. Even though its size had grown 3 to 4 times larger than it was before the apocalypse, Qi Yuan appeared like a diminutive figure in its presence. The great wolf and the second wolf flanked her on either side, glaring fiercely at the tiger before them. With a thunderous roar, the tiger did not need to approach. It merely swung one of its forelimbs toward Qi Yuan. Seizing the moment, the great wolf nimbly dodged while revealing its sharp claws. Swiftly leaping to the right side of the mutated tiger, the second wolf and Qi Yuan also evaded, with the second wolf positioning itself on the left side of the beast. Qi Yuan remained steadfast before the mutated tiger, a cunning smile gracing her lips as a plan formulated in her mind. Soon, she sprang into action, her hands conjuring 2 water spheres large enough to envelop the mutated tiger. Qi Yuan yearned to laugh malevolently, akin to a villain, yet as the self-proclaimed just mayor. Such laughter would tarnish her reputation in the eyes of the town's tenants. The great wolf and the second wolf exchanged glances beneath the tiger's belly, then leaped into action together. Their sharp claws sliced through the air as the massive form of the mutated tiger lunged toward Qi Yuan. It was precisely at this moment that she awaited, ready to hurl the water spheres at the tiger's forelimbs from close range. Her water spheres were remarkable. They did not burst, resembling intact balloons filled to the brim with water. Regardless of how the ensnared object struggles, it remains impossible to detach the water balloon unless subjected to an exceptionally powerful force. when the water balloon makes direct contact with the mutated tiger's forelimb. It appears to merge seamlessly, adhering to its limb. In the next moment, the mutated tiger, akin to traversing a slick surface, finds its forelimbs precariously balanced on the ground. Unable to maintain stability, it moves in a comically erratic manner, where music to accompany its antics. One might easily mistake it for dancing. After observing the spectacle, Chi-Wan continues to envelop the mutated tiger's hind legs with the water balloon. The creature becomes increasingly unsteady, sliding in all directions, drawing the amused attention of other tenants. An undeniably amusing sight. Huh, who knew this could be done? It's utterly hilarious. Hey, don't just stand there enjoying the show. Have you not noticed the increasing number of zombies? Indeed, look at the perimeter. There are so many more zombies. Everyone, we must act swiftly. And if it becomes too perilous, retreat to the town. Do not be greedy, preserving our lives is paramount. Upon hearing the tenants' conversation, Chi-Wan's thoughts immediately drift to Wu Lang. At that moment, Wu Lang is being fervently fed by San Lang and Xiao Lang, who, after eliminating the surrounding zombies, are stuffing every grade of crystal core into Wu Lang's mouth. Suddenly, a gentle, warm yellow light envelopes Wu Lang's entire form. San Lang, Xiao Lang, bring Wu Lang back. Chi-Wan expresses her anxiety regarding Wu Lang's condition, uncertain of its well-being. She decides to cease her playful antics with the mutated tiger and resolve the matter swiftly. Chi-Wan transforms the water balloon in her hand into a spear, thrusting it directly into the body of the mutated tiger. As the spear penetrated the body of the mutated tiger, it instantaneously split apart. Each layer of splitting water acted like a piercing thorn, inflicting harm upon the creature's form. The second wolf leaped forth, delivering a powerful strike to the tiger's head, resolutely extracting the crystal core before moving onward. Ah, help! How can there be so many zombies and mutated beasts? A familiar voice resonated, causing Chi-Wan to glance towards its source, only to discover Zhao Lejean. Trailing behind him was a horde of zombies and mutated beasts, while he frantically pulled along a handcart. The sight was almost comical, even amidst such chaos. He remained intent on transporting his belongings. Chi-Wan stifled the urge to smile, wary that he might misinterpret her expression as schadenfreude. Surely, within that handcart lay items she desperately needed. She had to resist, had to maintain composure. Big wolf, second wolf, let us go lend a hand. Chi-Wan strode towards Zhao Lejean's direction, launching water orbs continuously. The sheer number of zombies and mutated beasts was overwhelming. Merely delaying them long enough for Zhao Lejean to retreat was a commendable feat. Suddenly, a speedster zombie, endowed with abilities, darted forth. Zhao Lejean, observing the advancing horde, felt a chill run through him. It was over. His life was in peril. In this beautiful world, he had yet to truly savor its offerings. And now it seemed he was destined to perish. Especially as this zombie wore an unsettling grin, as if beckoning him toward the depths of hell. Alas, farewell to the tranquil little town. Farewell to the delectable cuisine. Farewell, this world. Chi-Wan rushed forward, transforming the water balloon in her hand into a lengthy whip, which she deftly lashed at the speed-oriented zombie. What are you still dawdling for? Run. Chi-Wan observed the despair in Zhao Lejean's eyes, shaking her head in resignation. Zhao Lejean, truly, it was as if he had lost all sense. He had abilities. Yet he stood there waving his hand. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Zhao Lejean realized he must survive. He could not depart from this world without fully savoring life. His splendid existence had only just begun. The soil beneath him surged upward, and seizing the opportunity while the speed zombie was distracted, a makeshift earthen wall swiftly rose to encircle it. He clung tenaciously to the handcart, for it contained his precious belongings. If those zombies behind him were to ruin them, it would be an utter waste of the effort he had invested in transporting them. Rest assured, Mayor Chi, I am perfectly fine. Zhao Lejean sprinted forward, the handcart wobbling behind him, unwilling to abandon it easily. Chi-Wan chuckled helplessly, directing the big wolf and the second wolf to assist while she dealt with other zombies and mutated beasts. As Zhao Lejean dashed back towards the town, he regained his composure, unleashing his abilities to hinder the encroaching zombies. Hurry, let us aid that young man together. We are all residents of this town. We must support one another. Behind Fei Zisher, a small backpack brimmed with crystal cores. Observing the zombies lunging at Zhao Lejean, it was evident they held him in contempt, eager to see how he would handle them. As Chi-Wan turned around, she spotted Fei Zisher charging towards them. Upon reaching Zhao Lejean, he swiftly veered off to confront the speedy zombies trailing behind. Chapter 73, The Transformation of the Five Wolves. The zombie was remarkably swift, emerging from the earthen wall and dashing forward at an astonishing speed. Zhao Lejean distinctly felt the gust of wind from behind and, without glancing back, pressed onward. With Fei Zisher by his side, He felt assured in his escape. Before long, another man approached. It was Fei Zisong. Observing his younger brother's fervor, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. With so many zombies and mutated beasts around, it was clear that one man alone could not handle the onslaught. We must retreat quickly and replenish our strength before confronting them again, he urged. Grasping Fei Zisher by the collar, he led the way back towards the small town. As Zhao Lejean stepped onto the town's tiled streets, he held his breath and pulled the cart inside, collapsing onto the ground, utterly drained of energy. Once he relaxed, he realized his legs had gone numb. His earlier sprint had been too intense. Lying down, he felt as though he could not rise again. Chi-Wan approached, casting a glance his way. Upon seeing he was unharmed, she shook her head. It seemed that when faced with danger, one truly could become sluggish in response. Regardless of the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, his limbs felt like they were disconnected from his will. Rest well. The area around the town has been perilous in recent days. In a few days, it should improve, she advised. During this period, she had numerous matters to attend to, and her mission to seek out survivors had been temporarily set aside. Only by constructing additional wooden cabins in the town could she feel secure enough to venture out in search of survivors. Should she return only to find that many survivors had departed due to the town's inadequate lodging, it would indeed bring her to the brink of tears. With no refuge to express her sorrow, henceforth, she resolved to remain indoors for several days, for the onslaught of zombies was overwhelming. Unable to bear the weight of despair, she yearned to venture outside in search of supplies, yet unforeseen events unfolded. Zhao Lejean lay upon the ground, devoid of strength to rise. His head tilted as he gasped for breath, uttering words with great effort. You should rest, Chi-Wan suggested, turning to leave. However, Zhao Lejean called out to halt her departure. Today, I managed to procure numerous items. Perhaps you might find something you require. Very well, Chi-Wan replied. Once you have recuperated, bring forth what you wish to share with me. I shall consult with Old Man Han regarding what is truly needed. Chi-Wan believed that Old Man Han possessed a deeper understanding than herself, making him the ideal choice for selection. Zhao Lejean nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed inappropriate for a man to consistently seek out a woman. Upon returning to her room, Chi-Wan promptly checked on the condition of Wu Lang. The perilous nature of their recent battle had been alarming. As she opened the door, she was greeted by the sight of Wu Lang playfully rolling on the ground. Full of vitality, grasping the doorknob, Chi-Wan was left with a look of disbelief. Had he truly recovered so swiftly? Upon noticing Chi-Wan's return, Wu Lang eagerly approached her, affectionately nudging her hand. So, have you already leveled up? Chi-Wan inquired. Wu Lang enthusiastically nodded in affirmation, then moved behind Chi-Wan, gently urging her towards the living room. He then stood before her, proudly spinning in circles as if to showcase his newfound prowess. Chi-Wan tilted her head, struggling to discern any substantial change from before. Observing her confusion, the little wolf stepped closer to Wu Lang, standing steadfastly by his side. Upon comparison, Chi-Wan swiftly comprehended the situation. She clapped her hands in realization. The fur of the 5 wolves gleamed more brilliantly than before, and their physiques had indeed grown somewhat larger, had they not? The 5 wolves eagerly nodded, spinning in place, thoroughly pleased that Chi-Wan had noticed these transformations. Wow! Who would have thought that such changes would accompany their advancement? Chi-Wan approached the 5 wolves, gently stroking the fur along their backs, which felt remarkably softer than in the past. Now, with their increased size, they stood tall enough to reach her neck. It was truly astonishing. She could scarcely fathom how much larger they would become with future advancements. How wonderful! Your range for attracting zombies has also expanded. It has increased from 5 kilometers to 10 kilometers, and you can even temporarily control zombies and mutated flora and fauna. Chi-Wan paused, stepping back to gaze at the larger wolves, then back at the 5 wolves. No worries. When the time comes, we can venture out together. Even if zombies appear, we shall not fear. We will vanquish them all. In truth, Chi-Wan felt considerable pressure. 5 kilometers of zombies and mutated creatures was not an insignificant number. Yet they had all been drawn in during their passage. Now, with the distance extending to 10 kilometers, it seemed that, oftentimes, one could not fight alone. Chi-Wan affectionately petted each of them in turn. Their larger forms felt wonderfully fluffy and inviting to touch. Once satisfied, she moved to the display screen, recalling that her triple room had yet to be constructed. After selecting a location in the building by the fish pond, the screen indicated that construction could not proceed due to the presence of living creatures. After Chi-Wan clicked on the details, she realized that zombies had ascended the stairs. With living creatures around, the construction of the wooden house was rendered impossible. Consequently, she had no choice but to temporarily suspend her building plans. Having barely satisfied her hunger, her previous meal had only served to deplete her energy. With determination, she retrieved 2 packets of instant noodles. 5 wolves swaggered into the warehouse, gesturing towards the noodles on the shelf, then pointing at themselves and the great wolf, licking their tongues in anticipation. Chi-Wan smiled softly, selecting the classic braised beef noodles, which were neither spicy nor lacking in meat. The substantial portion in each packet would allow for a leisurely feeding. From the balcony, she observed many tenants of the small town preparing to confront the nearby zombies and mutated beasts. It was also from this vantage point that she caught a glimpse of Han Eng, his expression one of bitter resignation, evoking a sense of helplessness within her. The pot of bitter melon and spare ribs soup was ample, complemented by a dish of bitter melon stir-fried with eggs, making for a hearty meal. As she approached the staircase, Chi-Wan distinctly felt a chill in the air. She promptly closed the balcony door on the first floor to prevent the coolness from escaping. The air conditioning on the second floor was still running. Although she remembered to close the balcony door upstairs, she had forgotten the one downstairs. Ah! How delightful the coolness felt. This was the joy of summer, simple yet profound. With the air conditioning, her happiness surged. Let us head upstairs together. It's even cooler there, she suggested. On the second floor, she needn't worry about old man Han passing by and noticing her eating instant noodles instead of his home-cooked meals, which would be quite awkward. The great wolf was the first to ascend, relishing the refreshing sensation as it sprawled out on the cool floor of the second floor. Clearly enjoying the chill, Chi-Wan held a multifunctional pot in her hand while carrying instant noodles in a stainless steel basin as she ascended to the second floor. The sound of the air conditioning was minimal, almost non-existent, contributing to an atmosphere of tranquility that promised a restful night's sleep. The cool breeze from the air conditioner was refreshing, yet not excessively cold, offering a gentle embrace. After filling the pot with water, Chi-Wan commenced the boiling process. Standing on the balcony, she could observe the zombies wandering outside the small town. Some tenants were enjoying their boxed meals, glancing at the zombies as if they were engrossed in a captivating drama. Downstairs, Zhao Lejian had recuperated and was outside the fence, pulling a handcart while calling out to old man Han, his face radiant with a bright smile as he promoted his wares. Chi-Wan cast a fleeting glance before redirecting her attention. The water in the pot had begun to boil. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Chi-Wan succumbed to sleep beneath the refreshing air conditioning. Meanwhile, the tenants outside continued their struggle against the horde of zombies, realizing as time passed that the situation was far more formidable than they had initially anticipated. Some of the zombies had developed supernatural abilities, making them challenging adversaries regardless of their level. Brother, let us confront those zombies within the confines of the town. Their abilities seem reckless, unleashed with abandon. Venturing outside is perilously dangerous. You are correct. I share the same sentiment. The zombies endowed with powers are more cunning, and our levels are comparable. When their numbers swell, we lose our advantage. Fei Zisong and Fei Zisher furrowed their brows, observing the undead outside. They yearned for more crystal cores, but recognized the necessity of safeguarding their own lives. The tenant from the nearby town, observing their desire to venture forth yet lacking sufficient numbers, enthusiastically interjected, "Let us embark together. As long as we collaborate, the zombies outside shall pose no threat. As for those mutated beasts, I have savored their flavor, and I must say, they are quite delectable. When roasted to perfection and seasoned just a tad, their taste is utterly divine." As he spoke, he reminisced about the exquisite sensation of consuming the mutated beasts, akin to indulging in rare delicacies, leaving him yearning for more. In the past, these mutated creatures were rather unpalatable, and he would often recoil at the sight of them. Yet, back then, survival necessitated enduring such revolting fare. However, times have changed. After undergoing decomposition by the zombie automatic processors, the flesh of the mutated beasts emerging from there is remarkably appetizing, comparable to the pork and chicken of the town, and even boasts the freshness of fish. Most importantly, the crystal cores from these mutated beasts are theirs to keep. Entirely free of charge, no need to expend crystal cores or town currency. With my presence as a fire elemental ability wielder, I can offer you complete protection. Furthermore, do not underestimate me. Despite being a strength-type ability user, I possess agility. Ordinary zombies and mutated beasts stand no chance against me. They are destined to be vanquished by my hands. And then there's me. My ability is amplification. I can enhance your existing skills by 20%, provided that you share a portion of the crystal cores you acquire with me. Certainly, your support is incredibly valuable, he replied. Rest assured, I will ensure you receive your share of the crystal cores I obtain. But tell me, how many individuals can you amplify at one time? My current amplification ability allows me to enhance the capabilities of 6 individuals simultaneously. Furthermore, the maximum effective range extends to 1 kilometer. As long as you remain within this distance, you will benefit from my amplification. Upon hearing this, everyone expressed their approval of such a power. In the past, they might have deemed it rather trivial, considering that a simple enhancement without any protective measures merely increases the number of individuals requiring safeguarding. Unless they were exceptionally close friends, they would hesitate to choose such allies. However, the situation has changed. As long as this enhancer stands within the town, they are assured of a 100 safety guarantee. Other enhancers within a kilometer outside the town can also receive the benefits of his amplification. Let us establish a clear understanding. Those who wish to utilize my amplification must provide a corresponding reward in the form of crystal cores. My demands are modest, at least one level 1 crystal core. The amplifier, Mei Shan, stated earnestly while gazing at the other enhancers. The strength-type enhancer, Niesu, clenched his fists, avoiding direct eye contact with Mei Shan, merely casting a sidelong glance. You claim your amplification increases by 20. I wish to test it. If it proves ineffective, then I shall have no need for it. He was confident in his own strength. If the enhancement were beneficial, it would certainly be advantageous. Yet, if the amplification was weak, his inherent strength would suffice to contend with zombies and mutated beasts. Very well, Mei Shan nodded. He was acutely aware that the advantages of his amplification ability were somewhat limited. Compared to more directly offensive powers, his amplification indeed seemed rather inconsequential, especially at lower levels. The percentage of enhancement is minimal. Mei Shan, utilizing his amplification ability, watched as Niesu took a decisive step, emerging just beyond the town's outskirts. The zombies outside, catching sight of the human target, immediately surged forward in a frenzy. Concurrently, Niesu felt a surge of excitement. The greater their numbers, the more crystal cores he would procure. A sly smile crept onto his lips, a manifestation of his unwavering confidence. Clenching his fists, he sensed a slightly augmented strength coursing through him. With a powerful strike, he landed a blow squarely on a zombie's face, distorting it and sending the creature sprawling. Once the zombie regained its footing, the onlookers from the town gasped, noting the deep indentation on its face, irreversible in its deformation. It was evident that his strength had indeed increased. Previously, he could only manage to render zombies unsteady, but now he could knock them to the ground, even mangling their features. A familiar tenant remarked, his amplification ability is quite effective. However, the true measure lies in Niesu's own assessment. Come back quickly. If you linger any longer, those zombies will surround you. Fei Zisong shifted slightly, noticing an increasing throng of zombies, all jostling for position. After dispatching 5 zombies and collecting their cores, Niesu hastily returned. I must admit, your amplification ability is exceedingly useful. Here are 2 crystal cores for you. As a token of gratitude for this endeavor, Niesu produced 2 first-grade crystal cores, while retaining a pair of first-grade cores and 1 second-grade core for himself. Everyone feels there's no issue with this. After all, Niesu is the one truly exerting effort. I shall become your 1/6, rest assured. I shall not withhold the crystal cores you desire, Niesu remarked. Mei Shan nodded, expressing his agreement. As long as there are crystal cores, everything is negotiable. Fei Zisong and Fei Zishe were the first to voice their intentions, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. Together, the 2 of us would constitute your 1/3. This statement carried a different weight than Niesu's, exuding greater vigor. I, too, wish to be your 1/6. Another interjected, and I as well. I shall not skimp on the crystal cores I provide. I can offer you my 1/3 of crystal cores just to be your 1/6. Mei Shan was in high spirits, his lips curling into a noticeable smile. This was the most popularity he had garnered since acquiring his amplification abilities. Chapter 75. The dormant abilities of the undead. Mei Shan made his selections, choosing Wu Zhixue with fire abilities, Shun Zhuangzhuang with wind abilities, and Yi Jiangnan, who possessed the ability to create additional limbs. The ability to create extra limbs, in essence, allows one to generate numerous additional hands, akin to a spider or an octopus. A level 1 limb creator can produce 2 extra hands, while a level 2 can generate 4, and a level 3 can manifest 8 hands. This pattern continues, with each advancement in level doubling the quantity. These hands are not merely hands. They represent entire arms that can manifest on others rather than oneself. Let us depart swiftly, Niesu urged. He could hardly contain his eagerness to venture out and confront those insatiable zombies that obstructed the outskirts of the town. Similarly, Fei Zishe was filled with anticipation, yearning to scavenge for supplies. The tools and resources that Zhao Lijian had retrieved were of utmost necessity for him. He was eager to furnish his home without delay. Let us go. I am fully prepared, he declared, stepping to the forefront. Perilously close to the edge of the tiled area, Mei Shan nodded, carefully regulating his amplification abilities. It is time. You may proceed. With that, he assumed a static stance. Fei Zishe, unable to contain himself, conjured a long, sharp spear in his hand and hurled it towards the head of a zombie. With the aid of Mei Shan's amplified powers, the spear split mid-flight, diverging at a 45-degree angle to strike both the head and chest of the undead creature. The crystal core within the zombie's skull was punctured and fell to the ground. As the lifeless body crumpled, the spear clattered to the earth alongside the core. Witnessing this, the other zombies surged forward, driven by their newfound understanding of the crystal's significant power, which could bestow upon them greater strength. "What is the matter with you? How dare you usurp the fruits of another's labor?" Fazisher exclaimed, rushing forward. Another sharp spear materialized in his grasp as he aimed directly at the heads of the encroaching zombies. How could these vile creatures dare to steal his crystal? Suddenly, a zombie ambushed him from behind, but Fazisher swiftly retaliated, transforming his hands into two formidable branches and striking the assailant with great ferocity. Fazisong gazed in astonishment at his transformation. After acquiring augmented abilities, his agility had significantly improved, and his hands, now resembling branches, could even sprout several smaller twigs. This newfound prowess filled him with anticipation for the potential elevation of his abilities in the future. On the other side, Niasa charged forward with the ferocity of a beast, dispatching zombies without a trace of fear. As long as his fists remained swift, no foe could stand against him. Amidst the throng of the undead, a speedster zombie lay in wait, poised to strike at the opportune moment. "Be cautious, there are too many zombies around. And some possess special abilities," Mei Shan warned loudly from the rear, sensing an unmistakable presence of multiple threats nearby. Shun Zhuangzhuang waved his hand, unleashing his wind-based powers to topple the nearest zombies. Those that fell to the ground crawled without a hint of decorum. Yi Jiangnan, wielding his ability to bifurcate, acted without hesitation, summoning a pair of hands from behind the zombies to twist the head of one that was crawling on the ground. With a swift motion, he extracted the crystal core, his hands drenched in blood. One of his hands vanished, while the other tossed the crystal core towards Yi Jiangnan before disappearing as well. As the battle raged on with fervor, Mei Shan felt the strain. After 30 minutes of combat, he was nearing his limit. "Come back quickly, do not linger in battle." "My abilities are nearly exhausted," Wu Zhixue called out, casting several fireballs ahead to obstruct the advancing zombies. The other townsfolk retreated in unison, understanding that avoiding prolonged engagement would better prepare them for future encounters with the undead. Their powers were also nearly depleted, necessitating a timely return to replenish their strength. "Keep your backs to the town, do not turn around." Maishan remarked that he could already sense the presence of certain zombies, dangerous ones. "We must retreat swiftly." Although Maishan's amplification ability seemed somewhat lackluster, his intuition was remarkably sharp. Many were eager to team up with him, largely due to his keen instincts. Upon hearing his urgent warning, the tenants outside the town disregarded all caution and hastily sprinted toward the town. In their panic, they forgot his prior admonition and turned to flee directly into the town's embrace. Suddenly, speed-type zombies emerged once more, their cold, indifferent grins chilling the air. They're elongated. Obsidian claws lunged toward a tenant who had turned his back to the horde. The other tenants, wishing to assist, found themselves unable to intervene. In a matter of mere minutes, four individuals with abilities fell prey to the advancing zombies. Wu Zhixue furrowed his brow, observing the fire-type zombie before him. They were of equal rank, and it would be a contest to see whose powers would prevail. The tenant caught by the claws collapsed onto the ground, his back marred by long, deep scratches. Maishan frowned as he assessed the speed-type zombie. It had reached level 3, while the unfortunate tenant was only at level 2. It was evident he would not survive. "Help me, save me. I do not wish to die yet." The tenant, who had fallen, scrambled to his feet but stumbled and crashed to the ground once more. The speed-type zombie showed no mercy, positioning itself atop him and beginning to gnaw at his flesh. Meanwhile, the other tenants hastily returned to the town, casting glances at their fallen comrade with a sense of helplessness. Being injured by a high-ranking zombie was a certain death sentence, and they had no means to rescue him. They had spoken of facing away from the town, yet he had unwittingly thrown their plans into disarray. "Master, a tenant is on the verge of becoming a zombie." As Chi-Wan heard the small steward's words, she had only just awakened and was still in a daze. What? How could the town's tenant become a zombie? The tenant had been scratched by a high-level zombie outside the town, and their genes had undergone a transformation. Furrowing her brow, Chi-Wan hastily rushed outside to investigate. At that moment, the tenant's face was already exhibiting zombie characteristics. One of their eyes had turned completely white, and their limbs were gradually becoming unresponsive. Upon witnessing this, Niasu immediately took Wu Zhixue and dashed back, realizing they could no longer afford to linger. Other mutated zombies continued their relentless assault, and as they dodged, the group hurriedly retreated. Shun Zhuangzhuang, Fei Zisong, and Fei Zisher had already returned, utilizing their abilities to assist those town tenants who had not yet made it back. Fortunately, the amplification ability of Maishin had a distance limitation, preventing them from straying too far. The zombies and mutated beasts were exceedingly enthusiastic, advancing in waves, relishing the opportunity to eliminate low-level ability users with ease, akin to slicing through watermelons, one blow for each. When Chi-Wan emerged, 2 or 3 town tenants still remained outside. She swiftly approached the town's edge and cast a water sphere to thwart the attacking zombies. The water sphere was substantial, enveloping the zombie's head, effectively obstructing its senses and movements. Chapter 76. Let him witness his transformation. The unfortunate town tenant who had been scratched bore the unmistakable features of a zombie. Their hand bones were grotesquely twisted and contorted. Flesh was visibly missing from their arms, leaving gory, exposed wounds that continued to bleed profusely. With Chi-Wan's assistance, the other 2 or 3 town tenants were successfully rescued. Yet, a peculiar occurrence transpired. One of the town tenants was unable to return. What is happening? I have not been bitten by a zombie. So why can I not enter? The tenant of the town pounded desperately against the protective barrier, yet it proved futile. He turned to see the approaching zombies, his heart sinking into despair. Fei Zisher, with his sharp eyes, noticed the scratch on the tenant's hand. Look at your hand, he said. The tenant immediately glanced down, and a faint scratch caught his attention. He began to plead. Such a trivial wound. What does it matter? I am still an ability user. Mayor Chi, please let me in quickly. If you don't, I will truly become a zombie. Your body has already undergone changes. Turning into a zombie is merely a matter of time. The one who scratched you was a peak level 3 zombie. You cannot be saved now. These words were spoken by the little steward to Chi-Wan, and indeed, she was powerless to help. If the tenant were even a level 3 ability user, this minor injury could be disregarded. The tenant ceased his pleas and erupted into a torrent of curses, spewing forth every foul word imaginable. Chi-Wan found amusement in his words, realizing that his transformation into a zombie was a result of her actions. Very well. Let him see just how it came to be. Just then, Zhao Lijian was awakened by the commotion outside and came out to investigate. Upon witnessing Chi-Wan being insulted, his fists clenched in anger. How could one dare to insult the mayor of the town? That man truly seemed to have no regard for his life. Chi-Wan conjured water orbs, skillfully intercepting the zombies that surged forward, intent on attacking. The town tenant turned around to see Chi-Wan systematically eliminating the zombies and extracting their cores. What are you doing, you witch? Am I your target? A myriad of colorful expletives erupted. Chi-Wan dug at her ear, finding the words excessively harsh, as a water balloon struck his agape mouth. Once the balloon entered, it did not dissolve. It remained like a solid sphere, yet capable of shifting its form, entirely obstructing his mouth. He reached out in a futile attempt to extract it. Zhao Lijian stood beside Chi-Wan and inquired, Mayor Chi, do you wish for him to witness whether he will transform into a zombie? Chi-Wan nodded gently, adding another reason, to inform the other tenants that anyone possessing mutated genes would be barred from re-entering the town. The promised safety of 100%. Even a slight deviation from it would render it less than perfect. Allow me, he proposed, I can easily encircle him with a dirt wall. With that, Zhao Lijian unleashed his abilities, preventing the approaching zombies from breaching their defenses, crafting a curve that would thwart the horde's layered advance. Very well, let us observe whether you will indeed become a zombie, Zhao Lijian stated deliberately. He trusted Chi-Wan, but wished to shield the town from scrutiny. Although it seemed cruel to deny entry to a potential zombie before their transformation, to allow them inside would be a disservice to the other tenants. Some deemed this approach justifiable, prioritizing collective safety. Others felt it was unjust. If they too were scratched by a zombie, would they face the same exclusion? If that were the case, it would be a cruel fate, watching hope slip away, yet being forced to await inevitable demise in silence. Chi-Wan, as if she could hear their innermost thoughts, spoke. Those endowed with abilities and survivors exist on the same level, even if one sustains a minor injury. Their genetic structure remains unaltered. In such cases, entry to the town is permitted. However, when there is a disparity in levels, as exemplified by the gentleman outside, whose genes have begun to undergo transformation, entry is strictly forbidden. You may observe the pronounced veins upon his hands, indicative of this change. Should he accompany you in silence and suddenly transform into a zombie, are you prepared to bear the consequences? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze toward the man outside, where the prominent veins extended visibly up to his arms. He yearned for help, yet his mouth was obstructed by a water-filled sphere. He watched helplessly as the vein continued its ominous journey toward his shoulder. Mayor Chi, if our hands have also been wounded by zombies, would severing the afflicted hand promptly halt the transmission of the zombie's genetic contagion? Fei Zisong inquired, harboring a flicker of hope. After consulting with the steward, Chi-Wan responded, if one severs their hand within 10 seconds of being scratched by a zombie, the mutation can be prevented. Within 30 seconds, it is imperative to amputate at the joint to avert transformation. Timeliness is crucial, and one must possess the resolve to act decisively. Lacking such resolve will only lead to becoming a zombie. The tenants of the town grasped the gravity of the situation. They pondered. When he claimed to have been scratched, how could Mayor Chi ascertain the elapsed time? Upon hearing this question, Chi-Wan was momentarily rendered speechless. Isn't the involved party more aware of this issue? However, she has a small steward who is acquainted with matters within the town and is equally informed about events occurring beyond a certain distance from it. Within a span of 30 seconds, he was injured while rescuing them after my arrival here. He had just been prevented from entering the town, also within that 30 seconds. Should he have chosen to sever his own hand, the town would have permitted his entry. This time, everyone comprehended the situation. After 2 years of apocalyptic existence, all are aware of the ramifications of being scratched by zombies. Some individuals possess the fortitude to amputate their wounded limbs, while others, unable to summon such resolve, ultimately succumb to transformation into zombies. The tenant outside embodies the latter. Everyone stood still, observing his gradual metamorphosis. Eventually, his eyes became completely void of life. As he merely stood there, howling, behind him lurked a figure filled with resentment, fixating intensely on Chi-Wan's back. With a sudden lunge, wielding a sharp object, he maneuvered through the crowd, aiming fiercely at Chi-Wan's back. Fei Zisher recognized it as his own weapon, unwilling for it to become an instrument of murder. With a subtle movement of his finger, the weapon vanished. The assailant, witnessing the sudden disappearance of his weapon, remained unfazed. He had embarked upon this path and was determined to assassinate Chi-Wan. He then retrieved a dagger concealed within his shoe, advancing once more towards Chi-Wan. Sensing the absence of his weapon, Chi-Wan had already detected his intentions, unleashing her powers to ensnare his hand and dagger. What are you attempting to do? Zhao Lejean interposed himself, delivering a forceful kick to the would-be assailant. She blocked my brother from coming out like this. Shouldn't she die for it? The man roared, his eyes aflame with rage, fixating fiercely on Chi-Wan, determined that she must perish. Chapter 77. Let the brothers reunite. So, are you implying that you should not die? Just moments ago, you rushed in with your brother, yet you offered him no assistance. Now, you seek to place the blame on an innocent person? Fei Zisher scoffed, his disdain for those who shift responsibility onto others palpable. Fei Zisong tugged at Fei Zisher's arm, urging him to cease, and then he continued, your adversaries are the zombies, not Mayor Chi. The man appeared disoriented, struggling momentarily before continuing to glare at Chi-Wan with fervor. It's her fault. She could have saved my brother. If she was capable of saving me, why couldn't she save him? Had she emerged sooner, my brother's hand would not have been clawed by a zombie. As the mayor of this town, isn't it her duty to ensure the safety of its residents? Chi-Wan smiled, taken aback by such flawed reasoning. Mr. Zhao, please reinforce the earthen wall. Zhao Lejean nodded, signaling an affirmation, and promptly fortified the existing wall. Chi-Wan approached the man, grasping his hand and pushing him forward. Since you cherish your brother so dearly, why not join him? The man's resentful gaze swiftly transformed into one of terror as he recoiled. Let go of me. Do not pull me. Who are you to decide this? Release me. Hey, did you hear what I said? Let go of me. Stop pushing me. The individual attempted to extricate himself from Chi-Wan's grasp, yet was taken aback by her formidable strength, which propelled him to the edge of the town's tiled pathway. Do you not cherish your brother dearly? What is this reluctance to reunite with him? Could it be that all your affections are mere pretense? Is it that you are incensed merely because you find yourself bereft of his protection and without the resources he amassed for your enjoyment? Upon Chi-Wan's remarks, the onlookers began to form a distinct impression of this man. He was an ordinary individual, devoid of any supernatural abilities. All his sustenance and shelter were relentlessly procured by his brother. After settling in the town, every crystal core he possessed was obtained through his brother's efforts. He even boasted to others about his brother's benevolence, claiming that all the crystal cores acquired were entrusted to him for management. No wonder he appeared vaguely familiar. He was a quintessential leech. We had previously been at the same base, and I had heard of him through others, though I did not know him well. I was surprised to discover that he was indeed that person. Just moments ago, while his brother was outside, he had not made a single sound. Indeed, after he was rescued by Mayor Chi, there was a significant interval during which his brother had completely transformed into a zombie, and he exhibited no actions whatsoever, remaining utterly silent. It is true, I had sensed something amiss, as if a crucial element was missing. It appears that this affectionate brother was the very absence I felt. As you speak of it, I recall vividly how his brother, in his final moments before succumbing to zombification, cast a gaze in my direction that was imbued with an inexplicable sorrow. It was indeed due to his brother standing behind me that such an expression emerged in the end. How lamentable it is to have encountered such a sibling. I had showered him with tender affection, genuinely caring for him. Yet, I was taken aback when, in his final moments, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. That individual seemed intent on offering an explanation, but Chi-Wan pushed him away. If you have anything to say, converse with your brother properly. She remarked with a cold smile, deeming it utterly inappropriate to set his sights on her. The zombie brother, confined within the earthen walls, appeared momentarily bewildered by the sudden appearance of his sibling, tilting his head in confusion, devoid of any action. Is it possible that even in a zombified state, he can still recognize his kin? It remains uncertain, for I have encountered few who would spare their own family in such a state. They have lost their rationality. What recollections of family can they possibly retain? Unless they possess a higher level of intellect, perhaps they might remember fragments of their past. However, that is not guaranteed. Possessing intelligence may merely mean strategizing on how to better confront the survivors. The zombie brother remained motionless, his pallid eyes fixed upon his sibling. His body was intact, yet his movements, vacant gaze, and the engorged veins upon his form all suggested that he was no longer human. Brother, do you still remember me? Please, do not harm me. I will aid you in dealing with those survivors. The younger brother took a step back, hesitant to approach, and positioned himself near the protective barrier of the small town, attempting to persuade the zombie brother with words. Zhao Lejean stood with arms crossed over his chest, his right foot placed forward, exuding an air of nonchalance. Mayor Qi, do you think that brother retains any semblance of rationality? It has been 2 minutes, and he has yet to attack. Perhaps, it is possible that he has only recently transformed into a zombie and still clings to a fragment of human reason. However, it won't be long before that sliver of sanity dissipates. As Chi-Wan's words fell, the zombie brother let out a guttural roar, and one could discern a shift in his pale eyes. He gazed upon his younger brother as if he were a delectable piece of pork belly. Look, I sense he has already lost his reason, Fei Zisha remarked, pointing deliberately at the zombie brother's elongated claws. In the next moment, the zombie brother lunged towards his sibling with astonishing swiftness, devoid of any hesitation. Brother, I am your sibling. Wake up, do not treat me this way. Mother said you should take good care of me. Is this how you show your care? Zhao Lejean and Fei Zisha, upon hearing this, simultaneously shook their heads. Speaking such words to a zombie is merely a waste of breath. The younger brother, an ordinary person by nature, was accustomed to a life of ease and depended on his elder sibling. Consequently, his movements were relatively sluggish. Just as he turned to flee, he was seized by his zombie brother. The zombie brother pounced upon him, playfully sniffing the scent on his neck. Just when he believed his brother had regained a semblance of rationality, a searing pain enveloped his neck. He watched in horror as the flesh from his throat was torn away, consumed ravenously by his brother. Chi-Wan felt a slight pang within her heart. Yet her expression remained impassive as she coldly observed the tragic encounter between the two brothers. The bitten younger brother was swiftly assimilated, and Chi-Wan instructed Zhao Lejean to dismantle the earthen wall. She turned around, surveyed the tenants of the small town, and conveyed a piece of news that left them utterly astounded. Our town is a sanctuary of 100 safety. Yet I possess a wolf dog capable of attracting zombies and mutated beasts. The zombies and mutated creatures lurking outside are drawn here by the extraordinary abilities of my wolf dog. As her words echoed in the air, it was as if a bolt of lightning had struck them, leaving them momentarily stunned. You need not presume that I orchestrated this situation deliberately, luring you here only to have my little wolf dog attract the very zombies that would trap you within the confines of our town. Chapter 78. The unconventional zombies. The extraordinary power of my wolf dog manifested only in recent days, and as you may have noticed, the influx of zombies and mutated beasts has significantly increased. Whenever my wolf dog ventures beyond the town, the nearby zombies and mutated creatures within a few kilometers are irresistibly drawn to it. Upon hearing this, the tenants of the town realized that they could not allow this situation to persist. Fei Zisong pondered for a moment and spoke in a conciliatory tone. Mayor Qi, let us consider this occurrence as mere coincidence. We shall ignore the past. What matters now is that the zombies and mutated beasts are already at our doorstep. Those of us capable of doing so will take action to eliminate them. However, we kindly request Mayor Qi to grant us a little leeway in the coming days. We wish to venture out to gather some supplies to enhance our wooden cabins. Another tenant echoed his sentiment. Indeed, Mayor Qi, if we were perpetually surrounded by zombies and mutated beasts, confined to the small town, such a life would be exceedingly mundane. The tenant beside me concurred, expressing a desire to venture outside occasionally. Although there were no consumable resources nearby, we could still retrieve useful supplies. Just like this tenant, it would be beneficial to scavenge a bit outside. He gestured towards Zhao Lejean, indicating the items he had collected today. Chi-Wan nodded thoughtfully, pausing for a moment. Master, The mutated ability of the 5 wolves has reached level 2. Besides the capacity to briefly control the thoughts of zombies and mutated flora and fauna, it can also influence whether to attract nearby zombies and mutated creatures. However, the duration of this control is rather short and primarily depends on its inherent capabilities. The higher the level, the more autonomy it possesses over time. Chi-Wan understood well that the 5 wolves' mutated abilities could provide substantial assistance. Yet, in the early stages of these powers, they often remained uncontrollable. She recalled her own experience when she first acquired water-based abilities, unsure of how to wield them, ultimately leaving herself drenched. Therefore, while the 5 wolves' abilities are still developing, I will keep them within the town. Should I need to take them outside, I will announce it accordingly. If Chi-Wan were to venture out with all 5 of them, the surrounding zombies and mutated creatures would follow closely behind the 5 wolves. At that point, it would ensure a reduced presence of zombies and mutated beings around the town. There is no need for concern after this incident. We must exercise utmost caution. Those third-level mutated zombies have become cunningly intelligent, Fei Zisha remarked nonchalantly, suggesting a shift in perspective. As long as we remain within the confines of the town, we shall evade danger. The recent incident occurred solely because those individuals ventured too far, driven by greed for more crystal nuclei. Nyessa pondered for a moment and concurred. This brother speaks the truth. The reasons behind what transpired are evident to us all. The 2 brothers, only the elder possessed abilities, while the younger one, arrogant and indolent, insisted on accompanying him, under the pretense of assisting his brother in collecting nuclei. His true intent was merely to seize his brother's crystals for himself. Mei Shan stepped forward and addressed Chi-Wan. Mayor Chi, I believe I can assist your little wolf. My amplification ability can enhance an ability user's control over their powers. However, I am uncertain if it will have the same effect on your wolf. Chi-Wan regarded Mei Shan thoughtfully before acquiescing. She was to embark on a journey in a few days, and facilitating better control of 5 wolves' abilities would be immensely beneficial. Very well, I will summon 5 wolves. Subsequently, she called for 5 wolves and observed as Nyasu and the Fei brothers, along with several others, provided Mei Shan with the corresponding crystal nuclei. This transaction was hardly a loss. After entrusting 5 wolves to him, Chi-Wan led the remaining 4 wolf dogs toward the dilapidated building on the left. Before she summoned the 5 wolves, she took a moment to check whether the 3-person wooden cabin could be constructed. Currently, it was still not feasible due to the presence of zombies within, rendering the construction impossible. The thought of not being able to build the cabin weighed heavily on her mind. Xiaoqi, you have enough rooms now. Do not overexert yourself, Mr. Han remarked, noticing Chi-Wan taking the great wolves towards the dilapidated building. He understood that she had encountered some trouble. Chi-Wan clenched her fist, feeling invigorated. Rest assured, Grandpa, I will not overexert myself. I just woke from an afternoon nap, and it's the perfect time to move about. Observing her undeniable enthusiasm, Mr. Han refrained from further urging her. Very well, go ahead. But do exercise caution. Did you not mention that the zombies have become considerably smarter? Indeed. Those with abilities have become exceedingly astute. They tend to stealthily conceal themselves behind the lower-tier zombies. And there is also a speed-type zombie, which poses the greatest challenge. Chi-Wan was particularly troubled by this, for the speed-type zombie lurked behind, making it difficult for her to confront it directly in the town. Mr. Han expressed his concern, noting that the number of zombies with abilities had been on the rise recently. Prior to that reign, they had scarcely encountered any such zombies. Be careful. If these capable zombies are allowed to survive for too long, they will evolve far more rapidly than we can, thereby intensifying the survival challenges for humanity. Chi-Wan nodded in agreement, refraining from further comments as she proceeded towards the dilapidated building. Upon reaching the edge of the town's tiled boundary, she did not step outside but rather utilized her abilities right there. The great wolves meticulously selected the zombies within the small town, dispatching them with lethal precision to acquire their crystalline cores. After neutralizing the nearby undead, Chi-Wan extended her foot. Zombies from a distance surged forward, while those upstairs exhibited greater ferocity, leaping directly from the upper levels. The results were less than favorable, as they plummeted headfirst to the ground, shattering upon impact. Some, however, fared better, albeit at the cost of fracturing their own limbs. The entire horde pressed forward, driven solely by the singular desire to gnaw at Chi-Wan's legs. As she retracted her leg, the crippled zombies struggling on the ground were momentarily bewildered. Their anticipated feast had vanished, rendering them motionless. With fractured limbs, they could not rise. Upon closer inspection, Chi-Wan noticed a broken bone in the creature's back, rendering its lower half entirely immobile. Glancing upward, she observed more zombies aimlessly wandering above. She found it perplexing that they would eschew the flat ground in favor of scaling the stairs, even when they caught a whiff of human scent. They inexplicably tumbled down from the heights, opting not to utilize the staircase. Truly a marvel. She did not dwell on this for long and resumed her efforts against the zombies outside. The mutated beasts proved challenging. Their large size was one aspect, but identifying their weaknesses was crucial for a swift victory. This was Chi Wan's inaugural encounter with these aberrant creatures, and her experience was still somewhat lacking. Chapter 79. Repeatedly toying with the zombies. Having dealt with the zombies in front of her, she once again extended her foot. This cycle continued, allowing her to eliminate a significant number of the undead. She chose not to confront the mutated beasts, leaving them for the town's tenants, who seemed particularly fond of feasting on their flesh. Mayor Chi, will you be venturing outside in a few days? Zhao Lejean circumvented the rear of Chi Wan's residence and approached her side. A fence now encircled Chi Wan's house, rendering it impossible for the town's tenants to pass through, compelling them to take a detour. The only available route was around the back, where dark soil and a pigsty lay ahead. The pigsty had grown considerably, and venturing outside posed significant danger. Indeed, I plan to venture out in a few days to ascertain whether other survivors remain. If any are found, I shall bring them back. At the very least, our small town offers ample safety. Chi Wan ceased her assault on the zombies, as only a few remained outside, which could be left for the town's tenants. May I accompany you? I, too, wish to explore other areas, beyond the desire to gather supplies. I also yearn to fight alongside the 5 wolves and eliminate more zombies. A controllable moving target was something he felt he could manage. He had confidence in his abilities. As long as he did not encounter a level 4 zombie or mutated flora and fauna, he believed he could handle the threats. That is indeed possible. But you must be mentally prepared. I cannot guarantee your safety. You must be vigilant. I have no miracle cures here. If you are caught by a zombie, that is simply the end. Chi Wan made her limitations clear. She was merely a level 3 ability user. Her greatest asset was the 5 wolves, which could significantly aid her in numbers. Rest assured, Mayor Chi, I will take good care of myself, Zhao Lejean assured her. Additionally, the town's tenants wish to inquire if they might join you on your expedition. They, too, are eager to leave the confines of the town. Chi Wan gently nodded, declaring in advance that should they be away for several days, the rent would not be refunded. Zhao Lejean gestured an okay, dismissing the insignificant rental cost from his mind. As long as he could accompany Chi Wan, that trivial sum was inconsequential. Rest assured, they would certainly not be refunding those few days of rent. I will inform them first. If they genuinely wish to join us, they should prepare the essentials in advance. After Zhao Lejean departed, Chi Wan cast a glance toward the dilapidated building, finding no trace of zombies. Once she allowed the wolves to roam freely, she returned to her room. The 3-person wooden cabin had been successfully constructed, and now it merely awaited the passage of time for completion. Suddenly, a thought struck her, prompting her to enter the storage room. She retrieved a deep blue crystal core, tinged with darkness. This core was obtained during the rescue of the 3 siblings and a separated mother and daughter. It was a fusion of water and corrosive abilities, and she wondered if absorbing it would elevate her to the 4th level. Little steward, will absorbing the energy from this crystal core have any adverse effects on me? The corrosive ability sounds rather menacing. Do not worry, my master. This crystal core will not inflict any side effects. On the contrary, absorbing it will provide significant benefits to you. It is advisable to consume the mutated water droplet while absorbing the crystal's energy. Chi Wan, puzzled, continued to inquire. Wasn't it previously stated that the mutated water droplet could only be consumed once? She mentally counted her earlier bath as one instance. Yes, but the master has not yet consumed it. Chi Wan immediately comprehended. Since the little steward had indicated so, she would proceed to partake. Not long ago, only 6 mutated water beads had been distributed, and she still possessed a considerable quantity in storage. Had it not been mentioned before that for every 5 consumed, one would receive corresponding black soil. If she were to consume one, would it count as a person? She had always remembered this detail. She was in dire need of black soil, as the current earth was utterly insufficient for planting. After 3 sowings, 12 hours of recovery time was required for the soil. It counts. With the steward's affirmation, she understood. To acquire an additional 5 plots of black soil, she needed to start selecting individuals. This time, rather than announcing it publicly, she opted to choose from the team embarking on this journey. Chi Wan retrieved a mutated water bead from the storage while holding a crystal core in her other hand, and ascended to the bathroom on the 2nd floor. This was the very place where she had first relied on external assistance to advance, and it imbued her with an inexplicable sense of security. Could the 5 wolves partake? Just as Chi Wan lay down, ready to consume the mutated water bead, she suddenly recalled her little wolf pup. Would the 5 wolves also be counted? They can consume it, with a 100 success rate, counted among the numbers. Chi Wan instantly sprang up from the bath, She could not ascend alone. She must bring the 5 wolves along. After placing the crystal core and mutated water bead back in storage, she set off to find Mei Shan and the 5 wolves. Upon opening the gate, she spotted Mei Shan returning with the 5 wolves, followed closely by Nie Su, Wu Zhixue, Yi Jiangnan, Shen Zhuozhuang, Fei Zisong, and Fei Zishe. Zhao Lijian emerged from behind, gesturing towards Qi Wan. Mayor Qi, they all wish to join, so I brought them along. Nie Su clasped his hands together and remarked, Mayor Qi, we intend to venture out together. To be candid, I hold great admiration for the extraordinary abilities of the 5 wolves. I relish challenges. Shen Zhuozhuang waved his hand, dispersing the warm breeze that had blown in. So do I. I am a person who thrives on excitement and challenge. My temperament is quite similar to Nie's. Yi Jiangnan harnessed his powers, manifesting a hand upon the back of the 5 wolves, gently stroking its fur. The 5 wolves resisted, attempting to shake off the hand, baring its teeth in a menacing threat towards Yi Jiangnan. Yi Jiangnan chuckled softly and withdrew his hand. While I am not one who seeks thrills or challenges, I do abhor a mundane existence. Wu Zhixue remained silent, merely toying with the fireball in his hands, his intent unmistakable. He too desired to partake. Fei Zishe seized the opportunity to voice his thoughts, proclaiming, I believe Mayor Qi is an exceptional individual, and I wish to follow her. To align oneself with the strong is my aspiration. Qi Wan offered an awkward smile, not perceiving herself as particularly formidable. Perhaps, she mused, she was merely fortunate to have encountered this small town, which transformed her life. I follow my brother. Wherever he goes, I shall go, Fei Zisong stated. Qi Wan nodded in agreement, recognizing that this pair of brothers was distinctly different from the duo of zombie brothers. Both pampered their younger siblings. Yet the outcomes were evidently disparate. What one gains is as significant as what one sacrifices. Very well, since everyone has made their intentions clear. We have decided to depart the day after tomorrow, and in the meantime, we shall eliminate the zombies and mutated beasts outside, Qi Wang stated. Chapter 80. The Understanding Wolf Dogs. Indeed, we will promptly deal with the zombies and mutated beasts outside, Fei Zishe asserted with unwavering conviction, turning to gaze at the zombies as if they were mere trifles. Qi Wang inquired of Meishan, can the 5 wolves now control their abilities with ease? Meishan gently nodded, stroking the fur of the 5 wolves. This time, the 5 wolves did not resist, yet their expression revealed a clear disdain for being touched by the group of men. They can control their abilities with ease. However, further enhancement is required for optimal results, Meishan remarked objectively. The 5 wolves possessed remarkable talent, mastering their skills swiftly. With the absorption of additional crystal cores, they could not only achieve effortless control, but also temporarily dominate the zombies and mutated beasts. Qi Wang was already aware of this, so she was not taken aback by the revelation. However, their discovery elicited astonishment. The ability to control zombies is akin to possessing psychic powers, is it not? Even if effective solely against zombies and mutated flora and fauna, it remains exceedingly formidable. I hold immense admiration for the 5 wolves' abilities. Should they grow stronger, they could potentially compel a zombie to offer up its crystal core without any coercion. Just envisioning that scenario brings an exhilarating thrill. Fei Zishe clenched his fist, his expression imbued with youthful fervor, fixating intently on the 5 wolves, utterly awed by their prowess. If I possessed such abilities, I could reign supreme among the hordes of zombies. Do not entertain such thoughts. At most, you would be a mere tyrant, came the retort. Fei Zisong was at a loss for words. By the time Fei Zishe realized what was happening and prepared to strike, he was acutely aware that his attack had been thwarted. The onlookers, understanding the situation, suppressed their laughter. I will return with the 5 wolves. Feel free to do as you wish. Qi Wan still has matters to attend to and cannot linger in conversation. Before departing, she turned to Mei Shan and expressed her gratitude, assuring him that he would not be neglected. Subsequently, he could procure items worth 10,000 town coins from the vending machine. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lijian and the others were filled with envy. 10,000 town coins could purchase a plethora of items. Mayor Qi, should any tasks arise in the future, do not hesitate to summon us. We are prepared to face any challenge without hesitation. Fei Zishe clasped his hands in salute. 10,000 town coins may seem modest, equivalent to a Tier 3 crystal core, but it can indeed procure numerous items in the town. Indeed, Mayor Qi, we rugged men are capable too. Do not hesitate to call upon us, Wu Zhixue earnestly stated, determined to cling to Qi Wan's support. This support was immensely valuable. One of his ulterior motives for joining the team was to seek such backing. Very well. Should I require your assistance, I will certainly inform you. After exchanging a few words, Qi Wan led the 5 wolves into the house. The large wolves had been waiting inside for quite some time, having found the external heat unbearable. They preferred the comfort of the air conditioning to experience a semblance of relief from the sweltering weather. Chi-Wan entered the warehouse with the 5 wolves, retrieved a mutated water droplet, and brought it back out with her. Holding the mutated water droplet in her hand, she spoke to it. This droplet holds immense significance for you. Should you consume it, your abilities will be greatly enhanced. The 5 wolves sniffed the droplet, detecting no scent. Yet, it sensed a palpable force emanating from within. Eagerly, it nudged Chi-Wan's hand, its eyes fixated on the droplet, yearning to swallow it immediately. Chi-Wan affectionately patted its head, inquiring, "Do you wish to consume it here?" The 5 wolves nodded vigorously, stepping back a pace, tapping the ground with its left foreleg to confirm its intention to partake right there. It then lifted its head, wide-mouthed, and even let out a bark, brimming with impatience. With a soft laugh, Chi-Wan placed the droplet into the 5 wolves' mouth. Glancing at the creature, now lying on the ground after consuming the droplet, she decided to ascend the stairs, seeking the solace of a more secure environment. Once upstairs, Chi-Wan found a comfortable position in the bath, one hand cradling the crystal core and the other holding the water droplet. She ingested the droplet, closed her eyes, and began to absorb the extraordinary energy from the crystal core. Unlike previous cores, this one was exceptionally potent, actively penetrating her being. A subtle frown creased her beautiful brow as she sensed a fierce flame igniting within her, a distinct pain rendering her almost disoriented. A pungent odor wafted through the air. She yearned to open her eyes to discover the source of the stench, yet they remained stubbornly shut, as if bound by transparent adhesive, impervious to her will. Her heart raced violently, the sound of its pounding echoing in her ears. The rapid heartbeat intensified her discomfort, making her feel as if her heart might explode. After enduring this torment for nearly half an hour, Chi-Wan felt as though she were submerged in water. Lying in the bathtub, she was drenched in perspiration, her clothes clinging to her from the moisture. Her lips had turned noticeably pale, and her fists were clenched tightly. Delang and Erlang stood at the doorway of the bathroom, watching Chi-Wan, who was biting her lower lip in distress, their hearts aching for her. San Lang and Xiao Lang remained beside Wu Lang, observing as it writhed on the ground in pain, occasionally whimpering. Delang noticed the crystal core in Chi-Wan's hand shrinking smaller by the moment and deemed the situation unsustainable. After conferring with Erlang, he decided to retrieve some crystal cores from the warehouse on the first floor, instructing Erlang to keep a close watch. Before long, Delang returned, clutching several crystal cores in his mouth, leaping into the bathtub and placing them into Chi-Wan's hand. The deep blue core with black flecks was gradually absorbed, and as Delang pressed the cores into her palm, they were consumed voraciously. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Delang immediately rushed downstairs, with Erlang in tow. With the limited capacity of a single wolf dog's mouth, they could only carry so many cores at once. Together, their speed increased. At that moment, Chi-Wan felt a warmth emanating from her hand, not the searing heat of a flame, but rather akin to a gentle breeze in winter. It flowed like warm water, coursing through her body from her palm. The absorption of the crystal core in her hand quickened, as San Lang and Xiao Lang joined the effort to transport more crystal cores from the first floor to the second. The 5 wolves lay desolate upon the ground, solitary and forsaken, with no other wolf available to attend to its plight, left to curl in pain. The crystals within the warehouse gradually diminished, yet their quantity remained substantial, merely transforming from a grand mountain into a modest hill. This was attributed to the majority of the town's tenants opting to exchange a portion of their crystals for town currency, thus enabling Chi-Wan's warehouse to possess such an abundance of crystals. Had the previous payment method been employed, it would have taken approximately half a month to amass such a quantity of crystals. Time slipped by swiftly, an hour elapsed. The 5 wolves had awakened, their entire being engulfed in discomfort, akin to a creature recovering from a fever. Lacking vigor and devoid of spirit, they remained lethargic. Chapter 81. Success rate of willpower enhancement. The 5 wolves, half-lidded, stared blankly ahead, their gaze intermittently catching sight of several shadows bustling about. Chi-Wan reclined in the bath, her head heavy and muddled. Upon regaining consciousness, she observed the great wolf, second wolf, third wolf, and little wolf encircling her. The great wolf leaped into the bath, standing beside her, gazing closely, with reflections of her mirrored in its eyes. Realizing the weight in her hands, she glanced down to find an array of crystals. Some crystals were evidently diminished, not entirely absorbed. She selected a few partially absorbed crystals and presented them before the great wolf. These crystals were all level 3, and even in their reduced state, they retained the energy of level 2. "Thank you, please indulge in this." The great wolf, without hesitation, extended its tongue, skillfully whisking away the crystals from Chi-Wan's grasp. Not a single one remained, inciting envy among the other 3 wolves. Chi-Wan placed the remaining crystal cores on the sink, propping herself up on the edge of the bathtub and rising to her feet. Perhaps the position she had been lying in was not ideal, for as she stood, a pronounced dizziness washed over her. Clenching her fists, she felt her abilities surging within her. Closing her eyes, she embraced the vitality of her powers. When Chi-Wan sensed the elevation of her abilities, she could not help but burst into laughter. She opened her arms wide, embracing the great wolf, second wolf, third wolf, and little wolf in a heartfelt gesture. Thank you so much. What would you like to eat? Feel free to choose, and I shall prepare it for you. Chi-Wan had reached the pinnacle of level 4 in water-based abilities. With one more opportunity, she could ascend to level 5. However, after a brief moment of elation, her excitement waned. She understood a fundamental truth: one cannot overindulge. The most crucial aspect now was her practical combat skills. Without agility, she would be no different from a level 3 adept. As the sky outside grew dimmer, Chi-Wan turned on the room's lights, illuminating the space considerably. She ushered the great wolf and the others out of the bathroom. It was time for her to tidy herself up. Her body felt as though she had just emerged from the pool, drenched and sticky. She shed her garments and turned on the hot water in the bathtub, letting it cascade gently onto her shoulders. The warm water glided over her smooth skin, tracing the contours of her alluring collarbone, forming a small pool. An abundance of hot water flowed in, pushing the earlier warmth away from her collarbone. Chi-Wan placed her head beneath the faucet, allowing warm water to cascade over her hair. The warmth seemed to possess a magical quality, washing away the dizziness that lingered from her recent promotion. As the water level in the bathtub gradually rose, she submerged herself, letting the heat envelop her and clearing her mind entirely. Meanwhile, the fifth wolf had regained its composure on the first floor. It stood up, realizing that it towered over the other wolves. In that fleeting moment, it felt a surge of pride, recognizing its newfound stature. Lowering its gaze to admire its glossy fur, it reveled in its appearance, eagerly anticipating an even better self upon its next promotion. The fifth wolf playfully barked twice, seeking the attention of the larger wolves, and sauntered over to their side, its gait imbued with a delightful swagger. The second wolf, however, did not hesitate to deliver a sharp kick, its eyes glinting with disdain. The fifth wolf felt a twinge of disappointment. How could its peers fail to understand its elation? Choosing not to flaunt its achievements before them, it resolved to venture outside and boast to the humans instead. With effortless grace, it opened the door, spotting Han, who was bent over, tending to his garden. With a mischievous glint in its eyes, the fifth wolf strolled over leisurely. Positioned behind Han, it applied a gentle pressure with one of its forelimbs against his back. Startled, Han struggled to maintain his balance, clutching the seed packets tightly and bracing himself against the ground to avoid the freshly sown area. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. Once crouched, Han turned to gaze back, initially only catching sight of the fifth wolf's limbs. Upon raising his gaze, he found himself staring directly at the wolf's chest. Standing upright, he looked up at the fifth wolf, and in that moment, he instantly discerned something remarkable. He placed the seeds he held into a small bowl beside the fence, where bowls were designated for seeds. The same variety of seeds was grouped together. Yet there were no labels indicating their specific types. Chi-Wan had no fixed requirements for what to plant. They chose seeds at random during planting. They would cultivate whichever type had a greater quantity. Xiao Wu, you have grown taller. Wu Lang proudly raised his head, exuding an air of arrogance. Han gently stroked Wu Lang's forelimbs, feeling the soft, plush fur beneath her fingers. Xiao Wu, have you become stronger? Wu Lang's proud head dipped slightly as he cast a sidelong glance at Han. In an instant, she understood. Wu Lang had indeed grown more formidable. Inside, Chi-Wan dressed and, wrapped in a towel, gently toweled her damp hair as she made her way to the balcony on the second floor. A glance revealed that there were few zombies remaining. Conversely, mutated beasts still roamed about. The tenants of the small town, after venturing out for a brief period, left behind their scent upon returning. The sense of smell in mutated beasts surpassed that of zombies. They did not wander aimlessly like those lower-grade zombies. Zombies only became frenzied upon detecting the scent of humans. In contrast, mutated beasts would remain in place as long as the human scent lingered, waiting patiently until it dissipated completely before departing. Looking downstairs, she could see an excited Han standing before Wu Lang, chattering incessantly, her hands in constant motion as she stroked Wu Lang's fur. She even seemed to want to open her arms and embrace the now larger Wu Lang. Sister, the 5 wolves have leveled up. How impressive! Han exclaimed as he gazed up, spotting Chi-Wan's silhouette. The transformation of the 5 wolves is commendable, enabling them to better protect my sister. He felt an overwhelming sense of envy. If only he too could become stronger, how wonderful that would be. Haningha's thoughts surged with intensity, his small fists clenched tightly. His eyes remained fixated on the 5 wolves, mirroring their every movement. The weariness that enveloped him seemed to dissipate entirely at that moment. A gentle reminder appeared, indicating the presence of individuals nearby with a strong desire to grow stronger. The consumption of the mutated water droplets could yield a success rate of up to 90. Chi-Wan paused momentarily in her task of drying her hair, taken aback by the small steward's thoughtfulness in proactively seeking assistance for her. Even without direct mention, she was well aware of who it was. Those exceptionally bright eyes were impossible to overlook. Yes, I understand. You can play with the 5 wolves for a while, Chi-Wan instructed before hastily finishing her hair. Preparing to step out. As she passed the restroom, she noticed the diligent Xiao Bai at the sink, washing her clothes. Witnessing this scene brought joy to Chi-Wan. Having someone to assist with household chores made life significantly easier. How splendid it would be to have a cooking robot as well. She exited her home and made her way directly to the designated orchard to find Old Man Han. At that moment, Old Man Han was busy harvesting the fruits of the orchard, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he admired the bountiful yield. Ah, Shao-Chi has arrived. Old Man Han turned to greet Chi-Wan with warmth. His hands moved tirelessly as he pruned the fruit trees, ensuring a more fruitful yield. Ji-Wan sat on a small chair and inquired, Old Han, are you aware of the mutated water droplets I previously mentioned? Han's hands paused, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. Ji-Wan would not pose such a question without reason. It undoubtedly pertained to him. Yes, I am aware. Consuming the super water droplets can elevate one's abilities, yet it carries risks. Should one fail, they may transform into a zombie. Indeed, the success rate stands at 80%. However, if Xiao He is willing, his chances rise to 90%. His ardent desire to grow stronger significantly enhances his likelihood of success. Each individual may consume only 1 mutated water droplet in their lifetime. Once ingested, their powers become more solidified than those who have not partaken. Younger children possess a remarkable self-discipline. Their world is less cluttered by distractions, Ji-Wan articulated. Her intention in conveying this was to ensure Old Han comprehended the implications of the mutated water droplets while prompting him to reflect deeply. At birth, everyone is akin to a blank canvas. As one ages, the colors that adorn this canvas multiply, making it increasingly susceptible to their influence. Haning presently enjoys 2 distinct advantages that could enhance his success rate: his youth and his unwavering conviction. His determination to grow stronger is palpable, otherwise, the little steward would not have prompted her. Old Han lowered his head in contemplation, uncertain of how to respond to Ji-Wan's inquiry. Ji-Wan remained patient, seated on her small chair, awaiting his reply with quiet anticipation. As the elder of Haningha, Old Man Han possesses not only the right to be informed but also a certain degree of authority in decision-making. Haningha is still a child, and his understanding of many matters is not as profound as that of an adult. After a few moments, Old Man Han seated himself on a small chair beside Chi-Wan, clasping his hands on his knees, his fingers intertwined. With reddened eyes, he gazed down at the ground and spoke softly. I am aware of the child's intense desire to grow stronger. Otherwise, you, Shao-Chi, would not have come to seek my counsel. With his parents still unaccounted for, he is my only remaining kin. I cannot afford to take risks. I do not wish to lose him. Yet, I also do not want him to miss such an opportunity. Alas, as he spoke, his voice quivered with emotion. The 6 individuals who had previously succeeded were all adults, quite capable in their own right. Having shared a life of mutual reliance with Xiao He for so long, he was acutely aware of the boy's abilities, and he felt a profound fear. I understand your concerns. Take your time to reflect. I will grant you the space to consider, and you may also discuss this with Xiao He, Chi-Wan said, recognizing the difficulty of making such a decision. She presented the opportunity before Old Man Han, awaiting his choice. It mattered not if he declined, as long as she remained. She would always keep a mutated water pearl reserved for Haningha. Old man, there is no need to bear such a heavy burden. In the future, there will be ample opportunities for him to grow stronger. Xiao He will surely enhance his abilities through his own efforts. Chi-Wan's words did little to soothe Old Man Han. Rather, they led him to realize that his internal struggle was futile. He resolved to seek out Haningha for a heartfelt discussion. I will go find Xiao He and talk with him. I shall inform you once I have an answer. Old Man Han declared. Chi-Wan nodded, rose to her feet, and made her way towards the wooden cabin designated for 3 occupants. Although she had previously examined the layout on the display screen, her curiosity regarding the tangible experience remained piqued. Upon opening the door to the first floor of the cabin, she was met with an enveloping darkness. The corners were shrouded in such obscurity that one could hardly see their own hand before their face. Stepping inside, the space revealed itself to be remarkably spacious. Almost instantly, She could envision the potential furnishings that could occupy the living area. Adjacent to the expansive living room was a large window. Chi-Wan drew back the remaining half of the curtain, allowing the light from outside to flood in, illuminating the once dim corners. As she opened the door to the room, an abyss of darkness greeted her, guided by the memory of the blueprint. She located the window and pulled the curtain aside. Suddenly, the visage of a mutated beast loomed large before her. Upon closer inspection, it was an owl. This creature had grown to an enormous size, thrice that of Chi-Wan. Its height was comparable to her own, allowing her to meet its gaze directly as she unveiled the curtain. Yet, the owl was oblivious to her presence, its attention fixed solely on the direction of the window. The owl's face bore a gruesome wound, a patch of flesh missing, rendering it a ghastly sight with deep, dark hues reminiscent of spoiled pork. Its pupils were a stark, grayish-white, and it emitted a piercing shriek that echoed painfully in her ears. Chi-Wan lowered her head and chuckled softly, then opened the window and tossed a droplet of water toward the creature. "You ought to be standing elsewhere. Why must you remain here? If not for my resilient heart, I would surely be quaking in fear." As she spoke, she continued to hurl droplets of water at the mutated beast, venting her frustrations. "It seems that fate has brought us together, allowing me to encounter you like this. Let us cherish this moment." Chi-Wan leaped from the window, landing gracefully upon the tiled surface of the small town. The assault from the mutated owl, whose origins remained a mystery, inflicted upon her an excruciating pain. Her head bore an injury, accompanied by a searing sensation. Once she steadied herself, she discerned the current condition of the aberrant owl under the moonlight. Its already irreparable visage had worsened after being struck by the droplets from Chi-Wan, with flesh corroded away in the areas impacted. The damage resembled the scorching flames, searing the owl's sturdy feathers. In that instant, Chi-Wan comprehended the source of her discomfort upon awakening. She vividly recalled that during her initial immersion in acid rain, she had not experienced such a disorienting malaise. Reflecting on her past, when she wielded water-based abilities, she remembered the initial agony that had accompanied the emergence of her powers, which only subsided after several hours of adjustment. Now, Chi-Wan found herself endowed not only with water abilities, but also with corrosive powers. She had become a survivor possessing two distinct abilities. Upon closer inspection, she noted that her water abilities had reached level 4, while her corrosive powers languished at level 1. The latter, being feeble, was currently entwined with her water abilities, exerting its effects. Chapter 83. Each attack lacked strategy. Before her corrosive powers could strengthen, she needed to experiment with their separate applications. Concealing the existence of her second ability from others was imperative. Once the droplets dissipated, Chi-Wan turned to the mutated owl, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Although the creature beheld her expression, it mattered not. The night was shrouded in darkness, with no lights illuminating this side of the town. A solitary figure was engaged in combat with the mutated beasts outside. Each strike was executed haphazardly, failing to target the creature's vulnerabilities or critical joints. As time elapsed, the number of mutated beasts she confronted grew increasingly daunting. Yet, none fell to their demise. They continued to roam outside, their forms now somewhat terrifying. It remained uncertain how the townsfolk would react upon witnessing them the next day. However, Chi-Wan was indifferent to their sentiments. Her own thoughts lingered on the profound darkness enveloping the town. The evening breeze, coupled with the haunting roars from outside, created an atmosphere that was undeniably eerie. She navigated around the fence in front of her house to seek out Zhao Lejean for a light bulb. This fellow had seemingly salvaged every bulb visible outside, even dismantling those that were already installed in the shops. Indeed, he was an expert at seizing opportunities, never allowing anything to slip through his fingers. "Mayor Chi, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out at your earliest convenience. I have amassed a plethora of items. There is nothing I cannot find. Only things you may not have considered," Zhao Lejean declared, patting his chest with pride. He even turned to showcase the contents of his room, which were cluttered from the doorway to the bed, leaving little space untouched. Chi-Wan cast a cursory glance without further inspection and teased, as an Earth-type ability user, "What do you intend to do with all this collected junk? If you were a Space-type ability user, that would be quite the exhilarating endeavor." Zhao Lejean shrugged his shoulders in resignation. "Alas, I too wish I were a Space-type ability user. From a young age, I have harbored a passion for collecting various items. Whenever I venture outside and encounter something useful, I cannot resist acquiring it. Each of these treasures has been painstakingly obtained through considerable effort. However, Mayor Chi, your suggestion has prompted me to consider collaborating with a spatial ability user. This partnership would undoubtedly enhance my capacity to gather even more items." Suddenly, Zhao Lejean stood upright, a realization igniting a spark in his eyes amidst the darkness. "I must approach the town's display screen to amplify my request." Spatial ability users in the town may seek me out, and together we shall achieve mutual benefit. While the earth element ability may not be the most formidable, it certainly possesses the ability to provide protection for an individual. With resolve, Zhao Lejean decisively closed the door behind him and hurried toward the display screen situated at the rear of his dwelling. Qi Wan, left unnoticed, felt no anger. Instead, she made her way to the room occupied by Kai Xiaofeng and gently knocked on her door. Xiaofeng, are you awake? Many rooms within the town were devoid of light, and there were no public areas illuminated. The tenants tended to retire early. A faint sound of footsteps emerged from within the room, and moments later, the door opened. Mayor Qi, is there something you need at this late hour? Qi Wan extended her hand, revealing the light source and the remaining electricity card. You must be familiar with how to utilize this electricity card. Han Ing, like a little trumpet, was always eager to share his knowledge. And Kai Xiaofeng was often the subject of such discussions. Yes, Xiaohe has mentioned this electricity card to me frequently. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qi Wan presented the two items. As an employee of our town, one naturally holds a distinct status compared to the town's tenants. Zhao Lejean has other bulbs and tubes available. If you require them, you may seek his assistance for a replacement. Kai Xiaofeng accepted the bulb and the electric card, expressing her gratitude earnestly. Thank you. It was nothing. Do your best in the future. With that, Qi Wan returned. As Kai Xiaofeng took a step forward, she quietly observed Qi Wan descend the stairs. Her heart stirred with emotion. Upon returning to the house, Elder Han hesitated for a moment after seeing her, but eventually approached. Xiao Qi, I spoke with Xiaohe about this matter. He wishes to speak with you personally. Upon hearing this, Qi Wan noticed Han Ninghe, who was diligently gathering fish by the pond, gazing intently at her. Rest assured, Elder, I will do my utmost to assist Xiaohe in advancing. She had already contemplated that the crystal core was a significant factor in achieving success in advancement. She possessed several crystal cores, which she could consider as an advance on Han Ninghe's wages, without issue. Elder Han nodded. Throughout his life, his greatest concern had always been for Han Ninghe. Unwilling to see him encounter any misfortune, I will have a conversation with Xiaohe. Under Elder Han's watchful gaze, Qi Wan approached the pond and said to Han Ninghe, Xiaohe, let us sit in the orchard and talk. Han Ninghe nodded and followed Qi Wan to the table and chairs set in the orchard, taking a seat. What are your thoughts regarding what your grandfather mentioned? Qi Wan inquired. Han Ninghe, having transitioned from excitement to a more composed demeanor, clenched his clothes with both hands. He looked up at Qi Wan, sensing an undeniable difference in her. Her presence exuded a newfound strength and tenacity. Sister, have you become so formidable after consuming the mutated water droplets? Qi Wan pondered for a moment and gently nodded. Indeed, that could be considered the case. She noticed a ripe strawberry ahead and stood up to approach it, plucking the fruit by hand, rather than retrieving it from inside the room, which would be somewhat cumbersome. She preferred to exert a little effort now. The completion rate of her tasks remained stagnant, leaving her uncertain as to when she might fulfill 100 of them. Han Ing sat with her legs together on the chair, her left thumb brushing against her right thumb, her lips pressed together. Lifting her gaze, she observed Qi Wan diligently harvesting strawberries. Even from behind, Qi Wan exuded an air of respectability. After gathering the strawberries, Qi Wan placed them on the table and enveloped them with her unique abilities. She then picked up a sizable water sphere, as large as a basketball, that was not leaking, and gave it a gentle shake. There we go, all cleaned up. The fruits cultivated in this orchard are remarkably clean, free from pesticides and pests, making them safe for consumption even without washing. Han Ying's eyes remained fixated on the basketball-sized water sphere in Qi Wan's hands, and she implored, Sister, may I experience it? Qi Wan nodded and handed the water sphere to her. Han Ing eagerly and excitedly accepted the sphere, astonished by its tactile sensation. The feeling was akin to placing her hand in water. However, there was no moisture on her hands when she switched from left to right. She placed the water sphere on her lap, scrutinizing her hands closely, and indeed, there was not a single trace of water. Chapter 84. Gradual exploration. The water balloon rested on Han Ninghe's leg, offering only a damp sensation without any real feeling of wetness. His trousers remained dry, untouched in the slightest. Sister, I previously saw you using these water balloons to attack zombies. Have you always been so adept at utilizing your abilities? Han Ninghe inquired. Qi Wan reflected for a moment before shaking her head. I did not possess the ability to wield my powers from the outset. It was a gradual process of exploration. The abilities within your body can be controlled by you. As your level increases, your control becomes more effortless. For instance, look at Mr. Zhao. After his first promotion in the town, he immediately conjured a thicker and taller earth wall. His earth spikes were also executed with remarkable ease. Han Ninghe listened intently, nodding in agreement. While the hardness of the earth is not particularly high, Zhao Leijun managed to effortlessly eliminate those zombies after his promotion. This success stemmed not only from his inherent control over his abilities, but also, and perhaps more critically, from his elevated level. You can envision your abilities as molding clay. Whatever form you desire it to take, it can become that. Qi Yuan refrained from stating outright that higher levels allow for greater manipulation of one's powers. Yet her words undeniably conveyed this implication. She hesitated to express it too directly, fearing it might seem as though she was trying to deceive Haninga. Setting the water balloon on the table, Haninga pressed his lips together, a hint of distress evident on his face. He yearned to grow stronger. Yet his grandfather's concerns weighed heavily on him. He was also afraid of disappointing his grandfather. Qi Yuan refrained from uttering further words, instead reaching into the water sphere to retrieve a strawberry. Haninga, captivated once more, mimicked Qi Yuan's actions, cautiously extending his hand and marveling at the surprising ability to penetrate the water sphere. As he submerged his hand, it became damp, and when he extracted the strawberry, droplets merged into the water sphere, leaving no trace behind upon his withdrawal. The phenomenon was utterly enchanting, leaving him in awe as he gazed silently at Qi Yuan, inquiring with his eyes. Qi Yuan smiled and nodded, finding the boy's curiosity delightful. Big sister, I wish to grow stronger. I aspire to be as formidable as you. Han Yinghe declared, his fists clenched in excitement, nearly crushing the strawberry in his grip. An embarrassed smile crept across his face, his cheeks flushed with warmth. Oh, so you wish to consume the mutated water pearl? Qi Yuan inquired. Han Yinghe nodded earnestly, yearning for strength to protect his grandfather. Qi Yuan had mentioned that one could only consume the mutated water pearl once in a lifetime. If he could endure this trial, his future endeavors would rely solely on his own efforts. I want to be strong, Han Yinghe reiterated with determination. A subtle smile graced Qi Yuan's lips, affirming her initial impression of him. She took a delicate bite of the strawberry, its sweetness mirroring her delightful mood. I have a splendid method to enhance your chances of success, Qi Yuan proclaimed. Han Yinghe's eyes sparkled with anticipation, remarkably luminous in the moonless night. He devoured the strawberry in one bite, placing his hands on the table, leaning forward to meet Qi Yuan's gaze directly. The presence of additional crystal cores can significantly enhance your likelihood of success. Han Yinghe, possessing considerable intelligence, immediately grasped Qi Yuan's implication. A hint of embarrassment washed over him, as he found himself devoid of any crystal cores. His thoughts were laid bare upon his countenance, revealing his inner turmoil. Observing his expression, Qi Yuan discerned the nature of his contemplation. I can advance your wages, but in return, you will forfeit your pay for a subsequent period, she stated. Without hesitation, Han Yinghe acquiesced. He was unwilling to let such a splendid opportunity slip through his fingers. He was confident that the forthcoming years, perhaps even decades, would be spent in this place. Qi Yuan represented the beacon of hope he and his grandfather had discovered in their dire straits, and he was determined to cling to this light, unwilling to depart easily. Sister, rest assured, I would traverse fire and water for you without a second thought. Qi Yuan stifled a laugh, amused that he had picked up such a phrase. Let us go find your grandfather. This little one still needs to enrich his understanding of crystal cores. Should I ever sell you, you would merely count your riches. Han Yinghe took immense pride in this notion, stating, I am truly grateful to my sister. The promise of traversing fire and water is genuine. Even if my sister were to sell me, it would be of my own volition. Qi Yuan chuckled and shook her head, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. She instructed Han Yinghe to carry the water orb filled with strawberries and led him to the front of her residence. There, old man Han had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing the animated and eager strides of Han Yinghe, he understood that the boy had made his decision. Grandfather, I have made up my mind. I wish to consume the mutated water droplets. I want to become stronger. To become stronger is to better protect Grandpa. Old man Han smiled kindly, gently patting the head of Han Yinghe, who had walked over to stand beside him. Grandpa supports you. As long as you have made your decision, I will respect it. As he spoke, old man Han's voice quivered slightly, for he had only this one grandson. Han Yinghe grasped old man Han's hand and earnestly said, Grandpa, rest assured. Sister has mentioned a way to increase the success rate. Old man Han turned to Qi Yuan, puzzled. Sister said that as long as there are enough crystal cores, I will possess greater abilities to contend. Han Yinghe continued, clarifying several other matters. Upon hearing this, old man Han understood. The child was indeed resolute in their desire to grow stronger. They had already gathered so much information. All right, Grandpa understands. I will discuss this with little Qi, he said, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Fortunately, Qi Yuan was not a malevolent person, otherwise this foolish child might have unwittingly sold themselves. The more brightly Han Yinghe smiled, the more helpless old man Han felt. He realized he needed to teach the child a bit more about caution, not specifically towards Jiwan, but towards others. All right, Grandpa. I will leave the discussion about the crystal cores to you. I will first go harvest the vegetables from the black soil. With that, Haning had dashed off, not looking back as they plunged into the dark earth. Jiwan smiled gently, seated on another chair. Old man, little he is still young, and his ability level is not high. I believe 10 third-level crystal cores will suffice. I should mention that I have already conducted a trial. Due to the elevated status I hold, the quantity of crystal cores I require increases correspondingly. Old Han swiftly comprehended that Jiwan regarded them as kin, which prompted her to share such a method with them. 10 third-level crystal cores equate to a staggering 100,000 town coins. The daily wage for Haning, and he is represented by a single first-level crystal core, equivalent to 100 town coins. Chapter 85. I firmly believe he will succeed. Upon calculation, it becomes evident that Haning and must toil in the town for 1,000 days, translating to over 3 years. After performing the arithmetic, Old Han nodded without hesitation, expressing his agreement. I will retrieve the crystal cores and the mutated water beads. You should escort Xiaohe back to the room in advance. Once everything is prepared, we can commence. My role concludes here. It is now contingent upon Xiaohe's inherent willpower. I have faith that this child will undoubtedly succeed. Jiwan remarked with a smile. Many things remain unknown unless one dares to attempt them. She was confident that the little steward, Han Ing, and he would indeed prevail. A success rate of 90% is truly remarkable. After handing the crystal cores and mutated water beads to Old Han, she entered the room. Upon re-entering and opening the door, she was met with 5 pairs of eyes fixed upon her. In that instant, she understood there was yet a task left undone. Do you wish to have steamed fish? Or shall we indulge in raw chicken? She instructed, those desiring fish, please stand on the left, those preferring chicken, stand on the right. Jiwan possessed limited culinary skills, yet her storage was well stocked with fish that Old Han had previously prepared. It sufficed to simply steam them before serving. However, more intricate dishes were beyond her capabilities, as their appetites had grown insatiable. Mere fish or a few chickens could no longer appease them. The great wolves stood resolutely on the left, expressing their preference for cooked food over raw. Yet, constrained by a language barrier, they could only convey their desires in this manner. All right, I shall attend to your needs immediately. Jiwan entered the warehouse, bringing out the prepared fish. Fortunately, she had the foresight to enlist Old Man Han's assistance in processing the fish beforehand. Otherwise, in a situation like today, she would have been left to toil alone throughout the night. Once the 5 emerged, they made no move to wander anywhere else, resting instead on the familiar tiles where they often dined, leisurely observing Jiwan as she busied herself. Meanwhile, Old Man Han and Haning sat on the ground, their gazes fixed intently on the crystalline cores and mutated water droplets before them. Grandfather, you must believe in me. I am your grandson, incredibly capable and remarkably brave. The corners of Old Man Han's mouth lifted in a smile, yet his brow furrowed, tinged with a hint of sorrow. He managed a faint smile as he pushed a mutated water droplet closer to Haning. Grandfather believes in you, but I have witnessed their suffering. My heart aches for you, knowing you must endure such hardships. Haning grasped Old Man Han's weathered hand, calloused from years of labor, offering comfort. Grandfather, my sister said that once I succeed, my future advancement will become considerably easier. If I endure this trial now, my path will be smoother ahead. Did you not once tell me that a short pain is preferable to a long one? By enduring this pain now, I shall avoid suffering in the future. Old Man Han chuckled awkwardly. Is that truly how one uses that phrase? Very well, Grandfather believes in you. No matter what you become, I shall always be by your side. Old Man Han gently patted Haning's shoulder, gazing at him with unwavering determination. Haning picked up the mutated water droplet from the ground and consumed it without hesitation. The sensation of pain surged immediately as he clutched the crystal cores tightly in both hands. The anguish clashed with the warmth emanating from the cores, and he gritted his teeth in an effort to alleviate the torment. Suddenly, a wisp of green light emanated from Haning, beginning at the crown of his head and gradually encircling his entire being. Old Man Han watched in astonishment as the wisp of green light transformed into a line, steadily elongating. Before long, Haning was entirely enveloped in the green strands, resembling a mummy with no exposed skin. Observing these green lines, Old Man Han felt no fear. Rather, he was convinced that Haning would undoubtedly succeed, with failure being an impossibility. At that moment, genuine joy radiated from him, his smile deepening to the point of accentuating the creases on his face. He appeared as a benevolent elder, devoid of any worries. Yet, a trace of concern lingered. The green lines had cocooned Haning's body, preventing him from passing in the crystal course. In the next instant, as if responding to an unseen call, the delicate green strands began to gather the crystal cores from the ground. One by one, they were drawn into the embrace of the green light. Once all the cores were absorbed, Old Man Han deemed it insufficient. He swiftly retrieved the minuscule remnants of crystal cores from his storage and placed them in the same spot. The green strands, which had momentarily ceased their movement, sensed the presence of the cores and resumed their labor, diligently enveloping them once more. As time gradually passed, Old Man Han observed the brilliance of the green light intensifying, leaving him in a state of excitement and uncertainty. He glanced towards the curtained window, feeling it was insufficiently secured, and confirmed once more that all was well before returning to his previous position. Clenching his fists, he fixated his gaze on the area encircled by the green light, anxiously pondering the condition of Han Ninghe within. Was he suffering? When Han Ninghe had experienced pain moments ago, it felt as if Old Man Han's heart had been wrenched, causing him deep anguish. With the presence of these green lines, he hoped for some alleviation. After a span of 10 to 20 minutes, the green light did not continue to brighten. Instead, it began to contract from the position of Han Ninghe's feet, gradually shortening. Before long, the green lines completely vanished, leaving only the initial green dot. The dot returned to the tip of Han Ninghe's finger, as if it had never existed. Old Man Han leaned closer to Han Ninghe, and seeing the relaxed expression on his face brought him relief. It seemed that the green aura surrounding Han Ninghe, which was indeed his inherent ability, had proven immensely helpful. The absorbed crystal core had completely disappeared without a trace. Han Ninghe's eyelashes fluttered, and Old Man Han was nearly moved to tears. His grandson had succeeded. He had not transformed into a zombie. From this day forth, he need no longer fear the second-tier zombies, as they could no longer assimilate Han Ninghe. Han Ninghe awoke slowly, and upon seeing the tears streaming down Old Man Han's face, he abruptly rose and knelt before him. "I'm sorry, Grandpa. It was my recklessness that caused you worry. I was in the wrong." Han Ninghe bowed deeply, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Before long, bubbles of snot emerged, causing Grandpa Han to feel a mixture of sympathy and amusement. "It's all right now. Do not take such risks in the future. Grandpa is scared." Grandpa Han wiped his own tears with his sleeve, leaving Han Ninghe's tears unattended. "However, if my sister says it's all right, I will certainly attempt it," Han Ninghe declared resolutely. His sister was his benefactor. Whatever she said, he would follow. Grandpa Han understood Han Ninghe's thoughts and nodded. "Let's go. We should share this good news with Xiao Qi." Han Ninghe promptly rose from the ground, energetically heading towards the door without a hint of discomfort from his recent advancement. Chapter 86. A profound sense of helplessness at this moment. Chi-Wan expressed her deep frustration at the sight of the three wolves, each having consumed 6 fish. She did not consider their appetite excessive. Rather, she felt it was an immense waste of time, as she could only steam 5 fish at a time. After an hour of steaming, it was now 8 in the evening, and she resolved to steam for another hour. "Do not overindulge tonight. It is not good for your stomach. I will steam 6 more, but that will be all." The 3 wolves barked a few times, but Chi-Wan could not comprehend their meaning and chose to disregard it. "Sister, the 3 wolves say that overeating will not harm their stomachs. Any excess will merely convert into bodily strength, so you should steam more for them." Han Ninghe's words left both Grandpa Han and Chi-Wan utterly astonished. Chi-Wan turned her head and saw Han Ninghe, who had successfully advanced, which was an expected outcome. However, his earlier words lingered in her mind. "Xiaohe, can you understand what the 3 wolves are saying?" Han Ninghe felt a bit perplexed, but it soon dawned on him that this was likely a facet of his extraordinary ability, allowing him to comprehend the language of both plants and animals. Moreover, he possessed a small green dot, the significance of which remained unclear, yet he sensed it would prove immensely beneficial. "Yes, sister, I am now at level 2. I can understand what the 3 wolves are saying and grasp their meanings." Chi-Wan felt as though she had found an ally, and the wolves shared her sentiment. Before she could articulate her thoughts, Han Ninghe spoke first. "Sister, the little wolf and the 5 wolves said they no longer wish to eat fish. They want my grandfather to prepare chicken for them." With her hands on her hips, Chi-Wan expressed her indignation, directing her frustration at the little wolf and the 5 wolves. "After all my hard work steaming fish and timing it perfectly, you now declare you do not wish to eat fish?" Older sister, the little wolf seemed to convey a sense of grievance. "It said that they are dogs, not cats, and do not particularly enjoy fish. What they truly desire is meat and bones. That would make them much happier." For the first time, Chi-Wan felt the frustration of being unable to communicate. It turned out they did not like fish, which meant she could spare herself from preparing it. All right. I shall cook you meat and bones," Chi-Wan replied dismissively as she picked up a stainless steel basin from the table. "However, I have already steamed the fish, and whether you want it or not, you must eat it. We cannot waste food." I cannot consume all this by myself. Sister. The big wolf assured that it would oversee their meal. Chi-Wan felt relieved, grateful for the thoughtful presence of the big wolf. Before entering the room, she took a moment to stroke the soft fur on the wolf's back, which she found utterly delightful. Chi-Wan retrieved 20 meat bones from the storage, each not entirely stripped of flesh, with remnants clinging to the bone's exterior. Old man, how should we prepare these meat bones? Chi-Wan's culinary knowledge was limited, prompting her to seek guidance from Old Man Han. He accepted the stainless steel basin from her, smiling as he replied, "Allow me to handle this. You should take a well-deserved rest." Chi-Wan could sense the joy radiating from Old Man Han and quickly understood, smiling as she entrusted the task of cooking the meat bones to him. After washing her hands thoroughly, she pulled up a chair and settled beside Han Ninghe. "Shall he? Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Han Ninghe flexed his arms and legs, finding no signs of unease, and shook his head. "Sister, I feel as if I have just awakened from a deep slumber. It is quite pleasant, and I feel no discomfort." Chi-Wan nodded gently, realizing that individual constitutions vary significantly. Her mind drifted back to the time when Shin Maorong and the others appeared to be in excruciating pain. She recalled her own experience with the mutated water droplets, which had not been as severe as theirs. While a tinge of envy stirred within her, she chose to remain silent. "That's wonderful. Are you hungry?" Han Ninghe nodded in response, and upon Chi-Wan's inquiry, he began to feel the pangs of hunger. "Old man, I no longer wish to eat fish. We have been consuming it for several days. I would like to try a different method of preparation." Chi-Wan gestured towards Old Man Han, who was currently marinating meat bones. Once seasoned, they would be even more delectable. Old Man Han glanced at the well-marinated bones in the stainless steel basin and suggested, "How about we try these meat bones tonight? This method works too. We can all enjoy the same dish together. After all, these are meaty bones, not mere scraps." She stepped inside momentarily, emerging shortly thereafter with another basin of meat bones. The bones could not only be used for soup but also for stir-frying. As long as one knew how to cook, nothing would taste poorly. Old Man Han accepted the stainless steel basin and began rinsing the blood from the bones. Zhao Lejean, observing Old Man Han preparing food, shamelessly stood outside the fence with a grin, saying, "Mayor Chi, may I join you for dinner tonight? I have plenty of items at my place for you to choose from." Chi-Wan looked over, pondered for a moment, and then agreed. "All right. Let me see what you have." Her own room was quite bare, lacking many essentials. If his supplies were ample, there would be no need to cook outside, as she could use her own wood for fuel. A clear look of joy spread across Zhao Lejean's face. "Mayor Chi, I initially planned to move these items to the display screen in the little town tomorrow to see if I could exchange them for something. Thankfully, my own greed for food saved me. Otherwise, all these items would have been transported away." Chi-Wan cast him a glance without responding. Upon reaching his doorstep, he entered and turned on the lights. Upon closer inspection, Chi-Wan finally discerned the array of items before her. The uniformity of their arrangement rendered the collection far from chaotic. "Apart from raiding the hardware store, you've scavenged from the appliance shops as well, haven't you?" The corners of Chi-Wan's mouth twitched slightly, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of goods. In the farthest corner against the wall stood several fans. Adjacent to a cluster of rice cookers, various brands huddled together. What truly captivated Chi-Wan were the rice cookers. With a rice cooker in her possession, she could prepare meals. Although the rice grains in her warehouse remained unhulled, that did not deter her from making early preparations for future utility. The kettle nearby failed to pique her interest. She already owned a water dispenser that allowed for immediate hydration without the need for boiling water separately. "Please hand me the largest rice cooker you have. I desire one that is entirely new." "Are all of these appliances brand new?" She pondered, recalling that these devices had not been used for 2 years, leaving her uncertain of their functionality. However, observing Zhao Lejean manipulate the adjustable components instilled a sense of reassurance. "Rest assured, Mayor Chi, I will provide you with only brand new items. I wouldn't dream of offering you anything outdated. I have a friend skilled in repairing such appliances, but we have lost contact. My intention in accompanying you on this trip is to locate him. Together, we can gather resources from the outside world." Chapter 87. The rice processing factory 20 kilometers away. "I will handle the pre-sale service, while he will manage the after-sales support. We shall undoubtedly shine in Mayor Chi's quaint town." Upon hearing this, Chi-Wan couldn't help but feel that Zhao Lejean was indeed a rather mischievous friend. In the pursuit of locating a friend, the intention is to enlist their assistance with after-sales service. "Your idea is commendable, and I sincerely hope you find your friend soon." Zhao Lejean disparages others, yet it does not affect her. She refrains from interfering in this matter. Ultimately, what benefits her is sufficient. Mayor Chi, having chosen the rice cooker, certainly requires it. Zhao Lejean retrieves a clay pot from another area, which is excellent for simmering soup. Mayor Chi, would you like to have one? Chi Wan's lips curled into a slight smile, suspecting that he might be hoping to join her for a meal, perhaps even savoring a bowl of soup. However, his choice of the clay pot poses no issue. Her large cast iron pot can be used to prepare soup, though it is not suitable for slow cooking. When using a cast iron pot, the water tends to evaporate as it simmers. Yet, isn't the rice cooker also capable of preparing soup? I noticed it has a soup function. Chi Wan pointed to the inscription on the rice cooker, highlighting its numerous usable features. Zhao Lejean nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while the rice cooker indeed can make soup, the flavor from the clay pot is far more aromatic. The reason for this remains unclear to me, but it is an undeniable fact. Furthermore, rice cooked over an open flame is invariably more fragrant than that produced by a rice cooker. I shall take another look soon to see if there is a pressure cooker available. It is exceptionally useful for both cooking rice and preparing soup. Having shared so much, he found himself feeling hungry. After 2 years of an apocalyptic world, he could finally indulge in the thought of it possibly becoming a reality one day. Oh, and here is a hairdryer as well. Mayor Chi's hair has grown long, and he is indeed in need of one. Chi Wan glanced at Zhao Lejean as he retrieved a hairdryer from the pile of items, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if it were from a renowned brand before the apocalypse. Thank you, she said, not one to take advantage of others. She cast a glance at the rice cooker, deeming its value commensurate with the evening meal. Aside from the rice cooker, you may exchange any other items for equivalence in value. Zhao Lejean raised an eyebrow, a corner missing, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He began to introduce the items in his room that Chi Wan might find useful, like a salesman. Mayor Chi, behold this air fryer. It was once a popular item, perfect for culinary delights. If it does not suit your fancy, fret not. I also have a microwave and an oven. Consider what you might require. Preparing some snacks could offer a delightful change. With life improving, the demand for higher quality has naturally followed. One could argue that now, with the absolute safety of the town, their ventures outside are for sustenance, while their returns are also for the same. One life is for survival, maintaining a state of possessing town currency, while the other is for living, ensuring daily meals, and perhaps a bit of town currency for fruits, items deemed somewhat luxurious. I recall that our town now has soybeans. Mayor Chi, would you consider this soy milk maker? Imagine waking up to a delicious cup of soy milk in the morning. Just thinking about it brings a sense of joy. He also pointed out a foot bath basin, which requires electricity. After a long day's labor, she filled the foot bath with cold water and plugged it in. The device would heat itself, and the base featured a massage function. Mayor Chi, would you care for one? Chi Wan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, perceiving the situation akin to a sales pitch, with the sounds around her echoing promotional banter. She glanced at the appliance that Zhao Lejean had specifically showcased, realizing that indeed, these were items she could utilize. I shall take all of these. Please name your price. Zhao Lejean rested his chin on his hand, pondering earnestly. He deemed that pricing them at double the previous market rate in town currency would be reasonable. Although these items had ceased production, they held little value for those who did not require them. Since Chi Wan needed these goods, he could not demand exorbitant prices. Chi Wan nodded gently, acknowledging that the proposed price was fair. Should it prove excessively steep, she could easily invest some time to seek alternatives. Even if they were refurbished, they would still be new appliances. Very well, I do not possess town currency at the moment, but you may collect it from the town display later. Upon surveying the numerous items, she turned to Zhao Lejean, inquiring if he could assist in delivering such a substantial purchase. Zhao Lejean smiled and nodded, revealing a signature grin reminiscent of pre-apocalyptic service staff. It would be my pleasure to serve you. I shall deliver it right to your doorstep. As Chi Wan exited Zhao Lejean's room and returned to her own space, she opened the gate for him. Aside from the clay pot left outside, she would move the remaining appliances inside after dinner. Upon seeing them arrive, Old Man Han served the dishes from the pot and remarked, "You took quite some time to choose. However, it matters not, for the food is perfectly cooked. Come, hasten and partake." "Old man, there is simply too much in your room," Chi Wan expressed, her eyes nearly overwhelmed by the abundance. "What I have brought back is merely the tip of the iceberg. There is so much more in your possession." She placed the earthen pot upon the table, confident that Old Man Han would grasp her intention. Old Man Han cast a glance at Zhao Lejean, his eyes shimmering with an inscrutable meaning that made Zhao Lejean feel as if he were under scrutiny. After washing their hands, they began to enjoy the dishes, the meat and bones tender and delectable. "I have prepared 2 areas for stir-frying and subsequently. The wolves can join us for their meals as well," he continued, arranging the bowls and chopsticks beside the platter. "Alas, if only we had rice. It would be perfect for mixing." Chi Wan nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiments. Indeed, if we had rice, the sauce beneath the vegetables would be delightful for mixing. Surely fragrant. And the chili peppers we have harvested and stored in the warehouse are perfect accompaniments. It is unfortunate that we lack a threshing machine. We shall have to examine that thoroughly when we venture out next. If we could obtain one, we would achieve rice freedom. While she could not guarantee rice freedom for the entire town, she was confident that among their group, excluding Zhao Lejean, they could certainly attain it. Kai Xiaofeng approached slowly from the direction of the pig pen, her attire speckled with remnants of sweet potato vine leaves. I recall there is a rice processing factory located 20 kilometers away. I wonder if they possess a threshing machine. Qi Wan, with a piece of meat bone in hand, savored its tender texture and the inherent deliciousness of the meat, prompting her to give a thumbs up in praise of Elder Han. Before contemplating the matter that Kai Xiaofeng had mentioned, Chapter 88, Little Black and Little White are exceedingly diligent, constantly engaged in their tasks. It's quite distant. If we were to walk to such a place, it would take several days along the way, Zhao Lejean remarked, as he intended to accompany them. He naturally needed to consider whether this location was feasible. If we were indeed to journey to that rice processing factory, the machinery is substantial, and we would lack the space for any ability users among us. It would be exceedingly challenging to transport them back unless we could procure a truck and have sufficient fuel to execute this plan. As Zhao Lejean spoke, he found using chopsticks to grasp the meat bone rather cumbersome, opting instead to use his hands. This manner of eating truly satisfies one's cravings. Mr. Zhao was not mistaken. If we genuinely intend to go there, we must at least have a reliable mode of transportation, preferably a sturdy one. Furthermore, we require ample fuel. Given our current constraints, we can only rely on walking, so this plan must be put on hold for the time being. Qi Wan longed to retrieve the reward in the form of a recreational vehicle, yet she must first venture out to locate survivors to earn this reward. It appears that this time, she must rely on her own efforts. It's all right. We can cultivate more rice for now, and once we acquire a threshing machine, we can put it to proper use. It is not necessary to possess a large, mechanical machine. I recall a distinct type from the countryside, one that is hand-cranked. If such a device exists, we could certainly transport it back, Qi Wan remarked. She had a vague recollection of the hand-operated threshing machine, which would not be excessively large. With a standard cargo vehicle, it could be easily brought back. However, should the thresher at the rice processing factory be an integrated model, it would pose a significant challenge. Yet, Qi Wan pondered a thought and inquired, "Do you remember approximately where that factory is located?" Kai Xiaofeng contemplated for a moment and gestured towards the rear. "I recall it being down that main road, although I am not entirely certain of the exact location." Qi Wan raised an eyebrow, as she could ascertain a general direction, thus giving her subsequent actions a purpose. After satisfying her hunger, Qi Wan gathered the uneaten bones and looked towards the wolves. "Would you like some?" The 5 wolves nodded eagerly. Their size had increased, along with their appetite. Qi Wan smiled and placed the gathered bones on the tiles where they often lingered. The following day, Qi Wan awoke early and retrieved a piece of paper she had salvaged from a dilapidated building. The paper, having aged, was noticeably yellowed. After rummaging through several pens, she finally found one that was functional. In her haste previously, she had collected all the discarded items, not anticipating the abundance of refuse. Suddenly, as she focused on drafting her plans, the word restore appeared on the discarded pen beside her. Instantly, Qi Wan grasped the implication of restore, upon tapping it. Several pin cards materialized in her hand. The current set of pin cards is not as challenging to collect as the previous air conditioning cards. As long as they are of the same color, they can be combined to form a new pin. After spending some time clicking on all that could be restored, she began to organize her plans. The tenants of the town, awakened by the crowing of the roosters, dared not express their anger. Without a word, they rose and vented their frustrations upon the mutated beasts outside. Beyond the town, the zombies, with the exception of a few advanced ones, were predominantly replaced by these mutated creatures. This was fortuitous, as the cleared mutated beasts would serve as their reserve food supply. On days when they desired a break from chicken, pork, and fish, they could simply collect mutated beast meat from the automatic processors for zombies located outside. A few hours later, Qi Wan felt immense satisfaction with her meticulously crafted plans, having filled several pages with her thoughts. Each page was brimming with content. She intended to execute her plan step by step, to elevate the town and make its existence known to more survivors. Qi Wan organized her written plans and prioritized her actions, commencing with the first page. As she passed through the air-conditioned area, she felt a slight chill and adjusted the temperature upwards. In the past, she had complained about the heat when there was no air conditioning. Now, with the temperature set to a constant 16 degrees Celsius, she found it somewhat cold. Upon reaching the balcony on the second floor, intending to bring in the clothes she planned to wear today, she noticed a significant reduction in the number of mutated beasts outside the town. The scene beyond the town appeared eerily reminiscent of the desolation of a few days prior, barren and forlorn. The black soil ahead is marred by patches of varying hues, devoid of any crops, and in the process of rejuvenation. The town's planting pace is swift, however, with the alteration of payment methods and a noticeable decrease in prices. Everyone can now afford vegetables. Daily consumption of these greens is essential to compensate for the 2-year absence from their diets. The vegetables in the vending machines are invariably sold out by the end of the day, leaving scarcely any leftovers. This situation is unsustainable, as the black soil remains insufficient. Each plot of black land is merely 1 square meter in size, limiting the quantity of produce that can be cultivated at any given time. She wants size, pondering when she might possess an entire acre of land. Sister, Xiao Lu has grown a lot. Would you like to come down and take a look? Haning raises her head to see Qi Wan, radiating excitement, and waves enthusiastically, her entire being exuding joy. All right, I will come down shortly, Qi Wan replies. She gathers a complete outfit and steps inside, ensuring the balcony door is securely shut to prevent unnecessary waste. Although she is currently exempt from paying for electricity, wasting it would still be inappropriate. Approaching the bathroom door, she notices Xiao Bai diligently cleaning inside, tools in hand, always busy with endless tasks. Xiao Bai, I'm going in to change. Could you step out for a moment? Xiao Bai, displaying a cheerful expression on the screen, readily agrees. Tidying up the tools before completing the last bit of work and stepping out. Qi Wan initially intended to change her clothes in her room. However, upon entering, she discovered Xiao He tidying up her belongings on the bed, prompting her to exit. After changing, she stepped back into the room only to find that Xiao He had disappeared, along with the blanket from her bed. Peering outside onto the balcony, she caught sight of Xiao He and Xiao Bai, who were diligently hanging the blanket out to dry. The 2 robots were remarkably fastidious, ensuring that their home was perpetually immaculate. Even the fur shed by the large wolf was promptly swept away at the earliest opportunity. Yet, they remained quite occupied, not only maintaining her room but also attending to the cleanliness of the other tenants' quarters and the entire town's sanitation, which was their responsibility. Chapter 89. Xiao Lu can prey on mutated beasts. Xiao He and Xiao Bai would not intrusively clean the rooms of the town's tenants, as they respected their privacy and refrained from unwanted disturbances. Should any tenant require assistance in tidying their rooms, they would need to request the cleaning service via the town's display screen. Upon receiving a cleaning request, Xiao He and Xiao Bai would promptly collaborate to expeditiously address the room's cleanliness. The most unkempt areas of the town were undoubtedly those where chicken droppings accumulated daily. These droppings were collected and stored in Qi Wan's room, neatly bagged, which she chose to overlook. They served as fertilizer for planting, and thus should not be wasted. Despite Qi Wan and Old Man Han's diligent efforts in harvesting the adult roosters and hens, an entire night would see hundreds of mature chickens emerging throughout the town. Upon descending the stairs, Qi Wan observed the wolves standing at the warehouse door. As she approached, she discovered they were queuing up to enter, retrieving the chickens one by one, autonomously addressing their hunger. In no time, they exited the house, carrying the chicken meat to dine outside. Qi Wan couldn't help but smile wryly. The wolves were well aware of how to procure their own food, while she had spent so long drafting plans without feeling a pang of hunger. As she opened the door, she noticed Haning standing at the threshold, who immediately waved upon seeing Qi Wan. Sister, come quickly. He was eager to share something. Qi Wan stepped outside, and Haning eagerly grasped her wrist, leading her to the pigsty. They navigated several turns until they reached a section devoid of fencing. With the increasing number of piglets and adult pigs, the pigsty had expanded accordingly. However, the area cultivated by Little Green remained fixed, untouched by transplantation, ensuring that the enlargement of the pigsty deliberately circumvented the space where it thrived. Even though many adult pigs weighing over 1,200 pounds had been harvested by Qi Wan, the area had not diminished. Moreover, regardless of the original size, the addition of a single piglet would necessitate an extra square of pigsty space. Qi Wan found it perplexing. Why were there so many pigsties when there were not that many pigs inside? She sensed that the little steward had intentions yet to be revealed, but for now, she remained in the dark. As Qi Wan approached, she noticed a slender green plant playfully manipulating its branches, occasionally teasing the little pigs nearby. Without hesitation, she recognized it as Little Green. Previously, its roots were merely the thickness of a finger, but now they had grown to the size of an arm. It was evident that its roots appeared remarkably sturdy. Sister, look, Qi Wan exclaimed. With the assistance of my special ability, Little Green has thrived. Haning has stepped beside Little Green, gently caressing its branches as one would cherish a beloved toy. Have you nurtured her using your powers? Qi Wan inquired. Haning nodded emphatically, beaming with pride, for he had taken exceptional care of Qi Wan's Little Green. Little Green adores my abilities, he said. With my powers, she can grow even faster. Vaguely, she recalled that her mother was capable of preying on mutated beasts, though her memories from that time were hazy. Perhaps it was only in the presence of mutated creatures that she could better recall those moments. Chi-Wan understood, however, merely observing Little Green in its current state. She was unable to ascertain what type of plant it truly was, as it was entirely enveloped in green. The lower part resembled a trunk, supporting all the branches above. Since Little Green's mother preyed on mutated beasts, and there are a few outside, shall we let her venture out to test her abilities? But we must consult Little Green first to see if she is willing. Chi-Wan remembered that as long as the plant was excavated with a thick layer of soil, it could ensure its survival. She wondered if mutated plants would follow the same principle. As time passed, Little Green found herself continually encircled by the pigsty. Her growth stunted not only by the limitations of her environment, but also by the complacency that hindered her development. Haning leaned against the inner fence of the pigsty, earnestly engaging Little Green in conversation, painting a vivid picture of the world beyond the confines. He promised that if she were to relocate her roots, he would petition Chi-Wan to allow her a day in the fertile black soil. Though Chi-Wan could not comprehend Little Green's words, she gleaned knowledge from Han Ying's solitary discourse, learning of matters previously unknown to her. Little Green was rooted in this place, yet could sense the enriching energy of the black earth. Her admiration for Han Ying's extraordinary abilities was only surpassed by her longing for the town's fertile soil. However, she had never had the opportunity to shift her roots, merely absorbing the energy without the means to transform it into her own. Little Green, have you made your decision? Haning gently touched the swaying branches of Little Green. Do not worry. As long as you attempt to move your roots, you will be able to experience the richness of my sister's black soil. But remember, you must not enter without permission, or my sister will not allow you into the town. Little Green joyfully waved her branches, and although Chi-Wan could not understand, it was evident that Little Green was brimming with excitement and eager to establish her roots in a new location. Little Green, do you need my assistance with anything? Haning inquired. Little Green shook her branches and gently pushed Chi-Wan and Haning aside. Under their watchful eyes, her upper branches pressed against the pigsty's fence, clearly exerting effort. As they observed, the branches appeared to swell, as if saturated with moisture. Haning gazed at Xiao LV with deep concern, troubled by her plight. Witnessing her struggle, he summoned his extraordinary abilities. From his being emanated a myriad of tiny green lights, converging upon Xiao LV. Chi-Wan, standing nearby, cast a side glance at Haning, enveloped by the gentle glow, marveling at how he had truly become a little green being. The green luminescence emanating from Haning ceased, as it all flowed into Xiao LV's branches. Within moments, Xiao LV sensed a significant alleviation. Her once swollen branches gradually reverted to their original form, extending more roots. Chi-Wan observed closely, noting that Xiao LV's roots were remarkably lengthy, having stretched 3 meters, yet not fully drawn in. Ultimately, Xiao LV propped herself on the upper edge of the pigsty fence with her roots, inching her way out to stand before Chi-Wan and Haning. A cursory glance revealed that Xiao LV's roots extended nearly 10 meters, while her upper branches measured merely over 2 meters. The disparity was indeed considerable. Xiao LV, could you retract your roots for now? I recall you mentioned you could do so. The current length is quite unwieldy. It will be inconvenient when we attempt to exit. Chapter 90. Attempting to create a path, Xiao LV stepped forward, her 10-meter roots trailing behind, easily susceptible to being stepped on if not careful. She nodded at her primary branches, and in the blink of an eye, her roots visibly contracted to a mere 1 meter. Let us proceed, Xiao LV. Together, we shall venture forth. Han Ying and Gao Xing conversed joyfully, their eyes sparkling with delight. He deliberately approached Xiao Lu, walking alongside her. Chi-Wan, observing the pair and their harmonious rapport, felt utterly overlooked. This fellow, having shared his thoughts, seemed to disregard her entirely. With a resigned smile, she followed them out. The enclosure around the spot where Xiao Lu had taken root vanished as she moved away, becoming indistinguishable within the pigsty, leaving no trace as if it had never existed. After nearly a minute, Chi-Wan arrived at the entrance of the pigsty, which had expanded significantly, although the number of pigs within was still modest. As she looked up, she noticed Xiao He and Xiao Bai approaching. They greeted her as they passed, proceeding directly into the pigsty to retrieve cleaning tools and commence their work. She turned to admire their diligent figures, silently giving them a thumbs up in her heart, even though they could not see her praise. These industrious robots, after toiling, would return to recharge in their quarters. Regardless of where she ventured in the town, even in the most obscure corners, Chi-Wan found everything impeccably clean, which greatly relieved her. As they traversed the rich black soil, Xiaolu exuded excitement, her branches swaying as if engaged in a dance. Yearning to anchor her roots and joyfully thrive there. Han Ing held onto the swaying branches of Little Green, his expression serious as he observed the restless roots. With a gentle voice, he imparted a lesson. Little Green, such behavior is inappropriate. These are the personal possessions of your elder sister. You cannot act without her consent. Feeling aggrieved, Little Green drooped its branches, occasionally swaying toward the dark soil but refraining from further actions. Be good, Little Green. Once we settle outside the town, I shall petition your sister on your behalf, all right? However, it is imperative that she witnesses your capabilities first. Only then will I be qualified to negotiate with her. If you possess nothing to showcase, I shall be unable to engage in a fruitful discussion with her. Upon hearing Han Ying's words, Chi-Wan felt he was particularly adept at soothing children. Not long ago, he had coaxed Little Green out, and now he was encouraging it to hunt the mutated beasts outside. Despite some reluctance, Little Green readily complied, its strides noticeably larger than before. A few moments ago, each step measured approximately 20 to 30 centimeters. Now, it had transformed into strides of nearly 2 meters. It extended and propped up its roots, allowing for greater leaps. Chi-Wan couldn't help but ponder whether, with further growth, Little Green's roots could enable it to stride like stilts, covering distances of 10 or even dozens of meters with a single step. They arrived at a spot before the notice board, the only expanse of land unobstructed by cultivation. The area ahead was relatively spacious, suitable for confronting the mutated beasts. Standing outside the pigsty was also an option, albeit perilous, as the active range would be confined to a mere meter. Behind lay the pigsty, and a moment's inattention could lead them beyond the town's boundaries. Little Green, you find yourself in the town, observing the mutated beasts passing by, ready to address them. Is that agreeable? Han Ing pointed to the space between the vending machine and the arid land, noting the soil's hardness. Please wait a moment. I shall assist you in moistening the soil here. With that, Han Ing proceeded to Chi-Wan's residence to fetch a plastic bucket, heading to the rear to fill it with water from the tap. Considering the current state of the town, Chi-Wan adjusted the previous working methods. The orchard, fish pond, arid land, and pigsty require substantial amounts of water daily. Irrigation for both the orchard and the arid land is undoubtedly essential. Even with rapid growth, the need for irrigation remains unchanged. In fact, the quicker the growth, the more frequent the watering becomes. In the fish pond, after approximately half a day, the water level diminishes by about 10 to 20 centimeters, necessitating replenishment. Additionally, for the pigsty, not only do the pigs require drinking water, but sufficient water must also be provided for Xiao He and Xiao Bai to maintain cleanliness within the pigsty. Thus, Chi-Wan revised their previous arrangement of 1 ton of free water daily to allow direct access to the tap water. Regardless of the quantity used, it remains complementary. They only need to fetch the plastic bucket, and the tap will sense their presence, enabling them to fill it effortlessly. Chi-Wan noted in her little notebook to procure a long water hose, as Han Laobua and others spent considerable time and effort transporting water from the back daily. Observing this, Kai Xiaofeng promptly approached to assist Han Ing in fetching water, pouring several buckets into the designated area for Little Green's roots. As the passing tenant observed bucket after bucket of water being poured into the ground, a pang of sorrow briefly struck their heart, yet it soon dissipated. In this quaint town, for the modest expenditure of 10 town coins, one could access an ample ton of water. Witnessing such water being wasted on the soil dulled the initial heartache. Is this level of soil moisture acceptable, Xiaolu? Han Ing inquired, pointing to the ground that had already received a dozen buckets of water. Xiaolu, swaying gently in the breeze, tapped the earth with one of its roots, affirming, yes. Do give it a try. Xiaolu approached the designated area, pressing its roots onto the ground. Although the surface appeared unchanged, Chi-Wan sensed that it was extending its roots deeper. The soil beneath is still not saturated, is it? Please wait a moment. You can begin to experiment gradually, and I shall assist you further. Upon hearing Xiaolu's words, Han Ing casually wiped the sweat from his brow and made his way toward the water faucet with a bucket in hand. In such sweltering weather, hauling numerous buckets of water left his back drenched, the dampness of his short-sleeved shirt accentuating his slender physique. Chi-Wan noticed that Han Ing had gained some weight. Yet to everyone else, he still appeared rather thin. Zhao Lejean, observing Han Ing's flushed face and the toil he endured, felt compelled to intervene. He stepped in front of Han Ing and remarked, the ground in this town is quite hard. We could create a small pathway for the water to flow here, so you won't have to frequently trek to the back for more. However, over time, those waters will seep into the ground, came the thoughtful response. Han Ing was perplexed. He believed that this was a tremendous waste of water. The water flowed into the ground, yielding little benefit for the town, which he deemed wasteful. End of chapter. Chapter 91. Crouching on the ground like an inconspicuous stone on the road, Zhao Lejean shook his head and looked earnestly at Han Ninghe. Let us give it a try, and we shall know, he said. Allow the soil to absorb some moisture. Perhaps it might yield wild grass in the future. His words ignited a spark of contemplation among those present. Could it truly be feasible for the soil to nurture wild grass with additional moisture? This thought began to germinate in their minds as they turned their gazes toward Han Ninghe. Han Ninghe, in turn, shifted his focus to Chi-Wan. The entire town belonged to her, and naturally, the matter required her consent. Chi-Wan nodded. Let us give it a try. If it works, it could be a positive development. Curiosity piqued. Everyone eagerly joined in the endeavor. Zhao Lejean retrieved 2 hoes from the room, handing one to Han Ninghe while keeping the other for himself. You have done farm work at home before. You should know how to hoe the land, right? Han Ninghe nodded. Despite his youth, he had spent considerable time assisting in the fields. Very well, you start from this end, and I will begin at the faucet. With that, Zhao Lejean hoisted the hoe onto his shoulder and made his way toward the faucet behind the house. The others, filled with curiosity, followed him, eager to witness Zhao Lejean's method. Zhao Lejean first excavated a small, flat hole beneath the faucet, approximately the size of a fist. This ensured that when water was drawn, the bucket would not sink entirely due to an excessively large opening. He dug with great care, fearful that a single blow of the spade might shatter the dry, cracked earth, resulting in a gaping hole. Kai Xiaofeng approached to assist by slightly turning the faucet, allowing water to flow into the modest cavity Zhao had created. The stream was not substantial, roughly the width of a finger. The water that trickled into the small hole was not immediately absorbed by the parched soil, akin to water meeting a stone, unable to penetrate. Seizing the opportunity presented by the flow, Zhao hastened to carve a narrow path in the direction where Xiao Lu was situated. Within seconds, the small hole brimmed with water, yet his pathway remained only partially excavated. Kai Xiaofeng turned off the faucet to prevent overflow, ensuring the ground did not become inundated. The others followed Zhao's lead, advancing gradually, standing on either side as if conducting an inspection. Noticing the path had lengthened and the water level had receded, Kai Xiaofeng resumed the flow from the faucet, albeit at a reduced rate, allowing a gentle stream to trickle forth. Once the fist-sized hole was filled, the water flowed steadily along the narrow path. Meanwhile, Han Ninghe, under the guidance of Old Man Han, worked with Xiao Lu as the center point, creating a circular path about a meter away from her. This circular pathway extended toward the rear buildings, branching off to form another small path that passed by Chi-Wan's fence and continued through the boundary of the black soil. Beside the fertile black soil, a half-meter deep and half-meter wide trench was excavated to accumulate more water, thereby eliminating the frequent trips to turn on the tap at the back. After completing the task near the black soil, Han Ninghe emerged, her petite figure shouldering a hoe, just in time to encounter Zhao Lejean, who had already diverted the water. Chi-Wan observed from the side as the water flowed along the path, resembling a stream within a pipe, showing no signs of seeping into the muddy ground. The thought of the fish in the pond crossed Chi-Wan's mind, and she suddenly pondered the feasibility of bringing a few fish to keep. However, the specifics of this idea would have to wait until she consulted the little steward to ascertain its viability. This indeed seemed like an efficient approach, sparing them the labor of constant back and forth. I now find myself yearning for the day when this small path might sprout verdant plants, perhaps even algae. Me too. If they could flourish, our little town might gradually revert to its former glory. Such musings ignite a sense of hope. I wish to survive long enough to witness the day the apocalypse concludes. In our future excursions beyond the town, we must exercise utmost caution, ensuring that the zombies do not obliterate our prospects. I long to see our town flourish bit by bit. The tenants of the town gazed at the water trickling along the path, their minds conjuring numerous visions of the town's future. As long as they remained alive, the changes they could witness would only multiply. Han Ninghe skillfully dug with her hoe, matching the depth and width achieved by Zhao Lejean, and thus, the two paths converged. As everyone gazed at the flowing water approaching, they followed its course, making their way to the side of Little Green. A portion of the town's tenants took a different path, standing outside the fence of Chi-Wan's residence. Observing the water gradually seep in and flow into a space half a meter deep and wide. For reasons unknown, a sudden wave of emotion washed over them. The speaker wiped his right eye, his voice wavering with a hint of choked emotion. A seemingly trivial gesture now felt monumental. The future development of the town undoubtedly promised to flourish, and witnessing its growth filled me with a profound sense of accomplishment. Another tenant gently patted the speaker's shoulder, eyes gleaming with aspiration. Han Ninghe washed the hoe in the water of the path before returning it to Zhao Lejean, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zhao. I'm returning the hoe to you. Zhao Lejean also cleaned his used hoe and placed it inside the room. A little dampness was inconsequential. He could simply wipe the floor later. He preferred not to leave it carelessly outside. Han Yinghe approached Little Green and inquired, "Little Green, how do you feel at this moment?" Little Green's branches dipped into the water of the path, akin to swimming in a pool on a summer day, exuding sheer comfort. Jiwan and the town's tenants stood nearby, unable to comprehend Little Green's words, yet recognizing her contentment through the swaying of her branches. "As long as you feel comfortable, it is enough. If you desire more water, you can always tell me, all right?" Little Green obediently nodded, resembling a well-behaved child attentively listening to Han Yinghe's words. She extended her branches, gradually elongating and sprawling upon the ground, resembling an inconspicuous stone along the path. Slowly, her tendrils inched closer to a wandering mutated dog. This creature, slightly smaller than 5 wolves, stood tall, comparable in size to an adult brown bear. Its sharp fangs, reminiscent of a tiger's, glistened in the sunlight. Fei Zisher stood with his arms crossed over his chest, one foot casually propped up, embodying the demeanor of an onlooker. He clicked his tongue twice, exclaiming, "Those fangs of the mutated dog are remarkably white. It's a pity we haven't brushed our teeth with toothpaste in ages. Otherwise, our teeth would surely outshine its whiteness." Chapter 92. A subtle movement. Wu Zhishui shook his head, extending his index finger to wave dismissively, a smirk playing upon his lips. "Perhaps you should refrain from uttering that statement. That mutated dog has never brushed its teeth since childhood. At least we have maintained our dental hygiene for several decades. Yet our teeth still pale in comparison." Yi Jiangnan revealed his teeth, though the specifics remained obscured. However, the odor wafting from his mouth betrayed a less than pleasant condition. In a moment of impulsiveness, he took another whiff, nearly overwhelming himself. Noticing Yi Jiangnan's expression, Niesa promptly stepped aside, casting a glance at Wu Zhishui. "Hearing your words fills me with a profound sense of embarrassment. The most prudent solution would be to seek out a dentist, who could procure the appropriate tools to cleanse our teeth. After such a procedure, our smiles would undoubtedly gleam much brighter. When the time comes to compare teeth with that mutated dog, it will be evident whose teeth are whiter." Standing nearby, Jiwan recalled that she had not brushed her teeth in quite some time. However, unlike Yi Jiangnan, she did not subject herself to the unpleasant odor of her own mouth. Instead, she made a mental note. The issue of dental health is indeed one that warrants serious attention. Little Green's tendrils encircled the mutated dog, suddenly grasping its hind leg and lifting it effortlessly. In the next moment, the entire creature was thrown into the air, spinning in a complete 360 degrees. "My goodness, is this mutated plant really that formidable?" Fei Zisher was astonished. That slender branch managed to lift a creature hundreds of times its size and twirl it with such ease. Fei Zisong glanced at Little Green's tendrils, pondering his own abilities. It seemed he needed to communicate with Han Ying and Little Green to enhance his powers. It appears that mutated plants are even more fearsome than mutated animals. They may seem inconspicuous, yet their capabilities are astonishing. Niesa clicked his tongue. In the future, he would do well to keep a distance from such mutated plants. Encountering one as formidable as Little Green could very well cost him his life. And that would be a different matter altogether. Thankfully, he had not engaged in any other activities today, or he would have missed this spectacular scene. Truly, it was an eye-opening experience. Wu Zhishui waved his hand, feeling his own strength was lacking. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck him, and he leaped into the air. Why did he feel so much lighter? The ground barely trembled beneath him. Reflecting on his previous weight, he glanced down at the flesh on his body and resolutely decided to indulge in more meat. Xiao Lu, feeling that the spinning was rather unsatisfactory, seized the moment while the mutated dog was caught off guard. With a fierce swing of its additional tendrils, it struck the creature down onto the ground. Once, twice. The other mutated beasts, witnessing this, charged forward without a hint of fear. Yet before they could draw near, they were ensnared by Xiao Lu's other tendrils, which clutched at their feet. Following suit, Xiao Lu executed a full 360-degree rotation, eliciting cries from them before progressing to the next phase. Yi Jiangnan, endowed with the ability to manipulate his limbs, was momentarily entranced. He glanced at his own hands, then at Xiao Lu's tendrils. With several tendrils at its disposal and the unique ability to generate additional hands, he pondered whether he could emulate Xiao Lu's simultaneous control and bewilder the enemies in a similar fashion. As he contemplated, he observed another mutated beast and concluded that overthinking would yield less than action. He approached Xiao Lu, heightened his focus, and summoned his powers. The size of the mutated beast was formidable. He allowed his summoned hands to stack upon one another, mimicking Xiao Lu's tendrils to grasp the beast's feet. Unlike Xiao Lu, who toyed with the creature, Yi Jiangnan directly immobilized its limbs, dispatching another hand to its head and reaching inside to extract the crystal core. Though the concept was sound, the execution proved arduous. Summoning so many hands simultaneously was an immense drain on his abilities. The beast's strength exceeded his expectations, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The mutated beast's forelimbs broke free from the grasp of Yi Jiangnan's separated hands, forcefully kicking away the others and darting off in an aimless frenzy. Yi Jiangnan took a step back, struggling to maintain his balance. Fortunately, those hands were mere manifestations of his supernatural abilities and posed no real harm to him. Had the mutated beast succeeded in its escape, the pain inflicted would have been excruciating. Qi-Wan observed as the beast, in its struggle for freedom, trampled upon the detached hands with considerable force. She gasped inwardly, though her exterior remained composed and unchanged. Glancing over, she noticed that Xiaolu had grown weary of the spectacle. The mutated beasts, their brains splattered and grotesquely exposed, were indeed a sight too ghastly to behold. In the next moment, Xiaolu's branches multiplied, ensnaring the entirety of the mutated beast's form. A closer inspection revealed numerous tiny pores along the branches, which, upon contact with the beast's flesh, began to undulate in a peculiar manner. Minutes later, upon reflection, the mutated beast had visibly shrunk, losing several layers of mass. Not merely one, but several mutated beasts were simultaneously undergoing this transformation. The outer layer of skin, battered and torn, hung loosely like a tattered rag. Xiaolu's powers were astonishingly formidable, leaving all present in a state of shock, save for Haningha, who felt a surge of delight. He was aware of Xiaolu's prowess, but had not anticipated it to be so overwhelmingly effective. Meanwhile, Yi Jiangnan continued to grapple with the mutated beast, unwavering in his resolve. He understood that only through persistent effort could he master his abilities. He would not cease his attempts until the mutated beast was vanquished. After Zhao Lejean emerged from his shock at Xiao LV, he realized that his abilities were not as remarkable as he had believed. A power as commonplace as earth manipulation seemed inferior to Xiao LV's branches. Like a leech, it clung to the mutated beast's skin, voraciously consuming its flesh. Xiaohe, do you not think we are too weak? Zhao Lejean inquired as he approached Haningha, who wore a look of satisfaction. Not at all. Why should we consider ourselves weak? Haningha replied, perplexed. You are already a level 3 ability wielder, while I am merely a level 2. In comparison to me, you are quite formidable. Admittedly, you may be a bit weaker than Xiao LV, but I do not perceive us as weak. As long as we can eliminate those zombies on our own, that is sufficient. He gestured towards Yi Jiangnan, who was diligently battling the mutated beast. Look at that brother. Does he feel weak? Certainly not. When you believe in your own capabilities, you strive to improve. Just observe how hard he is working now. Zhao Lejean felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing Haningha's words. Indeed, why should he consider himself weak? When one feels inadequate, the focus should be on enhancing one's abilities rather than pondering the notion of weakness. You are right. I shall join you. Tomorrow we must venture out. It is inconvenient to leave without dealing with these mutated beasts. Zhao Lejean loosened his joints, producing a series of crackling sounds. He approached Yi Jiangnan, rotated his head slightly, and raised his hands to chest height, stretching them backward, instantly feeling invigorated. Qi-Wan turned around and noticed Mrs. Tian walking over with Tian Tian. They exchanged nods, a silent greeting. Mrs. Tian and Tian Tian stood beside Yi Jiangnan, joining the ranks against the mutated beasts. Mrs. Tian wielded a remarkably simple weapon, a spear scavenged from an unknown source. Once positioned, she deftly thrust it forward, executing her move with precision and without hesitation. Her aim was impeccable, striking the zombie's head with a single blow. With a gentle flick of the spear, the crystal core soared into the air. Tian Tian, standing nearby and mimicking her mother's actions, reacted swiftly. Unfazed by the blood on the crystal core, she picked it up and used a cloth to wipe it clean before placing it in her bag, promptly resuming her practice of Mrs. Tian's attacking techniques. Observing Mrs. Tian, Qi-Wan mused on how many individuals are quite unassuming, only revealing their true capabilities at critical moments. This approach is commendable. A lower profile can lead to greater longevity in a post-apocalyptic world. Those who are too conspicuous often attract unwarranted attention. The supplies and crystal cores in their possession are coveted by many. Xiaolu, noticing an increasing number of people gathering beside her, excitedly waved her branches, causing the mutated beasts outside to be struck even harder. The creatures now bore visible signs of bone fractures, along with splattered brain matter. Qi-Wan raised her brows, as the morale of the group was invigorated by little green, each individual brimming with enthusiasm as if they had been infused with vitality. Once their abilities were nearly depleted, they would promptly replenish them. Little steward, Will the success rate of the survivors, who have honed their abilities through practical experience, improve with the consumption of the mutated water beads? Chi-1 inquired telepathically. Indeed, Master. The success rate of the mutated water beads is 80, while the remaining percentage fluctuates based on individual willpower and constitution. For those with relatively strong willpower and physique, the success rate will increase. Conversely, for those with weaker willpower and constitution, the success rate will consequently diminish. Chi-1 understood. The 80 success rate of the mutated water beads was not fixed. Individuals with wavering resolve and frail constitutions would face a diminished success rate upon consuming the mutated water beads, significantly elevating the risk of transforming into zombies. Little Steward, please assist in adding a notice. Those who consider their willpower and constitution to be relatively robust may come today to seek the mayor. The mayor can provide paid mutated water beads to enhance the ability levels of the ability users. All sales are final and non-refundable. Each mutated water bead requires 10 grade 3 crystal nuclei. It is first come, first served, with only 6 spots available. Additionally, please distinctly outline the advantages and disadvantages of the mutated water beads, ensuring they are fully aware of the benefits and the risks involved. Chi-1 observed that even if one were to consecutively absorb the abilities from 10 grade 3 crystal nuclei, it would not guarantee an upgrade in their powers. However, if they purchase and successfully consume the mutated water beads, the price would be exceedingly worthwhile. Understood, Master. The town's notice has been updated, serving as a reminder for the local tenants to take heed. Chi-1 refrains from offering reminders, as this notice primarily concerns fate. If you have seen this announcement and believe you meet the outlined criteria, you may approach her. However, if you have not observed this notice, even if you meet the requirements, it would merely signify a missed opportunity. The reason she has made 6 spots available is simply to acquire 10 pieces of fertile land. The first 5 spots of the initial round have already been given away at the outset. The first of the second round was also sold during that time. The second went to her, the third to Wu Lang, and the fourth to Han Ing. Thus, only 1 spot remains in the second round, and merely 1 spot feels somewhat insufficient. She perceives the tenant's fervent desire to become stronger, and the competition for this singular spot is intense, offering little advantage to the town's development. The Bai siblings approached, witnessing the camaraderie among the town's tenants, and they wished to contribute their abilities. Yet, their powers proved to be of little use, as they were incapable of ranged attacks. Bai Se led her siblings to the notice board, where they chanced upon the content of the announcement. Upon discovering that participation required 10 level 3 crystal cores, she felt even more inadequate. She had already come to realize that those nebulous dreams were manifestations of her abilities. However, those dreams only became clear a few days before the actual events or when she encountered corresponding scenes within the dreams. She had contemplated that if her powers could grow stronger, the visions within her dreams might become more vivid, possibly granting her the foresight to predict events. Yet, feeling utterly defenseless, she found it exceedingly difficult to contend with the zombies, especially those zombies whose levels now surpass hers, unless they are first-tier zombies. She is utterly incapable of confronting any others. Consequently, her current situation has devolved into a deadlock. She aspires to grow stronger, yet lacks the means to acquire sufficient crystal cores. Without enough cores, she cannot elevate her supernatural abilities. Without upgrading her powers, she remains unable to discern more of the dreams that haunt her. Ultimately, she realizes that physical enhancement is imperative to attain her desires. Bai Se does not possess enough crystal cores to purchase the mutated water beads, but she can inform others. As others grow stronger, the zombies and mutated beasts outside the town will diminish. Everyone, come quickly. Mayor Chi has updated the notice. As soon as Bai Se's words fell, the town's tenants who could spare a moment gathered around, reading the contents with astonishment, meticulously deciphering each word, fearful of missing any crucial information. Heavens! Mayor Chi is selling mutated water beads again. However, the price is exorbitantly high. I simply cannot afford it. I am left with an earnest desire to grow stronger. Yet I find myself in a dire financial predicament. Indeed, upon seeing the price of these mutated water beads, I feel impoverished. What is the meager amount of crystal cores I possess worth? Not even a fraction of the cost. I fare slightly better, at least I can afford a small portion. If only Mayor Chi would reduce the price a tad, I would immediately venture out and strive for more. Look at the advantages listed here with mutated water beads. Future advancements will be far more effortless than they are now. Chapter 94. Do not only focus on advantages, it is imperative not to solely concentrate on the advantages. The disadvantages must also be acknowledged. Once one has surrendered their course, there is no turning back. Should we falter, the prospect of a better future would evaporate. For someone like me, who is only suited for survival, Engaging in such risky ventures is decidedly inappropriate. Alas, I yearn for strength. My desire to grow stronger is immense. However, the cores at my disposal are woefully insufficient. Were it not for Mayor Chi's announcement of his imminent departure from the town, I would have considered requesting that the 5 wolves from his household lure the surrounding zombies towards us. Yes, indeed. This would provide us with the perfect opportunity for a massacre. Those advanced zombies would undoubtedly be drawn in, and securing the mutated water beads would then be within reach. I believe my willpower and physicality are robust. Is there a friend who might lend me a few cores? I assure you, upon my success, I shall return them in multiples. The words of this tenant were remarkably persuasive, stirring the interest of the other tenants. After all, by lending a single Tier 3 core, they would be compensated with 2 in return. Yet, they were not well acquainted with this tenant and had reservations about his character. If his willpower and physicality were not as formidable as he claimed, a failed endeavor would render their cores worthless. They refrained from taking the risk, remaining silent. In this post-apocalyptic world, those who survive carry an air of pride and confidence. It is only the failures who face immediate elimination. If you truly aspire to grow stronger, you should be out there collecting cores. Most of those present are, after all, insufficiently equipped to purchase them. If you venture out now to gather resources, there might still be a chance, Baisei remarked. Those who genuinely desire to grow stronger and possess the capability to do so would not linger here indefinitely. If only she had offensive skills, if her physical condition were slightly better, if she were on her own, she would undoubtedly strive to fight. Yet, lacking any offensive abilities and being physically weak, with younger siblings relying on her care, she cannot pursue her ambitions without distraction. Nonetheless, she refuses to relinquish the opportunity to survive in this world. As long as there are first-level zombies nearby, she is willing to make an effort. The tenants who had previously engaged in conversation fell silent upon hearing Baisei's words. They exchanged glances, each hoping the others would speak first. Baizhou, unable to tolerate their timidity, wondered why they were so cowardly, especially the ability users capable of ranged attacks, who remained frozen in place. He quickly approached Haningha, feeling a sense of urgency. Standing next to Haningha, he realized he had indeed acted impulsively. However, having come this far, he felt compelled to proceed. Brother Ingha, I wish to venture out to eliminate the mutated beasts. Yet, my abilities are insufficient. Could you ask Xiao Lu for assistance? I do not require her direct help, but rather, I would like Xiao Lu to support me by repelling them when I am unable to confront the mutated beasts. During other times, I can handle it myself. Haningha did not give an immediate response, as he was merely an intermediary in this matter and needed to communicate with Xiao Lu. Follow me. I will assist you in translating your request to Xiao Lu. The ultimate outcome will depend on how effectively you both communicate. Baizhou nodded, gazing gratefully at Haningha. He was profoundly touched by Haningha's willingness to assist him. Had he not been so disturbed by the recent behavior of certain tenants, he would not have acted so impulsively. Yet, it was of little consequence. He was still young, and a certain level of impulsiveness was understandable. He needed to constantly remind himself to refrain from such actions in the future. Thank you, Baizhou expressed sincerely. Xiao Lu, I have a friend who wishes to discuss a matter with you. Haningha approached Xiao Lu directly. The branches of Xiao Lu twirled gracefully in the air as Han Ingha listened and nodded in response. Yes, just as you heard. He seeks your assistance. All he requires is for you to extend your branches when he is in danger. All right, I will inquire on his behalf. Haningha glanced at Baizhou, signaling to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu inquired if she were to assist him, he must surrender all the corpses of the mutated beasts to her. She did not require the crystal cores, only the physical remains of the mutated creatures. Baizhou had no objections to this condition. As long as they obtained the crystal cores, the sustenance for the 3 siblings could easily be acquired from the town. As for the flesh of the mutated beasts, despite hearing others rave about its taste, he felt no temptation. I can do that. As long as I successfully deal with the mutated beasts, their flesh can be given to Xiao Lu. I will not demand any in return, provided Xiao Lu is willing to help me, Baizhou stated. Haningha turned to Xiao Lu and briefly communicated with her. Xiao Lu assured him, you can venture out without worry. I will have a branch dedicated to your protection. You need not fear any ambush from other mutated beasts. Baizhou was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Such an outcome exceeded all his expectations. However, he did not ponder for long. He immediately activated his extraordinary abilities and dashed out. Following their agreement, Xiao Lu detached a branch and trailed closely behind him. Qi once stood still, her brows raised as she witnessed Baizhou's powers, having gained considerable insight into them during this period. Fei Zisong's ability to transform into a pine tree had fundamentally altered his physical structure, a revelation that struck her for the first time. Given Fei Zisong's prior transformation, She found herself less astonished this time around. It was merely a matter of expanding her understanding. She realized that the human body could indeed undergo significant changes due to extraordinary abilities. At that moment, Baijiu had transformed into a lion, one of a size comparable to those before the apocalypse. The disparity in size between him and the mutated beast was striking, causing the other tenants to feel a pang of anxiety for him. Baijiu held Bai Xian's small hand, her heart racing as she watched Baijiu. Now outside the small town, approaching the mutated beast. His diminutive figure stood before the beast like an elephant confronting a mouse. This stark difference in stature deeply concerned Baijiu. She had been on the verge of stopping Baijiu, but memories of her parents surfaced. In the days when her parents were still present, they had taught her that Baijiu, being a boy, must be allowed to undertake challenges. Only through experience could he truly understand the outcomes. If he were not permitted to try, he would only develop a tendency to retreat. In her dreams, she had not foreseen any injury befalling Baijiu, thus she relinquished her instinct to grasp his hand. His small form deftly evaded the mutated beast before him. The outstretched claws seized the opportunity to scratch the mutated beast. However, the creature felt no pain. Such a minor injury was of little consequence to it. Zhao Lejean observed that while the child exhibited agility, they were still somewhat lacking in dealing with the mutated beast. Thus, he discreetly assisted by allowing the earthen spikes to pierce the beast's feet, impeding its movements. Chapter 95. The creaking sound. Upon witnessing this, Baijiu immediately seized the moment, using his claws to ascend directly to the top of the mutated beast's head. Without a hint of hesitation, he plunged a claw inside. The beast's exterior was rather tough, and it took several attempts before he succeeded. Like digging a hole, he gradually excavated the beast's head, extracting a crystalline core imbued with brain matter. Baijiu grinned broadly, returning to present the core to Baijiu before dashing back into the fray. With the taste of success, his fear had dissipated significantly. He was now eager to procure more crystalline cores, hoping to enhance the quality of life for himself and his siblings in the small town. Wan, seeing their enthusiasm in battling the mutated beast, retreated to the fence in front of her house, ensuring to bring along Han and the little creature capable of communicating with plants and animals. Wolf, are you now able to control your attraction to zombies and mutated flora and fauna? Wan inquired. Wolf barked twice, prompting Wan to look directly at Han. Han attentively listened to Wolf's words and then turned to Wan, responding. Xiaowu claims it has learned to control itself and is nearing the threshold of advancement. Now it is possible to attract zombies and mutated flora and fauna from even greater distances. Whatever distance you require, it can undoubtedly be accomplished. Wan nodded in understanding. The 5 wolves at level 3 can draw zombies and mutated beasts from within a 20-kilometer radius. If it claims it can attract from even farther, then it can certainly manage a distance of around 15 kilometers. Go outside the town and lure the nearest mutated beasts and zombies. Regardless of their level, approximately 100 of them. Once you successfully complete this task, I shall reward you with 10 boxes of meals. The 5 wolves barked joyously, their excitement palpable. Wan, without the need for Han Ying's translation, was fully aware that the 5 wolves were eager to comply. The meals contained a generous portion of meat and vegetables, perfectly aligning with their desire for cooked food. The great wolves approached, bypassing Wan to speak directly to Han Ying. Han Ying awkwardly glanced at Wan, feeling it inappropriate for the great wolves to address him without acknowledging her first. Sister, the great wolf said, may we also be rewarded with boxes of meals? We can venture out to eliminate those mutated beasts and zombies, and all the cores we obtain will be yours. After pondering for a moment, Wan deemed this arrangement advantageous and readily agreed. Little did she know that just seconds after her agreement, the great wolves uttered a remark to the 5 wolves that nearly left Han Ying too stunned to translate. Han Ying stiffly turned his head, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, inwardly lamenting how fiercely the great wolves were striving for their meal. Wan tilted her head in confusion, wondering what the great wolves had said, as Han Ying's expression appeared exceedingly unnatural. Sister, the great wolf instructed the 5 wolves to attract all the nearby zombies and mutated beasts, without limitation on their numbers. Upon hearing this, Wan's lips twitched in disbelief. The audacity of the great wolf was indeed excessive, and she would not indulge them. Since you claim you will draw all of them from the vicinity, should you fail to resolve this before our departure tomorrow, do not expect to freely access the warehouse in the future. Wan threatened brazenly. The horde of zombies and mutated beasts within a 15-kilometer radius was an unquantifiable yet formidable number. The great wolf snorted dismissively, exhibiting a most arrogant demeanor. Wan could not help but feel amusement mixed with annoyance. Should they not resolve the matter by tomorrow, she would deny them any sustenance. Even if they were to feel hunger, she would not relent. There were ample zombies and mutated beasts outside to ensure their survival. Sister, the Great Wolf assures us there will be no issues. All you need to do is prepare enough lunchboxes, they insisted. Chi-Wan nodded, permitting them to proceed. But she still needed to inform the tenants of the town. She directed her gaze toward Han Ying and, with a simple gesture, conveyed her intentions. He understood immediately and made his way toward the tenants of the town. As he walked, he called out, "A significant number of zombies and mutated flora and fauna will soon be approaching. Please prepare yourselves. You may engage the zombies and mutated creatures either within or outside the town. However, be forewarned, there may be mutated plants among them. So do not let your guard down." He cleared his throat and continued, "Tenants who lack confidence should remain inside the town and refrain from venturing out. Confident tenants, please refrain from overstepping your bounds and carelessly venturing beyond the town." These words were spoken by 5 Wolf, while 2 Wolf warned that the mutated plants are even more perilous, and a moment's inattention could lead to fatal consequences. One merely needs to observe Little Green to grasp this reality. The tenants of the town were both anxious and exhilarated, their hearts racing with anticipation. Should zombies and mutated flora and fauna emerge, it is conceivable that they could amass sufficient funds to procure the coveted mutated water droplets. Outside the town, Baijiu valiantly battled against the mutated beasts, but after fending off 3, his stamina was evidently waning. Baijiu hastily urged him to return, as a horde of zombies and mutated creatures would soon arrive, and he required rest. Obediently, Baijiu returned, transforming back into his human form, utterly exhausted on the ground. "Sister, I did my best," Baijiu panted, longing to mature swiftly. As a boy, he yearned to grow up quickly to become a pillar of support for his sister and younger sibling. Baijiu gently stroked Baijiu's head, offering solace. "Sister knows you are the finest." Baijiu approached, embracing her shoulders, attempting to lift him. After a few attempts without success, she exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly the best." Everyone eagerly extracted the crystal cores from their homes, for a fierce battle lay ahead. The distant sound of footsteps approached, echoing like a drumbeat upon their hearts, intensifying their anxiety. How exhilarating! This is my first time witnessing such a multitude of zombies. I feel no fear whatsoever. Indeed. Me too. I can hardly wait for them to arrive. My abilities are ravenous for action. My fists are itching to unleash. The speaker brandished his fists, eagerly beckoning them to come forth and experience the might of his blows. Ha ha ha. For the first time, I felt somewhat unhinged, harboring an unusual desire for the zombies and mutated flora and fauna to arrive swiftly. Had this been in the past, I would have undoubtedly faced a thrashing. The survivors would surely deem me mentally unsound at this moment. While everyone kept their distance from the zombies, I yearned for them to hasten towards me, ideally rushing right before me so that I could dispatch them without delay. As conversations flowed, everyone began to scout for suitable positions. Standing on the cobblestones of the small town, awaiting the arrival of the zombies and mutated beasts, one by one, they flexed their muscles, loosening their finger joints with a satisfying crack. End of chapter. Chapter 96. Level 4 zombies have visioned the 5 wolves lounged lazily outside the town, exuding an air of tranquility. The larger wolves stood by, exhibiting little tension. Their only concern was to ensure their bodies remained largely unscathed. Everything else was of little consequence. They were unique mutated creatures, impervious to transforming into the likeness of zombies or mutated beasts, even if harmed. In the distance, a horde of zombies and mutated beasts appeared on the horizon, those with sharp vision even spotting flecks of green. Oh my, mutated plants are truly approaching. Everyone must refrain from venturing outside. It is far too perilous out there. I genuinely will not step out. I had briefly entertained a sense of false hope, considering that mutated plants had not manifested during the previous encounters. However, having witnessed the formidable prowess of the little green ones, I resolutely refused to take any chances. I, too, shall remain indoors. However, it would be prudent for us to maintain a certain distance. Accidental collisions may occur whilst we wield our extraordinary abilities, and a minor bump is inconsequential. What we dread is inadvertently sending one another flying, which would be disastrous. Upon hearing the words of the town's tenant, everyone instinctively stepped back, creating a greater distance among themselves. This time, their objective was to acquire a greater number of crystal cores, and they could not afford to be harmed by their own comrades. The current number of tenants in the town was rather limited, and standing a bit apart at the town's edge posed no issue whatsoever. Chi-Wan observed the overwhelming multitude of zombies and mutated beasts. The sheer volume was staggering, causing her to tense her fists like iron. 1 or 2 zombies would suffice. Yet how had they attracted such a vast horde of zombies and mutated creatures? These beings had surged in from nearby, and there were likely more on the way. It was uncertain how many survivors surrounded them. Encountering such chaos would undoubtedly terrify anyone. This behavior must not be repeated, it must be eradicated. As time gradually passed, they watched in disbelief as the zombies and mutated flora and fauna approached them from the distance. A mix of exhilaration and trepidation filled their hearts as they stood awestruck by the unfolding scene. Some advanced zombies were audaciously perched upon the backs of mutated beasts, while a swarm of flying mutated creatures soared through the air. The town's tenant could hardly contain his exclamations, for the disparity between the zombies he had known and those before him was monumental. Particularly striking were the few zombies riding on the backs of mutated beasts. Their hollow eyes betrayed a glimmer of intelligence. My goodness, the evolution of these zombies is astonishingly rapid. In the past few days, we witnessed the zombies, and now they have transformed into this. The speed at which these undead creatures evolve is astonishing. Will humanity ever have a chance to survive? They seem aware. Sitting atop the mutated beasts with an air of arrogance, their legs crossed in a manner unbecoming of lowly zombies. My heavens, this is far beyond my imagination. We must urgently call back the 5 wolves. The outside world is perilous. I sense that a mere touch from them would lead to immediate assimilation without any time for recovery. This is dire. Is there any hope left for us to live peacefully in this world? If it weren't for the 5 wolves, would we stand a chance against such zombies? I can assure you, the answer is no. Survival would be utterly impossible. Even in flight, we might not outpace them. They are relentless and impervious to pain, driven solely by the desire for our flesh. How could we possibly outrun them? We must exercise extreme caution with the zombies perched upon the mutated beasts. I sense they possess extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, those creatures would not so easily allow the zombies to ride upon their backs. Just as in the past, untamed animals would never permit humans to mount them. The 5 wolves regarded the swiftly approaching zombies and mutated beasts with disdain. A few speed-oriented zombies charged ahead, their hollow eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger upon sighting the 5 wolves, as if they had encountered a delectable morsel. The great wolves sauntered back leisurely, standing on the town's tiled ground, gazing at the zombies and mutated beasts that loomed merely 3 meters away. Upon witnessing such an overwhelming number, Chi-Wan felt a shiver run down her spine. The densely packed horde of zombies and mutated beasts numbered at least in the thousands. With such a multitude, were there still survivors outside? Moreover, the zombies perched upon the mutated beasts were at least level 4. Were the survivors lingering beyond the town faring well? Suddenly, Chi-Wan felt a surge of relief for having postponed her journey to seek out survivors by a day. Had she ventured even a short distance from the town, encountering such a formidable array of zombies would have surely been beyond her capacity to endure. Despite the fact that the nearby zombies and mutated beasts had been drawn to the area several times before, today's influx seemed even more substantial. Was it possible that there truly existed such a plethora of zombies and mutated creatures in the vicinity? Before the apocalypse descended, had this city been home to such a multitude of humans and animals? Chi-Wan harbored doubts, suspecting that some unseen force was drawing them all together. And this entity was certainly not the 5 wolves. The steward had explicitly stated that as long as the 5 wolves remained within the town, their abilities would not manifest. Yet, no matter how much she pondered, the answers eluded her. The most pressing task at hand was to neutralize the excessive number of zombies and mutated flora and fauna surrounding the town. It was crucial for the tenants, particularly Xiao Zheng, not to overexert themselves. If fatigue set in, they must promptly replenish their sustenance. Should their powers wane, they needed to restore their energy with crystal cores without delay. Within the town, safety was assured. Even if the zombies possessed heightened intelligence, they could not breach their defenses. After articulating her thoughts, Chi-Wan hastily inquired of the steward, "Steward, can those level 4 zombies perceive our presence?" "Indeed, Master," came the reply. "The advanced zombies no longer rely solely on their sense of smell. Their vision has reached an impressive level of 4.0, enabling them to perceive their surroundings with a degree of clarity." The words of the steward, while anticipated, instilled a sense of dread. Should the zombies attain an even higher grade, the location of their small town would be laid bare before the advanced undead. It is imperative to note that the zombies riding the mutated beasts are classified as level 4 zombies. These creatures possess human-like vision, surpassing mere olfactory senses. If you happen to make eye contact with a level 4 zombie, please remain calm and composed. Have faith in the absolute safety of our town, which is capable of protecting everyone. Chi-Wan's proclamation detonated like a bomb among the crowd. Among the town's tenants, most are level 2 abilities, with few reaching level 3. Now, confronted by opponents whose highest rank is level 4 zombies, a sense of uncertainty loomed over them. The earlier exhilaration and joy plummeted like a roller coaster. "Do not frighten yourselves," Fei Zisher shouted, emphasizing that at this juncture, regrets are futile. Let us act swiftly and eliminate all the zombies before us. End of this chapter. Chapter 97. We must not dismay ourselves indeed. We must not allow ourselves to be frightened. We have merely warmed up. How can we let fear take hold before we even begin? Yi Jiangnan concurred. Recalling Mayor Chi's words about the previous tenants who faced the zombie tide and advanced in their abilities during battle. Our powers are commendable. We can surely succeed. Indeed. Perhaps after we vanquish these zombies and mutated beasts, we may ascend to a higher level. Those fortunate enough might even achieve a 2-level advancement. Niesa remarked, harboring the hope of advancing 2 levels himself. Should fortune smile upon him, it would be splendid. Their words brought a sense of calm to the other tenants of the town. They needed to maintain their composure, for disorder during battle is the greatest folly. Chi-Wan stood at the rear, observing the relentless tide of zombies beyond the town, a sense of unease gnawing at her. The sheer number of foes seemed overwhelming, and she feared the challenges that lay ahead. The tenants began their assault, systematically addressing the zombies outside, ensuring they extracted the cores without fail. For they could not afford to give the other zombies an opportunity. Advanced zombies were undoubtedly aware of the utility of the cores from their lesser counterparts. Thus, regardless of how fearsome the zombies appeared, they remained resolute in their task of core extraction. Zhao Lejean unleashed his powers, encircling a group of lower-tier zombies. His gaze fixed on Bai Sei and her siblings, as well as Ms. Tian and Tian standing together. In an instant, they comprehended Zhao Lejean's intent. After exchanging grateful glances, they sprang into action. Unity was paramount. Only by collaborating could they effectively confront the zombies and mutated beasts. The zombies and mutated beasts from which the cores had been extracted simply vanished into thin air. The following waves of zombies surged forward, oblivious to the disappearance of their predecessors. Han Ning, feeling helpless, could only implore Xiao Lu to assist further, directly hunting the mutated beasts and refraining from casting them aside. Furthermore, I would kindly request that Xiao Lu clear 2 branches and cast those lowly zombies into the earthen walls encircled by Zhao Lejean, allowing those without ranged attacks, both ability users and ordinary individuals, to confront the zombies together. Master, the task in the town has changed. Please return promptly to review it. Chi-Wan furrowed her brow and swiftly made her way back to her room to ascertain the nature of the task. New task: eliminate 10 level 4 zombies. Reward: 10 acres of land. New task: successfully eradicate 10,000 zombies. Variant flora and fauna: 124,10,000. Reward: 1 stream in the town. New task: 10 tenants of the town will advance in this battle. Reward: 10 square meters of a designated orchard, 10 square meters of a fish pond, and 10 square meters of fertile land. The previous 3 tasks were entirely replaced, and the rewards for these new tasks were exceedingly generous. Chi-Wan resolved to exert every effort to accomplish them. Must I personally eliminate these 10 level 4 zombies, little steward? Chi-Wan inquired. No. As long as the town's tenants and the master collaborate in their eradication, it suffices, the steward replied. Understanding the situation, Chi-Wan felt reassured. She recalled another matter and continued to ask, isn't Xiao He's ability significantly beneficial to the success rate regarding the variant water pearls? Chi-Wan pondered for quite some time, firmly believing that Han Ning and her abilities were indeed linked to the variant water pearls. Regardless of whether it was she or others consuming the variant water pearls, the experience was invariably uncomfortable. Besides the agonizing process, the aftermath left one with headaches and a feeling of heaviness that lingered for quite a while. She inquired about Han Ning, who stated that he was not in discomfort. By contemplating his unique ability, the subtle green light, she could infer a few things, yet she now sought a definitive answer. Indeed, Han Ning's powers could alleviate the adverse effects caused by the mutated water droplets, raising the success rate to an impressive 99. Chi-Wan nodded in understanding, confirming her initial assumptions. With Han Ning present, the likelihood of successfully completing the 3rd task was significantly heightened. She exited the room, choosing not to retrieve the mutated water droplets immediately. The zombies and mutated flora and fauna outside the town provided an excellent opportunity to fortify the tenants' willpower and physical strength. She resolved to wait for 2 hours. After that duration, it would become evident who among them was most suited to consume the mutated water droplets. Yi Jiangnan had just attempted a multi-attack and felt a degree of proficiency, yet his abilities were insufficient, making the endeavor somewhat strenuous. Fei Zisong, observing him from the side, conceived a plan and spoke to him. Let us collaborate. I will extend a pine branch, and you shall employ your skills upon it. Together, we can seize the opportunity to snap the necks of those zombies. Yi Jiangnan nodded. This indeed seemed a promising strategy. Only through trial could they ascertain its true efficacy. Fei Zisher's approach was relatively straightforward. He wielded a spike, thrusting it at any approaching zombies. Regardless of where it struck, the next spike would pierce through their heads, allowing him to recover the cores. However, this method was only applicable to first and second-tier zombies, as the third-tier zombies had grown more agile and swift in their evasions. Occasionally, one or two zombies would strike their bellies, leaving gaping holes, yet they still managed to flee. Shun Zhuang unleashed a gust of wind that propelled forward, causing the zombies standing in front to stagger, with those behind them tumbling down in a chaotic cascade. Observing this, Zhao Lijian swiftly employed his earth spikes, piercing through the heads of the zombies and extracting their crystal cores with precision. Shun Zhuang, in perfect synchrony, promptly retrieved the cores, dividing them equally between himself and Zhao Lijian, ensuring a fair distribution. Mei Shan, possessing the enhancement ability, glanced around before seeking out those with whom he had previously collaborated. Fei Zisong and his companions, having experienced the benefits of his enhancement, readily agreed to the arrangement. With Mei Shan's augmentation, the potency of their abilities became markedly smoother than before, resulting in increased speed and accuracy. Notably, Fei Zisher, who had previously been sluggish in dispatching first and second-tier zombies, could now effortlessly eliminate third-tier zombies with ease. While their combat against the zombies appeared effortless, it was only they who found such encounters manageable. Other tenants of the small town struggled against the zombies and mutated beasts, quickly showing signs of fatigue. The large wolves dashed out, dispatching a few zombies before returning. They placed the crystal cores at Chiwan's feet and then darted back out. The massive mutated beasts were indeed formidable foes, yet this posed little concern. Their town was graced with the presence of Little Green, who reveled in hunting mutated beasts. The larger the mutated beast, the more Little Green was drawn to it. The fourth-tier zombies atop the mutated beasts were no less formidable themselves, unleashing their abilities with reckless abandon. Unconcerned with whether their abilities might harm their own kind, they unleashed their power. End of chapter. Chapter 98. Their unrestrained arrogance. Chi-Wan stood behind the tenants of the small town, observing the brazen fourth-level zombies. She refrained from taking action until the opportune moment, then hurled a water balloon directly at the head of one of the fourth-level zombies. The creature evaded swiftly, yet the water balloon still pierced its skull, leaving an inconspicuous hole. Although it appeared unscathed on the surface, its brain had been corroded. Chi-Wan feigned ignorance, hiding among the crowd while surveying the other zombies. With her hands discreetly at her sides, her movements were hardly noticeable, save for the tenants who recognized the water balloon as her handiwork. The zombies and mutated beasts remained oblivious to the identity of their assailant. The group tirelessly cleared the zombies from the outskirts of the town, working in harmony. Even a slight exertion of their powers could dispatch several zombies. Xiao Lu was the most exuberant among them, requiring no energy replenishment, as her sustenance came from the bodies of mutated beasts. She devoted all her earnings to Haningha, viewing it as compensation for his care during this time, while also ensuring a more effective absorption of his abilities in the future. It was hard to imagine being as tireless as Xiao Lu. She seemed utterly unaware of fatigue. Having consumed so many mutated beasts, how could she not feel full? Meanwhile, the tenants resting in the rear sat on the ground, enviously watching the indefatigable Xiao Lu. If only they possessed such stamina, they too would revel in the slaughter. A meticulous tenant from the small town pointed at the base of the little green plant and remarked, "Do you notice how that tiny bit of exposed root has thickened? Moreover, the branches of the little green plant have multiplied by 1 or 2, enabling it to contend with even more mutated beasts." Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals turned their gazes toward the plant, and indeed, they observed that the exposed roots had grown significantly thicker, at least 3 times their previous size. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that not only had the number of branches increased, but the branching itself had expanded as well. Chi-Wan cast a sidelong glance and noticed Old Man Han busily tending to the dark soil in front of his dwelling, completely oblivious to the situation outside the town. Once he finished planting, he even took a seat on a chair outside the fence, sipping water and resting for about a minute before heading over to the nearby fish pond to gather fish. Chi-Wan admired Old Man Han's calm demeanor, recognizing the wisdom and resilience that comes with age and experience. It was truly impressive that such a grave situation outside the town could not disturb him. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of pride in herself, for it was she who had invited such individuals. Suddenly, Fei Zisong collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest. Wu Zhixue, noticing this, quickly pulled him inside to prevent him from collapsing onto the tiles. "Are you all right?" Wu Zhixue inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. They had yet to expend a significant portion of their skills, so why had such a situation arisen? Fei Zisong felt a tightness in his chest, rendering him speechless. Yet, this sensation was somewhat familiar. He did not perceive any issues with his body. Chi-Wan approached and reminded, He is now entering the promotion phase. Perhaps you should acquire a mutated water pearl. With a mutated water pearl, his advancement could be considerably smoother. While the mutated water pearl may not facilitate Fei Zisong's progression, it certainly would for Han Ying. However, I cannot explicitly state this and must attribute it to the effects of advancement. Seeing his elder brother in discomfort, Fei Zisher rushed over. Upon hearing Qi Wan's suggestion, he promptly retrieved the crystal core he had just obtained without hesitation. They had not yet had the opportunity to examine the announcement, but from the discussions among other tenants, it was evident that the price of the mutated water pearl was rather steep. Qi Wan observed Fei Zisher's eagerness with a raised eyebrow and requested them to wait a moment before returning with several mutated water pearls. She handed one to Fei Zisong and stowed the rest in her pocket. Consume it. There is no need for concern. Having persevered this far, your brother's willpower and physical condition are sound, Qi Wan assured, beckoning Han Ying to join them. Xiaohe, once he consumes the mutated water pearl, you should unleash your abilities. Utilize your powers to the fullest extent. This will be beneficial for the growth of your abilities. Qi Wan spoke with conviction, as this was a point the little steward had emphasized. Regardless of the type of ability user, it is essential not only to enhance their foundational skills through combat, but also to push their powers to the brink. It is akin to a vessel that contains water. If the water is not depleted before refilling, it remains unchanged. However, by completely exhausting the water within, one can delve deeper into their potential. Over time, the chasm deepens. Han Ying nodded earnestly, placing his trust in Qi Wan's words. As Fei Zisong swallowed the mutated water droplet, Han Ying commenced the use of his extraordinary ability upon him. The moment the mutated droplet dissolved in Fei Zisong's mouth, he felt an intensifying discomfort in his chest. Yet, as the small green point of Han Ying's ability reached him, the oppressive sensation gradually diminished, akin to the warmth of the sun breaking through the chill of a frigid winter day, dispelling the cold that enveloped him. Return to your positions. There is nothing to see here, Qi Wan instructed, noting that their presence obstructed her ability to select her next customer. Niesu and the others turned back repeatedly, their curiosity piqued by the gradually unconscious Fei Zisong and the effects of the mutated water droplet. The mutated plants outside seemed to sense something amiss, becoming agitated, while nearby zombies and mutated beasts fell victim to the plants' indiscriminate attacks. Let those mutated plants wreak their havoc for now, but seek an opportunity to reclaim the removed zombie cores. We cannot allow that advanced zombie to benefit from our efforts, Qi Wan declared. The recently dealt with 4th-level zombie remained unresolved. Having retreated into an unknown corner, she decided to confront other zombies first. Wu Zhixue unleashed a fiery projectile, striking one of the mutated plants with remarkable precision. The searing heat caused it considerable distress, causing it to thrash its branches about, inadvertently toppling a group of nearby zombies, who suffered from undeserved misfortune. Once the flames on its body were extinguished, Wu Zhixue, with a mischievous inclination, launched another fiery assault. In order to achieve symmetry, the other side was burned. As a throng of zombies were toppled, Qi Wan caught sight of the formidable level 4 zombie she had previously injured. While the other lower-tier zombies lay prostrate, this one stood conspicuously upright. The collar of the zombie's attire was torn, revealing a grimy deep V that hinted at well-defined pectoral muscles, lending its physique an impressive appearance. Upon closer inspection, it was difficult to discern any visible wounds on its body, save for the tattered clothing and its soiled visage. End of chapter. Chapter 99. Remarkable physique. Qi Wan silently voiced her bewilderment. Little steward, how is it that a zombie can maintain such a physique after its transformation? Indeed, master, if the body does not decompose, it can retain its original form. The higher the level, the longer the preservation. Qi Wan was astonished yet found herself at a loss for words. She cast a glance at her own physique, letting out a dry chuckle. Slim and frail. Even if she were to become a zombie, she would be unable to compete with her peers. The gaping hole atop the zombie's head was strikingly apparent, positioned directly in front of it. Alas, had she struck just a little to the side, the outcome would have been far more effective. Qi Wan surveyed the area around her. The other zombies were warily eyeing the frenzied mutated plant behind it, which had been scorched by fire. With a sinister smile, the zombie turned around and, with a stiff motion, took a step forward, exerting its supernatural powers to directly control the mutated plant. It sought greater strength. Knowing the plant could not endure for much longer, it would serve as a stepping stone for it to evolve into a more formidable zombie. This was troubling. Xinzhuangzhuang. With a decisive strike, the zombie attempted to seize your prey. Qi Wan gazed intently at the 4th-level zombie, which had already begun to stir, its hollowed head crowned with hair reminiscent of dried grass. Its ability was wind-based. It first unleashed a gust that severed the trunk of a camphor tree. previously scorched by fire. A fierce wind swept through, carrying away a vast expanse of leaves, particularly those at the tree's apex, leaving not a trace behind. The camphor tree, already towering in stature, had grown even more formidable following its mutation. Its pride lay in its lush foliage, now ruthlessly stripped away by the fourth-level zombie. In a fit of rage, the mutated camphor tree extended its roots, launching a counterattack against the zombie. The smaller camphor trees that had accompanied it took root nearby, subsequently elongating their branches to absorb the flesh and cores of the surrounding lower-level zombies. In doing so, they not only strengthened themselves but also transmitted energy to the grandest camphor tree, the very one engaged in combat with the hollowed-headed zombie. Empowered by this energy, the towering camphor tree swung its branches and roots, mercilessly striking the zombie, leaving clear marks of the assault upon its body. Observing this, Chi-Wan shook her head. Indeed, fire proved to be more effective against plants. The zombies' wind-based powers were futile, for the mutated flora that had reached this point no longer feared the gusts. Gradually, the charred branches of the camphor tree began to mend, with new leaves sprouting from the top. What started as tender buds burgeoned into a lush canopy at an astonishing rate, even sprouting additional branches. Shun Zhuozhuang beheld the camphor trees, marveling at their remarkable unity. As their burned and damaged forms rejuvenated so splendidly, his brow furrowed into a deep crease, for with his fire-based abilities, he found it exceedingly challenging to contend with these mutated flora at such a sluggish pace. In the next moment, he witnessed a fourth-level zombie being impaled directly through its torso by the robust branches of the camphor tree. Concurrently, those branches swiftly absorbed the creature's flesh and blood, sprouting new offshoots in the process. Though diminutive, these offshoots unfurled within the zombie's decaying form. Within mere seconds, the zombie's body had transformed into a desiccated husk. Amidst the skirmish, a crystal core tumbled from its mind. Han Ying, seizing the opportunity, promptly urged the lurking Xiao Lu to snatch the core without delay. Should the camphor tree absorb it, they would face even greater difficulties against the mutated flora and fauna outside. This camphor tree stood as a monarch among the mutated plants beyond the town, receiving unwavering allegiance from all. Instead of safeguarding the energy it absorbed, it funneled it into the camphor tree, a fact that left the town's tenants feeling utterly overwhelmed. To put it simply, as long as the other mutated plants remained unchecked, the camphor tree would have an unending supply of energy. Xiao Lu's endeavor was soon discovered, before the branch could retract. It was struck violently by the roots of the camphor tree. Chi-Wan observed as Xiao Lu's branch was nearly crushed. The area where it was struck now a deep indentation, leaving only a thin layer of bark. Unable to sense the core with the branch in front, Xiao Lu resorted to utilizing another branch to reclaim the crystal core. The little camphor tree, along with other mutated plants, sprang into action to thwart Xiao Lu's efforts. Shun Zhuangzhuang, a wielder of wind-based abilities, stepped forward to offer assistance. The crystal core was of the wind element, making it advantageous for him. If he could retrieve it, there would be room for negotiation regarding an exchange. Although Shun Zhuangzhuang's ability level did not match that of the recently defeated level 4 zombie, his powers appeared somewhat diminished in comparison. Zhao Lejian took action, conjuring an earthen wall to shield the mutated plants, granting Xiao Lu ample time to reclaim the crystal core. With a resounding crash, the sturdy earthen wall was shattered, the lower portion collapsing to the ground. Zhao Lejian could not allow the walls to go to waste. He summoned his abilities once more, reducing the fractured wall into fine clumps of soil. As the wind stirred, it enveloped the mutated plants entirely. Xiao Lu successfully seized the crystal core and handed it to Han Yinghe. Chi-Wan glanced over and noticed Han Yinghe's eyes, sparkling like those of a fawn, nearly crinkling with joy as she approached with a broad smile. Shun Zhuangzhuang followed suit, his intent singular. Sister, this is what Xiao Lu toiled to reclaim. Can we arrange an opportunity for her to absorb a fragment of black soil energy? Chi-Wan turned her head to survey the dwindling patches of cultivable black soil, and, with a heavy heart, nodded in agreement. She reassured herself that once the zombies were vanquished, there would be 10 plots of black soil and an additional 10 acres suitable for conventional farming. Elated, Han Yinghe placed the crystal core into Chi-Wan's hands and skipped back to share the good news with Xiao Lu. After Han Yinghe departed, Shun Zhuangzhuang approached directly, articulating his request with candor. Chi-Wan unfurled the crystal nucleus of her wind-based ability, casting a glance at Shun Zhuangzhuang. Do you possess a level 4 crystal nucleus of water-based ability? Mine is a level 4 nucleus. Out there, only one level 4 zombie has been vanquished, and that was achieved by the great camphor tree. The others still roam outside, unresolved. The task displayed on the screen requires the elimination of 10 level 4 zombies. Yet there may be more than 10 beyond these walls. Shun Zhuangzhuang rummaged through his belongings, finding no level 4 nuclei, let alone any of the water-based variety. He yearned for a trade. He would willingly part with all his nuclei for Chi Wan's. He expressed this sentiment candidly, his gaze fixed upon her. A sense of urgency palpable in his demeanor. How many nuclei do you possess in total? A single level 4 nucleus holds a value of 100,000 town coins. You may calculate the worth. If you have sufficient quantity, I would be willing to trade. Upon hearing the value of the level 4 nuclei, the other tenants of the town were instantly invigorated. They felt a surge of energy and believed they could venture out and strive for greater accomplishments. If they could acquire a level 4 nucleus, with a touch of frugality, they could live the rest of their lives comfortably in the town. Shun Zhuangzhuang examined his collection of nuclei. He had over a dozen level 3 nuclei. 10 level 3 nuclei could be exchanged for 1 level 4 nucleus. I have them. Please allow me to trade you this level 4 nucleus you hold, he stated earnestly. With this wind-based crystal nucleus, he was certain he could ascend to the pinnacle of level 3, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even reach level 4. Chi Wan gently nodded, accepting the 10 third-level crystal cores from Shun Zhuangzhuang, while handing him the 4th-level crystal core of the wind element that she desired. Sister, this brother is waking up soon, Han Ning said, her small face visibly pale as she supported herself with her hands on the ground. The excessive use of her abilities had left her drained of strength. Chi Wan glanced over, observing that the green energy points generated by Han Ning had all entered Fei Zisong's body. As the last green energy point merged with him, the previously frenzied mutated plants outside began to calm. Moments later, Fei Zisong's fingers twitched, transforming into the appearance of pine branches. The skin around his eyelids turned a soft green, and as he slightly opened his eyes, his deep green irises became visible. In that instant, Fei Zisher realized his brother had awakened, joy illuminating his face as he beheld the transformation in his brother's eyes and body. Goodness, brother, you look so cool like this. Will I also sprout spikes when I level up? The thought filled Fei Zisher with anticipation for his own ascension to the 4th level. If he were indeed covered in spikes, he would truly resemble a hedgehog. Fei Zisong sat up, marveling at the changes in his body as he harnessed his abilities. In the blink of an eye, his pine branch-like limbs reverted to their original form. However, his eyelids and deep green irises remained unchanged. No, now that you're fine. Brother, I must hurry to confront those zombies. I want to level up too. Who knows, I might become really cool. With that, Fei Zisher dashed away. Chi Wan observed the expression on Fei Zisong's face and the way his hair stood upright. Although it was still human black hair, it now emanated a sense of resilience akin to that of a pine tree, marking him as a plant-based ability user. She glanced at her hands and body, turning them over repeatedly, yet could not discern any differences. Master, not all abilities manifest noticeable changes upon reaching level 4. The transformation in Fei Zisong primarily stemmed from Han Ning's abilities. Chi Wan understood. It was indeed largely due to Han Ning's powers. No wonder she felt no significant alterations in her body when she ascended to level 4. Gradually, hours passed. The level 1 zombies outside the town had nearly been eradicated. Exhausted, everyone collapsed to the ground, devoid of any energy to move. The zombies and mutated beasts outside wandered aimlessly, colliding with one another without concern, then nonchalantly drifting apart. Brother, why is it so challenging for me to advance my abilities? I have been putting in so much effort, Fei Zisher lamented, covering his face and feigning a sob. He had already eliminated a multitude of zombies and mutated beasts, accumulating over 1,000 crystal cores, many of which were of level 2 and 3. He felt utterly drained. Why had he not yet advanced? Most of the level 1 zombies outside the town had been thrown into the earthen walls encircled by Zhao Lijian by Xiao Lu. Regardless of age, anyone willing to engage could generally acquire dozens of level 1 crystal cores. Perhaps you are on the brink of advancement, Fei Zisong suggested, pausing to look at Chi Wan, who stood nearby, blissfully enjoying instant noodles cooked in a pot. The aroma of the noodles was irresistible, further depleting their already waning energy to continue dealing with the zombies. Let us first partake in a meal, and once we are satiated, we shall confront those zombies. However, there is a pressing matter at hand. We must seek out Mayor Chi to procure a mutated water droplet. Beyond acquiring this peculiar droplet, an instinctive sense compelled him to enlist Han Ning's assistance. With Han Ning by his side, Fei Zisher was certain to achieve success in his advancement. Very well, let us proceed to make the purchase. As soon as the words left his lips, Fei Zisher dashed forward, readily producing the crystal cores he was meant to offer. Mayor Chi, I wish to buy the mutated water droplet, he announced, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he displayed the crystal cores in his palm. Glancing towards Han Ning with intent, Chi Wan raised an eyebrow, swallowing a mouthful of instant noodles, instantly grasping Fei Zisher's implication. Balancing a pot in her left hand while gripping chopsticks in her right fist, she waggled her index finger and subsequently gestured for money. Your brother is the first customer this time, entitled to a complimentary trial. Future customers, however, shall forfeit such privileges. If you require it, a 4th-level crystal core is non-negotiable. Would 10 3rd-level crystal cores suffice? I noticed your recent exchange with Xinzhuangzhuang was a 4th-level core for 10 3rd-level cores, Fei Zisher inquired. Qi shook her head resolutely. A 4th-level crystal core was imperative, and 3rd-level cores would not suffice. Fei Zisher, typically easygoing, found her price somewhat excessive. Though he possessed a multitude of crystal cores, not a single 4th-level one was among them. Just as he contemplated a refusal, his brother grasped his hand. Very well. We shall agree to your terms. We shall now eliminate the level 4 zombies outside. Mayor Qi, please inform that young child in advance. Fei Zisong nodded towards Qi Wan and cast a brief glance at Han Ning. Qi Wan gently inclined her head, assuring them, no problem, I shall await your return. Fei Zisong grasped Fei Zisher's arm and made his way toward the rear of the town. They were already aware of the whereabouts of the level 4 zombies at the front. Thus, it would be prudent to investigate the back and see if they might stumble upon a more manageable level 4 zombie. As they reached the far end of the town, Fei Zisher, puzzled, directly inquired, Brother, we do not even possess a level 4 crystal core ourselves. Why should we give one to that child? Fei Zisong cast a fleeting glance at him, leaving Fei Zisher feeling somewhat perplexed, as he could not fathom his brother's thoughts. Trust me, some matters cannot be understood through words alone. When the time is right, you will comprehend why I have chosen this course of action. Fei Zisong surveyed the other tenants of the town nearby, but refrained from articulating his feelings plainly. Fei Zisher nodded, accepting his brother's decision, and resolved to comply. Brother, we must face this together. As someone who has just reached level 3, I truly cannot contend with a level 4 zombie. Fei Zisong replied affirmatively, rest assured. The primary responsibility will fall upon me. You can trust me with this. Moreover, I wish to fully experience what it feels like to become a level 4 ability user and confront a level 4 zombie. Fei Zisong raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and felt an overwhelming surge of strength within him, a need to unleash this power. All right, brother, I'll leave it to you. I'll provide my support. Fei Zisher chuckled softly, primarily focused on his surroundings to ensure his brother remained unscathed. Meanwhile, Qi Wan had successfully sold the remaining 4 mutated water beads, as some individuals sought Han Ning's assistance to confront the level 4 zombies. Others, not requiring his help, simply found a spot to consume the mutated water beads. Qi Wan had scrutinized the purchases, noting that each individual had earned their crystal cores through diligent effort and had persevered for over 3 hours. Sister, is it too much to ask those brothers for a level 4 crystal core? Han Ning inquired, glancing nervously at those battling the zombies outside the town. Not at all. Your abilities warrant this value. Do not belittle yourself simply because of your age or lower rank. Qi Wan gently caressed Han Ning's head. Stay here patiently. Allowing them to face the level 4 zombies is also a means of honing their skills. Practical experience will make your abilities more adept. Han Ning nodded, somewhat understanding, but refrained from further questioning as he had pressing matters to attend to. With an additional 10 plots of land, he needed to hasten the planting of crops. Little Green had intended to accompany him, but the abundance of zombies outside made it impossible for her to join. Sister, have you ever eaten sugarcane? Han Ning asked, as he dug a hole and planted the sugarcane he held. Yes, I have, she replied. Engaging in leisurely pursuits can indeed be quite delightful, savoring the sweetness slowly. Qi Wan reminisced about the taste of sugarcane, pondering that it had been 3 or 4 years since she last indulged in it. Yet, isn't this considered a fruit? Why is it not cultivated in the orchard? Grandfather mentioned that the orchard was already fully planted, so they decided to sow a few here first, just to sample. Han Ning clapped the soil from her hands, stood up, and began planting another seed in a different patch of land. Qi Wan understood. However, it was of little concern, as soon they would have additional plots of land, bringing forth even more tasks to attend to. When they come seeking the level 4 crystal core, be sure to accept it. But once you receive it, you must hand it over to your grandfather first. Do you understand? She was wary that some tenants might attempt to default, and upon achieving ascendance, might try to seize the level 4 crystal core from the youthful Han Ning. Rest assured, sister, I will certainly deliver it to grandfather, Han Ning replied with assurance. Qi Wan nodded and retreated to her room. She had complete faith in the town's safety. Remaining vigilant felt rather pointless, so she decided to take an afternoon nap instead. With this thought, Qi Wan stifled a yawn. The slumber lasted a full 2 hours. As dusk fell, the zombies and mutated flora and fauna outside the town grew exceedingly agitated. Mayor Qi, please come out. Someone has failed. The sudden outcry from downstairs jolted Qi Wan from her dream. She quickly adjusted her attire and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, she found the great wolf and its companions lounging in the living room, relishing the grooming services provided by Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Qi Wan, seeking to avoid overthinking, dashed outside and immediately spotted the zombie encircled by mud walls constructed by Zhao Lejean. She recognized this zombie. It had been attracted to their group by her town's promotional imagery. Standing at the forefront during that time, she had a vivid memory of it. Thus, when she sold the mutated water beads earlier, she consented without hesitation. However, she never anticipated that it would end in failure. Little butler, can we ascertain the reason for his current condition? I recall he had been holding on for quite a while. Qi Wan questioned, perplexed, and resorted to the inquiry system. Master, this survivor is utilizing a crystal core that does not correspond to his inherent abilities. The absorbed core's powers surpassed his capacity for acceptance. His willpower proved insufficiently robust, resulting in his present state. Could you elaborate further? Certainly, Master. When utilizing different ability crystal cores, non-native powers can trigger the inner demons within a person. If the survivor is unable to resist these inner demons, failure will ensue. Qi Wan understood, though she was not entirely familiar with this concept. Had she exercised more caution, she would have refrained from choosing a crystal core that did not align with her own abilities. Mayor Qi, he hesitated to speak. I now comprehend the situation. I previously suggested that Xiao He assist him in advancing more effectively, but he declined. This is one aspect, more crucially. He utilized a crystal core that did not match his own ability attributes. Upon hearing Qi Wan's words, everyone was taken aback. They did not lack attempts to utilize other crystal nuclei for absorption. However, they never anticipated that a mere crystal nucleus, devoid of one's own ability attributes, would lead to an aberration. Yet, some raised a question. Mayor Qi, he underwent mutation only after consuming your mutated water pearl. Surely, you are the one who should be held responsible. Qi Wan smiled faintly and replied, I have stated clearly that once sold, there are no returns or exchanges. Furthermore, I have explicitly noted that those with strong willpower and physical constitution are prioritized. It does not guarantee 100% success even with these attributes. Zhao Lejean immediately interjected, asserting, the notice clearly outlines the various advantages and disadvantages. Everyone reviewed that before making their purchases. Moreover, Mayor Qi had already informed you to deliberate carefully before proceeding. Regardless of the outcome, you must bear the corresponding responsibility. The individual in question, however, remained unconvinced, hands on hips, exuding an air of self-righteousness. If this is a defective product, then it should not be sold at all. If you cannot guarantee 100% success, why offer it for sale? Isn't that deceit? His companion echoed his sentiments, staunchly supporting him. My friend is not mistaken. If success is not assured, why present it for sale? Are you not endangering others? That individual is already a level 3 ability user, a formidable presence in our small town and beyond. Yet, due to your mutated water pearl, he is mutated. I hope you can provide an explanation for this. Otherwise, who would dare to purchase your products in the future? Qi Wan smiled gently, preparing to speak, but was preempted by Fei Zisher. You people truly are revolting. Your words evoke nothing but disgust. Since you assert that no one would dare purchase anything from Mayor Qi, perhaps you ought to reconsider residing in this quaint town or even contemplate acquiring its offerings. End of chapter. Chapter 102. Whose fault is it, really? Given that the individual in question is already a third-tier ability user, he should be acutely aware that during the advancement process, one must utilize their own ability core. If he lacks one, why would he take such a risk? Shifting the blame onto Mayor Qi is truly despicable. Fei Zisong tugged at Fei Zisher's sleeve, drawing the attention of the other tenants to the failed zombie that had breached the earthen wall. This individual has now ascended to a 4th-tier zombie. The efficacy of the mutated water droplet is undoubtedly beyond question. Upon consumption, it can elevate an ability user by 1 tier. His current 4th-tier status clearly indicates that his mutation occurred post-advancement. Furthermore, Qiu Chong, another tenant who successfully procured the mutated water droplet without assistance, stepped forward. What you two are espousing is sheer nonsense. Who among us is unaware that special caution must be exercised when absorbing abilities from others? He was fully cognizant that the mutated water droplet could facilitate an upgrade, yet he opted for another core. This is his own failing. Look at me, without any external aid. I diligently absorbed a core that harmonized with my own abilities. Having endured the trials, I now feel as though I am on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of level 4 abilities. Upon hearing this, the other tenants of the town who had not partaken of the mutated water beads gazed at me with envy. They could sense the enhancement of Qiu Chong's powers and his elevation in rank, yet they were astonished to learn that he had already attained the apex of level 4. With a little more effort, would he not ascend to level 5? As if seeking to amplify their astonishment, Xiao Chong added. Since consuming the mutated water beads, not only has my power increased, but my foundation in level 3 abilities, which I had previously neglected, has also solidified. Indeed, the notice stated quite clearly that the individual had failed. Those familiar with him had yet to voice their opinions, yet you both have emerged. What ulterior motives do you harbor? Is it possible that you two incited him to utilize a core that is not aligned with his own abilities? Niesu inquired while approaching the two who had opposed him, sensing something amiss about them. Mei Shan shared his sentiments, convinced that these two were indeed suspicious. In this post-apocalyptic world, it is rare to encounter individuals who adhere to principles. Just as the discussion grew fervent, Fei Zisher suddenly collapsed to his knees. Fei Zisong hurried over to assess the situation, crouching beside him in concern. What is wrong? Are you unwell? Fei Zisher shook his head, clutching his chest, feeling a blockage within his abilities. Fei Zisher was on the verge of advancement. However, having just recently ascended a level, he would require Han Ying's assistance to progress further. As the risk of failure was significant, Qi Wan furrowed her brow, recognizing that such rapid advancement indeed posed considerable risks. The existence of supernatural abilities is inherently unique, and even the slightest misstep can lead to irreversible consequences. Temporary task: assist Fei Zisher in successfully advancing. Reward: Cottage Blueprint 1. Qi Wan felt a bit bewildered. She already possessed the blueprint for a wooden house, so why was there a need for a cottage blueprint? Was it a return to simplicity? However, that was a question to ponder later. The most pressing matter at hand was addressing Fei Zisher's situation. Qi Wan summoned Han Ying and instructed Xiao He, stand beside him and assist in his advancement. Han Ying felt a twinge of envy upon hearing that Fei Zisher was about to advance. While others prepared for a promotion to the 5th level, he remained merely a 2nd-level supernatural being. Shaking off his thoughts, he obediently squatted beside Fei Zisher, utilizing his abilities to facilitate the advancement. Is this child's power truly that formidable? What kind of ability is this? He pondered. Although uncertain, it certainly seemed impressive. At the very least, it appeared capable of alleviating the suffering associated with advancement. Just observe his expression. Moments ago he was in agony. Yet now he appears as though he is soaking in a hot spring, utterly at ease. Advancement is indeed a painful process, often leaving one feeling weak. I wonder if, when it is my turn to advance, he could assist me, easing the suffering in the process. Do not overthink it. He just received a 4th-level supernatural core. Right now, he is merely attending to the aftermath. If you were to offer him a 4th-level core, he would surely assist you. Their exchange was neither too loud nor too soft, just at the right volume for everyone to overhear. Suddenly, another individual collapsed. This person was Fei Zixing, the elder brother of Fei Zisher. Zhao Lejean, with keen eyes and quick hands, promptly assisted him, and upon observing the symptoms, recognized their similarity to his brothers, promptly relocating him beside his sibling. Xiao He, their conditions are identical. Could you possibly assist both? If so, once this ordeal concludes, I assure you they will reward you with 2 driver crystal cores. Han Ying glanced left and right, uncertain if he could manage 2 at once. He turned his gaze towards Qi Wan, his eyes filled with inquiry. Qi Wan, not entirely familiar with the situation, inquired with the small steward, and after receiving a response, she nodded. You may attempt it. It would be advantageous for you. Upon hearing that his grandson intended to assist 2 individuals, Old Man Han abandoned his concerns about the field and hurried over, positioning himself opposite Han Ying for a clearer assessment of the situation. The 2 troublemakers, witnessing this scene, realized the efficacy of the mutated water droplets and felt a pang of regret. Had they not instigated trouble, perhaps they could have procured the mutated water droplets. An opportunity to advance 2 levels in a single day is indeed rare. It was they who had incited the individual outside to transform into a zombie, motivated by the simple rationale that during advancement, consuming crystal cores of different abilities significantly increases the likelihood of obtaining dual abilities. With the enhancement of the mutated water droplets, the chances of success were greatly amplified. However, the issue lay in that the individual had been excessively greedy and failed to conquer his inner demons, resulting in his immediate mutation following the advancement. The onlookers held their breath, not for the sake of their promotion, but because their hearts raced as though they might leap from their chests. Should the 2 brothers succeed, it would undeniably demonstrate the substantial advantages of the mutated water droplets. Moreover, achieving a remarkable record of 2 levels gained in a single day would instill in them a profound sense of hope. With a bit more effort, perhaps they too could ascend 2 levels in just a day. After approximately 15 minutes, Qi Wan heard the sound of rewards being credited, confirming that Fei Zisher was undoubtedly fine. As for Fei Zisong, there was no need for concern. His willpower surpassed that of Fei Zisher, ensuring his success. She returned to her room and examined the blueprint for the thatched cottage on the display screen. As the name suggests, it was a simple structure requiring basic materials. Yet her inventory contained only one of them. Chapter 103. What? No fees allowed. Thatched cottage blueprint. Straw 10, wood 10, plank 10, timber 4. Upon seeing these materials, Chi-Wan was struck by a singular thought. Constructing the wooden cottage would indeed pose difficulties and yield something unique. She noticed a special note on the details page stating that the thatched cottage must be built within the pigsty area and that no fees could be charged. Chi-Wan was left bewildered, feeling as though a multitude of question marks hovered above her. Building the cottage in the pigsty made her realize why the area was neither too large nor too small. It was designed specifically for the existence of the thatched cottage. If no fees could be charged, then so be it. At most, she would simply take her time with the construction. Within the quaint town, numerous rooms remained unoccupied. Were there to be free thatched cottages available now? How would she manage to rent out those vacant rooms? However, her reluctance to construct new spaces is not due to a lack of desire, but rather a deficiency in materials. The diligent steward, having not alerted her, left Chi-Wan unaware of the situation at hand. 10 tenants of the town have advanced in this recent conflict, yielding a reward of 10 square meters of a designated orchard, 10 square meters of a fish pond, and 10 square meters of fertile land. This task has been accomplished, and her current obligation is to properly position these rewards of orchard, fish pond, and fertile land. There is little to ponder. The spaces to the right of the fish pond and orchard are already occupied by fertile land and pigsties, leaving no room for extension in that direction. Thus, they can only be placed in the corresponding left positions of the fish pond and orchard, merging them together. Consequently, both the orchard and fish pond will encompass an area of 20 square meters. If the fish in the pond yield a greater harvest, she shall reap a larger bounty. The variety of fruits that can be cultivated in the orchard will also increase. For instance, today Han-Ying sugarcane, planted in fertile land, can be transferred to the orchard. As for the 10 square meters of fertile land, it will naturally be consolidated with the existing fertile plots. Chi-Wan gazed at her meticulously arranged fertile land, filled with appreciation. In the span of a single day, she has acquired 20 square meters of fertile land, sufficient to cultivate 60 varieties of crops, entirely adequate to await the recovery of the other lands. A glance reveals that the task of eliminating 10 level 4 zombies has also been completed. Perhaps during Chi-Wan's recent presence, someone managed to dispatch one of the level 4 zombies. She beheld a field 10 acres in size, and a wave of euphoria threatened to overwhelm her. Little steward, what is the flow rate of this acre of land? Chi-Wan pondered, curious if the growth rate mirrored that of the fertile black soil. The normal proportional flow rate of 10 acres does not equate to 10 times that of black soil. Chi-Wan understood that if this were indeed the case, she could devise some plans, such as selling an acre of land. Old task, successfully eliminate 10,000 zombies, mutated flora and fauna. 8, 652 10,000. Reward, 1 stream for the town. New task, the town possesses 1 5th level superpowered individual. Reward, 10 square meters of woodland. New task, the town possesses 2 5th level superpowered individuals. Reward, 10 square meters of woodland. Chi-Wan felt that these 2 tasks were practically gifts. The brothers Fei Zisher and Fei Zisong were currently in the process of advancement. She held firm confidence in their ability to ascend, especially since the little steward had just indicated that Fei Zisher's potential task had been completed. Now, they awaited the final push. Once they fully crossed the threshold into the 5th level of superpowers, both of her tasks would be accomplished. After reviewing the new tasks, she stepped out of her room. However, she refrained from divulging her thoughts just yet, considering there were still 2 important clients present. It would not be too late to speak once they awoke. Chi-Wan approached Old Man Han from behind and gently reminded him, "Grandfather, Xiaohe needs to absorb the crystal core." Old Man Han, noticing his grandson's brow glistening with sweat and his lips paling, felt a pang of heartache, realizing he had overlooked this crucial detail. After Chi-Wan reminded him, he immediately took out the 4th level crystal cores that Han Ying and had just given him, placing them into Han Ying Ant's hands. However, Han Ying Ant's hands were enveloped in green light, making it impossible to insert them. Old Man Han was extremely anxious. Han Ying Ant's complexion was deteriorating rapidly, causing a pang of fear in his heart. A small green dot transformed into a green line that floated out from Han Ying and S body, wrapping around the 4th level crystal core in Old Man Han's hand, swiftly absorbing it. In less than a minute, the 4th level crystal core was entirely consumed and actively sought more from Old Man Han. He promptly produced 3 more, which constituted the entirety of what Han Ying and had just received. The small green line then split into 3, each wrapping around the 3/4 level crystal cores in Old Man Han's possession. Observing the gradual return of color to Han Ing Ant's cheeks, a weight lifted slightly from Old Man Han's heart. After a while, Fei Zisher languidly awoke, rubbing his eyes before sitting up. He clenched his fists, feeling invigorated with strength. A slight smile graced his lips as he gazed towards the zombies lingering beyond the town, as well as the 4th-level zombies that could vaguely perceive the happenings within. Now a 5th-level zombie, he found dealing with 4th-level zombies to be a trivial matter. Fei Zisher stood, charging directly out of the town. Upon stepping beyond the tiled streets of the town, he halted, standing still with a charming smile. The zombies and mutated flora and fauna surged towards him, each opening their gaping maws. The sight was chilling, as the multitude of zombies and mutated beasts threatened to engulf Fei Zisher entirely. Suddenly, Fei Zisher's body underwent a transformation, with spikes of uniform size protruding from every part of him. His entire form was enveloped in these spikes, and the nearby zombies were swiftly impaled, their crystal cores collected by Fei Zisher. Visually, he resembled a sea urchin, both in shape and color. Remarkably, Fei Zisher's height surged, towering over 2 individuals. "Look! The sea urchin is moving," someone in the crowd exclaimed. Chi-Wan admired him, thinking he indeed resembled a sea urchin at that moment. Fei Zisher, like a rolling ball, charged towards the zombies and mutated beasts. The nearest mutated beast was directly pierced, its body riddled with numerous holes. In the instant the crystal core was snatched away, it vanished without a trace. This method of slaughter was undeniably cruel. Not a single zombie was left intact, each one bearing dozens of punctures, as if to honor Fei Zisher's formidable appearance. Indeed, it was a bit ruthless, yet it felt exhilarating. From the outside, one could discern little, but I sensed he was darting about within. Faintly, I could hear the sound of his laughter. Suddenly, everyone fell silent, listening intently, and indeed, we could hear Fei Zisher's voice, reveling in his amusement. His speed accelerated, leaving no second-tier zombies unscathed. All became sacrificial offerings beneath his sharp spikes, successfully entering the zombie processing unit. End of this chapter. Chapter 104. He is not to be trifled with. After Fei Zisher had his fill of play, the surrounding zombies had been cleared by several hundred. There existed a particularly troublesome, mutated plant that treated sea urchins as mere balls, hurling them into the air. Fei Zisher, not one to be trifled with, employed his extraordinary abilities to sharpen the spines that adorned his exterior. As the mutated plant prepared to throw again, it was met with a piercing assault from his sharpened spines, which penetrated its branches. Infuriated by the damage inflicted upon it, the plant retaliated with several branches, but its excessive force resulted in their snapping upon contact with the spiny sea urchin. Seizing the opportunity, Fei Zisher charged toward the core of the mutated plant, successfully obtaining its crystal nucleus. The experience was exhilarating. Neither zombies nor mutated flora and fauna could harm him, allowing him to reap the rewards at will. The 5th-level abilities proved remarkably potent, enabling him to wield his powers with greater ease. He eagerly anticipated achieving his own 5th-level abilities. Indeed, if I were to attain 5th-level powers, perhaps I could cultivate an entire forest. Suddenly, an individual exclaimed in astonishment, for beside the wooden cabin where Zhao Lejean resided, an unexpected grove had emerged, spanning 10 square meters. In the blink of an eye, another grove appeared in front of it, lush and verdant, evoking an inexplicable sense of emotion among onlookers. Although the grove was not extensive and contained only a modest number of trees, they counted approximately 40 saplings. Presently, they remained mere seedlings, yet they believed that it would not be long before these saplings matured into towering trees. The chickens raised in the town were the most exhilarated, making a beeline for the grove, which had now become their domain. As the first chicken's claw stepped into the wooded area, it vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, it was not merely that solitary chicken that disappeared. All the adult chickens in the town had similarly vanished, leaving only a few chicks behind. Witnessing this scene, everyone comprehended that this was all orchestrated by Chi-Wan. They observed as the chicks strolled leisurely into the grove, filled with joy. Gazing upon this forest, my resolve to reside here solidified. No other base could compare to the splendor of this place. It was unequivocally unparalleled. Indeed, I had never encountered a base where individuals ascended 2 levels of abilities simultaneously. Here, I witnessed it for the first time, not just one individual, but 2. How enviable. I yearned to be among those fortunate souls. Such luck was truly extraordinary. Within the confines of the room, Chi-Wan was indeed manipulating these events. After waiting several minutes beside Fei Zisong without witnessing his awakening, she decided to enter and arrange the grove properly. The earlier the arrangement, the sooner the trees would thrive. She reviewed the detailed description of the forest. Each passing day would add a year to the treesage. If she refrained from interfering with the trees for 100 days, they would mature into centuries-old giants. The spectacle then would be nothing short of magnificent. As Fei Zisher played with excitement, numerous zombies and mutated beasts met their demise. Even more swiftly, Fei Zisher drew in ordinary individuals devoid of abilities, and together, they became sea urchins, promising them absolute safety within their protective embrace. The sea urchin possesses extraordinary abilities, and he is now a level 5 enhancer, possessing immense confidence in his powers. Simultaneously, they also place their trust in Fei Zisher's capabilities. Bai Sei is the first to take action. Her precognitive dreams are currently insufficiently potent, rendering her akin to an ordinary individual. With Fei Zisher's extraordinary powers, she can proactively attempt to combat the zombies. If she exhibits a bit more courage, the cores of those zombies will surely be collected by her. Bai Zhou has already exerted considerable effort today. As the elder sister, she must also strive diligently. Sister, I wish to join in the fun. This sea urchin ball is quite entertaining. I want to play too. I can protect myself, so you need not worry. I have fully recovered. Please allow me to go. Bai Zhou tugged on Bai Sei's arm, pleading softly. He is no longer a child and should contribute his share. As for the youngest, Bai Xian, they can trouble old man Han to keep an eye on her, and they can pay him a caretaker's fee later. Sister, you can go alone. Why must you insist on bringing me along? Bai Sei disagreed, feeling that Bai Zhou's performance today was commendable, and allowing him to accompany her would complicate her role as the elder sister. But sister, we agreed that you would respect my wishes. Bai Zhou replied with a pitiable tone. If the two of us go together, we can gather more cores, ensuring that we have enough to sustain ourselves in the town for several months. With a sense of helplessness, Bai Sei ultimately acquiesced, though she insisted on having Old Man Han look after Bai Xian. Upon hearing that it was merely a small matter, Old Man Han readily agreed. Let them depart with reassurance, yet they must remain vigilant regarding their safety. At the slightest hint of danger, they should return immediately, avoiding any prolonged stay outdoors and keeping their distance from the town minimal, lest their return becomes inconvenient. Upon hearing the incessant admonitions of Old Man Han, Bai Sei felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling her parents and their past together. However, she quickly retracted her thoughts, nodding earnestly in agreement before setting off with Bai Zhou to seek out Fei Zisher for sea urchin spines. Fei Zisher's utilization of his extraordinary abilities was, of course, not without cost. He would acquire the crystal nuclei from the zombies outside the town at a ratio of 20 to 80, 2 for him, 8 for the other party. After Bai Sei and her brother Bai Zhou ventured out, they swiftly dispatched over a dozen low-level zombies, collecting their crystal nuclei. Observing this, the other townsfolk quickly grasped the potential for such an enterprise and approached Fei Zisher to express their intentions. Fei Zisher readily agreed, recognizing that resolving the zombie threat outside the town would facilitate their own opportunity to gather supplies. In addition, they could revisit their former base, allowing those who had previously aided their brotherhood to settle in the town, ensuring a secure and tranquil twilight of life. He now perceived that the more he harnessed his abilities, the more solidified they became. With each usage, he grew increasingly adept, sensing the presence of someone behind him. He needed not to turn around to know it was his brother. Brother, you're awake. Would you care to test your abilities? I can distinctly sense the potency of your powers, yet they require an outlet. Fei Zong nodded, placing a hand over his chest. Indeed, upon awakening, he felt a remarkable strength within him. If he does not release it, that surge of supernatural energy would render him as uncomfortable as if he were beside a blazing furnace. All right, I shall step outside to vent, Fei Zisong remarked. Observing the sea urchin spines beyond the town, he found them rather intriguing, yet his own pine tree could not replicate such a phenomenon. Chapter 105. Mastery of supernatural abilities. Only by venturing out could Fei Zisong discern how to harness the supernatural powers residing within him. He stepped beyond the town's borders, his green eyelids strikingly prominent under the sun's radiant glow. His eyes suddenly widened. The emerald depths of his gaze resembled a hidden pool within the mountains, elusive and unfathomable. With each step forward, his right hand transformed into a branch of the pine tree, effortlessly swatting away the approaching zombies that lunged at him with clawed hands. The zombies, devoid of their crystal cores, were akin to indestructible cockroaches, persistently bothersome. Even with broken bones, they relentlessly advanced. Their singular purpose was to devour the delectable humans, driven by an insatiable obsession. After taking several steps, Fei Zisong halted, for before him loomed a towering camphor tree, surrounded by a cluster of mutated plants. Encircling the grand camphor tree were several smaller camphor saplings, alongside a variety of other altered flora. Brother Zisong, the camphor tree spoke. Do not proceed any further, lest he becomes unfriendly towards you. Han Ing, standing within the town. Translated the camphor tree's words to Fei Zisong. A faint smile graced Fei Zisong's lips. He was determined to take another step forward, for he sought to select his opponent. In a small town, the presence of zombies and mutated beasts was effortlessly managed, aided by his brother, the sea urchin Ball. However, the mutated plants had been entrenched in this land for quite some time. He observed the towering camphor tree, its roots seemingly prepared to anchor themselves deep into the earth. As a wielder of botanical abilities, he was equipped to contend with these aberrant flora. Meanwhile, Chi-Wan stood before the display screen, witnessing the rapid fluctuations in the task's numerical data, indicating that the town's inhabitants were commencing a violent onslaught. It seemed that before long, the surrounding zombies and mutated beasts would be vanquished. While she awaited developments, she collected over 12 pounds of fish. A sudden thought struck her. There was still a matter she had yet to inquire about with the little steward. However, it no longer seemed pertinent. So she posed another question instead. Little steward, does the stream reward contain any aquatic life? Or must I introduce them myself? You will need to introduce them yourself. The stream contains only water. Then shall I transfer the fish from the pond into the stream? Will the water flow be normal, or akin to that in the pond? The flow will be normal. The fish placed in the stream will belong to the town's collective resources, accessible to all residents for fishing. Chi-Wan understood. It was reminiscent of the unclaimed rivers before the apocalypse, where the fish were fair game for anyone skilled enough to catch them. The crux of the matter lies in whether she is willing to release it into the stream. After all, the tenants of the small town can directly catch fish from the stream, thus obviating the need to purchase them from the vending machine. The price of fish in the vending machine is modest, costing 10 town coins per pound, with a 20-pound fish valued at 200 town coins. This translates to 2 primary crystal cores, a price neither exorbitant nor trivial. It ultimately depends on Chi-Wan's willingness to forego this profit. If she hesitates, the stream will consist solely of water. A sudden thought struck Chi-Wan. Is the water in the stream maintained at a constant level? Just a moment ago, she pondered the issue of fish, and now her mind shifted to the source of the stream. After much contemplation, she deduced that the little steward was urging her to adopt a more generous perspective. With the existence of this stream, the town's tenants could both collect water from it and catch the fish within. The water source for the stream originates directly from the faucet, eliminating the need for additional water diversion. Chi-Wan came to understand that as the mayor of the town, she must not cling to trivial profits. When the time calls for generosity, she must be magnanimous. The previous task had been completed, and the reward of the stream had arrived in her repository. The stream measures 1.5 meters in depth and the same in width. As Chi-Wan opened the stream's details, the town's map appeared on the display. She navigated through the map, contemplating for a moment before deciding to cover the drainage ditch that Zhao Lejean and Han Ying had excavated today. This ditch would run in front of Chi-Wan's residence, extending on both sides and passing in front of Zhao Lejean's door. The notice board and vending machine would be relocated 2 meters outward from the small town, transforming their original positions into the path of the stream. Extending beyond the right side of Zhao Lejean's cabin and through the heart of the forest, the path reaches the very edge of the town's boundaries. At the left end of the stream before Chi-Wan's doorstep, it ultimately terminates at the location of the fish pond. The precise trajectory, however, is something Chi-Wan intends to determine once the town expands further. The fish harvested from the warehouse have already been processed. Thus, any fish required for the stream must be personally caught from the pond. Upon reviewing the task list, Chi-Wan discovered that several old quests had resurfaced. The first old quest, the town area must contain 50 cabins, 2650, reward, black soil 2. The second old quest, seek out 10 survivors, 010, reward, RV1. The third old quest, achieve sales of 1,000 Tier 3 crystal cores from the vending machine, reward, self-service vending store 1. Dear Steward, I believe the reward for the first old quest should be revised. The current reward of 2 units of black soil is insufficient. Given that the minimum value has now risen to 5, it seems only reasonable to increase it, Chi-Wan remarked. After nearly a minute of silence, the steward did not respond. Just as Chi-Wan was about to voice her thoughts again, she noticed the task rewards had been modified. The old quest now read, the town area must contain 50 cabins, 2650, reward, black soil 10. Understanding that only 24 more cabins were needed to complete the task, Chi-Wan felt a surge of clarity. However, compared to the reward of this task, her desire for the RV was far greater. With the RV in her possession, she could seek out as many survivors as she wished. Before stepping out of her abode, she harvested the mature chickens from the small town, the fish exceeding 12 pounds from the pond, and the pigs weighing over 1,200 pounds from the pigsty. Upon exiting, she hastily made her way towards the pond, acutely aware that with each passing minute, the fish would grow heavier. Observing Chi-Wan's hurried pace towards the pond, Elder Han felt a curious urge to follow her. However, upon catching sight of the child by Xian, he restrained himself from pursuing her. Meanwhile, Hanning appeared quite at ease, seated outside the small green circle, engaging in casual conversation, while relaying the words of the mutated plants to Fei Zisong. Once transformed entirely into a pine tree, Fei Zisong could comprehend the sentiments of the mutated flora. During partial transformations, he could only sense the emotional shifts of the plants, yet the substance of their discourse remained elusive. End of chapter. Chapter 106. The challenge of transitioning from luxury to frugality. Chi Wan seized a plastic bucket, grasped the handle, inverted it, and then lifted it, successfully scooping up numerous small fish. A subtle smile graced her lips at the sight of these little creatures. Transitioning from luxury to frugality proved arduous. Having grown accustomed to a fee-based system, she felt a twinge of resistance towards the notion of receiving for free. Harvesting the larger fish prior to her departure was the most significant concession she could muster at present. Initially, such concessions may prove challenging, but with repeated actions of this nature, she might eventually acclimatize. Subsequently, she poured the fish from the plastic bucket into a stream merely a few meters away. The base, upon entering the stream, showed no preference for the environment. Instead, they swam joyfully and swiftly dispersed. She stood beside the stream, gazing at the now empty waters. After a moment of contemplation, she poured 2 buckets of fish into the stream. Hanning, noticing the emergence of base a few meters away, stood up in delight and looked towards the fish pond, just in time to see Chi Wan releasing some fish from the pond. The tenants in the small town naturally observed this spectacle. The appearance of the stream was undeniably captivating, and they attentively watched Chi Wan's every move upon her arrival. Feeling satisfied, Chi Wan returned with the plastic buckets and placed them by the fence. Mayor Chi, will this stream be used for fish farming in the future? One of the tenants inquired. Indeed, Mayor Chi. Are the fish in this stream intended for our enjoyment? Chi Wan glanced down at the small base swimming in the stream and replied, this stream is a public resource of our town. You are welcome to interact with it, and you may catch the fish within. However, I kindly ask that you refrain from taking those that are too small. The growth rate here remains consistent with what it has always been, unlike that in the fish pond. Upon hearing this, the crowd rushed to the edge of the stream. Some crouched down, while others knelt, eagerly attempting to dip their hands into the water. When they truly felt the coolness of the stream, astonishment washed over them, and they looked at one another in disbelief. Their excitement was palpable as tenants of the town. They were experiencing their first genuine connection to something beyond the confines of their rooms. How thrilling. Mayor Chi, does this mean we can collect water from this stream in the future? One tenant asked eagerly. The other tenants cast expectant and inquiring glances towards Chi Wan, eagerly awaiting her response. Certainly, Chi Wan replied. This declaration elicited cheers from the gathered crowd, their joy palpable. With the addition of this small stream, they could save a portion of their water expenses, provided they were amenable to it. Moreover, there was an important matter to address. When you return from the outskirts of the town, please notify one another so that everyone can gather here after nightfall, Chi Wan instructed. She had not forgotten that matter of great significance to the tenants of the town. Additionally, I recommend that you all take the opportunity to acquire as many crystal cores as possible before darkness falls. You will be most pleased with the matters we shall discuss upon gathering tonight. Do not lament if you find yourselves unable to procure them later. She turned her gaze towards the 2 tenants who had been particularly critical earlier. You too may observe from the sidelines, but there will be no opportunity for you to participate in the final bidding. The 2 individuals, eager to protest, hesitated, fearing they might offend Chi Wan and jeopardize their chances in future dealings. They harbored a lingering suspicion that what Chi Wan had in store for that evening would undoubtedly be something they all longed for. As Chi Wan turned, she noticed Bai Xian huddled in a corner and beckoned her into the fenced area before her room. You can sit here, your brother and sister will return shortly. She gently reassured Bai Xian, patting her shoulder. Bai Xian nodded obediently, content to remain still. She recalled her sister's instructions to stay close to the gentleman and not wander off, believing that shifting her position did not constitute wandering. Surely, her sister would not scold her for this. Chi Wan then retrieved some fruit, placing it on the table. Bai Xian, come and have some. As dusk began to settle, it was apparent that your sister and brother would soon return. Bai Xian lifted her misty, hazy eyes and turned to gaze at Chi Wan, whose sparkling demeanor made Bai Xian appear exceedingly endearing. She descended from her chair and bowed in gratitude towards Chi Wan. Thank you, sister. Chi Wan offered a gentle smile, while Bai Xian's fair, delicate hand tenderly plucked a strawberry, her small mouth taking a bite. The sweetness was irresistible, compelling her to indulge again. Upon noticing the delectable treats, Hanning hurried over. Sister, I'm here. She dashed to the chair opposite Chi Wan, grinning as she reached for the fruits in the stainless steel basin, only to have her hand swiftly reprimanded by Chi-Wan. Are you planning to eat without washing your hands? Han-Ning-Ha chuckled sheepishly and promptly ran off to cleanse her hands. After attending to matters in the fields, Old Man Han approached, his face adorned with a kind smile as he looked at Han-Ning-Ha. Upon reaching her side, he playfully pinched her ear. How many times must I remind you to wash your hands before eating? Why can't you remember? The durian in Han-Ning-Ha's mouth nearly escaped her lips in surprise. But thankfully, she managed to cover it with her hand, preventing any waste. Grandfather, I understand. I was just a bit too excited and forgot. She freed her ear from his grasp. Noticing his unwashed hands, she pouted in discontent. Grandfather, you're chastising me, yet you haven't washed your hands either. They're covered in dirt, and yet you still pull on my ear. Han-Ning-Ha felt a sense of injustice. How could her grandfather scold her when he himself had not kept his hands clean? Upon noticing a scratch on Grandpa Han's hand, he immediately felt a sense of urgency. He grasped the old man's hand and inquired, Grandfather, how did you sustain this injury? Grandpa Han dismissively shook his head, replying, It's nothing. Just a minor cut from a hoe. A trivial wound, really. As long as it wasn't caused by a zombie, it's of no consequence. Han-Ning-Ha frowned disapprovingly at Grandpa Han and activated his abilities to mend the small injury. In this apocalyptic world, wounds must be treated promptly. Should the injury come into contact with zombie blood, the consequences could be dire, as an ordinary person could undergo immediate mutation. A small green orb emerged from Han-Ning-Ha's hand, diving into Grandpa Han's wound. In the next instant, a swarm of dark particles erupted from the old man's hand. Han-Ning-Ha was taken aback, and without allowing fear to take hold, he intensified his powers. The small green orb transformed into a compact green mass, akin to a laborer, extracting the dark entity from Grandpa Han's body. Chi-Wan and Bai Xian observed with keen curiosity, munching on snacks while watching intently. End of this chapter. Chapter 107. If I hadn't discovered it in time a few minutes later. The small green mass could no longer extract any more of the dark entity. The wound on Grandpa Han's hand appeared as if it were on the verge of healing. Han-Ning-Ha ceased his use of abilities and looked seriously at Grandpa Han. Grandfather, do you realize that if I hadn't discovered this in time, if I hadn't utilized my powers promptly, do you know what you might have become? Han-Ning-Ha's voice trembled as he spoke, overwhelmed by fear. At that moment, he felt an immense gratitude for his grandfather's actions. For it was only due to the old man's ear-tugging that he discovered the presence of the zombie virus in his grandfather's wound. Although Grandpa Han did not fully grasp the gravity of his grandson's words, he offered reassurance, saying, Isn't your grandfather quite robust? You needn't worry, I am fine, and I will certainly be here to see you grow. Gently patting Han-Ning-Ha's back, Grandpa Han was taken aback when his grandson revealed the chilling truth. Grandpa, there is a zombie virus in your wound. If I had not discovered it in time, by dawn, you would have transformed into a zombie. Panic-stricken, Han-Ning-Ha ceased eating his fruit and buried himself in his grandfather's embrace, weeping openly, his emotions laid bare. Grandpa Han, bewildered, glanced at the back of his hand, now devoid of any scars, and recalled the events of the day. Having remained in the small town, how could he have come into contact with the zombie virus? His injury had been caused by a hoe, which he had wielded himself. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Earlier that afternoon, a young man had borrowed a hoe from him. He had been too preoccupied with feeding the pigs to pay attention to the stranger's appearance, but he vaguely recalled a scar on the man's wrist. As he voiced this thought, his heart raced, and he continued to gently pat Han-Ning-Ha's back. If it weren't for my grandson, I might not have survived this ordeal, he mused. Just then, Chi-Wan spoke up. Later, all the tenants will gather together. Grandpa, did you notice if anyone had a scar on their wrist? In her mind, she had a vague impression of someone with scars on their wrist, but it was quite limited. Indeed, she resolved to observe closely later on. Who could be so audacious as to taint a hoe with zombie virus? It was utterly outrageous. Old Man Han expressed his indignation, vowing never to lend anything to others again. The unpredictability of human nature was truly terrifying. Bai Se and Bai Zhou soon returned, and this time, every individual who had borrowed the sea urchin ball was richly rewarded. Even after surrendering 20% of their crystal cores, they still possessed a substantial quantity in their hands. Those low-level zombies exhibited no intelligence. Their minds were solely consumed with the desire to devour. Upon catching a whiff of the survivor's scent, they rushed over. Oblivious to what lay within their intended victims, they charged recklessly, only to be impaled by the sea urchin ball, inadvertently offering up crystal cores. The larger mutated beasts proved to be more challenging. Their sea urchin balls were insufficiently large, or they would have charged directly at them. Sister, I have gathered so many crystal cores. Come and see. Bai Zhou exclaimed from outside the fence, unable to enter, his hands full of crystal cores. Bai Xian leapt from her chair and dashed towards Bai Zhou, lifting the barrier to stand beside him. "Brother, you are so impressive," she exclaimed. Bai Zhou lifted his chin, feeling a swell of pride in his own prowess. "Let us go back and eat. We need to assemble later," he said, taking Bai Xian's hand as they followed Bai Sei back to their room. An hour later, everyone exchanged a portion of the crystal cores they had acquired today for some small-town currency, enjoying a remarkably satisfying dinner. I wonder what significant matter Mayor Qi has at hand. My curiosity is truly piqued. Soon, we shall find out. Mayor Qi mentioned the need to prepare additional crystal cores. Are you ready? I have done my part, yet I remain uncertain if it will suffice. Let us unveil the truth, if it proves to be of great importance. I would not hesitate to exhaust my resources to acquire it. Mayor Qi has emerged. We shall wait a little longer to discover the details. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the results that Qi Wan has spoken of, their spirits heightened, as the crystal cores have already been readied. The tenants of the small town have gathered in unison, surrounding the fence before Qi Wan's residence. The exterior lights shine brilliantly, illuminating their figures with clarity, casting a glow that reaches even beyond the town's borders. They gaze enviously at the bulb hanging from Qi Wan's eaves. How they long for such brightness. When night falls, darkness envelopes the area, rendering everything indistinct. Their envy extends particularly to Qi Wan's room, which possesses electricity. They also admire her employees, Old Han, Han Ying, and Kai Xiaofeng, who enjoy the same privilege in their homes, as does Zhao Lejan, who resides next door to Qi Wan. They glance around, their envy deepening, pondering when they too might have access to electricity. Qi Wan, seated on a chair within the confines of the fence, is flanked by her 5 large wolves, whose formidable presence makes her appear diminutive in comparison. Observing the gathering crowd, Qi Wan clears her throat, ready to make a momentous announcement. Without further ado, she prepares to present a printed sheet adorned with images to the audience. As everyone turned their gaze towards the blueprints in Qi Wan's hands, illuminated by the flickering light amidst the distant howls of zombies, the details of the plans became clear. My goodness, is that a plot of farmland? Is that the implication? Surely, I can interpret it that way. It seems to be nothing but farmland. Apart from that, I discern nothing else. The sky? Undoubtedly, for otherwise Mayor Qi would not assert the significance of this matter to us. For our nation, cultivating land is indeed a monumental affair. Listening to the animated discussions around her, Qi Wan bore a smile that was unmistakably bright. The image depicted on the blueprint was a detailed illustration of a single acre of land. To facilitate a clearer understanding for everyone, she enlisted the assistance of the young steward to produce a printed copy. As for why she did not simply point to the adjacent black soil for explanation, it was because the two types of land were entirely distinct and should not be conflated. Indeed, the land being auctioned was precisely as described. This is an acre of farmland, with a total of 10 acres available. The starting bid is 1 grade 4 crystal core, or its equivalent in town currency. Participants are encouraged to discuss with friends and family. Upon Qi Wan's conclusion, the tenants erupted in jubilant cheers. This was, without a doubt, real farmland. A brief note: this is ordinary farmland, with growth rates comparable to those of your. Do not assume it resembles the black soil beside me, as the growth rates differ. With this clarification, the exuberance of the crowd diminished slightly, yet excitement still permeated the air. End of chapter. Chapter 108. A worthy gamble. 1 acre of land measures 666 square meters, surpassing the expanse of black soil currently owned by Qi Wan. Brother, let us each claim an acre. Fei Zishe gazed steadfastly at Fei Zisong, confident that the crystal cores in their possession would suffice for their endeavor. Fei Zisong shared this sentiment, but aspired for more. He aimed to acquire several acres, believing it would prove advantageous in the future. Much like a landlord, owning land would grant him the freedom of wealth. Meishan observed with increasing desire. His augmentation ability was more suited for support rather than direct confrontation, making this lifestyle ideal for him. Throughout the day, he had harnessed his abilities to amass a considerable number of crystal cores. This evening, a gamble seemed entirely feasible. Wu Zhixue, however, adopted a spectator's stance, having grown up in the city and lacking any knowledge of agriculture. With his own fire abilities, he could easily procure crystal cores from external sources and purchase vegetables and fruits in town without the need to cultivate them himself. Had Qi Wan been privy to his thoughts, she would undoubtedly deem him lacking in business acumen. He was now in possession of ample crystal cores to compete, enabling him to buy and lease to others, thereby generating dual income. Yi Jiangnan was determined to make a purchase. Possessing a separation ability, he could cultivate without manual labor, provided he had sufficient crystal cores to sustain his powers. Otherwise, such an approach would be impractical. Bai Sei calculated the crystal cores obtained by himself and his brother Bai Shou, uncertain if their quantity would suffice. The quantity was simply overwhelming. She resolved to head to the town's display screen for a conversion. This feature was something she had recently discovered and found quite useful. It was the perfect opportunity to utilize it. As Baisei departed, a few onlookers cast curious glances her way, with some even inquiring about her destination. Baisei, without hesitation, disclosed her intention to convert crystal cores at the town's display screen. Upon hearing this, the others deemed it a splendid idea and decided to accompany her. While small amounts could be easily calculated by everyone, the situation became trickier with larger quantities, especially since many were unaware of their total assets. After nearly half an hour, Chi-Wan noticed that everyone had returned to their positions by the fence and were prepared. She instructed them to stand apart and provided those participating in the auction with a bidding paddle, hastily crafted that afternoon. Despite some imperfections, they were still functional. Each paddle bore a number, which would be called out during the auction. The successful bidder would immediately acquire a parcel of land and could choose its placement within the town. Chi-Wan elaborated, and one tenant raised their paddle to speak. Mayor Chi, if I make a purchase, may I position it in front of my own house? Certainly, she replied. The town's houses are currently movable. However, the process is time-consuming, requiring 7 days for proper placement. Should you choose to position it within 2 meters outside the town, it can be utilized immediately. Upon hearing this, the crowd unanimously agreed that the latter option was preferable. After all, in 7 days, one might even be able to harvest some vegetables. Time was precious. It was best not to squander it. And so, the auction commenced. Haning stepped forward, seeking a clearer view. After obtaining Chi-Wan's permission, he stood atop a chair. A 4th-level crystal core. Fei Zisher crossed his arms over his chest, raised his hand sign, then lowered it. 2 4th-level crystal cores. Niesa began to exert his strength. With such vigor, he certainly would excel at farming. Silence enveloped the crowd as they pondered whether to make a move. Concerned about the potential decline in the number of crystal cores available. Amidst their hesitation, Fei Zisher acted once more, claiming 3 4th-level crystal cores. As no one else called out, Haning began timing. 3 4th-level crystal cores, once. 3 4th-level crystal cores, twice. Haning prepared to bring his hands together. Noting the lack of response from the others, and without pause declared, 3 4th-level crystal cores, thrice. The deal is struck. Congratulations to tenant number 3. Chi-Wan lazily shifted. Acknowledging that Fei Zisher's success was within her expectations, he had certainly profited from the afternoon sea urchin ball festivities. The onlookers from the outskirts of the town gazed enviously inside, their own crystal cores scant, yet they longed for the affluence displayed by those within. How I wish I had so many crystal cores. I would simply bask in victory without effort, forgoing the need to purchase land. Such thoughts were misguided. If one dared not act, their crystal cores would eventually dwindle. However, if one were to strive, acquiring land could lead to future rentals, a true path to effortless success. Indeed, if I possessed a multitude of 4th-level crystal cores, I would join in without hesitation. Let us accumulate more crystal cores. Should Mayor Chi organize a similar event in the future, we may take action. Indeed, even a gradual accumulation is acceptable. Mayor Chi has stated that equivalent amounts of town currency are also permissible. As long as we possess sufficient quantity, there are no issues. While this fervent discussion ensued, Chi-Wan turned her gaze towards Fei Zisher, awaiting his decision. Tenant number 3, where do you wish to allocate your parcel of land? Fei Zisher glanced at his brother. Fei Zisong contemplated for a moment and resolved to situate it at the rear of the town. They resided in the last wooden house, and upon descending, they would have immediate access to cultivate the land behind. Mayor Chi, I intend to place it within a 2-meter radius at the back of the town, he declared. Chi-Wan nodded, mentally communicating with the small steward. Shortly thereafter, she received confirmation that the land had been successfully allocated. She also heard an intriguing response and addressed the town's tenants, saying, there have been some changes at the site of the land allocation. We should all take a look to see what has transpired. This will allow everyone to better understand the nature of the auction lands. Chi-Wan rose and stepped outside the fence. Han-Ing, in perfect unison, followed behind her, wielding a powerful flashlight scavenged by Zhao Lejean. As soon as the flashlight was switched on, the previously dim and indistinct path became illuminated, prompting the town's chickens to scatter at the sight of visitors. Curiosity filled the air as everyone proceeded together. Upon reaching the wooden house where Fei Zisher resided, they were pleasantly surprised to discover the 5-story wooden house has been transformed into a 4-story structure, with one floor mysteriously vanished. After making a turn, it became evident to everyone the fate of that missing level. They lingered at the back of the small town, gazing at the newly revealed fields, filled with profound emotion. The expanse of land appeared remarkably vast, enclosed by a fence. It was immediately understood that this land was accessible only to Fei Zisher himself and those he permitted. Others were barred from entry. End of chapter. Chapter 109. That wooden house is your room in front of the fields. The first sight that caught everyone's attention was the wooden house at the forefront. Its main entrance faced the fields, and just a few steps beyond the door led directly to the cultivated land. This wooden house bore no distinction from the others in the town. They were all identical. Both the fields and the sides of the house were lined with conspicuous tiles, serving as a warning to deter individuals from straying too far. Caution was advised beyond the tiled areas. Tenant number 3. That wooden house is your room. You may go and take a look. Chi-Wan directed towards Fei Zisher, indicating the changes that would facilitate the tenants in cultivating the land. Integrating the fields between the wooden houses posed a significant challenge, as it required widening the distance between the structures. However, placing them directly in the area outside the town was a simpler task, necessitating only the relocation of one floor of the wooden house. Fei Zisher, astonished, walked over as he grasped the doorknob. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest. Upon opening the door, illuminated by the beam of Han Ying's flashlight, he clearly discerned that the contents within were indeed his own. This room, indeed, belongs to him. Every trace of life within it is his own. Fei Zisong stood at the entrance, observing the haphazard arrangement of belongings inside, and he recognized that this room was undoubtedly his brother's. He stepped outside and closed the door, preferring that others not scrutinize the disorder within. Mayor Qi, if I were to acquire 2 acres of land, would that necessitate relocating my room once more? Chi-Wan shook her head, assuring him that his room would remain firmly established in its current location. Fei Zisher nodded in understanding. However, he inadvertently conveyed to the other tenants that he was still interested in purchasing more land. After a brief tour, their admiration grew, and upon returning to the fence adjacent to Chi-Wan's residence, they inquired with Han Ying for the bidding cards, intending to join the auction. The bidding for the 2nd acre commenced at 3 grade 4 crystals, awarded to Fei Zisong. The 3rd acre's bidding price escalated to 4 grade 4 crystals, claimed by Fei Zisher. The 4th acre was auctioned for 5 grade 4 crystals, won by Nyesu. The 5th acre fetched 6 grade 4 crystals, secured by Mei Shan. The 6th acre went for 7 grade 4 crystals, taken by Shun Zhuangzhuang. The 7th acre was bid at 8 grade 4 crystals, acquired by Bai Sei. The 8th acre's price rose to 9 grade 4 crystals, won by Ms. Tian. The 9th acre saw a bidding price of 11 grade 4 crystals, awarded to Yi Jiangnan. Those who wished to observe had no opportunity to do so. The prices soared, surpassing their means of purchase. At last, the final acre was bid up to a remarkable 24th level crystal cores, with the auctioneer being Fei Zisong. Sister, we have exhausted all our funds. Bai Zhou felt a tumult of emotions within. He was elated that their family had successfully acquired this parcel of land, yet it had drained them of all their crystal cores. It's all right, sister still has some left. Tomorrow we can venture outside to procure more crystal cores. If we let this opportunity slip by, who knows when the next will arise. Bai Sei gently caressed Bai Zhou's head, reassuring him that with land in their possession, as long as they had seeds, diligent cultivation would surely yield results. Should they desire meat, they could gather crystal cores to purchase pork and chicken. Furthermore, fish could be directly obtained, as Chi-Wan had mentioned that the fish in the nearby stream were available for the tenants to catch. The water from the stream would also save them a considerable amount on their water bill. Bai Zhou nodded earnestly, contemplating the prospect of venturing beyond the small town to gather more crystal cores. His sister and younger sister could remain in the town, tending to the vegetables, which would suffice. If possible, he hoped to purchase a few chicks from Mayor Qi, so they could raise them themselves. The wooden houses of Fei Zisong, Nyesu, Mei Shan, Shun Zhuangzhuang, Bai Sei, Ms. Tian, and Yi Jiangnan had all been relocated to the rear of the town, arranged in 2 neat rows. The tenants residing in the wooden houses at the back of the town were envious, reveling in the privilege of having their own exclusive floor of a wooden house, complemented by their own plot of land. Ladies and gentlemen, the vending machine will commence sales of various seeds available in the town tomorrow. Interested tenants are encouraged to arrive early. The daily supply is limited, as these seeds are cultivated anew. Chi-Wan addressed the tenants, explaining that the seeds are bred by Old Man Han, priced modestly yet scarce in quantity. Currently, those bidding for land must gradually procure seeds. Although there may be seeds outside the town, there lies the risk of encountering mutated varieties that cannot be brought back, rendering the effort futile. The pace of the auction was brisk. Apart from the initial moments spent observing the rearranged auction room, the remainder of the event transpired swiftly, concluding in merely an hour. As the crowd dispersed unexpectedly, the branches of Little Green ensnared 2 individuals, hoisting them aloft. What are you doing? Let me go. I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you apprehending me? One protested. Indeed, We haven't spoken a word all evening. What more do you want from us? The gazes of the town's tenants converged on the suspended pair, their faces vaguely familiar. Upon closer inspection, recognition dawned. Were these not the two troublemakers from earlier today? Could it be that Mayor Chi was revisiting old grievances? It seemed unlikely, for Mayor Chi did not strike one as that type of person. I rather suspect these two must have committed some misdeed again, or else they would not find themselves in this predicament. I too believe they must have done something wrong. Chi Wan smiled at the two, the corners of her mouth curving slightly, as she resumed her seat, turning her gaze toward the suspended figures. Upon realizing the misdeeds committed by Han Ing and the other individual, they turned directly to Xiao Lu and said, Xiao Lu, give them a taste of the 360-degree spin. Let them witness your prowess. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu instantly became exhilarated. The notion of a 360-degree rotation was simply delightful. Before the two could utter another word, they were swiftly flipped over a dozen times, leaving only their screams echoing in the air. After approximately 20 spins, Xiao Lu came to a halt and inquired whether Han Ing and the others wished to continue. This pause allowed them to reflect on their actions. Chi Wan granted them the opportunity, watching them leisurely, curious to see if they would confess their misdeeds. One of them bore a conspicuous scar on the back of his hand, which Han Laobor recognized immediately the moment he raised his hand. The scar was strikingly apparent, resembling a bite from a zombie. Perhaps due to their similar status, he had not undergone any transformation. End of chapter. Chapter 110. Is defending useful? We haven't done anything. What is there to discuss? Today, we merely uttered some words like that. Hasn't that already passed? One of them protested. Indeed, we have been completely honest. We hardly spoke a few words this evening. On what grounds do you detain us? The other, the one with the scar on his hand, had bloodshot eyes, indicative of evident cerebral congestion. The corner of one eye was reddened, glaringly illuminated under the lights, casting an unsettling aura. You clearly did something. Why don't you just confess? Han Inghe was deeply unhappy, pondering why these individuals, despite their obvious actions, refused to acknowledge their misdeeds. After having spun them around 20 times without a confession, she resolved to repeat the process. Chi Wan, raising an eyebrow, understood Han's intent and agreed to let them spin a few more times. The other tenants of the small town were bewildered, questioning what had transpired to warrant such repetitive actions. The more Chi Wan and her companions persisted, the more curious the town's residents became, convinced that Chi Wan possessed some sort of evidence to justify their behavior. Trusting Chi Wan's character, they decided to remain as spectators for the time being. After several more spins, the two individuals still refused to speak, yet their exchanged glances did not go unnoticed. Under the bright lights of Chi Wan's eaves and Han Inghe's flashlight, they brazenly communicated through their eyes, indicating that they were indeed feeling disoriented. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Will you truly remain silent? Han Inghe's voice bore a hint of restrained anger. Why were these two so obstinate? Refusing to admit their wrongdoing? Chi Wan sighed, remarking that wrongdoers typically do not confess to their misdeeds. Old Man Han retrieved the hoe used earlier that day and hurled it above their heads. Suspended upside down by Little Green, the tool nearly grazed their skulls, prompting them to swiftly evade it, performing a sort of sit-up despite their dizziness. Oh, it's merely an ordinary hoe. Why the rush to dodge? Aren't you feeling dizzy? It seems you're not quite dizzy enough yet. Han Ing spoke in a sarcastic tone, overwhelmed by anger. The reactions of certain individuals were so swift. It was evident they were aware of the true nature of the incident involving the hoe. Under normal circumstances, one would instinctively evade an object hurtling towards them. The man with scars on his knuckles exclaimed in a fit of hysteria, "Ask others. Anyone faced with such a situation would surely avoid it. Indeed, you cannot possibly expect us to confess to something we did not do. We are fully aware of our innocence, and you shall not compel us to admit guilt." Without waiting for their response, Old Man Han, still gripped by fear, reflected on how, had it not been for his grandson, he might have already crossed over to the other side. Since you refuse to acknowledge your actions, I shall allow you to experience the consequences of your deeds. With that, Old Man Han picked up the hoe. In the next moment, Little Green efficiently bound their hands and feet. Two individuals dangled upside down before the astonished crowd. My curiosity is growing ever stronger. What exactly transpired? Don't even mention curiosity. I feel as though ants are crawling all over my heart, itching for answers. This is simply too intriguing. If they do not unveil the truth tonight, I fear I shall not find rest. I share your sentiment. I must remain vigilant until they reveal the reality of the situation. Otherwise, I shall forego sleep, for the light here is sufficient to see clearly. At worst, I shall rise later. In this safe little town, I would not mind sleeping until the sun is high in the sky. The townsfolk observed with a sense of eager anticipation as two individuals opposed the mayor's stance, deeming them restless and unruly. Despite prior agreements, these two seemed intent on exploiting any loophole. Consequently, they found themselves unequivocally aligned with the mayor, and no one dared to voice support for the pair. Old Man Han approached wielding a hoe, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. I merely return a favor in kind. Allowing you to grasp the true potency of this hoe, he mused. The bound duo's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. You cannot fathom what this hoe truly holds. One accomplice shouted, his voice laced with desperation. By the time you comprehend, it will be too late for you. The scarred man, hearing his companion's words, yearned to strike back, but was rendered powerless by his restraints. The onlookers sensed that the truth of the matter was on the verge of revelation, yet lamented the absence of sunflower seeds to enjoy during the spectacle. One particularly vocal tenant turned to Chi Wan and remarked, Mayor Chi, for future performances of this nature, please ensure there are sunflower seeds available. It is quite dreary to watch without the delightful crunch. His comment elicited a hearty laugh from the crowd. With conditions now established, they yearned for even better provisions. While we lack sunflower seeds, we do have watermelon seeds. I shall gather some for the next gathering, Chi Wan replied with a smile. After all, the suggestion put forth by this tenant was indeed a commendable one. Indulging in some sunflower seeds during leisure time, a practice that everyone had grown accustomed to. This was undoubtedly a lapse in her attentiveness, yet she had not yet discovered the sunflower seeds and could only be more vigilant while gathering them outside. You worthless fool, the scarred man berated. His accomplice immediately retorted, do you really think it's unreasonable for me to say this? Having never tried it. How could he possibly know that the hoe was faulty? We merely borrowed this hoe. What is there to discuss? Should you inform the entire world every time you lend something to someone? The accomplice, realizing he had inadvertently let slip some information, sought to divert the topic and alter the group's perception. However, he was taken aback to find that no one believed his fabrications and no one took the bait. Old Man Han, indifferent to their banter, raised the hoe and inflicted a wound upon the scarred man, preparing to do the same to the accomplice. No, don't come near me. Don't touch me. I will tell you everything. I swear, I will say it all. The accomplice trembled in fear. Old Man Han lowered the hoe, granting him a chance. Tears streamed down the accomplice's face, mingling with snot, eliciting disgust from onlookers. End of this chapter. Chapter 111. You are nothing but an ordinary person, I swear. I will say it all. The accomplice broke into tears, lamenting today. We spoke of Mayor Chi, and your rebuttal left us feeling quite displeased. And upon witnessing your child's extraordinary abilities, our discontent only deepened. You are merely an ordinary person. What gives you the right to possess such an exceptional grandson? Upon hearing this remark, everyone tilted their heads in unison, utterly perplexed by its implications. Indeed, you are just an ordinary individual. The companion, caught between laughter and tears, concealed his eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. It is precisely because of your ordinariness that we conceive this singular plan. Once you come into contact with the zombie virus, your demise is all but assured. Yet, how did you come to this realization? What led you to discover it? Were you injured? And how did you identify the zombie virus? The companion was on the brink of madness, voicing the questions that plagued his mind. It was these very inquiries that exposed his vulnerabilities. Naturally, Chi Wan would not divulge the fact that Han Ying's abilities could eliminate a portion of the zombie virus. Instead, she stated directly, have you forgotten that the town boasts 100% safety? While returning the hoe is indeed correct, the old man uses it for tilling the soil. How could I be unaware of any issues with this hoe on my territory? As she spoke, Chi Wan gazed at the tenants of the town. Many of their weapons harbored traces of the zombie virus, necessitating caution during use. It was precisely because these weapons were allowed within the town that Old Man Han suffered a scratch and subsequently became infected. Had I known the weapons posed a risk, I would never have permitted you to bring them back inside. The crowd nodded in agreement, assuring her they would exercise vigilance. Thus, your use of this hoe against third-level zombies does not instill fear of being scratched, as it is of the same rank. Your trepidation arises from your status as a second-level ability wielder. Wu's philosophy did not involve purchasing land. Thus, he did not have to remain in the fields like Fei Zisong and his ilk, reclining upon the soil in utter enjoyment. Instead, he sauntered over to witness the performance and remarked, no wonder he appeared so anxious earlier. Having individuals like that in the town feels rather perilous, as one could easily receive a dagger in the back at any moment. Indeed, it was perplexing that Mayor Chi had done nothing wrong. Yet they concocted a plethora of unfounded accusations. Furthermore, there was Old Man Han, whose clever and capable grandson was unjustly implicated. It seems to me that such thoughts stem from a lack of sound reasoning. Fortunately, I had refrained from engaging in conversation with them, for had I been ensnared in their schemes, it would have been disastrous. Yes, indeed, I share your sentiments. We must exercise caution. Should the new tenants lack our benevolence and choose to betray us, the consequences could be dire. The tenants of the town felt justified, especially after the exposure of these two individuals, compounded by their own observations that rendered them untrustworthy. Ideally, they should be evicted, otherwise, their presence would leave an undeniable sense of unease. The more they contemplated, the more unsettled they became. However, the town belonged to Chi-Wan, and she held the ultimate authority. If they were not to be expelled, then caution was imperative. After all, such occurrences were not uncommon in other bases. Pardon me, but I must inform you both that your rent will be refunded, yet you cannot continue your tenancy here, Chi-Wan stated directly as darkness had descended, and she did not wish to impose further difficulties upon them. Let us defer your release until tomorrow morning. I urge you to reflect upon your paths during the night. The nearby zombies and mutated beasts are primarily situated outside the town. Tomorrow, the tenants will continue their efforts to clear the external threats, and releasing the two of you poses little concern. Thus, we shall conclude tonight's proceedings here. Everyone, hasten back to rest. Do not toil excessively late. Rising from her chair, Chi-Wan was promptly assisted by Han Ing and others in returning the chair to its place by the table. As the tenants of the town gradually departed, Chi-Wan quietly addressed Old Man Han and Han Ing at the door. This oversight is mine. I assured complete safety, yet neglected certain dangers posed by those sharp tools. Old Man Han, with a kind smile, shook his head, refraining from casting blame upon Chi-Wan. No one is flawless. Even within this town, we have achieved commendable progress. In this apocalyptic era, where else might one find such a haven? It is merely my carelessness. Even a hoe can inflict wounds upon one's own hand. The tools should rightly have been within my grasp, yet it was Old Man Han who acquired them, which seems indeed illogical. However, the explanation lies in his profound fatigue. Old man, from now on, it would be best if you worked during the day. When the sun sets, you should retire for the evening. As she spoke, Chi-Wan glanced at Kai Xiaofeng, who was privy to the entire situation. You three shall take turns henceforth. Old Man Han will work from dawn until dusk. You shall arrive before lunch, and after your meal, stay until around 7 or 8 in the evening. Assess the time according to your own judgment. Shall he? Go where assistance is required. If new survivors arrive, the primary task is to accommodate them. Old Man Han, Han Ing, and Kai Xiaofeng nodded in agreement with this arrangement. Kai Xiaofeng found it preferable, as it meant he could sleep uninterrupted until noon, a delightful prospect indeed. However, we must remain vigilant. Potential dangers should not be underestimated. At the very least, we must ensure our own safety. Chi-Wan reiterated that this incident served as a wake-up call for her. With an increase in tenants in the town, it is imperative to exercise caution amidst the mix of characters. She must expedite the enhancement of her abilities. The town's tenants have already reached level 5 in their powers, while she remains at level 4 in water abilities and only level 1 in corrosion. Managing two abilities simultaneously poses a greater challenge. Thus, diligent training is essential. As everyone returned to their respective rooms, Chi-Wan glanced at the large wolves behind her, and they seemed to share a mutual understanding as they proceeded towards the outskirts of the town. She resolved not to return until she made significant progress tonight. Together, one person and 5 wolves vanished into the darkness beyond the town, while countless zombies disappeared into the shadows, unnoticed by anyone. After several hours, Chi-Wan emerged from the darkness with the wolves, her clothes soiled and her pockets bulging with numerous crystal cores. Although her face bore signs of fatigue, her gaze was resolute, radiating a tenacity even greater than before her departure. The two captives, bound and in deep slumber, would realize the magnitude of their grave error if they could witness Chi-Wan in this moment. Chapter 112. The town is now desolate as the sun ascended abruptly. It scorched the earth, leaving it parched and cracked. Outside, the zombies and mutated beasts had been completely eradicated. A glance revealed nothing but the stark desolation of ruins. The ground bore no traces of blood or remnants, all meticulously cleared by the automatic processors designed for such grim tasks. What has happened? Why is there not a single zombie in sight? I had hoped to gather more crystal cores today, but overnight, everything has changed. Who could it be that stealthily engaged in such relentless efforts? They have eliminated so many zombies and mutated beasts. With their work done, what is left for us to do? Who is responsible for this? I had intended to toy with those mutated beasts within the town, yet now, with none outside, I must venture forth. Let us proceed. We shall go outside. There, we may still scavenge for supplies. I have long envied that young man ahead, who has returned from the outside with such an abundance of goods. As everyone observed the barren landscape beyond, they retreated to their rooms to prepare. It was imperative to venture out today, otherwise, they would have no means to collect crystal cores. Previously deemed useless, Every scrap of material collected would undoubtedly prove valuable. As they stepped outside, each carried a large sack, fully intending to forage for an array of items. "Sister, there are no zombies outside," Baizhou exclaimed upon emerging, rushing back to inform Baisei. Baisei furrowed her brow and hurried outside, circling the town, only to confirm the absence of zombies and mutated beasts. Even the grand camphor tree and its smaller companions have vanished, leaving their home with scant crystal cores and no zombies in sight, which compels them to venture outside. However, venturing out alone is fraught with peril. Forming a team is the most prudent course of action. She turned her gaze towards Fei Zisong and the others, who resided in the same row, pondering what advantages she possessed that might persuade them to include her in their expedition. "Mother, should we also venture out?" Upon awakening, Tian, while purchasing items from the vending machine, overheard the conversations of other tenants, who similarly sought the company of Mrs. Tian. When the town was besieged by zombies and mutated flora and fauna, fear gripped them, yet as time passed and they ventured forth, the reality proved less terrifying than their imaginations had conjured. Now, with the town devoid of threats, they found themselves oddly nostalgic for the presence of zombies and mutated creatures just beyond their borders. Yesterday afternoon, with the assistance of other tenants' extraordinary abilities, they amassed a significant number of crystal cores, enabling them to purchase the land in front of their dwelling the previous night. Having expended most of their savings, they now found themselves with limited crystal cores. "We should find others to accompany us this afternoon. We cannot afford to go out alone. We are unfamiliar with those tenants, and one ought not to form alliances with strangers lightly," Mrs. Tian asserted. The two individuals from yesterday had left a profound impression on her, heightening her vigilance. This is a post-apocalyptic world, and one must remain ever alert. "Very well, Mother, let us have breakfast first." Tian retrieved the boxed meal she had bought in the morning, drawing Mrs. Tian into their room. With the absence of zombies and mutated beasts outside the town, many plans of the tenants fell through, necessitating last-minute alterations to their strategies. Zhao Lejean stood before his door, casting numerous glances towards the direction of Qi Wan's door. Noticing it remained closed, he stepped inside. A few minutes later, he emerged to take another look. Fei Zisong and Fei Zisher approached, also gazing towards Qi Wan's door. "Why hasn't Mayor Qi risen yet?" Fei Zisher inquired, puzzled, as he pondered why she was not awake at this hour. "Perhaps it was Mayor Qi who was overly engaged last night," Fei Zisong remarked. Zhao Lejean concurred with this sentiment. "I believe so as well. We haven't even spotted the big wolves. It must be the case. Typically, at this hour, the big wolves would already be outside, requesting Old Man Han to prepare their meals." Ever since Han Ing gained the ability to comprehend the language of flora and fauna, he had assumed the role of their translator, often tasked with persuading Old Man Han to whip up delectable dishes for them. The specific choice of food was inconsequential. What mattered was that it was thoroughly cooked and generously portioned. Mayor Qi is truly remarkable, managing to handle the zombies and mutated plants outside in just one night. Fei Zisher praised sincerely, acknowledging the extraordinary feat surviving in a post-apocalyptic town is no simple matter. "We should maintain a cordial relationship with Mayor Qi, unlike those two fools who have acted beyond reason." Fei Zisong disdainfully regarded his hapless companions, still dangling upside down, and noted that without Qi Wan's consent, Han would not permit Xiao Lu to release them. Allowing them to endure a bit more suffering would ease Han Ying's heart, as they had treated his grandfather poorly. The two individuals dubbed fools had awakened, but having remained in that position for too long, their minds were somewhat muddled. The entire atmosphere was suffused with a sense of disorientation. Even if one wished to retort, the mere glimpse of Fei Zisong's silhouette rendered them speechless. Fei Zisong and his brother had become local celebrities. It was impossible to find anyone in the town who was unaware of their existence. As fifth-level superhumans, their rarity was unparalleled in this post-apocalyptic world. As noon passed, and they had yet to receive word from Qi Wan, the decision was made for each to attend to their own tasks, confident that Qi Wan would inform them upon her awakening. They too had pressing matters to address, as a vast expanse of land awaited cultivation, and time was of the essence. "Brother, let us plant some fruit trees near the fence on the outskirts. In a year or two, we shall reap the rewards of bountiful harvests," suggested Fei Zisher. The seeds for fruit were readily obtainable. They could purchase fruit from vending machines, consuming the flesh and retaining the seeds for planting. While they could afford to plant fewer vegetables, an abundance of fruit was essential. Carrying fruit on their outings would also provide sustenance. "Indeed, I am quite curious whether the fruit trees will extend beyond the fence and if others might partake in the harvest," mused Fei Zisong, stroking his chin in contemplation. The outcome of their endeavors would only become clear after the planting had taken place. An hour later, Qi Wan stirred from her slumber. feeling as though she might disassemble from the previous night's exertions. The toll of sudden vigorous movements had taken its toll on her body, leaving her sore and achy. She clutched the blanket, pulling it over herself, and after a yawn, turned onto her side. Reflecting on her actions from the previous night, Chi-Wan could not help but groan in exasperation. Encountering a fourth-level zombie poised for advancement had indeed startled her. At that moment, she felt quite fortunate during her promotion. Everyone was in a weakened state. Otherwise, she would have been unable to muster the strength to vanquish that zombie. Had it advanced, she would have been in peril, with just a mere swipe endangering her life. She sat up, gently rubbing her drowsy head, giving it a slight shake. It was better not to dwell on the past. The focus should be on living well in the present and becoming stronger. The zombie had leveled up, granting her a substantial number of crystal cores. And she too had advanced. Dear friends, Chapter 112 had a chapter missing, but it has now been added. End of this chapter. Chapter 113. A day is a year at this moment. Chi-Wan rested her right hand on a sapling just over a year old, having gained some understanding of the materials required for the thatched cottage. Given the forest's peculiar growth rate, where each day equates to a year, she realized that when the trees reached 10 days of age, she could begin to harvest 1 unit of wood and 10 units of timber. As the trees matured, the yield of wood and timber would increase correspondingly. Once the trees reached 20 years, after 20 days had passed, they would reproduce. Amidst the two individuals' despondency, Lin Shen clapped his hands once more, causing the lake's surface around him to ripple, sending up a shower of water droplets, while fish naturally fell into Lin Shen's grasp. The speaker lounged in the chair diagonally opposite, crossing his legs with an expression that conveyed a mix of amusement and disdain. Xing Tian approached and lifted the unconscious individual, shaking his head gently before pinching his acupoint, only to discover that the person had merely been rendered unconscious, likely by a wooden club, an item that proved rather elusive. As they neared the entrance, the soul blade, accompanied by ethereal foxfire, swiftly unveiled a transparent humanoid figure. Thanks to a brief collaboration with the South American League, Data was still able to assist Trapani's scouting system in making informed decisions. Sully's scouts were dispatched across the globe, diligently analyzing players who had long been on Trapani's watch list. Ouyang Feiyu swallowed the medicine in one gulp, instantly complicating Du Yujiao's emotions on one hand. She hoped fervently for the miraculous remedy to swiftly cure Ouyang Feiyu's ailment, while on the other, she feared that it might be a poison. Wondering anxiously what would happen if he could not withstand its potent toxicity. Standing nearby, Zhang Zhao distinctly felt the venomous gaze from Jiang Hai directed towards him, chilling his heart as he inwardly cursed, "That damned bastard is targeting me." Moreover, when it came to the application of demonic power, the utilization of demonic arts, and understanding and mastering one's own strength, he knew he could not compete with the serpent demon of the same lineage. No one desires death, and Lu Hao was no exception. His inquiries to Wang Kai stemmed from his awareness of his senior's formidable skills, for he was the one most knowledgeable about this place. "What do you want from me? Is it so wrong to long for my man? Give it to me." Sushi suddenly rushed down like a whirlwind, raising her hand to deliver a punch to Ouyang Out, the sudden surge of sorrow having rendered her irrational. I had assumed that Jiang Cheng and Su Xinyue were merely childhood friends, unaware of the profound bond that existed between them. Cui Xiao, upon seeing the beef and wine, could not restrain himself from indulging, hastily lifting the wine jug and gulping down a generous mouthful. However, most regarded Wang Xiu as merely inviting humiliation upon himself. Even a genius in the awakening phase could not hope to challenge Su Tian'e, especially considering Wang Xiu was still merely at the 6th level of martial arts. Of course, these individuals were oblivious to the fact that Wang Xiu had already broken through to the awakening realm and had learned the iron cloth technique. The East Gate? That led to the direction of the Gaoshan sect. It seemed his objective was indeed clear. He handed Mr. Peng a bag of silver as compensation and, without further ado, mounted his steed by Shui, galloping out of the East Gate of Futian City towards the Gaoshan sect. I swear. Su Bei was certain that Jin Sushi was doing this on purpose. How could such an impulsive man possibly be her husband? Meanwhile, 10 minutes earlier, the backstage had detected an influx of new traffic, with comments flooding in thick and fast. Opinions varied widely. While some praised, others were quick to criticize. In the earlier portion, many began to lambaste Cui Zhao's acting skills, even branding him as yet another inept performer. Suddenly, the owner of the Shuju Club seemed to comprehend, finding himself thoroughly impressed by Yihua. Chapter 114, Space Ability User. Yet, my fiancé is of great importance to me. If I do not join the search, my heart will be restless waiting here. At this moment, Kai Xiaofeng's eyes were already swollen from tears. Yet Chi-Wan remained resolute in her disagreement. If your fiancé truly lingers nearby, he will undoubtedly come to the town. Remain here in the town. If fate permits, you shall ultimately encounter one another. Share with me his distinguishing features, and perhaps you might sketch a portrait for me. Our search will be far more captivating. What draws attention are Baihua's large, wide-open eyes, filled with emotions that oscillate between rage and resentment. Night Genie found it difficult to discern. Earlier, in a fit of unrestrained fury, the only entity that made him feel vividly alive in this harsh world was the distant Doli Green. Xian Tong glanced downward, but the height of the cliff and the shrouding mist rendered her unable to see the ground below. It turned out that Kirin was in proximity, yet a geographical divide separated them, one above and the other below. Qing Luo, overhearing this exchange, felt a slight shift in her expression. She hadn't anticipated learning about spatial attributes in this place. Zoli fell into a moment of silence. Inquire about someone. If they are not heinous offenders, spare their life. Locate their lair and eradicate them completely. Find a secret chamber. I shall interrogate this one, he remarked, gesturing towards the innate martial artist he had rendered unconscious. Sing loudly, George proposed with agility. Harry chuckled, uncertain whether George was jesting. He envisioned concealing his T grade from Hermione during their level examination, but resolved immediately to strive diligently from that moment forth. I can endure, Yin Yaoshu stated. If he could not withstand this slight pain, then he would cease to be Yin Yaoshu. I recall my first experience in the hot spring, where the essence of the blood from the fourth-tier demon bear and the demon ape was stored within the Chinkoan pearl, alongside a smattering of spiritual fruits and herbs. It seemed as though this concoction was tailor-made for him. Harry remained indifferent, feeling a certain satisfaction in blaming Snape, as it appeared to alleviate, albeit partially, his loathsome sense of guilt. Simultaneously, he hoped for Dumbledore's approval. This morning's breakfast was prepared by Han's father, who, as a yearly tradition, would rise at the crack of dawn on the first day of the Lunar New Year. His first act upon waking was to kindle a lively fire in the main room, symbolizing prosperity and good fortune, followed by washing his hands to prepare glutinous rice balls and warm dishes. Hearing the collective enthusiasm, he felt inspired to stay and watch the competition, and gradually, more spectators joined in, drawn by the team's infectious spirit. Chi Yu, even while seated in his office, found the unfolding events astonishing, as he had never anticipated becoming partners with Ji Yanning. Jin Zhong took a deep breath, contemplating that Zhang Fu was indeed a cunning individual, likely having deduced that his previous act of hiding spies in the military headquarters had been unveiled. Days passed, and the county's garrison found itself with merely 2 or 3 days' worth of provisions left, coupled with the siege that had persisted for over half a month. Panic gripped the hearts of the townsfolk. However, one must continue searching, otherwise, she would never escape the tavern's threshold. Lin Sanson was acutely aware of this truth. The death of a comrade does not equate to the demise of a seeker. Suddenly, a silver-armored warrior burst forth, revealing his 6th-level martial emperor prowess, wielding a gleaming silver blade as he swung it down upon Wu Dao. Upon the mention of Shenwan San, Zhu Gaoxi was suddenly enlightened. It is said that half of Nanjing, the capital of the Ming dynasty, was constructed by Shenwan San. What was once thought to be mere folklore turned out to be an account of a genuine individual. After a prolonged silence, Shi Xiaoyu unexpectedly let out a sneeze, its force resonating in the hall, captivating the attention of all present. Chapter 115. Hair frizzing like a little lion. However, my fiancé is of utmost importance to me. The thought of remaining here while he is out there searching fills me with unease. At this moment, Kai Xiaofeng's eyes were already swollen from tears, yet Chi-Wan remained resolute. If your fiancé is truly nearby, he will undoubtedly come to the town. Stay here, and, if fate allows, you shall eventually reunite. Share with me his specific features. A drawing would also be helpful. We shall keep an eye out for him during our search. Kai Xiaofeng felt torn. Her desire to search was strong, yet the child within her. Very well, Mayor Qi. I shall wait here in the town for you to bring him back. Chi-Wan nodded, instructing her to remain in the town, assuring her that they would assist in the search. Kai Xiaofeng nodded, bowing her head, revealing a triumphant smile in a place where others could not see her. By the way, since you are already pregnant, it would be best if you refrain from further work for now. Focus on nurturing your child. Old Man Han is quite capable of managing matters here. Chi-Wan believed that with a child on the way, it was essential for her to rest, particularly during the critical first 3 months. Kai Xiaofeng felt an overwhelming desire to decline, yet the allure of a day free from work was too tempting to resist, and thus she acquiesced. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chi-Wan retreated to her chamber. Upon her return, a sense of unease enveloped her. Something felt amiss, though she could not articulate exactly what it was. If fate were to grant her an encounter with the fiancé Kai Xiaofeng had mentioned, the truth would surely reveal itself. At the break of dawn, when the sky was merely a soft hue of light, Qi-Wan was roused from her slumber by San Lang's gentle nudging. Groggily, she opened her eyes to the dimly lit room, descended from her bed, and cast a glance at the air conditioning unit, a smile gracing her lips. She picked up the remote control and switched off the air conditioner. Since acquiring it, she had never turned it off. Today, as she prepared to venture out, she reminded herself to do so to prevent forgetting once she was outside. San Lang approached her, nuzzling against her arm. Qi-Wan extended her hand, tenderly stroking the soft fur of San Lang. Let us go. Today, old man Han should be awake. Let us see what he is preparing. She had already planned the meals for the day, opting for takeout. Additionally, she needed to enlist the help of Zhao Lejean's acquaintance, the spatial adept, as she had an abundance of takeout to bring. Each of the 5 wolves required at least 5 boxes of food per meal, totaling 25 boxes for a single sitting. As she stepped outside, Qi-Wan was greeted by the sight of old man Han diligently cooking and steaming fish. Old man, you truly are working hard today, she remarked. Meanwhile, Zhao Lejean and another spatial adept, Fu Yu, stood outside the fence, their gazes fixed intently upon Qi-Wan, yet her focus remained solely on old man Han. Oblivious to their presence, Zhao Lejean could not allow himself to be so easily overlooked. With a deliberate cough, he greeted Qi-Wan, striving to assert his presence. Mayor Qi, we have arrived. May we come in? Qi-Wan turned her head, and, upon noticing the two of them, welcomed them inside. Please, come in quickly. I hardly noticed you earlier. Before long, Mei Shan and the others also arrived. Everyone's luggage was remarkably simple. They carried only a backpack, the contents of which remained a mystery. It seemed they had no clothing, for when one is away from home and devoid of water sources, how could one bathe or change attire? Come and take a seat. The old gentleman has prepared a meal. Please, make yourselves comfortable and find a spot, Qi-Wan instructed. After speaking, she approached Fu Yu, a smile gracing her lips. Fu Yu, could you assist me with packing some items? Fu Yu beamed with the innocence of a child, her demeanor bright and uncomplicated. Of course, my space can accommodate 100 square meters. There is ample room for many things. I have organized much of it in my room already. Her smile radiated like a refreshing spring breeze, her childlike behavior and sweet appearance endearing her to those around her. Meanwhile, Zhao Lejean stole glances at Fu Yu, increasingly enchanted by her sweet smile. As he gazed, a memory surfaced. He recalled a time when he had seen Fu Yu before. Back then, she had been covered in dirt, her hair a wild mess resembling that of a small lion. Had it not been for her long hair, he might have mistaken her for a little boy. Qi-Wan slightly turned her body to obstruct Zhao Lejean's previously surreptitious gaze, which had now transformed into an unabashed stare. Well, I don't need to pack too much. We'll be away for approximately 3 to 4 days. They require 25 boxes for each meal, totaling 300 boxes. Which ones take up much space? What is the flow rate of your space? Will these meals spoil if kept for too long? Fu Yu's eyes curved sweetly, and even when she wasn't smiling, her entire demeanor radiated a delightful sweetness. Suddenly, Qi-Wan felt that Zhao Lejean was somewhat unworthy of such a charming young lady. However, as it pertains to their own development, Zhao Lejean was not a bad person, and she would not interfere with anyone's romantic destiny. My space has a slow flow rate, so the food won't spoil easily in the short term. Qi-Wan understood, and thus there was no issue. After you eat your fill, come with me. How had she not noticed such a sweet girl before? Currently, interacting with her felt exceptionally pleasant. All right, Fu Yu replied. Kai Xiaofeng, who typically came to work before lunch, was not present at the moment, especially since Qi-Wan had informed her that she need not come in today. Thus, she wouldn't arrive so early. After everyone had a hearty meal, they stood up to prepare for their departure. Qi-Wan first led Fu Yu to pack the 300 boxes of meals, along with the 12 boxes she needed for herself, as well as some fruits for dessert. Fu Yu gazed at the abundance of fruit being stored in Qi-Wan's space, feeling a bit envious. They were currently standing in front of a vending machine, and Fu Yu intended to treat herself to some fruit as well. Typically, she refrained from indulging in such luxuries in their small town, but being out and about felt like a perfect opportunity to splurge. However, upon noticing Fu Yu's intent to place an order, Qi-Wan promptly intervened. You have graciously prepared these boxed meals for me, and I offer you fruits as a token of my gratitude. What do you think? Siu's eyes sparkled like those of a young deer as she nodded earnestly, resembling a chick pecking at grain. Of course, thank you, Mayor Qi. Qi-Wan then took some fruits and invited Su Yu to store them in her space. When venturing outdoors, it's only fair to be considerate towards those few men. After all, they are comrades in arms. You're welcome. Please let me know if you have a particular favorite fruit. I can retrieve a few more. Qi-Wan's words made Su Yu feel a bit embarrassed. How could she allow Qi-Wan to indulge so much? No need. Thank you, Mayor Qi. What you have brought is sufficient. Subsequently, Suyu became quite straightforward. Whenever Chi-Wan made that offer, she would simply respond. After gathering the necessary items, Chi-Wan instructed them to wait outside the fence while she attended to some matters. End of chapter. Chapter 116. Boasting of possessions. Old man. Kai Xiaofeng is no longer an employee of the town, and he will not be allowed beyond these gates in the future. If any incidents occur during my absence, you are to either remain indoors or stay within the confines of the fence. Chi-Wan harbored an unsettling premonition that something significant would transpire during her absence. Her instinct urged her to seize the opportunity to dismiss Kai Xiaofeng. Regardless of what may unfold subsequently, she resolved that Kai Xiaofeng's position would not be secure in her eyes. Even if he were to become a father, she would not re-employ him. After returning to her room the previous night, she attempted to inquire with the young steward, yet he remained tight-lipped. Her apprehension grew, affirming her belief that something would inevitably occur during her absence. Understood. Old man Han bowed his head in contemplation, assuring them, do not worry as you venture out. We shall diligently safeguard the town. Did you not mention that aside from you and Xiao He, no one else can enter from outside? I will keep a vigilant watch over Xiao He, and those who are not permitted shall not gain entry. With Xiao Lu present, you need not fret. Chi-Wan nodded, feeling reassured by Xiao Lu's presence. Shall I leave Wu Lang in the town? Over time, Chi-Wan had grown to perceive Old Man Han and Han Yinghe as genuinely kind and simple-hearted individuals. Although Kai Xiaofeng was making an effort to integrate, she still felt a disconnect, perhaps due to an incompatibility in temperament. No need for that. Wu Lang should accompany you all on your adventures. With Xiao Lu by our side, we shall manage just fine. Old Man Han waved his hand dismissively, regarding it as trivial matters they could resolve. Chi-Wan agreed, unwilling to impose further on that front. She turned to Han Yinghe and spoke earnestly. Within the town, aside from your grandfather and myself, one must not easily trust others. Do you understand? Han Yinghe stood nearby, attentively absorbing the conversation. He made a conscious effort to lower his voice, ensuring their words remained private. Sister, rest assured, I only trust grandfather in you. I shall not place my faith in anyone else. Chi-Wan gently ruffled Han Yinghe's hair. Very well, once you grow a bit older, I shall take you on adventures. Han Yinghe's eyes sparkled with excitement at her promise. That sounds wonderful. Sister, please set off soon. The others have been waiting for quite a while. With a resigned smile, Chi-Wan pinched Han Yinghe's cheek and walked towards the fence. Once outside, she waved her hand at them, feeling a tinge of reluctance. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, long eyelashes adorned with teardrops, her eyes resembling a nearby brook. Shimmering with clarity, she gently lifted her head, the clear water cascading down her cheeks, leaving trails of moisture behind. Fei Zisong, witnessing such a sight, felt a stir in his heart. Noticing Chi-Wan's gaze, he turned his attention elsewhere. Let us depart. Chi-Wan was filled with anticipation for this journey. Among their group were 3 5th-level abilities users and 1 support-type ability user, ensuring their safety. They set off towards the outskirts of the town, with the 5 wolves joyfully bounding ahead, their tails wagging with exuberance. Along the way, there were few zombies to be seen, as far as the eye could reach. Desolation prevailed. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring up countless particles of dust. Chi-Wan waved her hand, her elegant brows knitting together, as the surrounding environment left much to be desired. She hoped for improvements to the soil within her town, wishing it would not resemble the arid, cracked earth outside, where a mere kick left no mark. The ground felt as hard as iron, causing her feet to ache. How dull it is. I wonder where all the nearby zombies have disappeared to. Fei Zisher raised his hands behind his head and sighed. We've been walking for quite some time now. Is the sun so scorching that even the zombies are too frightened to emerge? Beads of sweat glistened on everyone's foreheads except for Chi-Wan's. She harnessed her water-based abilities to maintain her body at a constant temperature, resulting in almost no perspiration at all. Everyone is clad in clothing purchased from vending machines, all of which are casual attire. Upon their emergence, they appear pristine, yet the dust soon mars their faces. A mere bead of sweat, and a swipe of the sleeve renders their once clean garments sullied. The nearby zombies have been eradicated. One might wonder where any remain. As they stroll leisurely, they know encounters are inevitable. Wu Zhixue, inherently endowed with fire abilities, finds little difficulty with the sweltering weather, although thin beads of perspiration still cling to his brow. I recall a major road ahead, uncertain of the zombie presence there. As a local who revels in exploration, Shun Zhuangzhuang possesses a fair knowledge of the vicinity. However, after 2 years, many structures have been ravaged, leaving him to perceive the surroundings with a blend of strangeness and familiarity. Numerous dilapidated vehicles abound. Perhaps some might be salvageable. Relying solely on foot would significantly hinder their progress. Mei Shan surveyed the area, finding no suitable bicycles in sight. According to Qi Wan, they had been out for 3 or 4 days. Walking alone would consume a day or two. Such an endeavor would not yield maximum value. Well, if all else fails, a bicycle will suffice. 2 wheels are certainly preferable to relying solely on our 2 legs, Yi Jiangnan remarked. Upon hearing Yi Jiangnan's words, Shun Zhuangzhuang clapped his hands, his single eyelids widening in sudden realization. Now that you mention it, I do recall a street ahead with several shops selling electric and regular bicycles. An electric bike would be perfect. Zhao Lejean immediately took the floor, for he was a man possessing an electric cart. Wholly unperturbed by the prospect of lacking power to charge his electric vehicle, he proudly extracted a well-preserved electric card from his pocket, continuing to boast. This is the electric card bestowed upon me by Mayor Qi. It remains functional even beyond the town limits. Simply insert the plug into any side of the card, and charging commences. Contemplating his upcoming days away, he deemed it prudent to carry it along, as it might indeed prove useful. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Qi Wan, each expression unmistakably revealing their desire for an electric card. Such cards were rare treasures, and if one were to possess it, I could prioritize you all for its use. Qi Wan, under the scrutiny of so many gazes, felt a twinge of shyness. Shun Zhuangzhuang and the others nodded in agreement. Qi Wan had previously prioritized the town's employees, including the very Zhao Lejean who was now flaunting his card. They sighed inwardly, consumed with envy, pondering why they were not the town's first tenants. Perhaps Qi Wan might have some advantages to offer that could benefit them. Yet, the established reality was immutable. Their current objective was to firmly latch onto Qi Wan, creating an overwhelming presence before her to secure the greatest benefits. With newfound determination, they swiftly approached the street that Shun Zhuangzhuang had mentioned. Chapter 117. It wants. It desires upon Zhao Lejean's glance. He recognized this as the very place where he collected hardware materials. Here lies a hardware wholesale market, abundant with electrical appliances and various tools. The street outside is bustling with electric bikes and bicycles, inviting everyone to explore and seek out their needs. A glance at the sign at the entrance indeed confirms it as a wholesale market, though the paint on the letters has faded and they dangle precariously, threatening to fall off at the slightest touch. A cursory look reveals a plethora of items within, situated closer to the direction of the small town. It took about 2 hours to arrive. Upon returning, we shall revisit to discover what else this place holds. For now, our primary focus is on electric bikes and bicycles. We shall not recklessly venture inside, for 5 wolves are present. Instead, we will utilize 5 wolves' unique abilities. Qi Wan glanced at 5 wolves, commanding the zombies hiding within a 500-meter radius to emerge. The market houses numerous shops, each containing their own storage areas. Recklessly entering could lead to misfortune. The layout is convoluted, lacking open spaces that would provide clear visibility. With abilities at our disposal, it would be foolish to enter blindly. Following the command, 5 wolves elegantly took a couple of steps, resembling a moving target, then lazily reclined on the ground. Qi Wan observed this posture, recalling having seen it before. Is this unique stance the only way to attract those zombies? Upon reflection, this languid demeanor exudes a hint of allure, deliberately enticing the zombies and mutated beasts, drawing them into its trap. Wait, in such a position, is 5 wolves male or female? Master, 5 wolves is a female wolf dog. Upon learning the gender, one could not help but find the 5 wolves even more alluring. The ground exhibited slight fissures, prompting Qi Wan and her companions to exchange puzzled glances as they formed a tight circle. In the center stood Fu Yu and Mei Shan, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. The 5 wolves sensed the impending arrival of the zombies and rose, positioning themselves alongside the great wolf, casting a disdainful gaze towards the direction from which the undead approached. From the earth emerged a female zombie, her upper body the only remnant of her former self, as she howled vehemently at Qi Wan and her group. Her lower half had been severed, intestines trailing behind her, leaving a gruesome trail of blood in her wake. A closer inspection revealed her nose, devoid of flesh, reduced to a gaping hole. It appeared as though the hair had been scraped away from her brow, leaving it completely bare. Wow, Mayor Qi. Could it be that this female zombie removed her own eyebrows? Shun Zhuangzhuang remarked, contemplating the unsettling appearance that accompanied the absence of brows. Perhaps so, once removed, it allows for the possibility of drawing on a different shape. Qi Wan responded, noting that only the zombie herself could divulge the true story behind her condition. Yet, lacking eyebrows undeniably necessitated reliance on one's facial features for support. As for her own perceived lack of beauty, Qi Wan believed she could never inflict such cruelty upon herself. Nor did she possess the skill to alter her brow shape so drastically. Let us take action. Another one is approaching, Fei Zisong whispered softly, the electrifying tension palpable beside Qi Wan. She frowned slightly, shifting to create distance. Men were to keep their distance. She felt no inclination towards them, even amidst joint efforts. Such proximity was inappropriate. Qi Wan refrained from taking action, believing that opportunities for practical experience should be afforded to those friends who had yet to advance. Particularly for Yi Jiangnan, who had not consumed the mutated water beads, the necessity for real combat was even greater. Qi Wan had sold her 6 mutated water beads to Fei Zisong, Fei Zisher, Shinzhuo Zhuang, Mei Shan, and 2 acquaintances from the town, Feng Dade and Lin Xiaorui, with whom her ties were not particularly strong. These 2 tenants were usually quite discreet, blending into the crowd, and when zombies appeared outside the town, they charged forward without a hint of hesitation. Qi Wan recalled that Feng Dade possessed the stone manipulation ability, enabling him to conjure rocks of varying sizes. After consuming the mutated water bead, he became a level 3 ability user. Lin Xiaorui, on the other hand, wielded plant-based powers, distinct from Fei Zisong's abilities. Her power allowed her to control flora. However, due to the absence of nearby plants, she struggled to fully utilize her abilities, currently ranking as a level 2 ability user, slightly weaker in comparison. Yet, she emanated an earnest desire to grow stronger. Frequently, her close-range attacks struck precisely at the mark. Wow, these zombies are incredibly resilient. My spikes can't penetrate, Fei Zisher exclaimed, thrusting a spike at the browless female zombie, but to no avail. It was a zombie with golden body abilities. Fei Zisong advised softly, suggesting they avoid direct confrontation. The presence of ability-wielding zombies undeniably escalated the challenge. Fei Zisher muttered, exerting more force. No matter how tough that zombie's body is, it remains merely a low-level undead. With that, the female zombie's head shattered, revealing a slightly cracked level 2 crystal core before Fei Zisher's eyes. He deftly flicked the spear in his hand, dislodging the crystal core. Suddenly, a swift zombie charged towards him, eager to seize the core suspended in midair. Fei Zisher, however, would not allow the core to fall into the hands of the undead. He redirected his spear and thrust it directly into the abdomen of the agile zombie. A mischievous grin played upon his lips, giving him a roguishly charming demeanor. As the spear sprouted additional barbs, the zombie flailed its filthy fingers, bearing its gaping maw in a furious roar, its gaze fixed menacingly on Fei Zisher. One hand reached to grasp Fei Zisher for a bite, while the other sought to snatch the coveted crystal core from his grasp. It craved both, the delectable flesh and the tantalizing energy. The spear in Fei Zisher's hand elongated, forcibly pushing the zombie back several meters. In the next instant, the barbs embedded in the zombie's flesh extended to match the length and width of the spear itself. Fei Zisher nonchalantly pocketed the crystal core, pondering how the creature could possibly think itself a worthy adversary. The spear continued to emit more barbs, transforming the zombie into a grotesque porcupine. Meanwhile, Wu Zhixue observed a frenzied zombie sprinting towards him, its gait a lopsided shuffle, its head swaying excessively in a disorienting manner. The sight was somewhat distressing, particularly due to the zombie's torn abdomen, with its intestines and liver spilling out, oblivious to its own disarray. Had it made an effort to conceal its innards, it might have appeared slightly more presentable. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Wu Zhixue hurled a fireball, which fortuitously struck the zombie's hair. The desiccated hair was exceedingly flammable, igniting in mere moments. The soulless zombie, its eyes devoid of sensation, glanced upward, realizing its own scalp had vanished, while the flames continued to blaze. Friends, do remember to update before noon tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 118. A lack of interest, seeking excitement in one moment. It was lunging at the fire, howling at Wu Zhixue, intent on devouring the flesh upon him. In the next, its body became unresponsive, and the entire zombie collapsed to the ground. The crystal core nestled within its head simply plummeted to the earth with a dull thud. The moment the crystal core disengaged from the zombie's cranium marked its true demise. Wu Zhixue picked up the crystal core, brushing off the dust that clung to it. Bored, he yearned for a challenge presented by a zombie possessing abilities. Approaching the 5 wolves, he wished to communicate, yet was unable to decipher the tongue of dogs. His gaze shifted toward Qi Wan, who was observing the scene. He subtly nodded, pondering that even Mayor Qi could not comprehend the language of the 5 wolves. With only Hanning understanding, but he had not accompanied them outside. However, it mattered little. At worst, they could engage in a game of charades, grasping the general intent of one another. 5 wolves, could you assist me in attracting a zombie with abilities? I am willing to offer you a level 2 crystal core as a reward, and if the zombie is of a higher tier, I can provide you with a level 3 crystal core in return, Wu Zhixue articulated, displaying both the level 2 and level 3 crystal cores in his hand. The five wolves raised a paw, nudging the level 3 crystal core closer, its intent unmistakably clear, before it promptly lay down. Witnessing this scene, Chi-Wan became increasingly convinced that when the five wolves employed their extraordinary abilities, the only course of action was to lie low. While in this position, the great wolves would stand guard nearby, ready to shred any oblivious zombie that dared to approach. The five wolves could briefly exert control over the zombies, allowing those that posed little threat to roam freely. However, it was Chi-Wan who managed the more formidable zombies, albeit for only a short duration, as her powers had yet to transcend the third level, limiting her capabilities. Even with the enhancement abilities from Maishan, she could only manifest the peak potential of the five wolves' secondary powers. Here it comes, here it comes. Let me see what kind of extraordinary zombie this is. Wu Zhishui exclaimed with palpable excitement as a zombie emerged before him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was of the same tier as himself, heightening his anticipation. The surrounding zombies had all been dealt with, leaving only this newly appeared extraordinary one. Its right hand was gruesomely severed, yet it bore a makeshift arm forged from scrap metal, the sound of iron clashing resonating as it clenched its fist. The areas of damage on its body were precisely where the scrap metal had coalesced, rendering it a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and iron. However, the fusion was rather unappealing, as the metal pieces were not adequately sized. One side of its face was missing a patch of skin, replaced instead by a square piece of metal, protruding awkwardly from its visage, with some flesh still exposed. Its grayish-white pupils fixated on Wu Zhishui, exuding a triumphant glint. Sensing the danger nearby, Wu Zhishui instinctively evaded. Just as he dodged, a massive iron hammer descended, the wind it generated adding an exhilarating thrill to the encounter. Various signs indicate that this zombie possesses the extraordinary ability of magnetism, capable of attracting all objects containing iron. Wu Zhishui's curiosity was piqued, as he wished to observe how his fire-based powers would contend with the magnetic abilities. He hurled a ball of fire, which fragmented in midair into several smaller orbs, thereby increasing the impact area on the magnetic zombie. Simultaneously, a colossal iron hammer that had previously dented the muddy ground levitated and hurtled back toward Wu Zhishui. Chi-Wan, accompanied by Fu Yu and Mei Shan, retreated slightly. Although they were engaged in combat, they were cautious not to harm the spectators outside the fray. Indeed, she felt like an onlooker at that moment, and she was not alone in this sentiment. Fu Yu and Mei Shan shared her perspective. I wonder how Mr. Wu will cope with that magnetic zombie, Fu mused, intrigued, since magnets seem impervious to fire. Chi-Wan shook her head. Your understanding is flawed. Sufficiently high temperatures can indeed melt magnets and eliminate their magnetic properties. Mei Shan nodded in agreement. Precisely, it now hinges on whether Mr. Wu's flames can reach the melting point of iron. In an instant, Fu realized that her initial perception had been incorrect, and that they, in fact, held a significant advantage. Stealing a sidelong glance at Chi-Wan, she noted that, bathed in the sunlight, Chi-Wan resembled an ethereal ice goddess, exuding a gentle aura. This was a capability that Fu Yu could not yet comprehend. Clenching her fists, she resolved to strive harder and showcase her powers in this apocalyptic world. She did not wish to be merely an auxiliary spatial storage item. She was certain she possessed her own offensive capabilities. So you felt that she should engage in more experimentation, not solely relying on hurling objects from the space, but rather harnessing the intrinsic power of the space itself. Casting a sidelong glance towards Mei Shan, she pondered with curiosity whether his amplification ability could assist their allies, and conversely, if it might be feasible to diminish the enemy's abilities. As this thought crossed her mind, she voiced it aloud. Upon realizing her words had escaped her lips, she was taken aback and instinctively covered her mouth. Avoiding Mei Shan's gaze as she shifted slightly towards Chi-Wan, apprehensive that Mei Shan might perceive her as being somewhat presumptuous. However, Mei Shan appeared to have been inspired by a new idea. Although he had previously attempted to amplify others' abilities, he had never considered the possibility of diminishing someone else's powers. Initially, he had focused solely on the supportive aspect, coining the term amplification ability for himself. Could it be that his powers could operate in reverse? Contemplating this, he felt compelled to take action rather than remain a passive observer. He resolved to experiment with the magnetic ability of the zombie before Wu Zhishui. Su Yu watched intently as Mei Shan stepped forward, fixated on the magnetic zombie utilizing its powers. In that moment, clarity washed over her, and the tension in her face eased. As long as she did not overstep, she had nothing to fear. Mei Shan attempted several times, but initially grasped no substantial insight. It was not until Wu Zhishui struck the magnetic zombie's head with his ability, creating a small opening, that Mei Shan finally discerned the key. Through gradual experimentation and exploration, He began to unravel the fundamentals. As the magnetic zombie found itself at a disadvantage, losing many of the iron pieces it bore, Meishan finally reached a nascent understanding, capable of diminishing an ability for merely 1 second. Yet in this fleeting moment, without a synchronized partner, one cannot seize this critical second. Since others fail to grasp this pivotal instant, Meishan attempts to reverse the situation. As Wu Zhishue's flames once again assault, he simultaneously employs his diminishing ability upon nearing the magnetic zombie. In but a single second, the magnetic zombie, under the onslaught of fire, relinquishes a considerable number of iron fragments. Once the iron pieces tumble down, it becomes evident that the flesh upon the magnetic zombie, although no longer flowing, begins to rot and emit a foul odor when its damaged wounds come into contact with the untreated iron. End of chapter. Chapter 119. The wind is intentional. A gust of wind swept through, carrying with it a putrid stench of decay. Chi-Wan, maintaining her composure, held her breath until the wind passed, allowing her to breathe normally again. Beside her, Fuyu was caught off guard by the foul air, nearly retching from the odor of what she had consumed that day. This repugnant smell of rot was mingled with the scent of rusting iron, a truly unbearable combination. Observing the situation, Wu Zhishue intensified the flames, directing them towards the area where the magnetic zombie shed its iron, effectively trapping the foul aroma within the fire's embrace. The stench was indeed overwhelming. Fuyu struggled to endure, bending over with her agile eyes reflecting a sense of grievance. It seemed as though the wind was deliberate. With every piece of iron that the magnetic zombie lost, the wind would blow anew. Chi-Wan found this peculiar and turned her gaze towards Shen Zhuangzhuang, who possessed wind abilities. He stood there nonchalantly, with no other zombies to engage, deliberately waiting. With each loss of iron by the magnetic zombie, his fingers would twitch ever so slightly. Chi-Wan felt helpless as they stood in the downwind position, inadvertently endangering their ally. She called out, "Shen Zhuangzhuang, your breeze is quite foul." After uttering this, Chi-Wan took hold of Shu Yue's delicate hand and moved to the other side, ensuring they were no longer in the downwind. It was then that Shen Zhuangzhuang realized the awkwardness on his face. He had not anticipated such a situation. Although he remained still, the inactivity was rather tedious. He approached Wulong, and without needing to crouch, he took 2 steps back to almost meet Wulong's gaze. A pang of anguish struck his heart. At a height of 175 meters, he should not feel diminutive. No, he was not short. It was merely that Wulong and the others were exceptionally tall. Wulong regarded his movements with bemusement, sensing the fluctuations in his emotions, albeit perplexed. Once Wu Zhishue had calmed his inner turmoil, he addressed Wulong. "Shall we strike a bargain? Are there any mutated zombies nearby?" Wulong shook his head, indicating that there were none in the vicinity. Wu Zhishue felt a twinge of disappointment, yet deemed it not a significant issue. "Are there many ordinary zombies around?" Wulong shook his head again, asserting that most of the ordinary zombies were already present. Unperturbed, Wu Zhishue pressed on. "Are there any ordinary zombies in the area?" This time, Wulong nodded. "Can we lure them here? We could split the obtained cores, 60-40 in my favor. What do you think? Even a first-level core would suffice. One could procure a multitude of items in the town." He would never complain about the lack of action. Rather, he found the current situation rather dull. As he awaited Wu Zhishue to eliminate the magnetic zombie, he believed he could also dispatch several of the lower-tier zombies. After all, he was now a level 4 ability user, and it would be a waste of his talents not to contribute. Wulong held a commendable view regarding the prospect of obtaining crystal cores. His abilities were not to be squandered carelessly, as they required replenishment after use. Wulong continued to nod, gesturing with his forelimb towards Wu Zhishue's direction. Shen Zhuangzhuang immediately understood. The zombies would approach from that way. Chi-Wan followed his gaze, realizing it led into the depths of the market. She felt a surge of curiosity about how many zombies remained unaddressed within. Clearing out the area would allow more survivors to reach her small town. Within moments, an ordinary level 2 zombie emerged from around the corner. Upon spotting the group of survivors, it charged forward with unrestrained enthusiasm, requiring no control from Wulong. It was all flesh, delicious, succulent flesh. Shen Zhuangzhuang wasted no time, positioning himself 3 meters beside Wu Zhishue, ready to confront the zombies. The crystal cores he could obtain would sustain him in merriment for several months in the town. The magnetic zombie, under the covert experimentation of Wu Zhishue and Mei Shan, was nearing its end. Its magnetic properties had nearly dissipated, with only a few scraps of iron clinging to its form. Having had his fill of play, Wu Zhishue struck decisively at the magnetic zombie. Mei Shan, not wishing to miss this moment, observed keenly, for the magnetic zombie had indirectly aided him in gaining a deeper understanding of his own abilities. Nevertheless, one must express gratitude to Fuyu. Without her reminder, he would not have taken the actions he has now undertaken. He would have remained obediently in the shadows, merely a behind-the-scenes ability user. Yet now, his powers have evolved, allowing him to advance boldly as an assailant. When the magnetic zombie's crystal core fell, it was instantly reduced to ashes by Wu Zhexue's flames. He turned his gaze towards Meishan, offering his thanks. Although unspoken, the fluctuations of abilities were palpable to him. However, mere words of gratitude were insufficient. He retrieved 2 level 1 crystal cores from his pocket and presented them to Meishan. He had acquired a level 3 core, one imbued with abilities. Thus, offering a level 2 core would have been excessive. Therefore, 2 level 1 cores sufficed. Meishan accepted them without hesitation, having indeed rendered assistance, albeit with the intent of experimenting with a different aspect of his powers. Meanwhile, Zhuang was thoroughly enjoying himself, dispatching ordinary zombies with the precision of slicing watermelons. Each strike landed with near perfection. Perhaps there was a slight miscalculation, but that was merely due to the zombies becoming more astute and knowing to evade. After a while, all the zombies in the market were cleared, and their harvest was substantial. They had not forgotten their objective of acquiring electric bikes and bicycles, so they proceeded towards the row of shops dedicated to selling them. Upon inspection, the electric bikes and bicycles were in disarray, with several metal parts missing, likely taken by the magnetic zombie. They rummaged through their surroundings until they discovered 3 intact, yet somewhat imperfect electric bicycles. The deficiencies were not severe, they merely lacked pedals and rearview mirrors. These minor shortcomings did not significantly hinder normal riding. As for the traditional bicycles, they found quite a few, with only slight misalignments in the frames deemed inconsequential. As long as the 2 tires and the chain were in good condition, they were deemed usable. Ultimately, aside from the 3 electric bikes, they uncovered 8 bicycles. It was decided that Qi Wan and Fu Yu would each take 1 electric bike, while Zhao Lejean, in charge of charging, would have 1 for himself. Mei Shan, Zhuang, Wu Zhixue, Fei Zisong, Fei Zisher, Niasu, and Yi Jiangnan would each have a bicycle. 1 well-maintained bike was temporarily stored in Fu Yu's space. Upon reflection, they felt that having only 1 spare was insufficient and resolved to search further. In the event of a flat tire on the road, they would be unable to repair it, necessitating a vehicle change. After some time, they found 3 more bicycles. All right, let us set off and explore other areas. When we return, we can scour this place again, Zhao Lejean declared with enthusiasm. End of chapter. Chapter 120. Maintain ample power. If Zhao Lejean were a space ability user, he would have directly scavenged the items, carrying them on his person rather than leaving them behind. Should any wandering zombies cause damage, he would feel an even greater sense of loss. There is no need to rush. What is yours will remain yours. When we return, let us see where we can find large sacks to gather more items together. This way, your heart may not ache as much. Wu Zhixue embraced Zhao Lejean's shoulders, giving him a hearty pat. Zhao Lejean's foremost thought was to be grateful that it was not Niasu embracing him. Otherwise, his bones would surely have shattered. Niasu, a powerhouse among ability users, would have reduced his fragile frame to mere rubble with a single slap. All right, enough daydreaming. Let us hasten to the vehicle and advance forward, he urged, eager to scout for nearby ability users to entice his tenants, for perhaps Mayor Qi would reward their efforts. The town was in dire need of tenants, and with a proactive approach and an audacious spirit, nothing could impede his quest to amass tokens for his quaint little town. Niesa glanced at Qi Wan, seemingly awaiting a response. Qi Wan's lips curled into a faint smile, yet she contemplated that with the persuasion of these seasoned ability survivors, other survivors would feel more secure in following suit or venturing to the town independently. It was somewhat pedestrian to mention the allure of crystal cores. However, securing just 1 tenant could ensure a day's worth of meals and fruit for them all. The caveat being, the reward would be granted to the one who successfully brought in the tenant. Their performance would dictate their rewards. 1 tenant equated to 1 reward, contingent upon whom they could win over. Qi Wan recognized their collective craving for Old Man Han's delectable meals, thus offering them a chance. The breakfast from this morning had left the dishes nearly licked clean, and if she could not discern their intentions, it would reflect poorly on her perception. No worries. Should I encounter any survivors, I shall ardently promote the town, she declared. I truly believe that any astute individual would choose to reside in our town. The mere assurance of absolute safety is ample motivation for them to embark on this journey. Zhuang declared that he was determined to persevere for the sake of that day's meal and fruit. Yi Jianan, however, shook his head and gestured with his index finger. Not necessarily, he remarked. What we say is mere words. Whether others believe us is a different matter altogether. It would be prudent to discuss the resources our small town possesses. Rather than claiming absolute safety, I would prefer to have ample food to eat. Together, They mounted their bicycles, unaware that Zhao Lejean had somehow procured a dozen fully charged batteries. Fuyu, please set these batteries aside for now. We can replace them when we require power, he instructed. Fuyu nodded in agreement and stored the batteries away. At that moment, Zhao Lejean's electric vehicle still had one battery in front, with a power card above indicating it was charging. Regardless, let us first seek out survivors. There is no need to promote our small town to those who appear menacing. Fei Zisher grasped the handlebars, eagerly awaiting the readiness of their electric vehicles before they could depart together. Chi-Wan tested the handlebars, feeling the power of the electric bike, and reassured herself that everything was in order. Detected that the owner is using an electric vehicle. Would you like to connect to the home power supply to ensure the vehicle remains fully charged? Chi-Wan was taken aback by such a convenient option. Since the little steward was so considerate, she resolved not to disappoint it. She promptly agreed to allow her electric bike to maintain a constant charge. This way, she would not have to worry about insufficient power and could freely accelerate with confidence. Having resolved the issue of power, Chi-Wan felt that there was nothing insurmountable. While Zhao Lejean was assisting Fu Yu with her electric bike, Chi-Wan harnessed her water-based abilities to envelop the front and rear tires. With a mere twist of the throttle, the electric bike glided forward effortlessly. As she rode along, she was untroubled by the prospect of a punctured tire. After a moment's thought, Chi-Wan utilized her powers to enlarge the tires, securely adhering the water-enhanced material to them. As the tires rotated, her watery creations spun in harmony. The broader the tires, the farther the journey. Sitting atop the electric bike, she tested the modification and found it wholly effective. A simple twist of the throttle allowed her to travel even greater distances than before. Believing that joy is best shared, she enlarged the tires of the other two electric bikes to match her own. The bicycles, however, remained untouched, as they relied solely on human strength. Adding water tires would only increase the burden. The electric bikes, on the other hand, maintained their efficiency, achieving greater distances with the same rotational effort. Yi Jiangnan, envious of her invention, openly expressed his desire to ride an electric bike with such remarkable water tires. Yet, he was confined to his bicycle, which could not accommodate such enhancements, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. He lamented the scarcity of electric bikes in the market, hoping to find one elsewhere. His aspirations were simple: to possess an electric bike of his own, one that had been transformed by Chi-Wan's ingenuity. Just keep dreaming. We're all riding bicycles together. After all, he mused. Wu embraced Yi Jiangnan from behind, urging him to swiftly mount his bicycle as they prepared to set forth. Fu Yu and Zhao Lejean's electric vehicle was already primed. If they delayed their departure, they risked being overtaken or left behind. Thus, the question lingered: when would they embark? Chi-Wan rode her electric bike, feeling the gentle caress of the natural breeze and observing the desolate scenery around her. Were it not for the stark barrenness, devoid of any greenery, she might have mistaken this for a leisurely outing with friends, cycling for enjoyment. The nearby buildings stood scattered, with some decrepit structures lying in ruins upon the ground. Exposed to the sun's harsh rays without the shelter of an umbrella, they felt the heat intensify over time. However, Chi-Wan remained unaffected. Her water-based abilities allowed her body to maintain a constant temperature, regardless of the sweltering heat, whether riding the electric bike or pedaling. A refreshing gust of wind alleviated their discomfort. After approximately 2 hours of travel, they encountered few zombies or mutated beasts along the way, though numerous corpses littered the path. Having grown accustomed to life in the town, they noted that each time they dealt with zombies and mutated creatures, the automatic disposal system efficiently cleared away the remains. It had been quite some time since they had witnessed such a multitude of zombie corpses and mutated carcasses. The cores within the bodies had been thoroughly extracted, leaving no trace behind, and they were devoid of any opportunity to scavenge. End of chapter. Chapter 121, Water Tires. Invaluable, the electric vehicle equipped with water tires glided effortlessly forward. Even in the presence of corpses, nothing could deter the relentless advance of their tires. The water tires, upon encountering a body, could alter their form. Indeed, the tires could navigate smoothly past. At this sight, Yi Jiangnan felt an even deeper envy, compelling him to hasten his speed and surge past these lifeless remains. He remained cautious, aware that some corpses might exhibit signs of reanimation. Fei Zisher glanced around, his brow slightly furrowed. What had transpired here? He observed several bodies of survivors, devoid of any zombie characteristics. They appeared to have succumbed to death while still alive. Who could tell? Perhaps they had encountered a tide of the undead. Though their numbers were not vast, they seemed considerable when compared to the survivors. Shun Zhuangzhuang surveyed his surroundings, and upon crossing that threshold, he found no more bodies, returning to a desolate, lifeless expanse. It was as if what he had just witnessed had been an illusion. Chi-Wan shared a curiosity about the events that had unfolded there. She calculated that this location was beyond the range of the five wolves' abilities by at least several kilometers. This matter was of no concern to them. The five wolves would bear no responsibility for it. Fei Zisong surveyed the vicinity, perplexed by the absence of both zombies and mutated beasts. It was indeed peculiar. The occasional wandering creature would be expected, yet there was not a single one in sight, which was decidedly unusual. During our expedition, we must eliminate those zombies and mutated beasts. They cannot be allowed to roam here for too long, as advanced zombies are aware of how to upgrade through crystal cores, which would be detrimental to us. Five wolves, why not sense the nearby zombies? Where are they all? Why can we not see them? Wu Zhixue quickened his pace, adjusting his cycling speed to match the swift run of the five wolves, and then called out. The five wolves did not acknowledge Wu Zhixue, but instead turned their gaze towards Chi-Wan, their true master, whose commands they followed in the absence of personal gain. Take a moment to assess. If there is a zombie nest, it must be eradicated entirely. Such a hidden danger poses a threat to their small town. Should they find themselves surrounded once more, escape would be exceedingly difficult. The five wolves complied, halting their advance, though this time they did not lie down. After approximately a minute, the five wolves gestured with their forelimbs towards the right. There, a significant number of zombies were gathered, including a high-level zombie controlling the others and consuming the lower-tier ones. The five wolves conveyed their message. However, apart from Han Ying, the others could not comprehend what the five wolves were articulating. Yet, from the wolves' expressions, it was evident that the situation there was urgent, necessitating prompt action. The group swiftly altered their course, following the direction indicated by the five wolves. The area sensed by the wolves was an abandoned factory, situated within an industrial zone swarming with countless zombies. Without any humans passing through, they resorted to devouring one another in their hunger. In this realm, the principle of survival of the fittest reigns. The weak do not possess the ruthlessness to ascend to the ranks of the strong. A zombie with bright, intelligent eyes stood atop several tables huddled together. Grasping the head of a female zombie, he ruthlessly ripped it apart to extract the crystal core within, discarding the remains as if they were something filthy. His eyes were not the typical grayish-white of ordinary zombies. Instead, they bore a subtle hint of black and a deep blue, reminiscent of the ocean's depths, shrouded in an air of enigmatic mystery. As a level 5 zombie, he possessed a vision acuity of 4.5, surpassing the 4.0 vision of a level 4 zombie. In terms of human sight, his vision equated to that of an individual with severe myopia. No longer reliant on smell, he was now able to perceive all that surrounded him through sight alone. The corners of his eyes curled with a devilish charm, his fox-like gaze captivating all in its presence. Before him were merely mutated zombies. With an air of boredom, he reached out and retrieved a crystal core, still glistening with brain matter, which he casually tossed into his mouth, savoring it with a crunch akin to the delightful crackle of cartilage and tender ribs. Blood from the brain matter trickled from the corner of his mouth, and with a look of disdain, he spat out the remnants, finding them utterly revolting. They paled in comparison to human delicacies. Nearby, the five wolves halted, casting a wary glance at Chi-Wan. Disconcerted by the terrifying presence of the creatures ahead, they no longer wished to escort her further. Countless zombies congregated in the vicinity, ripe for his consumption. As he feasted upon the crystal cores, the lower-tier zombies were left as mere remnants, their lifeless bodies devoid of the precious cores. The sheer number of zombies there was overwhelming, far beyond what they could manage alone. An entire factory, housing tens of thousands, had nearly succumbed to the undead. And not far ahead lay an industrial zone, teeming with even more factories. As the five wolves realized that direct communication with Chi-Wan was impossible, they turned and headed in the opposite direction. Chi-Wan, taken aback by their sudden shift, immediately applied the brakes and gazed at them in confusion. Along with the five wolves, the great wolves also followed suit, pivoting away. What was happening? WZH-11 inquired, bewildered. FIZSH propped himself up on one leg, straightening his back as he looked toward their intended destination. Perhaps there are zombies there that we cannot contend with. SH-Inju quickly comprehended the situation. If memory served correctly, that area was an industrial zone. It seemed that the five wolves sensed something amiss there, and if they proceeded recklessly, it could cost them their lives. Subsequently, SH-Inju elaborated to the group that this industrial zone was the largest in the city, bustling with workers before the apocalypse. Most factories there had their own accommodations, attracting many due to the allure of jobs that provided food and shelter, opportunities that were scarce in those times. Clearly, venturing into that area was inadvisable. They should seek alternatives. FIZSH remarked that after residing in the small town for an extended period, the outside world still felt exceedingly perilous. As for the factories ahead, They could not afford to take such a challenge lightly. ZHOLZHN turned the electric bike towards the direction of the 5 wolves. Well, let us explore elsewhere. Though we harbor great ambitions, we must remain grounded in reality. In unison, they shifted their gaze and began to walk in another direction. If HNYing were present, they would recognize just how astute their decision was at that moment. Besides the lone 5th-level zombie, there were nearly 100,000 more lurking beneath it. They were merely a group of 10. Even if each were to confront 10,000, it would be an impossible feat. They were no longer in the small town, where they could take turns fighting and rest intermittently. With 100,000 zombies charging towards them, escape might not even be an option. After traversing a stretch of road, they arrived at a villa district. The villas appeared rather new, starkly contrasting with the dilapidated buildings a kilometer away. Chapter 122. The dissonance of perspective. Adjacent to this villa district lay a lake, yet the creatures within were undoubtedly inedible. Approaching too closely posed the risk of becoming prey rather than predator. One might wonder if there were any survivors here. The villas, aesthetically pleasing, evoked memories of a time before the apocalypse, when venturing into this area felt utterly daunting. Gazing upon these homes, I felt an acute sense of dissonance. Shun Zhuangzhuang experienced a pang of melancholy. Before the end of the world, he would have never dared to step foot in this area. As a destitute individual, his meager savings would scarcely suffice to purchase a single tile here. It was far too extravagant, a realm of the affluent. However, the present circumstances were different. In the small town, he had managed to amass a considerable number of crystal cores through his own efforts, which could be exchanged for town currency. As long as the town endured, he could look forward to a comfortable retirement there. He found little allure in the villas. What truly mattered was the town that promised him absolute safety. In the past, I could only pass through, never pausing to linger. Now, contemplating these villas, I would rather visit the buildings in the community. Zhao Lejean forced a smile, acknowledging that everyone's abilities were rather similar. The tasks one undertook were reflective of their capabilities. Yi Jianan sighed, nostalgia washing over him, recalling the past with a tinge of bitterness. You, my friend, can still gaze upon the buildings in the community. While I was once relegated to renting a place every month, and selecting a rental was no easy feat, some landlords truly took advantage of tenants. Unlike our current charming town mayor, who is both understanding and fair, with all commodities in the town clearly priced. In the past, we assessed one another's skills. Now, the measure is one's capacity to thrive. Possessing capability is essential, yet one must also strive to sustain oneself. An age-old adage rings true, no matter how much one earns. Wealth cannot be taken when one departs this world. Therefore, it is imperative to relish life's pleasures while diligently earning, all the while safeguarding one's health. The town has always maintained transparent pricing, but observing the community's fondness for villa districts, it is plausible that as the town expands, such developments may emerge. Shiwan remarked with a smile. She was confident that villas would indeed materialize, especially since individuals like Mei Shan, who had purchased land, could not extend their wooden houses once they were extracted from the original wooden complex. The previous complex allowed for additions up to 5 stories. Yet Mei Shan's wooden homes were limited to a single floor. From this perspective, Chiwan felt that the advent of villas was imminent. Wait, Chi-town mayor. I have yet to accumulate sufficient funds. I hope the town's growth does not accelerate too rapidly. While expanding the safety zones is advisable, I propose that the town's development be gradual. Wu Zhixue quickly interjected, his feet pedaling tirelessly as he rode his bicycle. He had just begun to contemplate a peaceful retirement in the quaint town, and if such a splendid villa were to be available, it would be nothing short of a tempting allure. Who wouldn't desire such favorable living conditions? Niesu believed that a swift development would not only be beneficial but would also serve as a gentle motivation for him. One must not grow complacent. He chuckled heartily and remarked, "Ha ha ha, it's better to progress rapidly lest you become ensnared in a life of indulgence. While one is still young, it is imperative to strive diligently. Do not merely rely on the crystal cores you possess. After all, money is something that is undoubtedly better in abundance. Who knows? There may come a day when the town is filled with cattle and sheep. Would you not yearn for such delights? The lamb and beef slices in hot pot. Do you not miss them?" Zhao Lejean chimed in, fully supportive. As the first tenant of the town, he ardently wished for its rapid advancement. The better the town prospered, the greater his inner pride would swell. You speak truthfully. I must not remain stagnant. I shall strive. I will exert myself. I shall amass a fortune of crystal cores. Shun Zhuangzhuang was instantly invigorated, feeling as if he had been electrified. Surrounded by those who were diligently pursuing their lives, he knew he could not afford to falter. To lag behind would invite misfortune, and he was determined to avoid such a fate. Chi Wan rode her electric scooter, maintaining a steady pace, careful not to stray too far from them. Listening to their conversation, she found solace in the thought of such a life. If only the zombies did not exist and life could return to its former state, it would be even more delightful. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the villa district. At that moment, the gate was unguarded, the iron barrier having been forcefully breached, leaving only remnants of debris in its wake. The security booth to the left lay in disarray, glass shattered and strewn across the ground. As they walked through the entrance, the greenery on either side had withered, and the mutated plants had long since abandoned this place. Venturing further in, one could imagine that the original villa district was once replete with amenities. However, now it lay in desolation. They rode their bicycles onward, gazing at the villa district that loomed closer, and they could not help but gasp at the disorder strewn across the ground. Animal feces and some unidentifiable mixtures emitting a foul stench. They were reluctant to proceed any further. A once splendid villa district appeared quite appealing from a distance, yet up close, it revealed such a dismal reality. Chi-Wan found herself torn between advancing or retreating. Having finally discovered a place to linger, she pondered the potential of salvaging parts, perhaps even extracting a few energy cards from within. The ground was unbearably filthy, and she found herself yearning for the company of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. With them around, such a situation would surely not arise. Wherever Xiao He and Xiao Bai ventured, cleanliness prevailed. "Master, would you like to remotely transport Xiao He and Xiao Bai?" Chi-Wan had no reason to refuse and promptly agreed. "Understood. The transportation fee is a total of 2 level 3 crystal cores. Wishing you a pleasant experience, Master." This price was acceptable to her. In the next moment, Xiao He and Xiao Bai appeared before them. With no time to greet Chi-Wan, they immediately set to work, tidying up the surrounding area. Suddenly, Chi-Wan pondered a concern and inquired telepathically, what if they ran out of power? They will similarly employ remote charging to maintain sufficient operational power. Reassured by the steward's response, Chi-Wan felt a sense of relief. "Mayor Chi, I am truly in awe. Both Xiao He and Xiao Bai have managed to come together. With their presence, we shall wait a moment. I am genuinely reluctant to step further in." Standing in place, circling around, Shun Zhuangzhuang lamented, unable to find solid ground. After making 2 laps, he joyfully settled in the area meticulously prepared by Xiao He and Xiao Bai. No sooner had he halted than his bicycle and feet were swept up in the cleaning efforts of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. The great wolves hurried over, their 4 limbs inevitably making contact with the ground, urgently necessitating the attention of Xiao He and Xiao Bai. It was not until a space measuring 5 meters by 5 meters had been cleared that Chi-Wan and others arrived at that pristine spot. Their electric bicycles and cycles required thorough cleansing, for otherwise, Xiao He and Xiao Bai would not endure it. End of chapter. Chapter 123. Dependable assistants always at the ready with their assistance. We can finally confront the villas before us. Wu Zhishua exhaled, feeling as though he had inhaled nothing but foul air, detrimental to his health. Indeed, we now have a clean area, though it will take time for Xiao He and Xiao Bai to tidy up. Zhao Lejean glanced at the great wolf, grinning mischievously. "Hey, little brother, utilize your extraordinary abilities." The great wolf wagged its tail, playfully tapping Zhao Lejean on the rear. The height of its body perfectly aligned with that spot. It was not intentional, for it is a well-behaved female wolf dog. Chi-Wan timely reminded him. Zhao Lejean understood immediately, addressing her. "I rely on you, dear sister." The crowd could not help but chuckle as Fuyu stood beside Chi-Wan, leaning forward to glance at Zhao Lejean, playfully remarking, "You refer to the 5 wolves as your sisters. Are you the elder sister or the younger one?" Fuyu covered her mouth with a delicate smile, unable to suppress a soft giggle, finding the situation utterly amusing. Zhao Lejean's face flushed, his gaze awkwardly shifting elsewhere. The 5 wolves sensed the absence of any zombies nearby, turning back to Chi-Wan with a simple, inquisitive look, shaking their heads in response. Understanding their silent communication, Chi-Wan decided it would be prudent to wait for a while until Xiao He and Xiao Bai had thoroughly cleared the area before proceeding further. After a brief pause, sounds emanated from within. "Darling, come quickly. Those 2 are actually robots," exclaimed a voice. "Daddy, they're indeed robots, not zombies. They are tidying up our home." Xiao He and Xiao Bai, undeterred by the presence of others, continued their cleaning duties in the vicinity. Chi-Wan followed the path they had meticulously cleaned, entering the first villa, realizing it was inhabited. "Greetings," she said. Suddenly, Zhao Lejean sprang forth, addressing the male occupant of the household. The man stood there, bewildered, staring at the unexpectedly approaching Zhao Lejean, then glancing at Chi-Wan behind her, nodding stiffly in acknowledgement. "Do you reside here?" Zhao Lejean inquired. The man, dressed in a tattered garment whose original color was indiscernible, appeared somewhat disheveled. His hair was greasy and tangled, while his unkempt beard offered no semblance of cleanliness. His shoes were worn and riddled with holes, revealing his dark, grimy toes. Behind him stood a girl of around 8 years old. Despite her soiled attire and the dirt smudging her face, her countenance radiated a certain clarity. A woman beside her scrutinized them from behind, her gaze devoid of fear, infused instead with curiosity about their origins and how they appeared so remarkably clean. Her garments were tattered and darkened beyond repair, yet they could not conceal her inherent elegance. "Yes, this is our home," the man replied. Zhao Lejean unconsciously surveyed the interior, which, while decent, ultimately paled in comparison to the humble wooden cabin he resided in within the small town. "Have you all been here for the past 2 years during the apocalypse? Are there other survivors in the nearby villas?" Zhao Lejean inquired further. "Indeed, our home has fared well. We've remained here for these 2 years. And there are a few other survivors in some of the other villas." "And you?" the man countered. Zhao Lejean cleared his throat and straightened his posture. "Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Zhao, and we hail from a town without a specific name, simply referred to as the town. We ventured out to seek supplies while also searching for other survivors. We departed at 9 a.m. and have journeyed for about 5 hours, arriving here around 2 p.m. However, we traveled by bicycle and electric vehicle. If you were to walk, it might take considerably longer." After gathering some information from the man about his circumstances, Zhao Lejean began to promote his town, primarily to ascertain whether the man possessed the financial means, as the consumption of crystal cores was indispensable in their small community. However, he would not underestimate this man. Having resided here for 2 years without relocating speaks volumes about their capabilities. "Our small town is truly remarkable, and you might find it hard to believe that we boast 100% safety. No zombies or mutated flora and fauna can penetrate our borders. Even the slightest scratch on your finger would disallow entry. Living in this town, one can enjoy a peaceful slumber every night. Furthermore, our town is abundant in resources." Zhao Lejean emphasized that the chicken, pork, and fish currently available here are exceedingly rare in this apocalyptic world. After all, these 3 animals have already undergone mutations. The beaks and claws of mutated chickens are exceedingly sharp, capable of inflicting severe wounds with a mere scratch. If one were to attack with greater ferocity, whole chunks of flesh could be lost. The mutated pigs are even more ferocious, surpassing the wild boars of yore. Their tusks are incredibly sharp, and their overall size has doubled, charging with reckless abandon. They could easily uproot a tree large enough to be embraced by 10 people, let alone pose a threat to survivors. The mutated fish have transformed into piranhas, with razor-sharp teeth that could devour flesh in an instant. Upon hearing about meat, the eyes of the family visibly brightened, while their interest waned at the mention of vegetables and fruits. "Our town as produce is cultivated on dedicated land, yielding an abundance each day, so much that we cannot consume it all, resulting in a surplus that accumulates over several days. Remarkably, our town's vending machines keep their contents fresh, regardless of how long they have been inside. If one wishes to avoid cooking, they may purchase ready-made meals or instant noodles directly. Indeed, yesterday our quaint little town held an auction. It may be difficult for you to fathom, but our mayor auctioned off land. The scene last night, with cultivable acres on the block, was incredibly vibrant." Zhao Lejean, reflecting on the events of the evening, felt a twinge of regret. He should have participated as well, for he might have acquired a piece of land for himself. However, the bidding reached exorbitant heights, with the final plot fetching 20 grade 4 crystal nuclei. The wealth of the bidders was overwhelming, a contrast to his modest means. He resolved to diligently gather his resources, ensuring he would not miss the next auction. Is it truly possible to auction land? Can it genuinely be cultivated? Surely, it cannot be merely a spectacle. A man expressed his skepticism, questioning the existence of arable land at this time. Zhao Lejean waved his hand, nodding with unwavering conviction. "Yes, our town is indeed remarkable. What is promised for cultivation is indeed cultivable. The mayor's land is even more extraordinary, yielding a harvest in just 1 day." Before we set out, there was a forest, albeit now reduced to a mere 40 square meters, home to 40 trees. Most notably, the time flow within is astonishingly accelerated. A day feels like a year. We can forage for wild vegetables, and our town boasts a doctor who integrates traditional Chinese medicine. She ventures into the forest to gather medicinal herbs. End of chapter. Chapter 124. A simple meal. The family of 3 was taken aback. The rapid passage of time within the forest meant that grocery shopping was unnecessary. A simple stroll through the woods to gather wild vegetables sufficed for a meal. Is your quaint town truly as splendid as it seems? Perhaps the town's magnificence renders men hesitant to embrace their confidence. Zhao Lejean remained unwavering in his stance, undeterred by the men's skepticism, maintaining his resolute gaze and upright posture. The town served as his bastion of assurance. With its presence, he possessed ample self-confidence. Indeed, Every word I utter is a veritable truth. You may ponder this at your leisure. We shall rest here for the night. Should you reach a decision, do not hesitate to seek us out. For instance, you recently observed 2 robots. They are the cleaning automatons of our town, responsible for maintaining its hygiene. Having articulated his thoughts, Zhao Lejean fell silent. The remainder was left for them to contemplate. At this moment, Chi-Wan had arrived at another vacant villa. Upon confirming the absence of survivors, she commenced the disassembly of the items within. The furnishings were quite comprehensive, albeit slightly damaged. The number of residents in the villa district was scarce, and zombies rarely traversed this area. The belongings suffered little devastation. And Chi-Wan did not overlook the exquisite jade artifacts. She rummaged here and there. What was once a splendidly furnished house transformed into a mere shell under her hands. Goodness. Mayor Chi, what have you done? Can't we leave even a trace of this house? Aren't we resting in the villa district tonight? Surely, we ought to preserve something. Shun Zhuang queried repeatedly, astonished by the barren shell before him. Upon entering, he noted that aside from the spaciousness and ample area, it bore little distinction from an ordinary home. It may well be attributed to Chi-Wan, who transformed a perfectly fine house into a bare shell. All the exquisite embellishments were dismantled by her. Electric cards 2, plastic 26, wood 400, iron nails 58, fabric 10, stones 8, iron sheets 6, jade 20. The substantial amount of wood was largely due to the valuable wooden table within the villa. Chi-Wan extended her hand, with an electric card pinched between her index and middle fingers. First come, first served, this one is for you. Shun Zhuang immediately ceased his inquiries. For the electric card held greater significance than the decorations within the villa. He needed to swiftly seek out Zhao Lejean to inquire about the usage of the electric card and if there were any particular precautions to heed. Thank you, Mayor Chi. I shall take my leave now. With that, Shun Zhuang dashed away. Chi-Wan found his retreat amusing as she glanced at the electric card in her hand. After exploring the entire villa, she intended to venture out to examine the other villas. This row held promise. She could salvage quite a number of items. She was curious about the purpose of the iron sheets and stones among the materials, but decided to hold on to them for now, as the warehouse had ample space. Fu Yu, Nia Su, and Yi Jiangnan arrived at the second villa where Chi-Wan was gathering supplies. Upon seeing her, they remarked, Mayor Chi, we have visited the other villas, and there are still 15 survivors. They have been residing here all along and have not ventured elsewhere. Chi-Wan turned her gaze back, her long eyelashes fluttering, her fair skin glistening under the light within the room. Fu Yu gazed at her, feeling a flutter in her heart, and sighed inwardly. Mayor Chi is truly beautiful. I admire her so much. She shyly lowered her gaze, believing that admiring beauty should be subtle rather than overt. In the next moment, a somewhat familiar card caught her eye. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was none other than Zhao Lejean's precious electric card. She quickly lifted her head, her expression filled with astonishment as she gazed intently at Chi-Wan, her hand outstretched in disbelief, trembling slightly as she received it. Director Chi, is this truly for me? Chi-Wan nodded, stating that it was first come, first served, and that this was the last card she had at the moment. Keep it for now. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Zhao Lejean. Shun Zhuang has already gone to find him. You should go and listen as well. With that, Chi-Wan paid no mind to Niesu and Yi Jiangnan, striding directly towards the next villa. After taking a few steps, she turned back to the still-present Fu Yu and said, Fu Yu, regarding the 15 survivors you mentioned, ask them if they wish to come to our town. Provide a brief introduction. Those who wish to join us may do so, while those who do not should not feel pressured. Fu Yu nodded earnestly in agreement. Understood. Entering the next villa, which had been tidied by Xiao He and Xiao Bai, Chi-Wan continued her quest for supplies. Before leaving, she had inquired with the little steward about her task. Search for 10 survivors, 010, reward, RV1. The objective was to seek survivors. But there were no stipulations requiring their return. As long as she made an appearance, she would have fulfilled her duty. For now, the priority was to gather resources. Little Black and Little White were remarkably industrious. Regardless of whether there were survivors within the villa, to them, it was an unclaimed residence that required thorough cleansing. Niesu believed himself to be inept in social interactions and thus refrained from seeking out the survivors. Instead, he accompanied Little Black and Little White, observing their diligent efforts in cleaning. The more he watched, the more he admired their extensive array of cleaning tools. It was astonishing how so many implements could be contained within their diminutive forms. Among them was a long broom, an impressive 3 meters in length, which they effortlessly produced from their small bodies. There was also a tiny brush, specifically designed for sweeping crevices, emerging from the same source. Chi-Wan's rate of collection was equally impressive. On this occasion, she stumbled upon an electric engine, albeit devoid of diesel and thus rendered idle and obsolete. Without a moment's hesitation, she disassembled it, only to her delight discover that rather than yielding mere materials, the electric engine transformed into a solar power panel. System. How did the electric engine become a solar power panel? Is this solar power panel operational? The little steward frequently encountered unusual occurrences during various operations, prompting her to inquire further each time. However, she did not mind these peculiarities, as they generally heralded positive outcomes. Master, the electric engine can indeed be restored, but to conserve energy, only the disassemble option is available. The little steward will directly convert it into a solar power panel, which can later be sold to the town's tenants. It will be fully functional and equipped with the necessary facilities. Chi-Wan understood clearly as she glanced at the card she had just acquired. For instance, the air conditioning card she had long desired. However, the air conditioning units utilized in the villa area differed from those in the buildings adjacent to the town. Air conditioning card. Possessing 10 D-brand air conditioning cards allows one to synthesize a brand new D-brand air conditioner. End of chapter.